cold, suffocating. Lu Ming's consciousness violently wrested itself from a murky darkness. The first sensation that struck him was an excruciating chill. He was enveloped in an icy liquid, permeated by the pungent odor of damp earth and decaying vegetation. He abruptly sat up, coughing violently, expelling several mouthfuls of murky water. As he surveyed his surroundings, he found himself in an entirely unfamiliar primeval forest. Towering ancient trees loomed overhead, their branches entwined like serpents, and a thick, grayish mist enveloped the area, rendering visibility nearly non-existent. A torrential downpour assaulted the leaves and muddy ground, producing a cacophony of sound. He was seated in a shallow pit filled with rainwater, clad in the tattered digital camouflage combat uniform and tactical vest he had worn during his last infiltration mission. I'm not dead. This thought flickered through his mind when a sharp pain pierced his side, causing him to gasp. He glanced down and saw that his uniform had been slashed open, revealing a bruise on his ribcage, though thankfully, the bone appeared intact. Yes, his last memory was of that damned explosion, the shockwave propelling him violently into the rocks. And then, an abyss of darkness. So where's this place? Behind enemy lines? Or perhaps, an undiscovered primeval rainforest? His instinct for survival instantly eclipsed all confusion and shock. The qualities of a Special Forces soldier were vividly displayed at this moment. He swiftly assessed his condition. The injuries were serious, but he could still move. His equipment, apart from the 56-style military dagger engraved with a serial number still at his waist, his rifle, backpack, and first aid kit were all gone. Hunger and cold gnawed at his will like two venomous serpents. He needed to find shelter, start a fire, and tend to his wounds immediately. Struggling, he crawled out of the waterlogged pit and leaned against a colossal tree, his keen gaze scanning the rain-soaked environment like a hawk. Soon, he spotted a narrow tree hollow partially concealed by massive roots and rocks not far away. That would do. Clenching his teeth against the pain, he adopted a standard tactical movement stance and silently approached, first probing the hollow with his dagger to ensure there was no danger before he swiftly curled himself inside. The interior of the hollow was slightly larger than he had anticipated, but it could only accommodate him in a crouched position. Though still damp, it at least shielded him from the icy downpour. He tore off a relatively dry inner lining and quickly wiped the dagger in his body, as keeping his gear and skin dry was the first step to survival. At that moment, a low, menacing growl, laced with threat, mingled with the sound of rain. Lu Ming's muscles tensed instantaneously. He gripped the dagger tightly, his gaze fixed on the entrance. A ghostly green glow illuminated the dark rain, as a massive wolf, comparable in size to a robust bull, with a gray-black coat and protruding fangs, slowly approached the hollow. Having caught the scent of blood, it bared its teeth, foul saliva dripping from its jaws. Its cruel eyes locked onto Lu Ming inside the hollow. A ravenous predator had found its wounded prey. Pure, unmasked intent to kill. Lu Ming's heart plummeted. This was no wolf he recognized. The sheer size and ferocity emanating from it far exceeded any beast he had ever encountered. Desperation, injured and weakened, unarmed. No, he still had a dagger. But facing this beast with such a short weapon seemed futile. The giant wolf appeared to lose patience, letting out a low growl. Its sharp claws clearing the obstacles at the entrance, its grotesque head, reeking of death, suddenly lunged into the hollow, its massive maw aimed directly at Lu Ming's head. There was no escaping. In a split second of life and death, a flash of the ruthless resolve he had once exhibited during a mission surged in Lu Ming's eyes. He did not retreat. Instead, he summoned strength from his waist, propelling himself forward like a compressed spring. Bang! His shoulder collided violently with the wolf's jaw, deflecting its fatal bite. Simultaneously, the dagger in his right hand became a streak of cold light, as he summoned all his strength and thrust upward with pinpoint accuracy toward the wolf's vulnerable throat. Thud. The sharp dagger plunged nearly to the hilt. Warm wolf blood splattered across Lu Ming's face. Aru, the giant wolf, emitted a wretched howl of agony, struggling violently, attempting to retreat from the hollow. But Lu Ming could not let this one opportunity slip away. He gripped the dagger tightly, even using the wolf's retreating force to twist it savagely. The excruciating pain drove the wolf into a frenzied state. It thrashed its head desperately, the immense force sending Lu Ming, along with the dagger, violently flying out into the muddy ground outside the hollow. Lu Ming felt as though his insides had been rearranged, his vision darkening. Nearly losing consciousness, he gritted his teeth and saw the giant wolf staggering, the dagger embedded in its throat, blood gushing forth as it stumbled a few steps, issuing a few wheezing gasps before It collapsed with a thunderous crash, convulsing a few times before falling still that he had won. A Pyrrhic victory. Liu Ming lay in the icy mud, gasping for breath. The rain washing away the blood from his face, his entire body feeling drained, and the pain in his ribs intensifying. At that moment, a cold, emotionless mechanical voice abruptly resonated deep within his mind. Stability detected, binding conditions met. Thought wave, fluctuation matched. Fragment of the super civilization fire seed, energy resonance detected, meeting conditions for highest authority activation. Decomposition and synthesis system. Initialization complete. Hostbound. Liu Ming. Host basic information synchronization. Name, Liu Ming realm. None, body slightly damaged, vitality not yet restored. Soul strength. Current soul. Power, 100, natural recovery rate. Approximately 5 to 10 per hour, recovery speed related to soul strength, realm, and physical condition. Deep sleep, specific elixirs, or rare materials can accelerate recovery. Binding core, fragment of the super civilization fire seed, current state. Weak energy can be replenished through decomposition of items. Initial origin points. 0, unlocking basic functions. Material decomposition, permission, origin realm, and below non-living. Objects, basic synthesis, permission, mundane items / ineffective healing / basic tools. Core rule reminder. Decomposition yield is related to the material properties, energy intensity, and integrity of the contained law fragments. Cannot directly synthesize living beings, inherit insights, bloodline talents, or realm experiences. Each decomposition / synthesis operation will consume a portion of soul power. Current consumption per operation 5. Depletion may lead to unconsciousness. Supplementary note. Soul power depletion will trigger forced protective unconsciousness until soul power naturally recovers to above 10 before awakening. Please plan system usage wisely. Warning. Severe energy deficiency. Please replenish origin points promptly. What on earth is this? A system? Liu Ming jolted, struggling to sit upright, scanning his surroundings warily. There was no one yet. A strikingly simple translucent blue interface forcibly materialized in his vision. At the top, it displayed origin points. 0 below were 2 enormous, softly glowing icons. Decompose, synthesize. A hallucination? Excessive blood loss? Or, his gaze instinctively fell upon the corpse of the giant wolf beside him, and the dagger, caked in mud and blood, lying not far away. If this is not a hallucination, a wild thought surged uncontrollably in his mind that he concentrated, attempting to touch the decomposed icon, then cautiously envisioned the corpse of the giant wolf as his target. Target analysis. First-tier demon beast shadow wolf corpse, deceased. Contents. Feeble vitality energy, fragmented shards of the shadow law, high-quality leather and bone materials. Status. Life field has dissipated, can be decomposed. Potential source points. 92. Shall be decomposed. A tempest of emotions surged within Liu Ming, yet his countenance swiftly regained its composure. He did not immediately confirm the action. Instead, he painstakingly crawled over to retrieve his military dagger, vigilantly scanning his surroundings to ensure no new threats had been drawn by the scent of blood. Once assured, he redirected his focus to the immense wolf carcass before him. Decompose. At the moment the command was issued, the scene exceeded Liu Ming's imagination. There was no dazzling light display, nor were there thunderous sounds. The enormous shadowy wolf carcass seemed to disintegrate under an invisible force, from its fierce wolf head to its robust limbs, crumbling inch by inch into countless faint, firefly-like white particles that swirled and danced, vanishing entirely into the translucent system interface before him. The entire process unfolded silently, imbued with a surreal beauty that transcended reality. The wolf's body, the bloodstains, and even the pungent scent of blood had completely vanished, as if they had never existed at all. Only the traces of struggle in the muddy ground and the splattered mud droplets testified that the recent battle for life and death was no mere illusion. Disintegration successful. Obtained origin points, 92. Current origin points, 92. Warning, this operation consumed 48 soul power. Current soul power, 952. The cold, mechanical voice of the system promptly echoed in his ears, accompanied by a slight tightening sensation at his temples, akin to the mental fatigue following a sleepless night. It was no illusion. This system was indeed real. Moreover, the consumption of soul power indicated that this system was not without limits. Liu Ming quickly suppressed the tumult of emotions within him, his gaze sharpening and becoming composed once more. Leaning on his military dagger, he struggled to rise to his feet, the rain immediately soaking him anew. Yet at that moment, His thoughts were solely focused on the system. Although its precise value remained unclear, it undoubtedly represented the first cornerstone of his survival in this unfamiliar world. Pressed against the damp, cold cave wall, the pain in his ribcage and the weakness of his body constantly reminded him that relaxation was far from warranted. What could be done with 92 origin points? He promptly immersed his consciousness in the synthesis icon. With a mere thought, several categories emerged: tools, medicines, materials, a diverse array, yet most icons were grayed out, indicating insufficient permissions or insufficient origin points. The few that illuminated were all basic options. Under the medicines category, common healing ointment, effect, minor hemorrhage control, promotes wound healing. Consumption of origin points, 5. Common chi recovery pill, effect, slightly alleviates hunger, restores a small amount of stamina. Consumption of origin points, 8. Detox powder, effect, neutralizes common weak toxins. Consumption of origin points, 10. He decided to synthesize 1 healing ointment and 1 chi recovery pill without hesitation. The pain in his ribs and the emptiness of his stomach posed the most immediate threats. Consuming origin points, 13. Synthesis begins. A flash of white light passed through his hands, and a rough little paper pouch along with a dull gray pill materialized out of thin air. Synthesis successful. Current origin points, 79. Soul power consumed, 5. Current soul power, 902. The sense of fatigue became even more pronounced. Lu Ming immediately unfastened his tattered combat uniform and carefully sprinkled the powder onto the swollen, bruised wound beneath his ribs. A cooling sensation enveloped the searing pain instantaneously, and the bleeding visibly slowed. Subsequently, he tossed the rather unpalatable chi recovery pill into his mouth, chewing it haphazardly before swallowing. A faint warmth swiftly spread from his stomach, dispelling the chill and weakness brought on by hunger. Remarkable. This system is indeed invaluable. After addressing the most urgent wounds, his gaze returned to the system interface. The next objective was unequivocally clear: weaponry. Although his 56-style military dagger was dependable, its length was inadequate, while it sufficed against solitary foes. In the face of a pack of beasts or more formidable monsters, he would find himself at a severe disadvantage. His focus narrowed to the weapons subsection under the tools category. A scant few illuminated options came into view: refined stone axe, hardwood spear, hunting bow. He glanced past these and ultimately fixated on an option that required the most source points, yet caused his heart to race: refined steel tactical dagger, replica, constructed from high-strength alloy steel, sharp, wear-resistant, and structurally stable. Source point consumption, 25. Note: can be fine-tuned based on the host's provided data template. Upon seeing the familiar weapon option, Lu Ming felt a surge of vitality. He had lost his rifle, and this dagger was his last line of defense, but acquiring an additional weapon would significantly enhance his chances of survival. He promptly chose to synthesize and envisioned the most familiar form of a military dagger in his mind. Source point consumption, 25. Synthesis commencing. A white light flickered in his hand, and a dagger with hard, cold lines and a dark, matte blade materialized, identical to the tactical dagger from his recollections. The anti-slip texture of the grip was even distinctly visible. He weighed it in his hand, swung it twice, and the feel was impeccable. Synthesis successful. Current source points, 54. Soul power consumed, 5. Current soul power, 852. Fatigue intensified, and a dull ache began to throb at his temple. Lu Ming recognized that he could not afford to use the system frequently in a short span. He secured the new dagger onto his tactical vest, firmly grasped his military knife, and, having pinpointed a direction, commenced a cautious trek through the rainforest. He endeavored to tread lightly, ears attuned to any unusual sounds beyond the rain, while his eyes continuously scanned ahead and to the sides. Approximately half an hour later, beneath a relatively dry rocky slope, he stumbled upon an anomaly. 3 human corpses lay sprawled among the underbrush, their bodies not yet fully rigid, with blood at their wounds still unwashed by the heavy rain. Clad in rudimentary leather armor, they were surrounded by fallen machetes and bows, resembling hunters or mercenaries. The fatal injuries were inflicted by one another's blades, suggesting a violent internal conflict. Lu Ming warily surveyed the surroundings for several minutes, confirming there were no ambushes, before swiftly advancing to search the area. There was no food. However, there was still half a bag of water, which he drank from without hesitation. Aside from that, he retrieved a damp, tattered booklet wrapped in oilcloth from the grasp of what appeared to be a minor leader, along with a crudely drawn sheepskin map. The cover of the booklet bore several distorted characters that were entirely unfamiliar to him. Yet, as he concentrated, the system interface automatically emerged, focusing on the text. Title: Chi Induction Technique, Basic Edition. Description: a widely circulated foundational cultivation method in the Yuan Central Realm, designed to guide the celestial energy of heaven and earth. Open the Dantian's Qi Si and step into the origin realm. The notion of a cultivation technique sent a jolt through Lu Ming's heart. He immediately opened the booklet, and the text within was instantly comprehended with the aid of the system. Indeed, it was a method instructing one on how to sense and draw the celestial energy of the world into the body, suppressing his immediate urge to cultivate. He unfurled the sheepskin map. The map was drawn in an abstract manner, yet it was possible to discern mountains, rivers, and a location marked with a town symbol, alongside annotations provided by the system reading Qingmu City. In a corner of the map, his current approximate location was circled in a striking red, with a note stating, Haima Mountain Range, danger, proceed with caution. More importantly, the map's edges bore several lines detailing the realms of cultivation, seemingly notes from a predecessor. Origin realm, sense the energy, draw it into the body, temper the flesh, divide it into 9 layers. Strength exceeding 100 pounds. The physique begins to take shape. Spirit stream realm, the energy transforms into a stream, flowing through the meridians, initially applying rudimentary laws to enhance martial techniques and spells. Divided into early, mid, and late stages. The energy can be slightly projected outward, allowing one to walk on water. Mountain and sea realm. The spirit stream converges into the sea. The energy becomes immense. The spirit begins to manifest, allowing the initial manipulation of laws. Energy takes form for long-range attacks, enabling brief moments of levitation, divided into early, mid, and late stages. Lifespan experiences slight growth. Stellar realm. Communicating with the powers of the stars to refine the body and soul, the spirit can initially separate from the body, becoming more adept at utilizing laws. Capable of cultivating divine powers, divided into early, mid, and late stages. Lifespan increases significantly. Subsequent realms, worlds, sacred domains, divine tribulations, and immortality realms are profound and extraordinary. Beyond our comprehension, we have only heard their names but have not witnessed their beings. Below was a practical piece of information. Liyuan Academy, recruiting disciples every 30 years. No restrictions on background, only needing to be over 16 and pass the assessment to enter for cultivation. The next assessment will take place in 3 months at Qingmu City. This was a world ripe for cultivation, with clear distinctions of realms, cities, and academies. Yet, he currently found himself in a perilous forest, having not yet officially stepped into the starting point of the origin realm. The volume of information was immense, and Lu Ming quickly committed it to memory. He carefully stored away the map and the Qi induction technique. These were crucial pieces of intelligence. Just then, a coarse voice, filled with greed, accompanied by hurried footsteps, echoed from the dense forest nearby, rapidly approaching his direction. Hurry! That peculiar energy fluctuation must be nearby. It's definitely the emergence of treasures. Don't let those rascals from the Black Tiger Gang get there first. Boss, the noise is considerable. Could it be a high-level beast? Another voice, somewhat cautious, chimed in. What high-level beast? If there were a high-level beast, could we still be standing here speaking? It's definitely a rare treasure. Move faster. A treasure has been discovered, and our Wild Wolf mercenary group has struck gold. Energy fluctuations? A treasure? Lu Ming felt a shiver run down his spine. It was the commotion caused by the system dismantling the giant wolf that had attracted these individuals. Without a moment's hesitation, he glided into the dense, damp underbrush nearby, completely concealing himself. Even his breathing became imperceptible, leaving only his cold, sharp eyes fixed intently on the direction from which the sounds emanated, peering through the interlaced leaves. Before long, 3 men clad in uniform leather armor, wielding weapons and exuding an air of fierce greed, charged down the rocky slope. Leading them was a burly man with a scarred face, evidently the one referred to as the leader. They quickly spotted the 3 corpses at the bottom of the slope and paused momentarily. It seemed we were not the only ones drawn by the scent of blood. The scarred leader spat in disdain, but his attention was soon captured by the traces on the ground. Not only were there the bodies, but also the fresh footprints left behind during Lu Ming's earlier search, as well as the indistinct wet marks left against a rock when he, weakened, had leaned upon it. The leader's gaze sharpened and turned greedy in an instant. He clenched his curved blade tightly, his eyes scanning the surrounding silent thicket like a venomous snake. Something was amiss. It wasn't merely a treasure that had emerged, but rather the presence of someone who had just committed murder here and taken something away. He lowered his voice and exchanged glances with his 2 subordinates. Friend, do not hide any longer. In the Black Mist Mountains, there is a share for everyone. You cannot consume it all alone. Why not bring it forth? Our Wild Wolf mercenary group can offer you a fair price. Or would you like to test the speed of our blades? In the underbrush, Lu Ming held his breath, rainwater trickling down his icy forehead. His right hand slowly tightened around the newly synthesized tactical dagger, emanating a dark matte sheen, his eyes resembling the most patient of hunters, locking onto the leader's throat, which was rhythmically pulsating. Chapter 3, Qingwu City? Merely a larger battlefield. The voice of the scarred leader echoed harshly in the damp rainforest as he and his two equally fierce subordinates approached Lu Ming's hiding place in a half-crescent formation. Their weapons dripped with rainwater, and the greed in their eyes was nearly palpable. "Friend, if you do not come out soon, do not blame us for our ruthless hands." The leader deliberately struck the adjacent tree trunk with his blade, producing a loud clatter, attempting to apply pressure. Lu Ming crouched behind the underbrush, his muscles taut and his breathing minimal, with rainwater cascading down his stern visage. His mind raced, akin to a highly sophisticated computer analyzing the situation, 1 against 3. The opponents were robust, coordinated, armed, and on guard. His rib wound was severe, his stamina only partially recovered, and his spiritual energy stood at 852. Insufficient for frequent system usage. A direct confrontation held little promise of victory. Fleeing? The muddy terrain and dense vegetation hampered speed and made encirclement easy. Just as the scarred leader grew impatient and prepared to slash through the underbrush, Lu Ming made his move. But rather than attacking, he abruptly flung a handful of mud mixed with stones that he had just scooped up from the ground towards the side. Beware of concealed weapons. The scar-faced man instinctively gasped, retreating hurriedly with his two subordinates or attempting to block the incoming threat. Seizing upon this fleeting moment of hesitation and visual distraction, Lu Ming emerged silently from the other side of the thicket like a wraith. His intention was not to confront the enemy directly, but rather to hurl the newly forged warrior's dagger with great force towards the mercenary in the distance, who was crouched and preparing to draw his bow. The dagger sliced through the air, striking accurately into the mercenary's bow-bearing arm. A cry of agony rang out immediately. Lao Lu, the attention of the scar-faced man, and another mercenary wielding a blade was abruptly captured. This was precisely the outcome Lu Ming sought. His true objective was never to inflict harm, but to incite chaos and gather intelligence. As he released the dagger, his consciousness fervently communicated with the system, locking onto the quiver at the waist of the injured mercenary. Deconstruct that quiver. Target, standard quiver, contains 7 arrows. Deconstruction yields source points, 15. Proceed with deconstruction. Confirm deconstruction. A subtle flash of white light occurred, and the leather quiver along with its arrows vanished without a trace. Damn it, where are my arrows? The mercenary, poised to withdraw the arrow and retaliate, found his hands empty and was momentarily stunned, shouting in terror. This surreal scene momentarily bewildered the scar-faced man and his fellow mercenary, causing their movements to falter. Lu Ming thrived on this brief moment of confusion. He had no intention of lingering in battle. His body surged forth like a cheetah, darting not towards any adversary, but rather seeking refuge behind a large tree, effectively concealing himself from all lines of sight. Chase, don't let that kid escape. The scar-faced man, regaining his composure, shouted in exasperation. However, Lu Ming's special forces infiltration skills shone brilliantly at that instant. He did not flee in a straight line, but instead maneuvered through trees and rocks, continually changing direction. Occasionally crawling, at times sprinting, with each concealment perfectly positioned within the enemy's blind spots. The rain and mist served as his finest cover. The pursuit lasted less than 10 minutes before the scar-faced trio lost all trace of Lu Ming, left cursing in frustration. Once he was certain he had evaded his pursuers, Lu Ming settled down beside a concealed crevice in the rocks, breathing heavily. The wound on his side throbbed painfully from the exertion. He checked the system. Current source points, 69. Current spiritual power, 802. Continuous running and tension have exacerbated the expenditure. The author should verify the source points. Previously, at the end of Chapter 2, the source points were 54. Deconstructing the quiver added 15, totaling 69. The haul was meager, but at least he was temporarily safe. He retrieved the sheepskin map and chi induction technique, reaffirming the direction to Qingwu City. For the next 2 days, Lu Ming cautiously traversed the fringes of the Black Mist Mountain Range, burdened by his injuries. Relying on the sporadic ores occasionally discovered through the system's decomposition, common ores yielding 3 essence points and low-grade iron ores yielding 8, he synthesized a modest amount of food and clean water. Additionally, through cunning traps and a military dagger, he successfully ambushed a solitary low-tier beast, the decomposition of which, a first-tier tusked boar, granted him 50 essence points. Thus, he painstakingly replenished his supplies and essence points. He embarked on a tentative cultivation of the chi drawing technique. Perhaps due to the formidable strength of his soul from 2 lifetimes, or perhaps spurred by the thrill of teetering on the brink of life and death. He swiftly perceived the thin, yet vibrant aura of the world around him and successfully guided a thread of it into his body, refining his battered physique. Although he remained on the cusp of officially stepping into the first layer of the origin realm, his physical condition had markedly improved, and his senses became acutely refined. Current essence points, 130. Current soul power, 92, rested and restored. On the afternoon of the third day, as the rain began to abate, Lu Ming pushed aside the last of the obstructive broad leaves and beheld a majestic city rising on the distant horizon. The dark green walls towered several dozen feet high. Resembling a colossal beast sprawled across the earth. The city gates buzzed with a constant flow of vehicles and pedestrians, exuding an air of bustling prosperity. That was Qingmu City. Lu Ming did not approach immediately, but rather observed from a distance for a considerable time. He noted that among the throngs of pedestrians, many bore swords and blades, their presence palpably more formidable than that of ordinary folk. Occasionally, he caught sight of a few elegantly dressed individuals riding exotic beasts, their entourage parting respectfully in deference. The law of the jungle prevailed everywhere. A cold smile played upon Lu Ming's lips as he surveyed his tattered battle attire. He fashioned a simple cloak from the collected animal hides to obscure his conspicuous modern gear and the military dagger at his waist. Adjusting his demeanor to its optimal state, he lowered his head and mingled with a group of hunters entering the city to sell mountain goods, making his way toward the city gates. The guards at the gate merely cast a glance in his direction, sensing the faint aura of essence and a hint of bloody malevolence emanating from him. They did not question him further and waved him through. Upon entering the city, a cacophony of noise enveloped him. The broad bluestone streets were lined with shops, the air filled with incessant calls from vendors. Pharmacies, weapon shops, general stalls, and taverns abounded, each displaying wares that exuded subtle energy fluctuations. With a clear objective in mind, Lu Ming strode directly toward the market area marked on his mental map. The marketplace was even more vibrant, with stalls densely packed and throngs of people flowing like a tide. Lu Ming's keen gaze swept over each stall, while deep within his consciousness, the system interface flickered slightly, rapidly scanning and identifying the items within his field of vision. Target, ordinary iron sword. Decomposition yields essence points, 5. Target, 10-year-old blood-condensing herb. Decomposition yields essence points, 18. Target, inferior talismans, 3. Decomposition yields essence points, 12. Most items held negligible value. As he passed by an old grocery stall nestled in a corner, the system's notification tone abruptly quickened. Alert, weak energy aggregation detected. Target, damaged bronze lamp. The lamp base harbors a trace of stardust. Decomposition yields source points, 100. Target, charred root of a withered tree, lingering essence of lightning-struck wood. Decomposition yields source points, 88. Lu Ming paused, crouching down to casually sift through the other items on the stall, before seemingly nonchalantly picking up the rusted bronze lamp, nearly unrecognizable in its form, in the dark. Charred piece of wood. How much for these two, boss? The stall owner, an elderly man with squinting eyes, lazily replied, 1 low-grade source stone, or 100 taels of silver. Source stone? It appeared to be the currency and cultivation resource of this world. Lu Ming possessed neither source stones nor silver. Maintaining a stoic expression, he set the items down. Too expensive. He feigned an intention to leave. Hey, don't be in such a hurry, young man. The old man called after him. Since you seem earnest, 50 taels. I can't go any lower. This is all I have. Lu Ming pulled out several brightly colored feathers from birds he had found over the past few days, along with a rather peculiar stone, yielding only single-digit source points upon decomposition, placing them on the stall. Would you consider a trade? The old man glanced at the items, initially poised to refuse, but suddenly halted his gaze upon the gray-white stone adorned with natural cloud patterns. Though its energy was feeble, its appearance was striking. Perhaps it could deceive the next unsuspecting fool. All right, I'll sell it to you at a loss. The old man feigned pain as he swiftly pushed the two items toward Lu Ming, anxious he might change his mind. As the transaction concluded and Lu Ming tucked the two items into his robes, a haughty voice interrupted from behind. Hold on. I want that piece of lightning wood. A young man clad in a brocade robe, his complexion somewhat pale, approached accompanied by a burly figure resembling a bodyguard. His gaze was fixed intently on the charred wood that Lu Ming had just stowed away, his eyes ablaze with desire. Clearly knowledgeable, he recognized the wood's extraordinary nature. Lu Ming frowned slightly. Not for sale. The young man was taken aback by the refusal, sizing up Lu Ming's shabby attire before scoffing. Who does this impoverished wanderer think he is? Do you know who I am? Lin Bao of the Lin family. You dare covet what I desire? The Lin family? The prominent clan of Qingmu City? Lu Ming recalled a mark on the map indicating the Lin family's grand estate. However, unperturbed, he maintained a calm tone. The transaction has been completed. The items belong to me now. Seeking death, Lin Bao's expression darkened, and he exchanged a glance with his bodyguard. Get it for me. The burly bodyguard let out a sinister laugh, striding forward, his large hand reaching for Lu Ming's shoulder, emanating a faint ripple of source energy, indicating he was a practitioner of the third or fourth level of the initiation realm. The surrounding crowd immediately parted, watching with eager anticipation, none daring to intervene. Lu Ming's gaze turned icy. Instead of retreating, he advanced, his body slightly sinking as he dodged the approaching hand, his right hand shooting out like lightning, expertly gripping the bodyguard's wrist and twisting it violently. Simultaneously, his left foot stealthily hooked towards the opponent's supporting ankle, a quintessential maneuver in modern military grappling techniques. The burly man had never encountered such an unorthodox and cunning approach. He only felt a sharp pain radiating from his wrist, while his lower body was violently tripped, causing his balance to falter. With a thunderous crash, he was forcefully thrown to the ground by Lu Ming, splattering mud everywhere. The entire episode was executed with remarkable precision, occurring in the blink of an eye, eliciting a chorus of gasps from the onlookers. The arrogance on Lin Bao's face abruptly solidified, replaced by a flicker of astonishment and ire. Incompetent, he cursed one of his attendants, casting a dark glare at Lu Ming as his internal energy began to surge. Seemingly intending to intervene personally, Lu Ming regarded him coldly, his right hand slowly reaching for the tactical dagger at his waist. The atmosphere became charged with tension. At that moment, an elderly cough echoed through the air. Within the bounds of the marketplace, private duels are strictly prohibited. If you wish to fight, do so outside the city. The voice, though not loud, carried an inexplicable authority that momentarily stilled Lin Bao's rising energy. His expression shifted, revealing a hint of trepidation towards the voice's owner. He shot Lu Ming a fierce glare. Kid, I'll remember you. If you have the guts, don't leave the city. With that, he dared not linger, retreating with his attendant, who had just managed to get back on his feet. Lu Ming turned towards the source of the voice and saw an elderly man in gray leisurely sipping tea from a window on the second floor of a tea house at the street corner. As if nothing had transpired moments before. Withdrawing his gaze, Lu Ming suppressed the murderous intent boiling within him and swiftly departed from the marketplace, seeking out the most secluded and economical inn to stay. Once inside his room, he secured the door and immediately retrieved the 2 items he had acquired. Decompose. Decomposition successful. Acquired origin points, 100. Decomposition successful. Acquired origin points, 88. Current origin points, 318. Consumption of soul power, 10. Current soul power, 822. What a windfall. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Ming plunged his consciousness into the system. Optimized Qi Induction Technique. Optimization of Qi Induction Technique, Basic Edition, requires 50 origin points. Proceed with optimization? Yes. A flood of information regarding energy guidance and meridian operation surged into Lu Ming's mind, with efficiency surpassing the original version by several folds. Synthesize Sharp Qi Pill. Synthesis of Sharp Qi Pill, Common Grade, Premium, requires 80 origin points. Trace amount of sharp gold energy, requirements met. Proceed with synthesis? Yes. A flash of white light revealed a pill the size of a longan, its surface adorned with a faint sheen, appearing in his hand, exuding a fragrant aroma rich with pure energy. Lu Ming gazed at the exquisite pill and the optimized technique in his mind, his eyes gleaming with determination. Qingmu City? Merely a larger battlefield, and the hunt has only just begun. Chapter 4. Optimizing Techniques? This enhancement seems rather substantial. In the cramped room of the inn, Lu Ming sat cross-legged on the hard bed, his fingertips delicately pinching the newly synthesized sharp qi pill, whose aura swirled enchantingly. The medicinal fragrance permeated his lungs, imbued with a metallic sharpness that invigorated his spirit merely by inhaling its essence. Without a moment's hesitation, he tilted his head back and swallowed the pill whole. The elixir dissolved upon entry, transforming not into a warm current, but rather resembling a frigid steel needle, piercing through every limb with excruciating intensity. The agony far surpassed that of the previous inferior energy-replenishing pills, as if countless minute blades were traversing through his meridians, slicing and carving a path. Lu Ming let out a muffled groan, beads of cold sweat instantly forming on his forehead, his body trembling uncontrollably. Yet, his gaze remained exceptionally bright, teeth clenched tightly, resolutely enduring the onslaught of the medicinal potency. He immediately began to circulate the technique from the system-optimized qi induction method, which proved to be remarkably efficient. The original technique guided the vital energy akin to a meandering stream, slow and feeble. In contrast, the optimized version seemed to have established a highway within his body, effectively channeling and taming that icy, sharp medicinal force, which surged wildly into his dantian, nourishing and refining his flesh, bones, and skin. The process was agonizing, yet the results were undeniable. He could distinctly sense a tingling sensation from the wound on his ribs, rapidly mending itself. The faint thread of vital energy within him burgeoned with astonishing speed, solidifying. His senses sharpened. He could hear the distant calls from vendors on the street corner and the snores of the neighboring lodger with crystalline clarity. Time slipped away, and when the last trace of medicinal potency was fully absorbed, Lu Ming abruptly opened his eyes, a fleeting brilliance flashing within their depths. He slowly clenched his fists, the joints cracking lightly, as an overwhelming sense of power flooded through him. He even felt a peculiar illusion that, should he confront that shadow wolf now, he might not appear so helpless. Host's Realm Advancement. Chi Source Realm. Level 1. Peak. Current Origin Points. 188. Current Soul Strength. 872. Naturally recovering during cultivation. At last, he had stepped through the threshold of cultivation. Moreover, he had directly attained the peak of the first level, mere steps away from the second level. The effects of this optimized technique and the exquisite elixir were astonishingly potent. A long-lost sensation of strength coursed through his entire being, and Lu Ming felt his muscles swell, as if imbued with boundless energy. In his past life within the military, after each high-intensity training session, he would perform a set of military boxing to stretch and familiarize himself with his power. At this moment, driven almost instinctively by muscle memory, he unconsciously assumed his starting stance. The room was cramped, yet his movements remained impeccably precise. With a bow stance, he unleashed a punch, followed by a throat strike and a side kick, each maneuver executed with succinct ferocity, a gust of wind trailing the sound of his strikes. Each action resonating with the battle-hardened spirit cultivated on the battlefield, subtly harmonizing with the vital energy surging within him. With a fierce cry, caught up in the moment, he delivered a powerful side kick, the motion clean and decisive, his entire strength coalescing into one force. However, he had forgotten that this was not the training ground of a special forces unit, but rather a modest room in an otherworldly inn. Crash! His foot landed squarely on the already wobbly wooden table in the center of the room. The table emitted a pained groan under the immense weight, collapsing into a heap of splintered wood scattered across the floor. Lu Ming remained frozen in the side kick position, gazing at the ensuing chaos, a rare hint of embarrassment flickering across his otherwise stern face. In an instant, the earlier display of prowess shattered more completely than the table itself. He silently retracted his legs, coughed discreetly, and his face swiftly regained an expression of impassivity, as though the person who had just smashed the inn's furniture was someone else entirely. Yet, the slight twitch at the corner of his eye betrayed the turmoil within. Far from the calm he projected outwardly. "What poor quality this table has," he muttered softly, finding a means to excuse himself. Quickly regaining his composure, he approached the wall, dipped his finger in the tea, and began sketching a rudimentary map of Qingmu City based on memory, particularly noting the locations of the Lin family estate and the registration point at Luoyuan Academy. His enhanced abilities brought newfound confidence, but the cautious nature of a seasoned soldier made him acutely aware that information is always paramount for survival. Having offended Lin Bao, the Lin family was unlikely to remain unresponsive. For the next 2 days, Lu Ming kept to himself, spending most of his time in his room consolidating his cultivation, occasionally venturing out discreetly to procure some provisions and gather more intelligence. He learned that the assessment at Luoyuan Academy was still nearly a month away, with evaluation criteria typically encompassing strength, speed, comprehension, and even practical combat. He also caught wind of rumors suggesting that the Lin family seemed to be searching for someone, with descriptions that bore some resemblance to him, yet there was no large-scale manhunt. Rather, it seemed they were observing him quietly. It appeared that Lin Bao was not as powerful as he had presumed, or perhaps he was reluctant to escalate the matter. Fearing that others would discover his oversight in missing a treasure, Lu Ming chuckled coldly to himself. On the third morning, as he concluded his training and prepared to step outside, he pushed open the creaking wooden door of the inn, only to find 3 figures blocking his path like phantoms, effectively trapping him inside. Leading the trio was the burly servant he had dispatched with a single strike, now sporting a sinister grin and bandages wrapped around his wrist. Flanking him were 2 even more formidable men, one armed with a long knife and the other wearing iron gauntlets, their energy fluctuations unmistakably reaching the 3rd and 4th layers of the Qi origin realm. Emerging leisurely from behind them, Lin Bao waved a folding fan, a mocking expression dancing across his face. You've been rather adept at hiding, haven't you? It made it quite difficult for me to find you. He pointed his fan at Lu Ming, commanding, surround this shabby establishment. Today, not only will I reclaim my Thunderstrike wood, but I will also break your limbs. So you understand the consequences of offending the Lin family. The innkeeper and a few scattered guests cowered behind the counter, terrified to make a sound. Lu Ming's gaze turned icy in an instant. He had not anticipated such a vengeful pursuit, as they had indeed come to confront him. Your Thunderstrike wood? Lu Ming's voice remained even, his eyes sweeping over the floor at the entrance while his mind rapidly calculated escape routes and chances of success. Being cornered within the confines of the inn was exceedingly disadvantageous. Of course, anything that passes before me belongs to me, Lin Bao declared brazenly, urging them to act. The man with the knife was the first to lose his composure, unsheathing his weapon with a clang, a faint blade gleam appearing as he aimed to strike directly at Lu Ming's face. Simultaneously, the gauntlet man launched a punch toward Lu Ming's ribs from the side, the wind whistling through the air. The burly servant blocked the escape route on the opposite side. The coordination was impeccable, clearly aimed at swiftly subduing Lu Ming. In this moment of crisis, Lu Ming remained remarkably composed. Suddenly, he retreated, seemingly intending to withdraw into the room. Yet at the precise moment of the opponent's aggressive advance, he twisted his body at an astonishing angle, not to block, but to deliver a forceful kick to the remnants of what had once been a sturdy table, now reduced to splintered wood. Several larger pieces of timber were sent flying, crashing toward the four assailants at the door. To their astonishment, 3 of them found themselves instinctively defending against the airborne debris with blades and fists, wood shavings scattered in the air. Seizing this moment of visual obstruction and chaos, Lu Ming sprang into action. His target was clear, the most formidable adversary wielding a knife. The military dagger slid silently into his grasp as he crouched low, akin to a cheetah sprinting just above ground level, narrowly dodging the flying wood and swiftly penetrating the gap in the knife wielder's defenses. The man had just cleaved through the wood, his previous strength spent and new strength yet to be summoned. He was utterly unprepared for Lu Ming's astonishing speed and cunning approach. With a swift thrust, the icy dagger accurately pierced the shoulder of the knife-wielding arm. Although not a fatal wound, it was sufficient to render him immediately incapacitated. The long knife clattered to the ground as the man let out a pained scream and staggered backward. Almost simultaneously, Lu Ming's consciousness issued a command to the system. Decompose the fallen knife. Target, fine steel long knife, common grade. Decomposition yields origin points. 9. Confirm decomposition? Confirm decomposition. A flash of white light, and the long knife that had just dropped near him vanished in an instant. My knife. The man, clutching his arm and howling in agony, was utterly stunned at this sight, his pain forgotten as if confronted by a ghost. The other 2 thugs and Lin Bao outside were equally captivated by this bizarre scene, momentarily frozen, their expressions a mixture of confusion and disbelief. Where did the knife go? Such a large blade. How could it simply vanish into thin air? What Lu Ming sought was precisely this fleeting moment of their bewilderment. He had no desire to linger in battle. His body surged backward, crashing into the frail wooden wall of the inn. Bang! Crack! The wall was forcibly breached, sending wooden splinters flying as his figure emerged into the alley beyond the inn. Chase! Don't let him escape. He is capable of sorcery. Lin Bao's frantic scream echoed behind him. Without looking back, Lu Ming accelerated to his utmost, swiftly disappearing into the intricate depths of the alley. Current origin points, 197, 1889. Current spirit power, 822, depleted from vigorous movement and decomposition. Leaning against a deserted dead-end alley, Lu Ming steadied his breathing and the slight quickening of his heartbeat. He touched the Qi induction technique revised in his pocket and the scant remaining origin points. It seemed that the days of tranquility had come to an end. He cast a glance toward the direction of the Flowing Cloud Academy, his gaze sharpening and growing colder. Chapter 5. It is through black dealings that one finds the path to wealth. In the depths of the alley's dead end, the air was damp and oppressive. Lu Ming leaned against the cold, rough brick wall, gradually calming his somewhat hurried breath. A faint, piercing pain emanated from beneath his ribs. The recent collision with the wall during his escape seemed to have aggravated an old injury. The chilling numbers in his mind reminded him of the toll taken by the brief skirmish. Lin Bao of the Lin family. He committed this name to memory. The creed of a soldier dictates that one must never refrain from retaliating against threats. Such dangers must be eradicated. Yet, at this moment, a direct assault on the Lin family would be tantamount to suicide. The scar-faced leader of the mercenary group was a mid-stage practitioner of the Qi Source realm, and the thugs surrounding Lin Bao were of similar caliber. The Lin family undoubtedly harbored even more formidable cultivators. He had just barely reached the pinnacle of the first layer of the Chi source realm. He was in dire need of resources, in urgent pursuit of strength. A glance at the meager 197 source points displayed on the interface filled him with concern. These points were essential for optimizing his techniques, synthesizing elixirs, and confronting crises. Relying on the slow process of dismantling stones by the roadside was far too inefficient. His gaze sharpened. Reminiscent of the moment he selected high-risk targets along the border in his past life. This time, however, his targets were those who had expressed malice towards him and appeared to possess ample resources. On the outskirts of the Black Mist Mountains, mercenaries and adventurers drawn by bounties or treasures made for the perfect prey. Since you regard me as quarry, be prepared for the repercussions. Ready to be devoured to the last morsel. For the next 2 days, Lu Ming refrained from returning to the inn. Like a specter, he re-entered the fringes of the Black Mist Mountains near Qingmu City. This area was no longer the depths of despair he had previously encountered. Yet the number of figures moving about had noticeably increased, an amalgamation of diverse backgrounds. Employing his skills in stealth and reconnaissance honed as a special forces operative, he meticulously sifted through potential targets. He dismissed those scattered cultivators who appeared destitute. His focus was on the mercenary squads, groups of 3 to 5, exuding an aura of ferocity. Their words and actions replete with greed and brutality. Concealed within the dense canopy, his form camouflaged by mud and leaves, he observed a small team below that had just finished quarreling. Their discord arose from an uneven distribution of spoils, culminating in a disgruntled, diminutive man storming off, cursing as he departed in another direction. You are the one, Lu Ming thought, his gaze sharpening. He silently descended the trunk, shadowing the man like a wraith. His tracking skills surpassed the understanding of this realm, allowing him to expertly utilize the terrain, the whispers of the wind, and even the distant roars of beasts to mask his movements. The solitary mercenary remained oblivious, approaching a stream and preparing to bend down for a drink. Now is the moment. Lu Ming exerted force beneath his feet, the earth yielding slightly as he shot forth like an arrow released from its bow, soundless. It was not until he was mere 3 meters from his target that the mercenary abruptly sensed something amiss and turned in alarm. But it was far too late. Lu Ming's left hand darted out in a flash, covering the man's mouth and nose from behind, the immense strength rendering any cries stifled in his throat. Simultaneously, the tactical dagger in his right hand cut through the air with precision and ruthlessness, slicing through the mercenary's throat. A gasp escaped the mercenary's lips as his eyes widened in terror and disbelief. His body convulsed violently a few times before slumping to the ground. Swiftly, he dragged the corpse into the nearby thicket, activating his consciousness communication system. He first examined the wound beneath his ribs, noticing it oozing with blood. Immediately, he synthesized a healing ointment. Synthesizing common healing ointment, source points consumed, 5. Current source points, 192. Consumed spiritual power, 25. Current spiritual power, 797. With practiced precision, he carefully sprinkled the powder over the wound, a soothing coolness temporarily alleviating the searing pain. Once this was accomplished, he began to process the spoils of battle. Disassembling the mercenary's leather armor and weapon. Target, inferior leather armor, common. Disassembly will yield source points, 8. Target, dull long knife, common. Disassembly will yield source points, 6. Confirm disassembly. A flash of white light signaled the disappearance of the items. Current source points, 206, 192 14. Consumed spiritual power, 3. Current spiritual power, 767. The gains were meager. Frowning, he quickly searched the corpse's other belongings, uncovering only a few rations and a handful of loose silver coins. It appeared he had encountered a pauper. However, just as he was about to depart, his fingertips brushed against a hard object within the man's inner pocket. Upon retrieving it, he found it to be something tightly wrapped in oilcloth. Unwrapping it revealed an irregular crystal, emanating a faint earthy glow, and when held, it exuded a sense of pure and substantial energy. Notification: Pure Earth Energy Aggregate detected. Target: Earth Vein Spirit Crystal, Fragment. Material of Spirit Stream Realm level. Disassembly will yield source points, 350. Warning: disassembling this item is expected to consume a significant amount of spiritual power, 350 points. A jolt of excitement coursed through Lu Ming. Truly, the spoils of murder and arson were bountiful. Although the warning about spiritual power consumption concerned him, the allure of such a reward was too tempting to resist. He focused his consciousness without hesitation. Disassemble. The moment the command was issued, Lu Ming felt a sudden throb at his temples, an overwhelming fatigue far exceeding that of disassembling common items washed over him. As if he had endured an entire sleepless night, the crystal transformed into motes of light and vanished. Disassembly successful. Gain source points, 350. Current source points, 566, 206, 350. Warning, this operation consumed 12 spiritual power. Current spiritual power, 647. Significant spiritual power expenditure noted. Rest and recovery are advised. A wave of dizziness engulfed him, and Lu Ming shook his head, taking several deep breaths to regain his composure. The cost of disassembling high-tier items was indeed substantial. He silently noted this lesson. Having tasted the sweetness of success, Lu Ming became more patient in his hunting endeavors, yet also more cautious, striving to avoid confronting multiple adversaries simultaneously. The journey, however, was not without its challenges. On one occasion, he nearly caught the attention of a keen-sensed fifth-tier practitioner of the Origin Realm, forcing him to engage in a desperate struggle. Relying on his superior combat skills and the sharpness of his military dagger, he barely escaped, though the old injury in his ribs reopened, causing him to grimace in pain. Cursing under his breath, he leaned against the tree, swallowing the last morsel of his meager provisions, gritting his teeth against the pain. He administered another dose of medicine to himself, unable to suppress an expletive. Once he had tended to his wounds, he seemed to engage in a silent duel with the air, executing a series of rapid, muted military-style combat moves. The actions were somewhat distorted due to the strain on his injuries, presenting an image of both awkwardness and stubbornness. After finishing his impromptu training, he took a deep breath. His expression remained hard and unyielding, yet the irritation in his eyes, stirred by his injuries, had notably diminished. This ingrained routine offered a peculiar sense of relief. For the past 2 days, he had drifted like a silent specter along the fringes of the Black Mist Mountains, encountering 4 groups of targets in succession, and his collection of essence points had been incrementally growing. Decomposing a rusty iron sword, common, gained essence points, 5, consumed soul power, 1. Decomposing a damaged leather shield, common, gained essence points, 4, consumed soul power, 1. Decomposing a first-order beast claw material, Origin Realm, gained essence points, 40. Consumed soul power, 3. Current essence points, 615, 56649. Current soul power, 58. Frequent use of decomposition and combat consumes a significant amount of high-tier items, while the rewards paled in comparison to the fragment of the Earth Vein Spirit Crystal. The accumulation was nonetheless commendable. More importantly, he had become increasingly adept at harnessing his own power, solidifying his peak proficiency at the first layer of the Origin Realm and subtly brushing against the threshold of the second layer. However, the ongoing drain on his soul power began to manifest as fatigue. That evening, he fixed his gaze upon a trio of adventurers. This small squad was well-equipped, led by a burly man bearing a vicious scar across his face, whose aura unmistakably radiated from the 6th layer of the Origin Realm. The other 2 appeared to be at the 4th layer. They had just collaboratively slain a peak first-order beast and were jubilantly disassembling its remains. The scarred leader extracted a fist-sized crystal core, shimmering with a faint azure glow, from the beast's skull, laughing triumphantly. "Ha! A valuable prize. Once we sell this, we can indulge for a month." Lu Ming's attention immediately locked onto the crystal core. Target: First-order wind element beast core, peak of the Origin Realm. Decomposing yields essence points, 90. Warning: decomposing this item will consume moderate soul power. A splendid find. Yet he refrained from acting immediately. The adversaries were formidable, particularly the scarred man, who emanated an aura of danger. Engaging them head-on would yield little chance of victory, and given that nearly half of his soul power had already been expended, he was not in optimal condition. He waited patiently, as still as a rock. The opportunity soon presented itself. One of the subordinates, urgently needing to relieve himself, cursed as he wandered toward a nearby thicket. Now was the moment. Lu Ming silently followed. Just as the subordinate unfastened his belt, caught entirely off guard, the cold blade of his military dagger found its mark at his throat with lethal precision. Before he could utter a single sound, his life had slipped away. Decomposing leather armor, common, 5. Long knife, common, 6. Gained essence points, 11. Current essence points, 626. Consumed soul power, 2. He did not disturb the demon core, but swiftly dragged the corpse of his subordinate to a conspicuous location, deliberately creating the illusion of a beast attack. Then, he emitted a brief yet terrifying scream, his imitation remarkably lifelike. A monkey. What is going on? In the distance, Scarface and another subordinate were instantly alerted, seizing their weapons and rushing over with caution. Upon seeing their companion's tragic corpse, their expressions shifted dramatically. Damn, was it the Black Needle Weasel? Another subordinate speculated, eyeing the wound on the neck with uncertainty. Scarface furrowed his brow, crouching down to inspect closely, a flicker of doubt crossing his eyes, as if sensing something amiss. At that moment, when the two were entirely captivated by the corpse, Lu Ming sprang into action. His target was not Scarface, but rather another subordinate at the fourth layer of the Origin realm. He launched himself from the side, attacking with a tactical dagger aimed directly at the enemy's back. The subordinate, quick-witted, suddenly lunged forward in response to the crisis, the dagger slicing through his armor and drawing forth a stream of blood. Enemy attack. Boss, be careful, he shouted, his spirit in turmoil as he rolled and scrambled to evade. You little bastard. You're seeking death. Scarface finally reacted, his fury erupting as he swung a hefty cleaver with the fierce wind of the sixth layer of the Origin realm, striking down at Lu Ming. Lu Ming did not engage Scarface directly. Having failed to eliminate the subordinate in one blow, he did not linger. His body slipped away like an eel, using the trees for cover, and lunged directly towards the wind-type demon core that Scarface had carelessly placed on a rock nearby. Damn it, trying to steal my things. Scarface roared, his attack accelerating. Lu Ming seemed to have eyes on the back of his head. His forward motion abruptly transformed into a desperate roll to the side. The heavy blade nearly grazed his back, crashing into the ground and leaving a deep crater. Amidst the flying debris, Lu Ming's left hand swiftly seized the demon core. Disassemble the demon core. The mental command was sent forth instantly. He understood that this was the only way to take it away in an instant. Target, first-tier wind-type demon core. Disassembling will yield source points, 90. Proceed with disassembly. Warning, medium soul power consumption. Confirm disassembly. A flash of white light, and the valuable demon core vanished into thin air right beneath Scarface's eyes. Simultaneously, Lu Ming felt as if his head had been struck by a small hammer. A wave of dizziness washing over him again. Disassembly successful. Obtain source points, 90. Current source points, 716, 62690. Soul power consumed, 8. Current soul power, 50. Soul power below safety threshold. Strongly advised to cease actions and rest immediately. My demon core. Scarface stared, aghast, as his treasure disappeared, his eyes instantly bloodshot. Nearly driven to madness, his expression was more grotesque than if he had lost a beloved parent. What have you done? Give it back to me. However, Lu Ming paid him no heed. Having secured the most valuable item, he, despite battling dizziness, turned and fled into the depths of the complex thicket, where the terrain was most intricate. Pursue. Kill him. Tear his body to shreds. Extract his soul to light the heavens. The scarred-faced man, consumed by madness, roared as he pursued his terrified subordinate with remarkable speed. Lu Ming, pushing his pace to the utmost, darted through the forest, skillfully leveraging the terrain to create distance. Yet, the furious shouts and the sound of slicing air from behind grew ever closer. Amidst the surging numbers of his source points and the dwindling essence of his soul, coupled with the imminent threat of death approaching from behind, a cold and frenzied smile crept across Lu Ming's lips. Indeed, the treacherous path of betrayal seemed to be the quickest route to wealth. However, the peril of being overwhelmed was undeniably immense. With his soul essence nearing exhaustion and his speed severely hampered, a formidable adversary from the sixth layer of the Origin realm pursued him relentlessly. Despite possessing a substantial fortune, Lu Ming found himself in dire straits. How could he leverage the 755 source points he possessed to turn the tide? Chapter 6. My rules are just rules. A chilling fear and a seething fury intertwined like two strands of rope, constricting Lu Ming's heart. The furious roars of the scarred man and the approaching footsteps echoed like a death knell, compounding his plight. The dizziness stemming from the excessive depletion of his soul essence washed over him, blurring his vision and rendering his steps unsteady. If this continued, death was inevitable. He had to replenish his soul essence immediately. In a desperate flight for survival, Lu Ming's consciousness frantically connected to the system's marketplace, his eyes rapidly scanning the gray areas under the medicinal items category. Though options were still limited due to insufficient permissions, a few new icons faintly illuminated, perhaps due to his elevated realm or the ample source points he possessed. Spirit Cleansing Powder, Common Grade, Superior. Effect, slightly nourishes the soul, alleviates soul fatigue. Requires 80 source points for exchange. Note, effects are mild, requiring a quarter of an hour for digestion. Spirit Nourishing Pill, Low Grade. Lingxi Realm. Effect, rapidly restores a certain amount of soul essence and slightly enhances soul strength for a short duration. Requires 250 source points for exchange. Note, contains a trace of pill toxicity. Repeated use within a short period will diminish effectiveness. 250. How exorbitantly priced. Lu Ming cursed inwardly, but did not hesitate. He exchanged for the Spirit Nourishing Pill. Source points consumed, 250. Acquired, Spirit Nourishing Pill X1. Current source points, 466. Soul essence consumed. 3. Exchange operation cost. Current soul essence, 47. A pill the size of a longan, adorned with faint cloud patterns, materialized in his hand, exuding a refreshing aura. Without a second thought, he popped it into his mouth, chewing recklessly before swallowing it whole. As the pill settled in his abdomen, it did not generate a significant surge of vital energy. Rather, it transformed into an incredibly cool and soothing stream, flowing directly into his mind's sea of consciousness. The overwhelming dizziness and fatigue melted away like snow under the blazing sun. Clarity returned to his thoughts, and his senses sharpened, even surpassing their previous acuity. Consuming the spirit-nourishing pill, soul essence is rapidly recovering. 85-90, restoring to 95. A slight enhancement to the upper limit of spiritual strength has been achieved. Current spiritual power, 95, limit increased. Note, a trace of residual pill poison remains within, reducing the effectiveness of similar pills consumed within 12 hours. Lu Ming exhaled a long breath of turbid air. His gaze instantly regained the sharpness of a hawk. His speed surged abruptly, transforming his previously unsteady steps into a robust and powerful stride. Behind him, the scar-faced pursuer momentarily faltered, sensing that the aura of the youth ahead had seemingly stabilized or even intensified. Damn it, he is using drugs? I wonder how many he has left. He roared, unleashing his innate energy without restraint, accelerating once more, closing the distance between them. Continuing to run like this was not a viable strategy. Lu Ming's mind raced as his gaze scanned the terrain ahead, landing on a narrow crevice, slick with moss. This is it. He plunged into the crevice, pressing his body against the cold stone wall. The scar-faced man, without a second thought, relying on his formidable cultivation at the 6th layer of the Qi origin realm, charged in with a roar. Just as he entered the crevice halfway, his body was suddenly constrained by the narrow confines. Decomposed the ground beneath his feet. Lu Ming's consciousness zeroed in on the moss-covered, slippery rock that the scar-faced man was stepping on. Target, slippery rock, common. Decomposition will yield 1 origin point. Proceed with decomposition. Confirm decomposition. A flash of white light, and a small portion of the already precarious stone vanished instantly. His forward momentum came to an abrupt halt. 1 foot slipped, and he lost his balance entirely. What the hell? The scar-faced man gasped in horror, desperately trying to brace himself against the stone wall. But Lu Ming awaited this very opportunity. Like a venomous serpent lying in wait, he sprang from the shadows. His tactical dagger not aimed at the scar-faced man's protective arms or chest, but rather, with pinpoint precision, plunged fiercely into the sole of his foot, which had spread wide in an attempt to regain balance. A blood-curdling scream echoed through the forest, startling countless birds into flight. The scar-faced man wore mere leather boots, utterly incapable of withstanding the dagger's sharpness. The blade nearly embedded itself to the hilt in his foot, pinning it firmly into the suddenly appearing pit below. The excruciating pain sent him into convulsions. His innate energy spiraled into chaos, leaving him wedged in an awkward position within the crevice, utterly immobilized. Boss, the 4th layer Qi origin subordinate trailing behind was petrified at the horrific scene. Lu Ming's gaze remained icy, not pausing for a moment. In the instant the scar-faced man was lost in anguish, his other hand raised the dagger, transforming it into a cold glimmer that precisely glided across the unprotected throat of the scar-faced man. The screams abruptly ceased. The scar-faced man's eyes widened in disbelief, filled with terror and despair, gasping for air as blood gushed from his neck. He futilely struggled twice before collapsing entirely, lifeless. Decomposed his leather boots, common, yielding 3 origin points. Lu Ming even remembered to disassemble his worn-out shoe before the anatomy class. All of this transpired in a flash. The underling, at the 4th level of the origin realm, was utterly dumbfounded, only reacting when his leader met his demise, blood splattering onto his face. He let out a startled cry and attempted to flee, but now it was too late. Lu Ming unsheathed his dagger, leaping forth like a cheetah, his speed far surpassing that of his adversary. The underling sensed a fierce wind rushing from behind. As he turned, he was met with a military boot, caked in mud and blood, rapidly approaching. Bang! Lu Ming delivered a precise side kick, striking the underling squarely in the face. The sound of his nasal bone shattering was unmistakable. The underling did not utter a single sound before being sent hurtling backward, crashing heavily against a tree, unconscious. Lu Ming approached, devoid of any intent to interrogate, and with an expressionless demeanor, delivered a final blow, extinguishing the wretched soul's life. To show mercy to one's enemy is to be cruel to oneself. The battle concluded. Within the narrow crevice, only 3 corpses remained alongside the pungent scent of blood. Lu Ming leaned against the stone wall, breathing slightly heavier. The relentless intensity of the combat and heightened tension had begun to wear on him. He moved to the corpse of the scar-faced man, meticulously searching. Aside from scattered silver coins, his most significant find was a sturdy leather wallet. Upon opening it, he discovered several gold notes and, astonishingly, 3 gemstones the size of fingernails, shimmering with a soft white glow. Notification: Pure Vitality Aggregation discovered. Objective: Low-grade Vitality Stones, X3. Each disassembly yields 100 source points. Warning: Disassembling energy aggregates consumes more soul power than ordinary items. 300 points. Lu Ming's eyes gleamed. This was the real treasure. Without hesitation, he secured the 3 vitality stones, opting not to disassemble them for now, reserving them for unforeseen circumstances. With his source points still fairly abundant, it was more prudent to conserve his soul power for potential risks. Having completed this, he surveyed the chaotic scene before him, contemplating, and suddenly, he tapped the forehead of the scar-faced corpse with the hilt of his dagger, producing a dull thud. In your next life, perhaps possess some discernment, he murmured, his tone as flat as commenting on the weather. This somewhat peculiar act stood in stark contrast to his cold expression. Swiftly, he dragged the 3 bodies to a thicket where they would be less likely to be discovered, making a simple effort to obscure the traces. Gazing at the heavy, high-quality steel machete wielded by the scar-faced man, he pondered briefly. Disassemble. Objective: High-quality steel machete, ordinary grade, nearing the embryo of an artifact in the origin realm. Disassembly yields 10 source points. Proceed with disassembly. Confirm disassembly. A flash of white light, and the weapon vanished. There is no need to retain such conspicuous burdens. Having completed everything, Lu Ming did not linger for a moment. After discerning the direction, he swiftly departed from the bloody terrain. Sunlight filtered through the dense foliage, casting mottled shadows upon him. With 565 source points and 3 low-grade spirit stones in his possession, his spiritual energy was abundant, and his condition was unprecedentedly favorable. He had already delved deeply into the laws of the Black Mist Mountains. Now, it was time for others to experience his rules. Chapter 7. The Flowing Cloud Academy. First, a registration fee. The slaughter and bloodshed at the edge of the Black Mist Mountains were far behind him. Lu Ming donned a coarse garment acquired from a mercenary who had contributed his wealth, although it was somewhat ill-fitting. It perfectly concealed his overly conspicuous battle attire and the lingering aura of hostility. Like a droplet merging into the ocean, he blended into the throng heading towards Qingmu City. Re-entering this bustling metropolis, it seemed that the guards at the city gate had increased in number, their keen eyes scanning the incoming crowd, particularly pausing momentarily on solitary wanderers like him, who appeared travel-worn. Maintaining a calm demeanor, Lu Ming slightly lowered his head, suppressing his presence to the utmost. Resembling an ordinary adventurer, thus successfully re-entering the city, he chose not to return to the secluded inn he had visited previously. Instead, he meandered for a while and settled into a small inn at the bustling street near the Flowing Cloud Academy's registration point. A place that seemed to be a mix of various types, where payment was accepted without inquiries into one's background. Upon closing the door, his first task was to inspect his spoils. The 3 low-grade spirit stones lay quietly in the palm of his hand, emanating a gentle and pure energy fluctuation. Objective: Low-grade spirit stones X3. Each can be decomposed for 100 source points. Warning: Decomposing energy aggregators consumes spiritual energy more than ordinary items. He opted against decomposition. These stones appeared to be the hard currency of this world, and direct decomposition might not be as advantageous as utilizing them for trade or emergencies at critical moments. He carefully stored the spirit stones away. Subsequently, he immersed his consciousness into the system. With 481 source points, he possessed a considerable fortune that must be converted into combat power. The assessments at the Flowing Cloud Academy were by no means trivial. He first turned his attention to the martial arts techniques. Modified Qi induction technique was currently sufficient, while optimizing to higher-tier techniques would require thousands of points, which he would temporarily set aside. His gaze shifted to the categories of medicines and tools, but this time, he focused on items that could produce temporary effects without leaving obvious traces. Powerful Talisman, Single Use. Effect: when activated and affixed to a limb. The next attack's power is increased by 30%, limited to the origin realm and below. Exchange cost: source points X50. Swift Movement Talisman, Single Use. Effect: when activated and affixed to the legs, movement speed is enhanced by 50% for 10 minutes, limited to the origin realm and below. Exchange cost: source points X60. Concealment Talisman, Single Use. Effect: when affixed to the body, it significantly diminishes the presence of one's aura for half an hour, rendering it difficult for divine consciousness to detect. Redemption cost: 55 essence points. Refined steel fist strike, common grade exceptional. Compact structure, easy to conceal. And delivers an armor-piercing blunt strike effect upon impact. Redemption cost, 75 essence points. These talismans possess formidable yet fleeting effects, perfectly suited for his needs. Lu Ming pondered briefly before making his selection. He exchanged for one powerful talisman, one movement talisman, and one concealment talisman. Essence points consumed, 5060-55165. Obtained corresponding items. Current essence points, 316 for 81165. Soul power consumed, 6. Redemption operation cost. Current soul power, 72. A flash of white light illuminated the area, revealing 3 talismans. Crafted from unique materials and adorned with intricate vermilion patterns, now in his possession. He carefully secured the talismans, opting not to redeem the fist strike for the time being, as it was unnecessary. With preparations complete, he departed from the inn, making his way toward the enrollment point at the Luyun Academy. The enrollment point was situated in a spacious square to the west of the city, now bustling with a throng of individuals, young boys and girls from surrounding regions. Accompanied by their family elders or masters, awaited eagerly, their faces radiating excitement, anxiety, and anticipation. At the far end of the square, a temporary elevated platform had been erected, where several disciples clad in the Academy's distinctive light blue cloud-patterned attire sat, overseeing the registration process. Beside them stood 2 stone tablets, one a gray spirit-testing stone tablet, half a person's height, and the other a pitch-black monument covered in enigmatic patterns. A large notice board prominently displayed the assessment qualifications and requirements. Luyun Academy Admission Assessment Guidelines. 1. Basic qualifications. Age, 16 to 18 years. Cultivation, must reach at least the 3rd layer of the Chi Source realm. 2. Assessment content. First stage, verification of cultivation and preliminary aptitude assessment, spirit testing tablet. Second stage, vitality power test, attack the monument of origin to measure vitality burst. Third stage, agility speed test, navigate through the flowing light array. Fourth stage, comprehension test, to be determined. Final, practical combat assessment. The line was long, and progress was slow. Lu Ming quietly stood at the end of the queue, calmly observing the proceedings ahead. Before the spirit testing tablet, most applicants placed their hands upon it, causing the tablet to illuminate with varying heights and brightness of white light. To qualify, one must reach the baseline of the 3rd layer of the Chi Source realm, with the white light stabilizing above 1/3 of the tablet's height. Occasionally, a prodigy who could make the tablet glow beyond half would incite considerable commotion and nods of approval from the disciples on stage. Next, Li Yuan called out the registering disciple. A richly dressed youth stepped forward confidently, placing his hand upon the tablet. Buzz. The tablet instantly lit up, the white light ascending rapidly, effortlessly surpassing the midpoint, ultimately halting at approximately 70% of the tablet's height. The brilliance was dazzling, eliciting gasps from the crowd. Li Yuan, 16 years old. 4th layer of the Chi Source realm. Aptitude, superior. A smile appeared on the face of the Academy disciple as he announced loudly. The elegantly attired youth, Li Yuan, surveyed his surroundings with pride, reveling in the admiration of others. Lu Ming gazed expressionlessly ahead. At 16, he was at the 4th layer of the Chi Source realm, endowed with superior talent, indeed possessing the merit to feel pride. The group continued to advance. Finally, it was Lu Ming's turn. He stepped forward, attended to by a fair-faced yet somewhat aloof female disciple, who without lifting her head inquired, name, age. Lu Ming, 17, he stated, providing the approximate age of this body. Proceed to the side for your cultivation aptitude test. The female disciple handed him a wooden plaque inscribed with a number. Lu Ming approached the spiritual stone monument. Feeling numerous eyes upon him, dressed simply and alone, he did not attract much attention. Taking a deep breath, he refrained from fully employing the optimized Qi guiding technique. Instead, he gently pressed his palm against the cold surface of the monument, summoning the most fundamental essence from his dantian, meticulously suppressing it to just meet the required standard. Buzz. The stone monument trembled, emitting a white light that slowly ascended, steadily surpassing the threshold representing the 3rd layer of the Chi Source realm, ultimately halting slightly above the 4th layer. The radiance was not dazzling, but rather stable and solid. Lu Ming, 17 years old, Chi Source realm 3rd layer. Aptitude, above average. Qualified, proceed to wait for the next round of assessments. The female disciple glanced up briefly, announcing in a flat tone without further scrutiny. Suddenly, an unabashed snicker erupted from the side. It was Li Yuan, accompanied by a few companions, who regarded Lu Ming with expressions of superiority and mockery. 3rd layer of the Chi Source realm? Above average? TSK, just barely scraping by. With that cultivation level, during the second round of the essence test, the inscription might not even resonate. Li Yuan's voice was neither too loud nor too soft, perfectly audible to those nearby. His companions joined in laughter. Lu Ming's gaze fell upon Li Yuan's immaculate embroidered robe and the exquisite jade pendant adorning his waist. He felt no anger. Not even a flicker of emotion crossed his face. As he withdrew his gaze and brushed past Li Yuan, seemingly due to the crowd's density, his left fingertips subtly twitched. Target, exquisite embroidered robe, silk with gold trim. Decomposition yields source points, 8. Target, pure heart warm jade, low-tier artifact embryo. Decomposition yields source points, 80. Confirm decomposition. A fleeting glimmer of light vanished unnoticed. Hey, watch where you're going, Li Yuan exclaimed, irritated by the slight contact. Instinctively brushing off the spot where Lu Ming had brushed against him. Just then, one of his companions suddenly widened his eyes, pointing at Li Yuan and stammering, Yuan, your clothes. Where's your jade? Li Yuan paused, glancing down, his pupils dilating in shock. To his horror, a substantial portion of his originally splendid and costly robe had vanished without warning from his right shoulder to his sleeve, revealing the plain white undergarment beneath. Even more alarming was that his family heirloom warm jade, along with the silk cord that secured it, had mysteriously disappeared. Ah, my jade, my peacock brocade. Li Yuan let out a piercing scream, his face turning pale as he frantically searched his person. The scene quickly descended into utter chaos and absurdity. The disciples on the high platform were likewise stirred, frowning as they cast their gazes toward the commotion. The instigator of this uproar, Lu Ming, had long since donned an expressionless facade as he made his way to the waiting area for qualified candidates, as if everything behind him was of no consequence. His spirits lifted, he mused that the registration fee had been reimbursed, leaving him with a profit. The second round of assessments commenced shortly thereafter. The evaluation point had shifted to the opposite side of the square, where 10 towering steels, entirely black and adorned with intricate mystical patterns, stood resolutely. Candidates were required to channel their energy and strike the steels with all their might. The patterns would illuminate to varying degrees based on the force of the energy impact, thereby assessing the strength of the energy output. Li Yuan, previously determined to possess superior aptitude, though unsettled by his lost possessions, still had a solid foundation. Taking a deep breath, he unleashed a full-powered punch upon the steel. With a resonant hum, the patterns on the steel instantaneously lit up, rapidly ascending to nearly the 6th tier, eliciting a chorus of admiration. Li Yuan's energy output was rated as middle grade. The examiner nodded in acknowledgement. With a slight easing of his countenance, Li Yuan coldly snorted and retreated, casting a disdainful glance at Lu Ming among the crowd. When it was Lu Ming's turn, he approached an unoccupied steel. The surrounding gazes were predominantly tinged with sympathy or amusement. What remarkable performance could a mere third level of the origin realm possibly achieve? Illuminating 3 tiers would be considered commendable. Lu Ming gradually assumed a standard punching stance, but in the fleeting moment before he struck, a subtle shift in his intent activated the power symbol concealed within his sleeve, transforming into ash. A surge of overwhelming power coursed into his right arm. What seemed a mundane punch was suddenly unleashed with tremendous force. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted, reverberating louder than any candidate before him. The dark steel trembled as if struck by a colossal hammer, the intricate patterns illuminating at an unprecedented speed, akin to a red-hot branding iron, swiftly surpassing 50, 60, and 70 tiers without pause, ultimately reaching its zenith. The blinding brilliance rendered the nearby steels dim in comparison. The entire square fell into a stunned silence. All present gaped in disbelief at the steel, ablaze with light, and at the expressionless youth in the green robe, frozen in his punch pose. Even an elder in gray robes, who had been meditating with closed eyes atop the platform, suddenly snapped them open, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within. The examiner responsible for recording stood agape, stammering for a moment before exclaiming, Lu Ming, energy output rated as upper grade, nearing the extraordinary. The third round involved testing speed and agility. Within a setup of softly glowing light barriers that appeared randomly, candidates were required to traverse a distance of 100 zhong at utmost speed. Just before entering, Lu Ming discreetly activated this swift movement symbol. As the examiner gave the signal, his figure instantaneously became a blur, not relying on intricate techniques of movement, but rather on pure, unparalleled speed. The figure darted across the ground like a bolt of lightning, leaving fleeting afterimages in its wake, as the random flashes of light flickered to life. In the blink of an eye, he covered a distance of 100 zhong, shattering the record for the Qi Origin Realm level that had stood at the Flowing Cloud Academy for for nearly a decade. The examiner, rendered utterly numb, trembled as he gazed at the hourglass measuring time. Lu Ming's speed was extraordinary, surpassing all expectations. The unprecedented evaluations in the 2 consecutive rounds ignited a fervor in the square. All eyes turned to the seemingly ordinary youth, filled with astonishment, disbelief, and curiosity. Li Yuan and his companions had turned pale, their previous mockery and sense of superiority obliterated, leaving only shock and a trace of fear. What manner of creature was this? Lu Ming calmly exited the testing area, feeling a slight emptiness as the effects of the 2 talismans dissipated, his heart unperturbed. Concealing his prowess? No. This was merely the beginning. However, his overwhelming display did not escape the attention of the aged figure in gray robes on the high platform. The elder squinted slightly, tapping his fingers lightly on the armrest, his gaze falling upon the youth's slightly tattered sleeve, a faint smile playing upon his lips. His strength and speed were commendable. Yet this last-minute strategy was intriguing. I hope your insight does not disappoint me, young one, the elder murmured to himself, his voice barely audible. Lu Ming seemed to sense something, glancing back at the high platform, locking eyes with the elder's seemingly murky yet penetrating gaze. A shiver ran through him, though his expression remained composed. The low-key performance in the first round, followed by the dominating displays in the second and third rounds, had achieved its intended effect. Now, it was time to test that so-called insight. Chapter 8. Insight Test? Perhaps a direct dissection would suffice. The commotion in the square reached a crescendo as Lu Ming garnered 2 consecutive extraordinary evaluations, a multitude of gazes fixated upon him, intertwining emotions of inquiry, shock, jealousy, and disbelief. Yet, Lu Ming appeared oblivious, expressionless as he returned to the area for successful candidates, seeking a quiet corner to stand in stillness. Subtly recovering from the slight depletion of his essence after utilizing the talismans, he sensed that the sharp, aged gaze from the high platform lingered upon him. The elder in gray robes had undoubtedly discerned something. However, as he did not reveal it, Lu Ming was content to feign ignorance. Li Yuan and his companions now cowered at a distance, their faces a mixture of pallor and dread, no longer daring to meet Lu Ming's eyes. The overwhelming power and speed had extinguished their previous arrogance, leaving behind only trepidation and anxiety. After a brief respite, an academy steward ascended the high platform and proclaimed loudly, "Silence. We shall now proceed to the 4th round of the insight test." Instantly, the crowd fell silent, every youth who had passed the first 3 rounds holding their breath in anticipation. Insight, in many ways, is more challenging to enhance than aptitude and holds greater significance, as it determines the future limits of understanding techniques and grasping principles. With a wave of his hand, the steward signaled several disciples to cautiously lift a stone pillar, half a person's height, crafted entirely from an extraordinary gray-white jade. The surface of the pillar gleamed, intricately adorned with complex runes, while the apex bore a distinct handprint indentation. This was the spirit testing pillar, capable not only of assessing one's aptitude but also of sensing the depth and completeness of one's comprehension of martial techniques. The steward surveyed the crowd, raising his voice. The content of this comprehension test is hereby revealed. He produced an ancient jade tablet, its hue dull and edges somewhat frayed. This is a fragmentary technique acquired by a predecessor of the Academy, titled Water Condensation Technique, Basic Edition. However, due to the passage of time, much of its content is missing or erroneous, and the operational route is incomplete. Attempting to cultivate this could even risk damage to your meridians. You are to place your palms upon the spirit testing pillar for the duration of an incense stick, immersing your mind in the fluctuations of the jade tablet to gain insight. The pillar will illuminate with varying degrees of light based on the completeness and accuracy of your understanding. A glow exceeding 3 feet signifies qualification, 6 feet denotes good comprehension, and 8 feet represents excellence. Now begin. Upon finishing, he activated the jade tablet, and a faint, intermittent, and noticeably sluggish wave of water-attributed vitality began to emanate, enveloping the candidates seated on their mats. Instantly, the candidates scrambled to place their hands in the indentation of the spirit testing pillar, closing their eyes in concentration, striving to grasp, memorize, and comprehend the obscure fragment of the technique, seeking to uncover the correct operational trajectory within. Li Yuan and the others hurriedly pressed their hands against the pillar, their brows furrowed, exerting themselves fully, and soon beads of sweat formed on their foreheads, clearly indicating the strenuousness of their efforts. The pillar before them flickered to life, struggling to rise to 1 foot, then 2, yet it seemed to stall, its glow wavering uncertainly, indicative of their halting comprehension. Lu Ming also followed suit, placing his hand upon the pillar, but unlike the others, he did not labor over the fragmented fluctuations. Comprehension? Too slow. Moreover, was there an error in this technique? His consciousness directly sank into the system, focusing on the source of the emanating fluctuations from the ancient jade tablet. System, scan, and analyze the structure and energy imprints of the jade tablet. Reverse engineer the complete technique information recorded and identify all errors and omissions. Command received. Initiating scan of target jade tablet structure. Analysis detected numerous missing nodes and 3 critical energy flow errors. Reverse engineering the complete water condensation technique, basic edition, will consume 150 source points. Do you wish to continue? Continue, Lu Ming replied without hesitation. 100 points was trivial. Consuming source points, 150. Current source points, 254, 404,150. Derivation complete. The complete structure of water condensation technique, basic edition, has been reconstructed and optimized, with errors corrected and supplemented. Relevant information has been transmitted. In an instant, a flawless, cohesive version of the water condensation technique materialized in Lu Ming's mind, encompassing all intricate operational routes, the nuances of energy conversion, and the consequences of the 3 errors along with their correct methodologies, all imprinted as if they were innate memories, vividly etched within the depths of his consciousness. The entire process transpired in less than 2 breaths. At the very moment the system completed its derivation and reconstruction, the spirit-testing jade pillar beneath Lu Ming's palm erupted with an unprecedented, resonant hum. Buzz. Following this, a robust and liquid-like azure beam of light surged forth from the base of the pillar, akin to a volcano that had been suppressed for millennia, ascending skyward with tremendous force. In an instant, it effortlessly breached the 3-foot threshold. Without pause, it shattered the 6-foot standard, surpassed the 8-foot excellence line, and reached the pinnacle of the jade pillar, an astounding 9 feet 9 inches. Yet, this was not the end. As the azure beam reached the top of the pillar, it did not cease. Rather, it erupted even higher, materializing an additional foot of solid light above the pillar. The intense blue radiance illuminated the entire square, eclipsing even the sunlight above. Pure, complete, perfect. The beam of light was devoid of any impurities, unwavering in its stability, resembling a sapphire column standing majestically between heaven and earth. Thud. A young boy, who had been deeply engrossed in contemplation, was jolted by the sudden onslaught of terrifying radiance and energy fluctuations, causing him to fall onto the ground in shock, mouth agape, staring dumbfounded at the soaring light. What is this? 9 feet 9. It exceeded that. How could this be? My heavens, what has he comprehended? Could it be a complete technique? The entire square erupted in astonishment. Everyone was rendered speechless by this unprecedented phenomenon. Even the seasoned elders and disciples on the high platform stood in shock, their faces etched with disbelief and awe. Li Yuan had just managed to make the jade pillar before him emit a glow of nearly 4 feet. But before he could revel in his accomplishment, he was completely overshadowed by the overwhelming azure light beside him. The color drained from his face in an instant. His hand resting on the pillar trembled violently, his mind blank, consumed by an endless sense of shock and profound helplessness. This was not a contest of the same caliber. On the high platform, the elderly figure in gray robes, Mo Yuan, abruptly opened his eyes, a terrifying brilliance igniting within them, his body leaning forward slightly in excitement. He fixated on the towering blue beam and the expressionless boy beneath it, the completeness of the Tao's rhythm. To think this child, within the span of a single incense stick, not only completely filled in the gaps of the incomplete technique, but also comprehended it to a state of flawless perfection. What an astonishing level of insight. No, this was simply unfathomable. A tempest of emotions surged within the old man, having lived for centuries. He had never encountered or even heard of such an extraordinary occurrence. Meanwhile, Lu Ming, the catalyst of this extraordinary event, felt a slight pang in his heart at the moment the beam soared. Perhaps he had overstepped his bounds? He thought expressionlessly and instinctively. He gently tapped the surface of the jade pillar with his right index finger, the rhythm reminiscent of the first 2 notes of a world-renowned victorious melody. Tap, tap, tap. This subtle motion, set against the backdrop of the earth-shattering beam, appeared remarkably out of place and almost comical. The elder Mo Yuan atop the high platform observed with utmost clarity, his eyelids twitching violently, nearly losing his composure as a distinguished figure. Was this young man a peerless prodigy or merely an oddity? At that moment, the spirit-testing jade pillar, burdened with an energy it was never meant to endure, emitted a mournful cry of distress. Crack! A subtle yet distinct sound of shattering resonated. At the pinnacle of the jade pillar, where the radiance blazed brightest, a slender fissure unexpectedly appeared, although the pillar was not entirely shattered. The emergence of that crack unequivocally proclaimed that Lu Ming's comprehension had surpassed the detection limits of this artifact. Instantly, the bustling square fell into an eerie silence. As everyone stared, wide-eyed, at the minuscule fracture on the jade pillar, then at the innocently bewildered Lu Ming, feeling as if their worldviews had been utterly upended. A comprehension test had caused the testing artifact to crack. What manner of monster is this? The steward was left utterly dumbfounded, mouth agape, unable to utter a word, only looking to Elder Mo Yuan on the platform for assistance. Taking a deep breath to suppress his astonishment, Elder Mo Yuan descended step by step from the platform, approaching Lu Ming, his murky old eyes now gleaming with intensity. Fixating on Lu Ming with a voice tinged with barely perceptible tremors. "Young man, how on earth did you accomplish this?" Lu Ming met his gaze calmly, having already prepared a response that, though it sounded rather preposterous, there is nothing special about it. I merely found the operational methods within this jade tablet to be awkward in their incompleteness, and the erroneous aspects even more so. Following my intuition, I pondered a bit, and it became coherent on its own. This pillar, its quality seems rather lacking. The crowd collectively felt as if they might bleed from their mouths. Was this even coherent speech? Elder Mo Yuan scrutinized Lu Ming for a prolonged moment, seemingly searching for any hint of deception on his visage, but ultimately only found an expression of serene tranquility. Suddenly, he burst into hearty laughter, his voice resonating loudly, causing the eardrums of those nearby to throb. Excellent. What a splendid awkwardness. What a marvel that it became complete on its own. I, Mo Yuan, Chief Lecturer of the Outer Academy of the Flowing Cloud Academy, declare that your comprehension is exceedingly rare, unparalleled for millennia. You have surpassed the threshold. No, you are infinitely beyond it. You pass. With a grand wave of his hand, he made his decision. Then, leaning in closer and lowering his voice so only Lu Ming could hear, he added, "Young man, regardless of the method you employed, I shall guarantee your comprehension. In the final practical assessment, showcase your true abilities. Do not hold back. Otherwise." The elder chuckled ominously, yet this time it carried a hint of expectation and warning. Lu Ming felt a chill in his heart, aware that the old man did not believe his fanciful words. Yet he seemed devoid of malice, rather inclined towards safeguarding his potential. Maintaining an expression of composure, he replied, "I shall do my utmost." Elder Mo Yuan nodded in satisfaction, turning to depart, casting a glance at the jade pillar adorned with a crack, feeling a mix of pain and exhilaration. At this moment, amidst the throng at the edge of the square, a seemingly unremarkable youth, his gaze chillingly cold, fixated intently on Lu Ming, his fingers deftly gliding over a small jade talisman. An inconspicuous token of the Lin family's guest elder hung from his waist. Target confirmed, Lu Ming. His comprehension is extraordinarily terrifying, suspected to possess a profound inheritance or a secret treasure. Threat level escalated to the highest. Immediate report to the family is imperative. It is advised to control or eliminate at any cost. With the message dispatched, he silently melted back into the crowd, vanishing from sight. Lu Ming, sensing something amiss, swept his gaze in that direction, only to find a sea of heads. The assessment continued. Yet he knew that the true tempest had already been ignited prematurely due to his extraordinary display of comprehension. Chapter 9. Elder, this artifact of yours is somewhat lacking. The crack in the spirit-testing jade pillar resounded like a silent thunderclap, rendering the entire square utterly silent. Numerous gazes oscillated between the fissure and Lu Ming, filled with absurdity and disbelief. Elder Mo Yuan's booming laughter and his unparalleled evaluation further elevated the atmosphere to its zenith. Li Yuan and the others turned ashen, extinguishing any thoughts of comparison, their eyes regarding Lu Ming as if he were an otherworldly monstrosity. With an impassive expression, Lu Ming retracted his hand. A subtle yet undeniable wave of dizziness swept over him like a tide, a faint throbbing pain pulsing at his temples. The continuous high-intensity usage of the system, particularly the recent reverse deduction of that technique, had drained his spiritual energy far beyond what he had anticipated. Current source points, 254. Current spiritual energy, 59. Excessive consumption of spiritual energy detected. Immediate recuperation advised. The system's warning flickered in his mind. However, he could not afford to reveal any semblance of weakness at this moment. Almost instinctively, he cast a glance at the cracked jade pillar, forcing his thoughts to diverge with this trivial concern. I wonder if this thing can be repaired. It is, after all, the Academy's property, though I doubt it. Just as he prepared to suppress his discomfort and retreat into the crowd, Elder Mo Yuan approached, gesturing with a commanding hand. "You, come with me." His tone brooked no dissent. Lu Ming's heart sank, realizing he could not evade this juncture. He discreetly bit his tongue, the slight sting invigorating him, enabling him to suppress the dizziness forcefully while maintaining an unyielding calm on his face. He nodded and followed the elder's lead, though his steps felt slightly heavier than usual. Mo Yuan did not lead him far, merely to a relatively quiet corner behind the high platform. Several academy stewards, perceiving the situation, tactfully dispersed the curious onlookers, granting the two space for conversation. The elder turned, his seemingly murky old eyes now sharp as blades, as if seeking to pierce through Lu Ming's facade and gaze directly into his secrets. He did not speak immediately, instead scrutinizing Lu Ming from head to toe. The invisible pressure he emanated enough to make an ordinary Origin Realm practitioner's legs tremble. Lu Ming stood upright, his gaze calm as he returned the scrutiny. The psychological resilience of a special forces soldier had rendered him immune to such examinations, yet the fatigue deep within his soul made this standoff particularly arduous. He could feel a slight throbbing at the center of his brow. After a prolonged silence, Mo Yuan finally spoke, his voice low. "Young man, I have lived for centuries, witnessed prodigies and monsters alike, even those born with innate knowledge. However, I have never encountered anyone capable of completing a severely flawed and erroneous technique within the span of a mere incense stick, not only perfecting it, but also deducing its essence to the point of invoking harmonious resonance, even fracturing the spirit-testing jade pillar." He paused, leaning slightly forward, his gaze becoming more intense. "Tell me, how on earth did you accomplish this? Have you encountered that jade slip before? Or is there something about you?" His gaze swept meaningfully over Lu Ming's entire being. Lu Ming's thoughts raced, his mind somewhat dulled by fatigue, yet operating with an icy efficiency. This old man clearly did not believe him. Admitting the existence of a system was out of the question. To insist on sheer talent seemed overly far-fetched and would only invite further suspicion. He remained silent for a moment, seemingly organizing his thoughts, but in reality, he was striving to concentrate his scattered attention. Then, adopting a tone that was slightly more measured and notably slower than usual, he began, "Elder, I have never before seen this jade slip. As for how I achieved it," he paused, as if searching for the right words. "I merely sensed that the fluctuations emitted by the jade slip revealed an inherently unstable structure, with many connection points fractured and misaligned." He extended his finger, unconsciously gesturing in the air as if sketching an invisible framework, a movement that slightly masked the possible tremor in his fingertips. They ought to connect in a more stable and fluid manner. He seemed to struggle for a simple analogy, finally managing to articulate, like an old garment riddled with holes, the thread sewn incorrectly, which appears uncomfortable, and one might instinctively take it apart and resew it. Tattered clothing? Reseaming? Elder Mo Yuan's eyelids twitched in disbelief, nearly unable to restrain himself from delivering a slap. What a ludicrous metaphor. That was a jade slip containing the profound laws of the universe. Yet, observing Lu Ming's utterly sincere expression, which even appeared somewhat vacant and hollow due to exhaustion, the elder forcibly swallowed his retort. He scrutinized Lu Ming intently, attempting to discern whether this was a masterful disguise or if this young man was indeed a peculiar anomaly beyond rational comprehension. "Very well, even if you believe it ought to be so." Mo Yuan, clearly unconvinced, snorted coldly. He suddenly retrieved a more ancient, dark red jade slip from his sleeve, its color muted, with even the edges appearing somewhat weathered. The moment this jade slip emerged, the surrounding air seemed to grow a few degrees warmer. "This is an ancient elixir formula I obtained in my youth, a fragment of the blood essence refining pill. This pill can refine vital energy and strengthen the physique, proving immensely beneficial for cultivators below the mountain and sea realm. However, the alchemical formula is even more incomplete, not only lacking 3 auxiliary ingredients, but also presenting a vague account of the main ingredient's refining process. Moreover, there seem to be conflicting sequences in the integration of the medicinal powers. Despite decades of diligent study, I have been unable to fully restore it. My numerous attempts at concoction have all ended in failure, yielding at most a semi-finished product with less than 30% efficacy and containing harmful toxins." Mo Yuan handed the jade slip to Lu Ming, his gaze unmistakably testing and slightly provocative. "Come, young one, discern how this tattered garment should be stitched." He harbored no faith that Lu Ming could resolve this matter. This alchemical formula involves pharmacology, timing, and the roles of monarch, minister, assistant, and envoy, far more complex and profound than the operation of martial arts. This transcends mere comprehension. It demands a vast accumulation of knowledge and practical experience. He was intent on unearthing Lu Ming's true capabilities. Lu Ming accepted the jade slip, its warmth palpable to the touch. The fatigue of his spirit was forcefully suppressed by the new challenge. He did not even attempt to perceive it with his consciousness, but directly communicated with the system. scan, and analyze the structure of this jade slip. Reverse engineer the complete alchemical formula and mark all errors and omissions. He understood the immense cost of this endeavor, yet he had no alternative. Command received. Initiating scan of target jade slip structure and energy imprint analysis. During analysis, complex alchemical information flow detected, with significant omissions and multiple errors. 3 energy conflict nodes identified. To reverse engineer the complete formula for Crimson Blood Body Refining Pill, a consumption of 250 essence points is required. Proceed? 250. A barely perceptible twitch crossed Lu Ming's eye. What a steep price. Yet, he had no choice but to proceed. Consuming essence points, 250. Current essence points, 4. Consuming spiritual energy, 8. Current spiritual energy, 51. Warning. Spiritual energy has fallen below the safe threshold. Immediate cessation of all spiritual energy consumption is strongly advised. A sudden wave of intense dizziness struck him, momentarily darkening his vision. Lu Ming's body swayed almost imperceptibly. He pinched the flesh of his palm with his nails, forcing himself to stabilize through the pain. His complexion paled further, though he quickly masked it by bowing to retrieve the jade slip. Deduction complete. Crimson Blood Body Refining Pill, complete alchemical formula, has been reconstructed and optimized. The missing auxiliary ingredients have been supplemented, and the medicinal conflicts have been harmonized. The optimal timing process has been marked. Relevant information has been transmitted. In an instant, a torrent of information flooded his mind, nearly overwhelming his already fatigued spirit. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath, struggling to organize the influx of data. Mo Yuan observed Lu Ming with his eyes closed, his complexion seemingly worse, and a cold snort escaped his lips. Had he truly reached his limit? Unable to contain it any longer? However, when Lu Ming opened his eyes and returned the jade slip to Elder Mo Yuan, whose expression was one of anticipation to see how he would fabricate an excuse this time. The words that emerged from Lu Ming's lips caused Mo Yuan's expression to freeze instantly. Elder, this alchemical formula is indeed rather flawed. Mo Yuan nearly believed he had misheard. Lu Ming seemed oblivious to the pallor of his companion's countenance, bravely suppressing the debilitating sensation of his spirit being hollowed out and the waves of nausea that assailed him. He continued in a tone that was almost mechanical, devoid of inflection, yet at this moment, it appeared profoundly inscrutable. The missing 3 auxiliary herbs are 5 drops of century-old Qingmu vine sap, 3 taels of rootless water, and 1 penny of second-tier water attribute demon core powder. These are not meant to replenish the medicinal potency. Rather, they serve to neutralize the excessively domineering fire poison of the Qishui grass with their gentle aqueous nature. Under the guidance of the demon core powder, the fire poison is transformed into a catalyst for refining vital essence. The treatment of the primary herb, Qishui grass, should not involve fierce fire. It requires gentle heat for the duration of an incense stick to expel 3 parts of its dryness before being placed into the main furnace. An incorrect sequence in the fusion of medicinal properties would entail an erroneous 3rd step. Wolfbone powder should not be introduced at this stage, as its golden malevolence would clash with the primary herb. Instead, it should be introduced in the 5th step, alongside the water attribute demon core powder. Utilizing gold to generate water and water to nourish gold, thus balancing the medicinal properties. Finally, the process of condensing the pill requires 9 turns of gentle heat, rather than a single, forceful endeavor. By adhering to this method, the success rate of pill formation could exceed 70%, yielding a product that is flawless, devoid of dryness and poison, and possessing an efficacy approximately tenfold that of the Elder's half-finished product. Having delivered this monologue in a single breath, Lu Ming, momentarily losing focus, instinctively added, "Oh, by the way, upon examining the wear on this jade slip, it appears that the section detailing rootless water has been worn away. The characters for Morning Dew nearby seem to have been conjectured by later generations, yielding a far inferior effect." Upon finishing, he lifted his gaze towards Mo Yuan, only to find that the Elder stood as if struck by a celestial thunderbolt, utterly petrified in place. He had to lean slightly against the adjacent pillar to maintain his stance, a subtle motion skillfully concealed by his voluminous sleeves. Elder Mo Yuan clutched the dark red jade slip, his hand trembling slightly. The expression on his face transitioned from initial scorn to bewilderment, and finally to profound astonishment and horror. Everything was correct. No, it was not merely a matter of completion. He had even pointed out the intricate details that he himself had overlooked, such as the discrepancies between rootless water and morning dew. Moreover, he had provided a solution so exquisitely perfect that it bordered on the miraculous. The optimized process, merely by description, seemed exquisitely profound and intricately interwoven. Particularly, The notion of transforming fire poison into a source of aid was nothing short of divine inspiration. Tenfold efficacy, 70% success rate. Flawless and free of dryness and poison. Each word struck Mo Yuan's heart like a heavy hammer. After decades of grappling with this arduous problem, how could the other party resolve it so effortlessly? And with a hint of disdain towards the inadequacy of the formula? The colossal impact left this seasoned chief instructor of the Outer Academy momentarily dazed, his lips quivering, unable to utter a single word for an extended period. His gaze upon Lu Ming had transcended from that of a mere genius or oddity, now akin to that of a deity descended from the heavens. He was so engrossed in the overwhelming influx of information that he failed to notice Lu Ming's excessively pale visage and slightly ethereal aura. Observing the elder's appearance, which suggested an impending cardiac arrest, Lu Ming felt his own strength waning, the fatigue of his spirit crashing over him like a tsunami. He needed to conclude this dialogue swiftly, out of a subtle respect for the elders, primarily stemming from the concern that should the other party genuinely faint, he would have to assist them, thus exhausting himself further. He awkwardly added, "Of course, elder. It is no small feat for you to have managed to refine a semi-finished product over several decades." Elder Mo Yuan took several deep breaths, barely suppressing the tumultuous energy within him. As he turned his gaze towards Lu Ming, his expression was a complex tapestry of shock, elation, disbelief, and a hint of discouragement. He instinctively rationalized Lu Ming's pale visage and slightly weakened state as a normal consequence of devising such a complicated pill formula. This only reinforced his conviction that Lu Ming was relying on genuine skill. With utmost care, he returned the now immensely precious jade slip to his sleeve, as if cradling a rare treasure. He then firmly patted Lu Ming on the shoulder, his voice hoarse yet infused with excitement. "Young man, no, Lu Ming, you are exceptional." He seemed poised to articulate something more, yet found himself at a loss for words. Ultimately, he simply advised, "You should return and rest well. Preparing for the final practical assessment. Do not speak of today's events to others. I have come to understand your remarkable insight." He had evidently crafted a plausible explanation for Lu Ming's abilities. This young man was an unparalleled prodigy in the realm of alchemy, perhaps even in weapon crafting and formations, a talent not seen in a millennium. A terrifying innate intuition, akin to the resonance of the Tao. It was only natural that such profound deductions would be taxing. He must be safeguarded, and the world outside must remain oblivious, at least until he has matured. Observing Elder Mo Yuan's expression of understanding, as if saying, "I comprehend, you are weary, go rest." Lu Ming felt a slight relief wash over him. He nodded, his voice deeper than usual, "Yes, elder." As he turned to depart, his steps appeared steady, yet each movement required deliberate control. After a couple of strides, that insufferable thought, born from the overexertion of his spirit, crept back into his mind. He glanced back at the elder, who was still immersed in his excitement and astonishment, and earnestly inquired, "Elder, is there truly no way to compensate for the damaged jade pillar? I mean, perhaps a monetary reimbursement?" Elder Mo Yuan nearly stumbled, almost losing his balance as he beheld Lu Ming's earnest gaze. With exasperation, he waved his hand dismissively. "Get lost. Hurry back and meditate to recuperate. Do not engage in any more foolishness before the assessment." With a stoic expression, Lu Ming turned away, feeling a tinge of regret. Current source points. 4. Current spiritual energy. 51. Extremely fatigued, in dire need of deep restorative sleep. On the verge of bankruptcy, his spirit was nearly extinguished. He needed to find a place to sleep, and that thought was crystal clear in his mind. Meanwhile, atop the platform, Elder Mo Yuan watched Lu Ming's composed departure, rubbing his hands in excitement, murmuring to himself, "What a treasure! I have truly stumbled upon an extraordinary gem. I must immediately inform the old fellows in the inner court. No, better to observe his practical performance first. Just how much more does this lad have concealed?" A storm of attention from the Academy's higher echelons aimed at Lu Ming was quietly brewing. Yet at the heart of this tempest, he simply longed to collapse onto his bed and sleep until the world faded away. Chapter 10. Apologies, but exceptional talent truly allows one to act with impunity. Lu Ming almost instinctively returned to the chaotic little inn. As he closed the door, a wave of overwhelming fatigue, akin to a surging tide, engulfed him in an instant. Darkness clouded his vision, a persistent buzzing filled his ears, and a throbbing pain pulsed at his temples. Current source points. 4. Current spiritual energy. 51. Extremely fatigued, consciousness blurred. Strong suggestion to enter immediate slumber. He staggered onto the hard bed, and his awareness swiftly sank into a pitch-black abyss. He slept deeply, oblivious to the world around him. It was not until the afternoon of the following day that the din of the bustling market outside gradually roused him from his profound slumber. The intense headache had subsided, yet a lingering sense of deep weariness persisted. Current spiritual energy, 63, some recovery after deep sleep, but still in a weakened state. A recovery of 12 was far from sufficient. He struggled to sit up, mechanically chewing on the last remnants of his rations. With only 4 source points remaining, he could not even afford the cheapest healing ointment. Just then, an announcement from downstairs echoed through the inn. All who have passed the first 3 assessments, assemble at the training grounds in the west of the city. The final practical assessment begins in half an hour. So soon, Lu Ming's gaze sharpened, forcing himself to suppress the residual discomfort. He assessed his own condition. His cultivation at the peak of the first layer of the source origin realm was stable, yet his spiritual energy remained a critical flaw. With 4 source points, he was virtually defenseless. It seemed he would have to conserve his resources. He muttered softly, his eyes once again turning cold and piercing. At the western training grounds, the air was thick with voices. A massive arena stood at the center, surrounded by a throng of spectators. Only about 100 had passed the first 3 assessments. Li Yuan and others were among them. Their expressions complex, a mixture of apprehension and a hint of resentment, yet they dared not approach him to provoke. A robust instructor stood upon the arena, announcing the rules. The final practical assessment will be determined by drawing lots, one-on-one arena battles. Intentional killing is prohibited, but injuries are at one's own risk. Now, let the drawing commence. Lu Ming drew number 3 from Group A. Group A, Match 1, Contestant 1 versus Contestant 2. The referee shouted. 2 young men leaped onto the arena, quickly engaging in combat. The clash of energy was accompanied by shouts, a back-and-forth exchange. Yet to Lu Ming's discerning eye, it was fraught with flaws, resembling more of a playful scuffle among children. Leaning against a pillar at the edge of the arena, he slightly closed his eyes, desperately trying to regain his composure. His seemingly indifferent demeanor, bordering on drowsiness, stood in stark contrast to the excitement of the surrounding crowd. He even found himself nodding off involuntarily due to his spiritual fatigue, akin to a student dozing in class, only to abruptly awaken. His gaze sharpening as he scanned his surroundings, before the cycle began anew. This juxtaposition amused and exasperated Elder Mo Yuan, who had been observing him from the arena, confirming that the lad had indeed expended considerable energy in yesterday's alchemical endeavor. Group A, Match 2, Contestant 3 versus Contestant 4. Before long, it was Lu Ming's turn to take the stage. His opponent was a burly youth at the 3rd layer of the source origin realm, wielding a copper staff with a ferocity that stirred the air. Please, guide me. The robust youth clasped his fists, his expression grave, clearly aware of Lu Ming's notorious reputation from the previous rounds. Lu Ming merely nodded, too indolent to assume any stance. As the match commenced, the sturdy youth let out a fierce roar, his internal energy surging as he swung his bronze staff with tremendous force towards Lu Ming. The spectators below held their breath, eager to witness how Lu Ming, seemingly in poor condition, would respond. Yet, at the very moment the staff was about to descend upon him, Lu Ming moved. He did not evade or block. Instead, his body glided forward like a specter, dangerously close to the staff's wind as he slipped into his opponent's center. Unbeknownst to the youth, Lu Ming's right hand had already grasped a tactical dagger, the hilt directed forward, and with all his might, he thrust it with impeccable precision. It struck the sturdy youth's solar plexus directly. Gasping, the robust youth immediately curled up and collapsed, rendered unable to continue the fight. His every movement froze in an instant. His eyes bulging, mouth agape yet unable to emit any sound, as an indescribable agony and suffocation enveloped him. The bronze staff slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground, his body contorting like a boiled shrimp, twitching uncontrollably while saliva flowed freely. A single lethal blow. The entire arena fell silent for a moment. Was that it? From start to finish, it lasted less than a breath. Many spectators hadn't even comprehended what had transpired. The referee, momentarily stunned, rushed forward to assess the situation, discovering that the sturdy youth was merely experiencing temporary severe spasms and asphyxiation, posing no life-threatening danger, but clearly incapacitated. Lu Ming wins. The referee proclaimed loudly. The crowd regarded Lu Ming with a mix of awe and trepidation. His method was ruthlessly decisive and perhaps a touch sinister. With an impassive expression, Lu Ming descended from the platform, not casting a single glance at his fallen opponent. As he passed the referee's table, he paused for a moment, eyeing the bronze staff that lay abandoned on the ground, a flicker of awareness stirring within him. Target, bronze staff, common. Decomposition yields origin points. 8. Proceed with decomposition. He confirmed the decomposition. A flash of white light, and the staff vanished. Current origin points, 12:48. Soul power consumed. 1. Current soul power, 62. Even the legs of a mosquito are meat. The onlookers watched as he nonchalantly retrieved his opponent's weapon, once again falling into silence. In the subsequent matches, Lu Ming's opponents either surrendered outright or were swiftly incapacitated with the utmost efficiency. He couldn't even be bothered to engage in a contest of energy. Decomposing Iron Sword, common. Origin points gained, 7. Current origin points, 19. Decomposing Leather Shield, common. Origin points gained, 5. Current origin points, 24. Soul power consumed, 2. Current soul power, 60. His matches were of the shortest duration, astonishingly efficient. Often, while other platforms were still engaged in battle, he had already concluded his contest and leaned aside, closing his eyes to rest. Soon, it was Li Yuan's turn to compete. He barely triumphed over his opponent, sustaining some minor injuries himself. Before he could catch his breath, he discovered that his next adversary was none other than Lu Ming. Li Yuan's smile faltered, his expression turning ashen in an instant. He glanced at the arena and saw that the formidable opponent had already taken his position, gazing at him with an expression devoid of emotion. "I concede," Li Yuan nearly screamed, and, having uttered those words, he scrambled down from the platform, seeking refuge among the crowd. A hush fell over the arena, soon followed by an uproar of laughter. Standing atop the stage, Lu Ming felt a twinge of regret. What a pity! That new attire should have garnered a score of 6 or 7. The referee, speechless, declared, Lu Ming wins. Only 10 contenders remained in the final round, where a round-robin tournament would determine the rankings. As the first match commenced, the referee announced a name that shifted the atmosphere dramatically. In the inaugural bout of the final round, Lu Ming faced off against Wang Ming. A tall, robust youth with bronze skin and a scarred face leapt onto the stage, his aura exuding the peak of the 5th level of the Qi Source realm. His fierce gaze regarded Lu Ming as if he were a mere corpse. Adorning his waist was a pale yellow jade pendant, strikingly similar to that worn by the Lin family's guest elder who had previously spied on him. The Lin family had finally lost their patience. Wang Ming twisted his neck, the sound echoing ominously, and with a low, sinister chuckle, he taunted, "Kid, someone has asked me to convey a message. Having offended the Lin family, you shall not gain entry to the Flowing Cloud Academy. Today, I shall cripple 50% of your cultivation as a lesson." Upon hearing this, Lu Ming's face remained impassive. He merely tightened his fist concealed within his sleeve. He gently flexed his wrist, looked at his opponent, and spoke in a voice so calm it was chilling. "You chatter excessively. I am pressed for time." Wang Ming, incensed by his demeanor, roared with fury, unleashing his full power as a 5th-level Qi Source practitioner. He charged forward like a rampaging bull, delivering a powerful punch aimed directly at Lu Ming's face, the force of his strike howling through the air. Clearly, he was serious. Gasps arose from the audience. This punch bore a might far surpassing all previous matches. Yet, Lu Ming remained unflinching. In the split second before impact, he executed a seemingly impossible minute sidestep, narrowly allowing the punch's wind to graze his cheek. Simultaneously, his left hand, which had been concealed in his sleeve, shot out with lightning speed, not to block, but to strike precisely at a special acupoint on Wang Ming's elbow. This seemingly casual tap encapsulated Lu Ming's profound understanding of human anatomy from his past life. Infused with exquisite technique, Wang Ming felt an abrupt numbness surge through his arm, the gathered energy spiraling into chaos, dissipating. His momentum faltered. What? Wang Ming was struck with terror. In that fleeting moment, when his old strength had been exhausted and new power had yet to arise, Lu Ming's right fist moved. Between his fingers, the refined steel gauntlet glimmered ominously. Thankfully, he had synthesized the gauntlet previously, sparing him from expending additional energy. He did not target the throat or eyes, those lethal areas, but instead executed a short, powerful uppercut, ruthlessly crashing into Wang Ming's chin from below. Bang! A dull thud resounded, accompanied by the sickening crack of bone. Wang Ming was left bewildered, his body propelled upward by an overwhelming force, darkness enveloping his vision as blood mingled with several teeth erupted forth. His massive form crashed backward, heavily thudding against the arena floor, rendering him unconscious. Another decisive blow. The arena fell into an eerie silence. This time, the opponent was indeed at the pinnacle of the 5th layer of the Origin realm. Yet, he was defeated in a single strike. Not even a proper clash of spiritual energy occurred. The referee stood in shock for several seconds before hastily approaching to check, confirming that Wang Ming merely suffered a fractured jaw and a severe concussion, with no life-threatening injuries. Lu Ling had triumphed. The referee's voice trembled slightly. Lu Ling. Without even casting a glance at the fallen Wang Ming, turned, and descended from the arena. As he passed by Wang Ming, his stride did not falter, though his consciousness stirred momentarily. Target, common leather pouch. Decomposition yields origin points. 3. Decompose. Confirm decomposition. A flicker of white light, and the unassuming pouch at Wang Ming's waist vanished. Current origin points. 27, 243. Consumed soul power. 1. Current soul power. 59. Upon the high platform, Elder Mo Yuan's eyes sparkled with brilliance. He discerned clearly that Lu Ling's earlier strike was not merely a display of absolute strength or the overwhelming force of spiritual energy, but an astonishing mastery of timing, angle, and the human body's weaknesses. This was a pure, exquisite form of combat artistry. This young man was not only a genius of comprehension, but also a naturally gifted combat prodigy. Elder Mo Yuan felt a profound shock within, resolutely making up his mind. In the upcoming round-robin tournament, there would be no suspense. All opponents faced with Lu Ling cowered in trepidation, often conceding defeat after only a brief exchange. Lu Ling achieved an undefeated record, indisputably claiming the title of top performer in this assessment. When the referee finally announced the results, reactions from the audience varied. The youths of humble origins mostly displayed expressions of admiration and envy, while the noble scions such as Li Yuan wore grimaces, as if they had swallowed a fly. Elder Mo Yuan laughed heartily, personally descending from the high platform to stand before Lu Ling, unabashedly expressing his admiration. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Lu Ling, you are remarkable. From this day forth, you shall be a core disciple of our Lu Yun Academy's external division. Here is your identity token and academy attire. Your residence within the academy has also been arranged, a standalone courtyard in the A section. Here is the key. Your resource allocation will be 3 times that of ordinary disciples. He personally presented Lu Ling with a set of exquisite moon-white attire adorned with cloud patterns, a smooth jade token, and a bronze key. Thank you, Elder, Lu Ling replied, his expression remaining calm as he accepted the items. This scene incited almost frenzied jealousy among Li Yuan and the others. A standalone courtyard in the A section. That was something they, the scions of noble families, could only acquire at great cost. A resource allocation 3 times that of ordinary disciples. Such treatment was comparable to that of inner disciples. Elder Mo Yuan nodded in satisfaction, casting a meaningful glance at Lu Ling before murmuring, "Young man, rest well. And come to the lecture hall to see me tomorrow." With that, he turned and departed. As the assessment concluded, the crowd gradually dispersed. Lu Ling ignored the envious and inquisitive gazes, clutching the key and following the directions to arrive at courtyard 95 of the A section, located in a tranquil area at the back of the academy. The courtyard was elegantly serene, featuring a small training area, spacious rooms, and complete facilities, far more comfortable than an inn. He closed the door and meticulously inspected the courtyard, confirming its safety before finally exhaling in relief. A profound wave of fatigue washed over him once more. He lay on the soft new bed, ready to indulge in a restful slumber. However, just as he was on the brink of surrendering to sleep, an unexpected alert from the system interface materialized in his mind. Warning: persistent weak energy fluctuations detected. Source: underground. Nature of fluctuations: unknown, suspected to be sealed. Tip: these energy fluctuations may assist in deciphering fragments of world loss. Instantly, half of Lu Ming's drowsiness evaporated. He opened his eyes, gazing at the unfamiliar ceiling, and cast a glance at the ground beneath him. Was there something buried beneath this academy's courtyard? Chapter 11. Digging beneath the academy. The warning from the system echoed in his mind like a splash of ice-cold water, abruptly dispelling much of Lu Ming's sleepiness. Warning: persistent weak energy fluctuations detected. Source: underground. Nature of fluctuations: unknown, suspected to be sealed. Tip: these energy fluctuations may assist in deciphering fragments of world loss. He sat up, his gaze sharply scanning the floor of the room. The serene environment of the courtyard suggested minimal disturbances, yet it also implied that any unusual activity would easily attract attention. What could be buried underground? Or was there a connection to something? Lu Ming muttered to himself. The system's indication of assistance in understanding the laws was impossible to dismiss. His cultivation and system upgrades were intrinsically linked to comprehending and mastering these laws. Current origin points: 27. Current spirit power: 59. Moderately fatigued, concentration diminished. Resources were scarce, and his condition was less than optimal, yet the allure of exploration was immense. Lu Ming sat up, the fatigue still clinging to his spirit like a persistent shadow. But the intense curiosity and the potential offered by the system's alert compelled him to act. He refrained from immediate action, choosing instead to meticulously inspect the entire courtyard. The high walls and intact doors and windows provided a semblance of privacy. He listened intently for a moment, confirming that no one was eavesdropping. Then, he returned to his bedroom and secured the door. System, can you pinpoint the exact location and depth? Requires 5 origin points for depth scanning. Proceed? Proceed. This expenditure was within tolerable limits. Origin points consumed. 5. Current origin points. 22. Scanning. The source of fluctuations is located approximately 3 zhang beneath the host, with a weak but stable energy response. 3 zhang deep? And there are isolation formations? There was indeed something suspicious beneath. Once the thought of excavation arose, it became difficult to suppress. Not only would it satisfy his curiosity, but if it were an energy source, it might alleviate the dual crisis of his origin points and spirit power. Without hesitation, he decided to act. First, he needed tools. Lu Ming immersed his consciousness in the system interface. Though he was financially destitute, basic tools should not be overly costly. He swiftly browsed the tools category. Refined iron pickaxe, common required exchange, origin points X8. Efficient storage bag, common contains 1 cubic space, capable of storing non-living items, reducing weight burden. Required exchange, origin points X12. He exchanged for the pickaxe and storage bag. Origin points consumed, 20. Obtained, refined iron pickaxe X1, efficient storage bag X1. A brand new mining pickaxe and a dusty cloth bag materialized in his hands. He secured the bag around his waist, feeling its lightness. The next pressing concern was how to excavate silently. Using the pickaxe directly would create too much noise, likely attracting the attention of patrolling academy stewards in no time. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Ming's gaze fell upon the pickaxe and the ground beneath him, and an idea emerged. System. Decompose the tile beneath my feet and the soil below it, to a depth of 1 foot and an area of 1 square foot. Target, bluestone tile, common, and the soil below, common. Decomposition yields 3 source points. Proceed with decomposition. The tile and soil contain almost no energy and are of negligible value. He confirmed the decomposition. A flash of white light flickered, and the tile along with the soil beneath it vanished in an instant, leaving behind a neatly edged pit, 1 square foot in area and 1 foot deep. There was hardly a sound, only a faint energy fluctuation. Effective. Lu Ming's eyes brightened. This was significantly quieter than using the pickaxe. He leapt into the pit and continued the process, decomposing the soil ahead to a depth of 1 foot. Source points gained, 0.5. Decomposing the soil to his left to a depth of 1 foot. Source points gained, 0.5. Thus, he stood in the pit he had excavated, resembling a groundhog, repeatedly utilizing the system's decomposition function to precisely consume the soil and stones before him, extending downward continuously. Current source points, 7, 3, 0, 5, 0, 5, 0, 5, 0, 1, a small stone 0, 5, 2, 8. The process repeated numerous times, yielding minimal gains. Consumption of soul power, 1x n times. Current soul power, 53. The soul power consumed for each of these small items was minuscule, yet the frequency of use compounded the toll, leading to a gradual accumulation of fatigue. A slow and persistent sense of exhaustion began to encroach upon him. Initially, he simply needed to concentrate more to lock onto his target, but soon, a dull throb began to emanate from his temples, as if wrapped in a damp cloth. Occasionally, the edges of his vision flickered subtly, reminiscent of a flickering bulb. The excavation process was unbearably tedious. He even found himself mentally reciting the tune of a famous nursery rhyme from his past life, while his hands, guided by muscle memory and willpower, maintained precision and stability. Time passed without his notice, and when he decomposed another layer of soil before him, the pickaxe suddenly felt weightless. Simultaneously, the system alert sounded urgently. Warning, significant energy fluctuations detected ahead. Low-intensity energy barrier detected. By the faint glow of the system, he observed that before him was no longer soil, but a layer of translucent barrier emanating a soft white light, akin to an eggshell. Beyond the barrier lay a modest underground chamber, from which a pure and unusual energy aura seeped forth. He had found it. Lu Ming's spirits soared as he scrutinized this barrier, its glow gentle, resembling a simple formation for warning and aura isolation, rather than a formidable defensive restriction. Forcefully breaching the barrier would undoubtedly trigger an alarm. He pondered for a moment, extending a finger to delicately touch the barrier. A ripple spread across its surface. System. Analyze the structure of this energy barrier and seek a safe passage or a method for temporary deactivation. Command received. Commencing analysis of the barrier structure. Analysis complete. This barrier is a rudimentary alert formation with a singular energy node and a stable structure. Option 1. Forceful breach requires the expenditure of 50 source points, guaranteed to trigger the alarm. Option 2. Decipher the energy operating patterns to create a temporary one-way passage, suitable for one person, lasting 3 breaths, requiring an expenditure of 25 source points. Proceed? Execute Option 2. Lu Ming declared without hesitation. Though it pained him to do so, this was the most prudent choice. Source points consumed, 25. Current source points, 3. Spirit power consumed, 5. Current spirit power, 48. Temporary passage under construction. A slender beam of white light projected from the system interface, illuminating the barrier before him. The light danced across the barrier, rapidly unlocking it as if a password had been deciphered, swiftly forming a circular opening just wide enough for a single person to pass through. Beyond, a darkened void pulsed with more distinct energy fluctuations. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Ming sidestepped and slipped through. On the third breath after his entry, the circular opening behind him silently sealed, returning to its original state. The passage was shrouded in darkness, yet the air was saturated with pure energy, causing every pore in his body to involuntarily open, significantly alleviating his fatigue. He retrieved a fire starter from his storage pouch, a mundane item, likely yielding only 0.1 points upon disassembly, and ignited it. In the dim glow of the flickering flame, he discerned that he was in a natural cavern measuring merely 3 zhang square. At the center of the cavern lay a small puddle, not of water, but a viscous liquid of such rich density that it shimmered with a milky white aura. The pure energy fluctuations emanated from this very substance. Alert! High concentration of pure spiritual liquid detected, a rare treasure at the spiritual stream realm. Contains a substantial amount of attribute-less primordial energy and fragments of weak life laws. Can be utilized for rapid cultivation enhancement, energy restoration, and body tempering. Can be absorbed directly or disassembled. Disassembly expected to yield 3,000 source points. Warning: disassembling this item will consume a significant amount of spirit power and may lead to energy dissipation. Direct absorption is recommended. 3,000 points. Lu Ming's heart raced uncontrollably, yet he swiftly suppressed the urge to disassemble it. The System S assessment was accurate. Direct absorption would immensely benefit his current cultivation. He crouched down, carefully cupping a handful of the spiritual liquid. It felt warm to the touch, almost alive, flowing gently in his palm. He activated the Qi drawing technique modified and attempted to absorb it. Instantly, a vast and gentle torrent surged into his body. This pure energy not only nourished his dantian, but also alleviated his mental fatigue, as if parched soil were receiving the life-giving rain, diminishing the persistent discomfort and flickering sensations significantly. The energy within the dantian surged like a long-awaited rain after a prolonged drought, fervently absorbing the pure essence. The barrier leading to the 4th level of the origin realm began to tremble almost instantaneously. At this pace, he would undoubtedly break through within the hour. However, at that moment, the system's warning alarm blared again, more urgent than ever before. Warning! Warning! High-level external scanning fluctuations detected. Suspected whispers of an overseer. Source of fluctuations, exceedingly high tier. Alert! The energy fluctuations of the spiritual liquid have drawn the attention of an unknown entity. It is advised that the host immediately cease absorption and conceal their presence to the utmost extent. Now, Lu Ming's pupils dilated in sudden alarm. Without a moment's hesitation, he abruptly halted the operation of his technique, forcibly terminating the absorption. The abrupt cessation even caused a surge of pain in his meridians. He lunged towards the small puddle of spiritual liquid on the ground, disregarding any waste, and swiftly began to shovel the surrounding soil back, attempting to mask the potent essence. His movements were hurried yet remarkably composed. Simultaneously, he communicated frantically with the system. System, mask my presence to the highest degree. Conceal the energy fluctuations in this area. How many source points are required? Initiating highest level concealment mode based on ultra-civilization fragment privileges, capable of temporarily evading current tier scanning. Consumption per second, 10 source points. Do you wish to proceed? 10 points per second. This is extortion. Yet Lu Ming had no alternative. Activate. Concealment mode initiated. Consumption per second, 10. Current source points, 3. Insufficient. Warning. Source points are about to be depleted. Emergency protocol activated. Prioritize scanning the host and the value of decomposable items in storage. Discovery. Low-grade Yuan Stone X3, each valued at 100. Efficient storage bag, valued at 8. Assessment. Decomposing 1 low-grade Yuan Stone can provide 100 source points. Sufficient to cover the urgent expenditure. Executing. Decomposing 1 low-grade Yuan Stone. What? Before Lu Ming could process this, he noticed the storage bag at his waist subtly quiver, and a low-grade Yuan Stone transformed into a point of light, instantly vanishing. Acquired source points, 100. Current source points, 103. Consumption, 10 points, first second. Current source points, 93. Consumption, 10 points, second. Current source points, 83. Consumption, 10 points, third second. Lu Ming felt an invisible force radiating from his core, isolating him completely from the surrounding environment. He could even sense a cold, indifferent, emotionless intent sweeping through the area like a searchlight. Under the interference of that intangible force, it seemed to pause momentarily, then shifted away. External scanning fluctuations have receded. Concealment mode deactivated. Total consumption, 30 source points. Current source points, 73, 103 to 30. Warning, this scan has marked this area as slightly anomalous, and subsequent scanning frequency may increase. Leaning against the cold stone wall, Lu Ming gradually exhaled a sigh of relief, the cold sweat completely soaking through his inner garment. In that fleeting moment, he experienced an unparalleled sense of insignificance and dread, as if he had caught a glimpse of some incomprehensible, colossal entity. Just a hair's breadth. He lowered his gaze to the small puddle of spiritual liquid, only partially concealed beneath the ground, and sensed the nearly breaking but forcefully restrained energy within him. Indeed, beneath the academy lay treasures, but they came hand in hand with monumental troubles. He had to leave this place immediately and find a way to swiftly replenish the deficit of his source point. However, misfortune seldom arrives alone. At that moment, a muffled tolling resonated from the ground. Following that were the chaotic sounds of shouts and hurried footsteps. Dong, dong, dong. The energy fluctuations of the spiritual veins were alarmingly erratic. Lockdown. The patrol teams began searching all areas. All disciples were to remain in place, prohibited from moving freely. The academy's alarm bell rang ominously. Lu Ming's expression darkened. This was disastrous. It must surely be the leak of spiritual liquid and the disturbance of the system shielding that had triggered the academy's monitoring alarm. He glanced at the enticing spiritual liquid and decisively abandoned it. He swiftly ascended the passage he had come through, frantically attempting to refill the hole with the soil he had previously excavated. Most of the soil had already decomposed, rendering the backfill severely inadequate, and finally managed to awkwardly place the tile back in position, nervously stamping on it several times in an attempt to smooth out the traces. Just as he completed this task, urgent knocking and a commanding voice echoed from outside the academy doors. Those inside, come out immediately. The academy is under lockdown, and we are inspecting for anomalies in the spiritual veins. Chapter 12. Anomalies in the spiritual veins? What is it to Lu Ming? The urgent knocking and authoritative shouts rang through the quiet courtyard like a chilling alarm, shattering the stillness. Those inside, come out immediately. The academy is under lockdown, and we are inspecting for anomalies in the spiritual veins. Inside the room, Lu Ming's heart constricted sharply, but the psychological resilience honed from years of flirting with death allowed him to suppress all emotions in an instant. His gaze darted like lightning across the room. Beneath his feet, the tile had just been replaced, its edges still bearing traces of damp, freshly turned soil. In the air lingered a faint, unusual energy aura that did not belong to the ground, residue of the spiritual liquid. He himself was drenched in cold sweat. His breath slightly hurried from prior tension and haste, and waves of pain and dizziness surged from the depths of his soul, indicating severe exhaustion. Current source point, 73. Current spiritual power, 48, severely depleted, concentration difficult, accompanied by slight tinnitus and delayed reactions. There were too many vulnerabilities. He could not allow them to enter and scrutinize. Almost instinctively, Lu Ming's actions surpassed his thoughts. He first kicked the foot of the bed with great force, producing a dull thud to simulate the sound of someone just roused from slumber. Simultaneously, his consciousness rapidly connected with the system, issuing frantic commands. System, decompose the soil on my shoe soles and all visible fresh mud traces in the room. Target, shoe sole mud, common. Scattered mud spots on the ground, common. Decomposing will yield source points, 03. Do you wish to decompose? Confirm decomposition. A flash of white light, and all conspicuous traces of mud vanished in an instant. Synthesize low-grade condensation powder from the remnants of the elixir, simulating residuals post-cultivation, and evenly distribute it around the meditation mat. Be swift. Synthesizing low-tier medicinal residue. Consumption of origin points, 5. Proceed with synthesis? Confirmed. A small handful of grayish-white powder materialized out of thin air, which he swiftly swept into the corner near the mat. The residual energy fluctuations from the synthesis, reminiscent of a recently concluded training session, enveloped the entire room for a duration of 10 breaths. Simulating the residual fluctuations of a peak third layer in the origin realm, illusory phenomenon. Consumption of origin points, 18. Execute. Executed. An invisible energy field instantaneously enveloped the room, causing the air to exhibit a faint distortion, as if it had just undergone a surge of vital energy. Perfectly aligning with his current peak cultivation in the third layer of the origin realm, aided by the brief impact of the spirit liquid. Having completed all of this, impatient sounds of shoving against the door resonated from outside. What are you dawdling for? If you don't come out soon, we will break the door down. Lu Ming took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the pallor of his face caused by the discomfort in his spirit, deliberately infusing his voice with a hint of hoarseness. As if just awakened and interrupted during his cultivation, he hastened toward the courtyard gate, raising his voice in feigned annoyance. I'm coming. I'm coming. Why the rush? I was just at a crucial moment in my breakthrough and nearly had my vital energy reversed by your noise. Is the Academy's lockdown an excuse to disturb one's solitary cultivation? With a creak, he yanked the courtyard door open. 3 disciples clad in the enforcement team attire of Luyun Academy stood outside, the leader's expression severe, his gaze sharp as a hawk's, sweeping over Lu Ming and attempting to peer inside the courtyard. Breakthrough? The enforcement disciple frowned, clearly skeptical. The Academy's spiritual vein detected abnormal energy fluctuations in the A area, seemingly originating nearby. We need to enter and investigate. A cold smirk formed within Lu Ming, yet on the surface, he feigned shock and greater displeasure. Abnormal fluctuations? Brothers, do I look like someone capable of provoking anomalies in the spiritual veins? I was merely attempting to breach the 4th layer of the origin realm, and failed, causing a bit of chaos in my room. Is that enough to alarm the spiritual veins? He stepped aside, presenting a demeanor of indifference, yet subtly blocking the captain's primary line of sight towards the floor of the bedroom. The enforcement captain snorted coldly, pushing Lu Ming aside and striding into the courtyard with his 2 companions, his keen gaze scanning the surroundings. Lu Ming's heart raced, especially as the captain's gaze swept over the section of the floor that had just been covered. He clenched his fists discreetly, the sensation in his spirit intensifying. However, at that moment, notification, synthesis of training fluctuation residuals, is in effect. Notification, trace amounts of spiritual liquid essence have been forcibly absorbed within the host, preventing further diffusion. The enforcement captain's gaze traversed the interior, indeed detecting the intense residual fluctuations of vital energy that had yet to dissipate completely. He noted the medicinal residue by the corner mat, along with Lu Ming's aura of a peak 3rd layer in the origin realm, which seemed to indicate a recent failed breakthrough, and his appropriately timed complaints caused the captain's brow to relax slightly. A newly admitted student, recently disheartened by a failed breakthrough, created a commotion that seemed more congruent with the disturbance of spiritual veins than with rationality. Nevertheless, he cautiously approached the center of his bedroom, meticulously attuning himself to the ground and his surroundings. The other 2 team members were also inspecting different areas. Lu Ming appeared to lean nonchalantly against the doorframe, yet his muscles were taut, bracing for the worst possible scenario. He even deliberately circulated his internal energy, amplifying the chaotic fluctuations caused by the spiritual liquid and his unsuccessful breakthrough, thereby disrupting the perceptions of those around him. The team leader stood in the center of the room for a moment, seemingly oblivious to any anomalies. The passage beneath the tiles had been initially sealed by the system, erasing all traces. At last, he turned to Lu Ming, his tone somewhat softened yet still serious. A failed realm assault can lead to fluctuations in energy. Be more cautious next time. The Academy is under strict surveillance. Maintain a low profile. Yes, brother, your admonitions are well taken. I will certainly be more careful next time. Lu Ming nodded eagerly, feigning humility. The enforcement captain waved his hand. Let us move on to the next location. He departed the small courtyard with his 2 companions. As their footsteps faded into the distance, Lu Ming slowly closed the courtyard door, leaning against the door panel, and exhaled a long, silent sigh of relief. Cold sweat drenched his back once more. Residual fluctuations of cultivation dissipate. Current source point, 503-730-3518. Current spiritual force, 47. Intense mental strain has exacerbated fatigue. He narrowly escaped detection for the time being. Yet, he understood that this was not a sustainable solution. Since the Academy had already taken note of this area, subsequent investigations would likely be even more rigorous. The underground spiritual liquid had become a proverbial hot potato. A wave of profound fatigue crashed over him, and the piercing emptiness of his spirit made him almost unsteady on his feet. He staggered back to his bedroom, lacking the strength to address the disturbed tile, and collapsed onto his bed, slipping into a deep slumber almost instantaneously. He was utterly exhausted. Outside the small courtyard, under the shadow of a distant tree, a figure cloaked in black, with a blurred visage, slowly withdrew his gaze. In his hand, He held a compass-like artifact, its needle trembling slightly before ultimately fixing on the direction of Lu Ming's courtyard. However, the tremors were exceedingly faint, almost imperceptible. The source of the disturbance indeed pointed here, yet the residual signs were consistent with the characteristics of a failed breakthrough. The man in black murmured to himself, his voice hoarse, "Is this mere coincidence, or a masterful disguise?" He inscribed on a recording jade slip, "Courtyard number 95, new student Lu Ming." Suspicion. The fluctuations of the spiritual veins coincided precisely with the failure of his breakthrough, showing a high degree of correlation, yet a sliver of doubt remains. Recommendation. Place on a secondary observation list, with a focus on his subsequent cultivation progress and resource consumption. Having completed his notes, his figure melded into the shadows, vanishing quietly. Lu Ming, lost in slumber, did not awaken until the sun was high in the sky the following day. He was roused by an overwhelming hunger, intertwined with the lingering fatigue of his spirit. Current source points, 503. Current spiritual power, 58, partially restored after prolonged deep sleep. He sat up, gazing at the rather conspicuous tile on the floor, his brow furrowed. Trouble lay beneath. Furthermore, he required sustenance, and more urgently, a swift enhancement of his strength to confront the unknown perils ahead. The spiritual liquid could no longer be approached lightly, at least not without thorough preparation. He recalled Elder Mayuan's instructions from the previous day, urging him to visit the lecture hall today. Perhaps this was an opportunity? Chapter 13, Alchemy? As long as you have hands. A profound sense of hunger and deep-seated fatigue gnawed at Lu Ming's nerves like two dull blades. Perched on the edge of his bed, it took him several moments to dispel the lingering drowsiness. His gaze fell upon the somewhat jarring tile in the center of the room. Trouble lurked below, while danger loomed overhead. As for himself, he was in a wretched state, both physically and financially. Current source points, 503. Current spiritual power, 58. Deep fatigue not entirely alleviated. Slight obstruction when concentrating. The immediate priority was to restore his condition, acquire resources, and gather intelligence. Elder Mayuan's summons might serve as a pivotal breakthrough. He quickly rose, splashed cold water on his face, forcing himself to awaken fully. Donning the moon-white, cloud-patterned robe bestowed by Elder Mayuan the previous day, he appeared considerably more spirited, though the lingering fatigue in his eyes and his slightly pallid complexion still betrayed his weakness. Luyun Academy sprawled extensively, with the lecture hall located at the heart of the outer courtyard. As Lu Ming made his way there, he attracted the attention of several disciples. He had become somewhat of a celebrity within the academy, having astonished many during the 3 assessment trials and being personally designated as a core disciple by Elder Mayuan. Residing in the esteemed Jiazi courtyard, it was nearly impossible to go unnoticed. Their gazes were a mixture of envy, jealousy, and curiosity. Lu Ming maintained a stoic expression, disregarding the stares around him, while silently committing the path and surroundings to memory. As a former Special Forces soldier, quickly familiarizing himself with the terrain was a fundamental skill. The lecture hall exuded grandeur, with most disciples entering and exiting in a hurried manner. After identifying himself, he was swiftly escorted by a servant disciple to a secluded side hall. Within the hall, Elder Mayuan was deep in thought, holding a jade slip with a furrowed brow. Upon noticing Lu Ming's entrance, a smile immediately spread across his face, infused with a newfound warmth and curiosity. "Ah, young one, you've arrived. It seems you didn't rest well," he remarked, his penetrating gaze quickly discerning Lu Ming's unstable aura and weakened spiritual fluctuations, evidently a result of excessive exertion. He attributed this to the aftereffects of yesterday's failed breakthrough. "Do not worry, young man. It is commendable to be daring in your endeavors." Elder Mayuan gestured for him to sit, his eyes fixed intently upon him. "Your talent is truly astonishing. I meticulously analyzed the formula for the Crimson Blood Body Refinement Pill last night, and your method of supplementation is nothing short of brilliant. Particularly the strategy of utilizing the powder from a water attribute demon core to guide and transform the fire poison, simply inspired." He became increasingly animated as he spoke, unable to resist the urge to rise and pace. "I have immersed myself in the art of alchemy for hundreds of years, yet I have never encountered such ingenious ideas. Do you comprehend the implications of this? It signifies that countless ancient formulas, previously rendered incomplete and thus impossible to refine, now possess the potential to re-enter the world." Lu Ming listened quietly, allowing a subtle expression of mild intrigue to cross his face. Upon noticing this, Mo Yuan couldn't help but chuckle and chide. "You rascal. I summoned you here for a serious discussion." He leaned in closer, lowering his voice. "The Academy distributes cultivation resources to core disciples each month, which include elixirs. However, These standardized potions are rather mundane in efficacy and often retain traces of toxic residue. For a disciple of your remarkable comprehension, they are barely sufficient. Lu Ming felt a stir within him and nodded. This was indeed a pressing issue he faced. Therefore, my proposition, Mo Yuan's eyes sparkled with intensity, is that I will provide the herbs and formulas, and you shall refine and optimize them. The elixirs produced will be split between us, with a ratio of 70-30 in your favor. What do you say? I seek only the fulfillment of the alchemical path. Upon finishing, he looked at Lu Ming with a mix of anticipation and anxiety, fearing that this peculiar individual might decline. Lu Ming remained silent for a moment. This was undoubtedly an expedient means to acquire high-quality resources while concealing the origins of the synthesized elixirs. Yet, his current condition was rather poor, and he replied honestly, Elder, my spiritual essence is significantly depleted, making intricate calculations difficult. Mo Yuan, upon hearing this, suddenly smacked his forehead in realization. I see. I was indeed hasty. Look here. He produced a petite jade vial from his sleeve and handed it to Lu Ming. Lu Ming accepted it, uncorked the vial, and was instantly enveloped by a refreshing aroma that invigorated his spirit. Hint: you have discovered the soul-nourishing pill, low-grade spirit stream. Quality: excellent. Contains pure spiritual energy, capable of swiftly restoring spiritual damage and slightly enhancing spiritual strength. This is a soul-nourishing pill I crafted personally, far superior to the market's offerings. It should alleviate your symptoms, Mo Yuan said with a smile as he stroked his beard. Moreover, the Academy's alchemy room will be open to you. The ground fire there is stable and greatly beneficial for refining. I shall cover the costs. It was as if a pillow had been provided just as one began to doze off. Lu Ming, resolute in his decision, stowed the jade vial away and bowed respectfully. Thank you, Elder. I shall accept this task. Excellent. Haha. Splendid. Mo Yuan rejoiced. Let us commence with the simplest, the gathering essence pill. Here are the herbs and the basic formula. The ground fire room number 7 is available today. You may use it at your convenience. He eagerly thrust a storage bag into Lu Ming's hands, which contained the materials for 10 gathering essence pills and a common formula. The gathering essence pill is the most commonly used auxiliary cultivation elixir for practitioners in the origin realm, capable of accelerating the absorption of vital energy. The low-grade gathering essence pills available in the market are of average effectiveness and contain significant toxic residue. Lu Ming accepted the storage bag, expressed his gratitude once more to Mo Yuan, and then took his leave, heading directly to the alchemy room. The atmosphere within was bustling with activity, as many disciples were diligently engaged in their tasks. Lu Ming located ground fire room number 7, used his token to unlock the stone door, and stepped inside. The indoor temperature was quite high, with a bronze cauldron at the center, stirring the earth's fire. Lu Ming securely closed the door but did not immediately commence with the preparation of the medicinal herbs. Instead, he first poured out the soul-nurturing pill provided by Mo Yuan and swallowed it. The pill entered his abdomen, transforming into a refreshing torrent that swiftly surged into his mind's sea, nourishing his parched and weary spirit. The faint prickling pain and dizziness quickly dissipated, and his thoughts became clear and sharp. Upon consuming a high-quality soul-nurturing pill, the spirit power rapidly restored, increasing from 85 to 95, slightly enhancing the upper limit of spirit strength. Current spirit power, 95. Note: a trace of pill toxicity remains in the body. Consuming similar pills within 12 hours will have their efficacy. His state was significantly restored. A flash of brilliance flickered in Lu Ming's eyes. Only then did he pick up the basic recipe for the gathering essence pill, mentally connecting with the system. Scan the recipe and all the medicinal materials. Optimize the structure of the recipe, enhance its efficacy, reduce pill toxicity, and provide the best refining process. Command received. Scanning and analyzing. Optimizing gathering essence pill recipe. Common grade superior, lower spirit stream realm. Requires the consumption of source points. 35. Continue. Proceed. Source points consumed. 35. Current source points. 153, 50,335. Spirit power consumed. 3. Current spirit power. 92. Optimization complete. The new recipe's efficacy increased by 150, pill toxicity reduced by 90, and the success rate raised to 80. Relevant information has been transmitted. In an instant, a perfectly optimized alchemical process flooded into his mind. A slight smile graced Lu Ming's lips. He opted not to use the earth fire cauldron for a slow refinement, as that would be too time-consuming and require skillful fire control. Instead, he chose a more direct approach. Synthesize the gathering essence pill according to the optimized recipe and process, using one portion of medicinal materials. Synthesizing optimized gathering essence pill, lower spirit stream realm. Requires source points X5 for catalysis and energy replenishment. Gathering essence pill medicinal materials X1. Confirm synthesis? Confirm synthesis. A flash of white light danced in his hand, and a portion of medicinal material vanished, revealing 3 pills the size of longan fruits, their surfaces smooth, shimmering, and exuding an enticing fragrance. The synthesis yielded 3 pills in one go. The efficiency was astonishing. Synthesis successful. Current remaining medicinal materials, 9 portions. Current source points, 103, 1535. Lu Ming picked up one of the pills for a close examination. Its quality far exceeded the basic version described by Mo Yuan. Without hesitation, he swallowed it. The pill transformed into a pure and gentle stream of vital energy, swiftly merging into his limbs and bones, while his Dantian's Qi absorbed it eagerly, like a parched land receiving much-awaited rain. The barrier that had become somewhat solid due to yesterday's abrupt interruption was once again violently loosening. The effects were extraordinarily good. He showed no signs of stopping. System, continue synthesizing. Use all remaining medicinal materials. Continuous synthesis begins consuming source points, 5 by 945 points. Current source points insufficient. Lu Ming frowned slightly, promptly altering his strategy. Dismantle 2 inferior elemental stones. Decomposing inferior elemental stones X2. Gain source points, 200. Current source points, 2,103, 103,200. Consuming spiritual energy, 4. Current spiritual energy, 88. Continue synthesis. Utilize all 9 medicinal materials. Continuous synthesis 9 times. Consuming origin points, 45. Obtained. Enhanced gathering essence pills X27. Current origin points, 1653, 210345. Current remaining materials, 0. Consuming spiritual energy, 9. Current spiritual energy, 79. Gazing at the more than 20 radiant enhanced gathering essence pills in his hand, Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He had no use for such an abundance. He retained 5 for himself and stored the remaining 22 pills into an empty vial. Instead of departing, he sat cross-legged, commencing the operation of the revised Qi drawing technique, refining the potency of the gathering essence pills within him. The pure medicinal energy incessantly battered against the barriers of his realm. After an indeterminate time, a faint cracking sound seemed to resonate within him. Host's realm elevated. 4th layer of Qi source realm. The total energy, physical strength, and spiritual capacity all experienced slight enhancements. Current spiritual energy, 85, recovery due to breakthrough. As he felt the significant augmentation of energy within and the newfound solidity of his physique, Lu Ming gradually opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of turbid air. His strength had progressed a small step, yet more crucially, he had uncovered a swift avenue for resource acquisition. He tidied his belongings and exited the alchemy hall, his expression returning to its usual tranquility, albeit slightly unsettled due to his recent breakthrough. Not far from the hall, a sarcastic voice drifted from the side. "Oh, is that not our exceptionally gifted genius Lu? What brings you to the alchemy hall? Trying your luck at alchemy like others? TSK, with that air about you, I wager you might just blow up the furnace." "Huh." Lu Ming turned to see Li Yuan and a few lackeys standing nearby, their faces adorned with mocking smiles. They had evidently just arrived at the alchemy hall, coincidentally encountering Lu Ming's exit. Lu Ming chose to ignore them and continued walking. However, Li Yuan, perceiving his silence as guilt, became even more smug, raising his voice. "What's wrong? Did I hit a nerve? Don't think your high comprehension makes you invincible. Alchemy relies on genuine experience and resource accumulation. How many herbs have you even handled? You wandering cultivator from a remote village? Can you even control the fire properly?" His lackeys erupted in laughter, drawing the attention of several disciples nearby. Lu Ming halted, turning around to regard Li Yuan's self-satisfied expression, and suddenly asked, "You are well-versed in alchemy?" Li Yuan was taken aback and then puffed out his chest, declaring proudly, "Of course, my family employs an alchemist. Naturally, I've absorbed more knowledge than you." Before he could finish, Lu Ming retrieved the vial containing the 22 enhanced gathering essence pills from his robe and uncorked it. Instantly, an overwhelming and pure fragrance, far surpassing that of ordinary gathering essence pills, permeated the air, eclipsing all other herbal scents around the alchemy hall. Li Yuan's smile froze abruptly, his eyes widening in disbelief as he fixated on the vial, his nose involuntarily inhaling the aroma, exclaiming, What kind of pill is this? The medicinal properties are so pure and formidable." The surrounding disciples were equally drawn in by the fragrant aroma of the medicinal concoction, gathering around with expressions of astonishment. With a placid demeanor, Lu Ming cast a neutral gaze upon Li Yuan, his tone devoid of fluctuation. Oh, it's merely a casual attempt at concocting a gathering essence pill. The quality appears to be passable. A casual attempt. A gathering essence pill. Li Yuan's voice cracked, his face flushed as if struck by an invisible hand. Just moments ago, he had mocked Lu Ming for his lack of alchemical knowledge. Lu Ming methodically stored the vial, as if he had merely executed an inconsequential task. Even adding nonchalantly, almost as if in soliloquy, alchemy doesn't seem particularly challenging. With that, he turned away, leaving behind a bewildered Li Yuan whose complexion shifted between shades of green and white, nearly choking on his indignation. He stood frozen, enduring the peculiar gazes of the surrounding disciples, wishing fervently for a chasm to swallow him whole. Not far from his departure, Lu Ming sensed a surreptitious gaze, imbued with greed and malice, emanating from a shadowy corner of the alchemy hall, fixated momentarily on the vial in his hand before vanishing. Current origin points, 1653. Current soul power, 85. Resources had been acquired, strength had been augmented, yet new troubles seemed to stealthily emerge, drawn by this unexpected display of wealth. Chapter 14. The competition commences. I am in a hurry. Upon returning to the courtyard of the Jiayi number 95 residence, Lu Ming shut the door, effectively severing himself from the prying eyes of curiosity, jealousy, and greed that lurked beyond. Leaning against the door, his fingers unconsciously fiddled with the now empty essence stone pouch at his waist. The last two had already disintegrated, and his heart bore little joy. Current origin points, 1653. Current soul power, 85. Host realm. Initial stage of Qi origin, 4th layer. A slight advancement in strength had been achieved, and the elixirs were secured. Yet troubles seemed to outpace benefits. Li Yuan was of no concern, but that shadowy gaze from outside the alchemy hall hinted at a genuine threat, along with the lurking peril beneath. It was imperative to hasten his strength, at the very least to secure the ability for self-preservation. Lu Ming's gaze turned icy. This flowing cloud academy was hardly a sanctuary. He consumed an optimized gathering essence pill, allowing its pure medicinal power to solidify his recent breakthrough. Subsequently, he ingested a soul-nurturing pill, a gift from Mo Yuan, to further restore his soul's vitality. Consumed optimized gathering essence pill, cultivation solidified and enhanced. Consumed soul-nurturing pill, superior. Soul power restored to 92. Minor accumulation of pill toxins within. His condition was nearly fully restored. Just as he prepared to continue his cultivation and familiarize himself with the powers of the 4th layer of Qi origin, an announcement resonated from outside the courtyard, amplified by the Academy's steward, echoing throughout the lodging area. Attention, all outer court disciples. The Academy's annual grand competition will commence tomorrow at the Central Square. Disciples of the Qi origin and spirit stream realms may register to participate. Those who rank highly will receive bountiful rewards, including techniques, elixirs, spirit stones, and even qualifications to enter the Cloud Sea secret realm. Those wishing to register, please proceed promptly to the affairs hall. The annual competition? Bountiful rewards? The Cloud Sea secret realm? Lu Ming's gaze flickered. This seemed to be an excellent opportunity for swiftly acquiring resources and a significant number of origin points. Especially that ethereal sea of clouds. It sounds like no ordinary place. Without a moment's hesitation, he promptly rose and made his way to the Hall of Affairs. Outside the hall, a throng of people gathered, far more bustling than the alchemy hall. Almost all the disciples from the outer court who had heard the news surged over, chattering animatedly, the air thick with excitement and tension. The appearance of Lu Ming once again stirred a small commotion. Those who recognized him cast sidelong glances and whispered among themselves, their remarks revolving around his prodigious talent and reputation as a core disciple. With an expression devoid of emotion, he queued up to register and collect his competition token, number 307 in the human category. Clearly, the number of applicants was substantial. Humph, what use is high comprehension? Victory in the competition hinges on tangible combat strength. Let us hope he isn't overwhelmed in the first round. An incongruous voice interjected, laced with evident disdain. It belonged to a lackey of Li Yuan, who had also come to register. Upon spotting Lu Ming, he couldn't resist a taunt. Lu Ming didn't even deign to lift his eyelids, seemingly oblivious, and passed by the individual without a word. This dismissive attitude inflicted more embarrassment than any rebuttal could, causing the man's face to flush with anger. The following day, in the central plaza, 10 colossal arenas had been erected, surrounded by a sea of people. The noise deafening. Elders and lecturers from the academy were seated upon a high platform. Elder Mo Yuan was notably present. Upon seeing Lu Ming arrive, he offered a slight nod, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. The rules of the competition were straightforward yet brutal, a melee elimination system. 100 participants would ascend each arena, and the last 10 remaining would advance to the next round. Simple, merciless, and efficient. Participants from the human category, groups 1 to 10, ascend the stage, bellowed the elder referee. Lu Ming found himself in the third group. He ascended the third arena with deliberate steps, positioning himself in a corner, closing his eyes to cultivate his spirit, indifferent to the surrounding clamor and hostility. The other 99 disciples on stage scrutinized each other nervously, seeking allies or identifying the weak, the atmosphere taut with tension. The competition commenced. At the referee's command, chaos erupted across the arena. The sounds of energy surging, weapons clashing, roars, and cries of agony melded into a cacophony. Almost instantaneously, 5 or 6 hostile gazes locked onto Lu Ming in his corner. Those who dared to compete were no fools. Lu Ming's reputation was far too formidable. Being a core disciple, thus he was a prime target for elimination. Let us take him out first. Several individuals, in unison, charged toward Lu Ming, blades and fists imbued with various energies, showing no mercy. Lu Ming suddenly opened his eyes, a glint of cold light flashing within them. He did not retreat. Instead, he stepped forward to meet the first attacker, his body shifting slightly to the side, deftly evading the incoming blade. With his right hand, fingers poised like a knife, he struck like lightning at the opponent's wrist. Ah! The individual cried out in agony as the steel blade slipped from his grasp. Without a glance back, Lu Ming lightly flicked his foot against the fallen hilt, sending the blade soaring into the air. He then thrust it forcefully against the second assailant's abdomen, targeting the vital energy point. Gasp! The second attacker's eyes bulged as he clutched his stomach, collapsing to the ground. With a swift strike, the third assailant lunged forward. Yet Lu Ming made no attempt to defend. Instead, his left hand darted out in an uncanny maneuver, seizing the assailant's wrist and pulling forcefully, while simultaneously, his right foot subtly tripped the ankle of the opponent's supporting leg. Thud! The third assailant lost his balance and crashed heavily to the ground, dazed and disoriented. In a flash, all 3 adversaries were rendered incapacitated, an impeccable display of technique and timing, executed with minimal expenditure of energy. The remaining 2 disciples, who had intended to capitalize on the situation, halted in their tracks, paralyzed with fear as they gazed at Lu Ming as if he were a fearsome beast cloaked in human guise. Lu Ming cast a cold glance in their direction, and they instantly felt as though they had plunged into an icy abyss, cold sweat pouring down as they instinctively retreated, turning to engage in other skirmishes. No longer daring to provoke this harbinger of doom, Lu Ming returned to his corner, resuming his meditative state, as if he had merely swatted away a few bothersome flies. Decomposed steel blade, ordinary. Source points gained, 8. Current source points, 1733. Consumed soul power, 1. Current soul power, 91. In the ensuing melee, no one dared to approach Lu Ming's corner. Occasionally, a disciple knocked away would find themselves swiftly dispatched by a casual slap or kick from him, sending them off the stage. Soon, fewer than 20 remained, engaged in a fierce struggle. Lu Ming found the situation rather mundane and began to calculate how many rounds he would need to compete in to reach the finals, the complexity of the arithmetic causing him to furrow his brow in impatience. At last, only 10 remained on stage. Aside from Lu Ming, the other 9 were all wounded and panting, casting complex glances at the figure in the corner, who had hardly moved and appeared untouched. The qualifiers for the third arena are confirmed, announced the presiding elder with a booming voice. Only then did Lu Ming open his eyes, leap off the stage, and instantly draw a multitude of gazes. His progression was astonishingly effortless. The subsequent rounds of elimination followed a similar pattern, with opponents growing increasingly formidable. Yet for Lu Ming, the essence of the challenge remained unchanged. Against a 4th-layer opponent of the Origin Realm, a single, simple strike sufficed to secure victory. When faced with a 5th-layer adversary, he exerted slightly more effort or tactically utilized the environment, yet still triumphed with a single decisive blow. He even felt disinclined to synthesize any peculiar items through the system, relying solely on his combat intuition and skills that far surpassed his realm. Decomposed black iron rod, ordinary. Source points gained, 9. Current source points, 1823. Decomposed steel arm guard, ordinary. Source points gained, 7. Current source points, 1893. Consumed soul power, 3. Current soul power, 88. His matches concluded with remarkable swiftness, characterized by an intensity that left no traces of martial arts techniques, only pure efficiency and a chilling capacity for lethal strikes. The audience transitioned from initial shock to numbness, eventually escalating to fervent enthusiasm. Another victory, another single blow. A monster, Truly a combat beast. How has he trained? Those movements are incomprehensible. Brother Liu, over here. Upon the high platform, Elder Mo Yuan stroked his beard with a smile, his eyes reflecting an increasing admiration. The other elders nodded frequently, engaging in hushed conversations, clearly pleased with Lu Ming's performance. Li Yuan also participated in the competition, exerting every ounce of his strength, even resorting to several life-preserving artifacts bestowed by his family, just barely making it into the top 64. Exhausted, he felt like a lifeless dog. Upon witnessing Lu Ming advance effortlessly once more, jealousy gnawed at him, nearly causing him to grind his teeth, yet he remained helpless, overwhelmed by a profound sense of powerlessness. The competition intensified as the rounds progressed, 32 strong, then 16, where only the elite from the outer sect remained, each at least a 5th or 6th layer in the Chi Source realm. The battles became a spectacle to behold, showcasing a dazzling array of martial techniques and spells that continuously elicited gasps from the audience. However, on Lu Ming's stage, the atmosphere remained uniquely captivating. His opponent was a renowned Chi Source 6th layer body cultivator, muscles rippling, skin glistening like stone. Lu Ming, I know you're fast, but my stone skin technique has reached perfection. Let us see how you breach my defenses. The body cultivator bellowed, assuming a defensive stance, bracing himself for the encounter. Lu Ming glanced at his opponent and then at the referee, seemingly perceiving the situation as a waste of time. Then, to the astonishment of his opponent and the entire audience, he performed a warm-up stretch, twisting his neck as if preparing for a grand event. In the next moment, he moved. His speed was not the swiftest, yet it possessed a peculiar rhythmic quality. Instantly maneuvering to the side and rear of the body cultivator, an exceedingly subtle weak point in the stone skin technique's force field. Rather than striking the opponent's back or head, he extended his fingers like a blade, concentrating a thread of primordial energy, and precisely tapped a specific acupoint just beneath the opponent's tailbone. This point was where the stone skin technique's force field converged, also densely packed with nerve endings. The body cultivator emitted a bizarre, high-pitched scream, as if he had been ignited by a firecracker. His body, rigid and stone-like, suddenly softened. His legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground, clutching his rear, convulsing violently. Tears and snot streaming down his face, utterly devoid of combat capability. A profound silence enveloped the arena. Everyone stood in stunned disbelief. What manner of combat was this? The referee elder twitched his lips, suppressing a certain expression, and declared, Lu Ming wins. With an impassive demeanor, Lu Ming descended from the platform, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. Remarkably, no one noticed that at the moment he struck the acupoint, his fingertip had subtly moved, discreetly relieving his opponent of a decorative iron token that hung from his waist. Decomposed fine iron token, common, obtained origin points, 2, current origin points, 1913. Consumed soul power, 1, current soul power, 87. Even the tiniest morsel counts. Thus, Lu Ming, in a peculiarly uncanny manner, bulldozed his way through, leaving no one capable of forcing him to employ a second strike, successfully advancing into the top 8. When the matchups for the quarterfinals were announced, the atmosphere in the arena shifted subtly. In the 4th match, Lu Ming faced Lin Feng. Lin Feng, a practitioner at the 7th layer of the Chi Source realm, stands as one of the favored contenders for victory in this grand competition. More significantly, he bears the surname Lin and hails from the esteemed Lin family of Qingmu City, being a highly regarded branch descendant. Ascending to the arena, Lin Feng's gaze, filled with malice, fixates on Lu Ming. A cold smile curling at the corners of his lips as he whispers in a tone audible only to the two of them. You are quite arrogant, young man. Young Master Bao has sent me to convey a message. Your days of fortune are numbered. Chapter 15. Since you have recognized me, do not descend. Lin Feng's chilling voice, laced with unabashed murderous intent, slithered into Lu Ming's ears like the forked tongue of a venomous serpent. The clamor from the crowd below seemed to dissipate in that moment, all eyes riveted upon the two figures on the stage. One, an unexpected dark horse of the competition, a prodigy of inscrutable methods. The other, a seasoned powerhouse from the illustrious Lin family. The atmosphere tensed to an almost unbearable degree. Upon the high platform, Elder Mo Yuan's brow furrowed slightly as his gaze swept towards the Lin family's direction, a flicker of displeasure evident in his eyes, yet he refrained from intervening. In the academy competition, as long as the rules were not violated, he found it inappropriate to directly interfere. Lu Ming regarded Lin Feng, whose aura was robust and who had reached the 7th layer of the Chi Source realm, maintaining an expression as tranquil as a still pond. Though a faint chill flickered in the depths of his gaze. Is this Lin Bao's dog? He remarked, his voice low yet distinctly audible to Lin Feng. The sneer on Lin Feng's face faltered, swiftly morphing into fury. "You seek death." Commenced the match. The presiding elder, sensing the charged atmosphere, immediately declared. Before the words had fully left his lips, Lin Feng erupted with power. "Kneel before me." The formidable energy of the seventh layer of the Qi Source realm surged forth, enveloping the entire arena with a pressure surpassing that of all his previous adversaries. His fingers, poised like a sword, unleashed an exquisitely refined stream of golden sword qi that shot forth with a piercing sound, aimed directly at Lu Ming's dantian. The initial strike was a vicious maneuver meant to cripple. The speed was astonishing, the angle treacherous, leaving no room for evasion. Gasps of astonishment echoed from the spectators below. It was clear that Lin Feng intended to kill. However, in the face of this fierce assault, Lu Ming's response astonished everyone. He neither attempted to withstand the blow nor dodged awkwardly. His body seemed to have already anticipated the trajectory of the attack, pivoting with an almost impossible minimal motion. With a swift movement, the golden sword qi grazed his waist, slicing a gash in his clothing but leaving him unscathed. Simultaneously, as he sidestepped, Lu Ming's right hand shot into his robe with lightning speed, actually retrieving an item from his system space, and suddenly thrust outward. A dull iron object, the size of a longan and unremarkable in appearance, was hurled towards Lin Feng's face. A concealed weapon? Merely a trifling skill. Lin Feng scoffed, instinctively swatting his hand to deflect it. Such a mundane iron projectile could not possibly breach his protective energy. Yet, just as his palm was about to make contact with the iron object, Lu Ming's icy consciousness commanded, "Activate." Activating Bright Shockwave Grenade, a one-time artifact of low-grade Lingxi realm. Consuming 35 source points. Confirm? Confirm. A seemingly ordinary iron lump suddenly erupted with a blinding white light that far surpassed that of the sun. Simultaneously, it emitted a low, terrifying roar that could shatter eardrums. Boom. Buzz. The radiance and sound waves converged perfectly in the small area where Lin Feng stood. While the rest of the arena remained largely unaffected, Lin Feng, positioned at the epicenter, found himself in dire straits. "Ah, my eyes, my ears." Lin Feng let out a piercing scream, his vision instantly blinded and his ears ringing, leaving him utterly deafened. His mind went blank, and the gathered energy within him dissipated in an instant, causing him to stagger backward like a headless fly, completely disoriented and defenseless. Now was the moment. Lu Ming moved. He had been waiting for this opportunity. Never had he considered a direct confrontation against an opponent 3 levels above him. He darted forward like a phantom, seamlessly slipping into Lin Feng's wide-open defense. No longer was this a contest of skill, it was a brutal battlefield technique. His right hand, gripping the military dagger, glided silently into his palm, transforming into a cold arc of death aimed straight at Lin Feng's unprotected throat. Swift, accurate, ruthless. "How dare you, young one?" An elder friendly with the Lin family, filled with rage, shot up to intervene. But someone was quicker. Elder Mo Yuan let out a cold snort, unleashing an invisible pressure that momentarily stalled the elder's movements. In that fleeting instant, squelch. The dull sound of a blade slicing through flesh reverberated throughout the arena. The cold edge of the military dagger precisely severed Lin Feng's throat. All of Lin Feng's actions froze instantly, the terror and disbelief in his eyes solidifying. He futilely clasped his gushing neck, gasping, his body limply falling backward, crashing heavily onto the arena floor, convulsing twice before falling silent. A single strike, and he was dead. The arena plunged into silence. Everyone was stunned by the sudden reversal and bloody conclusion that transpired in mere moments. From Lin Feng's eruption to Lu Ming's uncanny evasion, followed by the blinding light and thunderous roar of that strange iron lump, culminating in Lu Ming's lethal close-range attack. The entire sequence unfolded in a mere 2 or 3 breaths. A genius of the 7th layer of the Origin realm had been so effortlessly slain by a 4th layer practitioner in a manner they could not comprehend. As Lin Feng's blood stained the arena, the onlookers seemed to awaken from a nightmare, erupting in an uproar akin to a tsunami. He killed him. What was that thing? How ruthless. Expressionless, Lu Ming withdrew the military dagger, casually wiping the blood from Lin Feng's clothing before sheathing it. Throughout the ordeal, his gaze remained unwavering, as if he had merely crushed an ant. He even took the time to crouch down, ostensibly to inspect Lin Feng's injuries, but in truth, his fingers deftly moved to relieve the young man of a seemingly valuable storage bag and a ring from his hand, silently slipping them into his sleeve. Decomposed Jin Yun Bag, high-grade storage artifact of the Origin realm, gains source points, 85. The Decomposed Spirit Ring of Concentration, a high-grade auxiliary artifact of the Origin realm, has yielded a source point of 78. The current source points stand at 3,193, 156, 38578. Consumed soul power, 3. Current soul power, 84. Upon the high platform, an elder from the Lin family faction trembled with rage, pointing an accusing finger at Lu Ming while bellowing at the judge, cruel and bloodthirsty. This violates the regulations of the grand competition. Immediately revoke his qualification, strip him of his cultivation, and expel him from the academy. The judge appeared flustered, glancing toward Elder Mo Yuan. Mo Yuan slowly rose to his feet, his voice calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. The rules of the grand competition dictate that fists and feet are blind. Any injury sustained is the responsibility of the injured. Lin Feng was the first to unleash lethal moves with the intent to incapacitate, as witnessed by all. It is understandable that Lu Ming, in a bid for self-preservation, retaliated excessively. In my view, this was an unfortunate accident and should not be pursued. Mo Yuan, you are shielding him. The elder fumed. Shielding? Mo Yuan's gaze turned icy. Does Elder Lin believe it permissible for your Lin family disciples to strike lethally while forbidding others from retaliating? Or is it that the rules of the Lu Yun Academy's grand competition are dictated solely by the Lin family? These words struck heavily, leaving the Lin elder momentarily speechless. His face a pallid shade of fury, yet he dared not continue his argument, merely casting a fierce glare at Lu Ming before returning to his seat in indignation. Mo Yuan turned to the judge, announced the results. The judge breathed a sigh of relief and proclaimed loudly, Lu Ming is the victor, advancing to the top 4. As the result was announced, murmurs rippled through the crowd below, their gazes toward Lu Ming filled with awe, fear, and an indescribable sense of horror. This youth not only possessed an uncanny strength, but also exhibited a ruthlessness that knew no bounds. Lu Ming paid no heed to the surrounding discussions and leaped down from the arena. As he passed by Lin Feng's lifeless body, he did not pause, treating it as if it were inconsequential refuse. However, just as he was about to enter the contestant passage, a figure suddenly dashed in front of him. It was Lin Bao, his eyes bloodshot and wild with fury. Lu Ming, you bastard. You killed a member of my Lin family. We will not rest until one of us is dead. Lin Bao screamed, almost lunging forward, only to be restrained firmly by the nearby enforcers. Lu Ming halted his steps, coldly observing him, and unexpectedly posed an irrelevant question. Was the warm jade you lost that day comfortable to wear? Lin Bao was taken aback, then erupted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. So it was you behind this. Old grievances and new animosities surged within him, nearly driving him to madness. Yet, Lu Ming chose to ignore him and continued on his way. After taking 2 steps, as if recalling something, he turned back to the frenzied Lin Bao and added, his tone still unperturbed, next time you send a dog, remember to keep it on a tight leash. With that, he vanished into the passageway. Lin Bao trembled with rage, spewing a mouthful of blood before collapsing backward, causing a commotion. Within the passage, Lu Ming leaned against the cold wall, slowly exhaling a breath of stale air. What had appeared effortless was, in reality, fraught with peril. In facing an adversary at the 7th level of the Origin Realm, he had to exert his utmost effort, remaining highly focused. Current source points, 3193. Current soul power, 84. Having slain a member of the Lin family, the trouble had escalated. Yet, he harbored no regrets. An enemy must be eradicated down to the roots. However, just a moment ago, when he deployed that blinding flash grenade, he faintly sensed an exceedingly subtle, yet profoundly unsettling gaze from the highest point of the viewing platform, as if it lingered upon him for an ephemeral moment. This sensation bore a resemblance to being scanned by an overseer, yet it was distinctly different. Was it some ancient monster lurking deeper within the academy? Or something else entirely? Chapter 16. The Finals? Your sacred artifact is a fake within the contestant's passage. The frigid walls temporarily insulated him from the tumult and carnage of the outside world. Lu Ming leaned against the wall, gradually regulating his breath. Current source points, 3,193. Current soul power, 84. Slight fatigue from heightened mental focus. The swift elimination of Lin Feng appeared effortless, yet it was fraught with peril. The oppressive force of the 7th layer of the Source Awakening realm was undeniably formidable, had it not been for the remarkable efficacy of that blinding flash grenade. Coupled with his opponent's underestimation, the outcome could have been uncertain. The consumption of soul power was also somewhat greater than anticipated. More critically, the fleeting yet soul-chilling gaze from the highest point of the platform hung over him like the sword of Damocles, instilling within him a sense of vigilance. The depths of the Lu Yun Academy were indeed profound. He swiftly examined the spoils acquired from Lin Feng. Aside from several hundred taels of gold and silver and some ordinary elixirs, there was little of significant value. However, the focused spirit ring held some utility. though it had already been dismantled. After a brief respite, feeling the slight discomfort in his soul dissipate, Lu Ming ventured back towards the arena. As he passed, the surrounding disciples instinctively parted ways, their gazes filled with awe, fear, and an indescribable complexity of emotions. The semifinals commenced swiftly. Perhaps the impact of Lin Feng's defeat had served as a sufficient deterrent. Lu Ming's opponent, a peak disciple of the sixth layer of the Source Awakening realm, exhibited remarkable caution upon ascending the stage, adopting a defensive stance throughout. The outcome was inevitable. Lu Ming did not even resort to using system artifacts. Relying solely on his recent breakthrough to the fourth layer of the Source Awakening realm, along with his honed combat awareness vastly superior to his opponents, he exploited a flaw on the 10th strike, delivering a simple straight punch that shattered the defense and struck his opponent's chest, sending him tumbling off the stage. Decomposed Heart Guard, common item, shattered during the opponent's defense, source points gained, 6, current source points, 3253. Consumed Soul Power, 1, current soul power, 83. With ease, he advanced to the finals. In the other semifinal, a fierce battle unfolded between Lin Outyin and a talented civilian disciple. The clash was far more intense, culminating in Lin Outyin leveraging his peak prowess in the 7th layer of the Source Awakening realm and a family-bestowed defensive inner armor, barely withstanding his opponent's desperate assaults to secure a narrow victory. Though he sustained some internal injuries, his complexion pale. Thus, the finalists for the annual competition were determined: Lu Ming versus Lin Outyin. This news ignited the entire plaza. One was a dark horse who had emerged with bizarre and ruthless tactics, while the other was a scion of the Lin family, boasting a deep background and superior cultivation. The collision of old and new forces, intertwined with personal vendettas, imbued this final showdown with palpable tension. On the high platform, the elder's expressions grew solemn. Elder Mo Yuan furrowed his brows, a hint of concern flickering within him. In stark contrast, the elder from the Lin clan wore a frigid expression, his lips curling slightly in a barely perceptible smirk. The finals did not commence immediately, allowing both parties half an hour to recuperate. Lin Outyin was promptly surrounded by members of the Lin family, who inundated him with an abundance of healing elixirs, while others assisted him in channeling energy for recovery. Meanwhile, Lu Ming remained solitary in his corner, swallowing an enhanced version of the Gathering Essence pill, silently refining it to solidify his cultivation and recover the negligible depletions he had experienced. He even took the leisure to observe the chaotic scene surrounding Lin Outyin. Reminiscent of a football player cramping during a match, swarmed by team doctors, a faint, almost imperceptible smirk gracing his lips. His adversary in the finals was Lin Outyin, a peak 7th layer cultivator of the Qi Yuan realm, and it was certain that the Lin family had more tricks up their sleeves. He needed to prepare thoroughly. His consciousness delved into the system, where he found numerous disposable artifacts and special items from the Lingxi realm, though most were prohibitively expensive. After a swift perusal, he finally settled on an option: Breaking Yuan Nail, a low-grade disposable artifact of the Lingxi realm. It condenses a significant amount of essence to specifically target the weaknesses of various energy shields and artifact structures. The exchange required origin points x50. He opted to redeem a Breaking Yuan Nail, the sole and ultimate trump card he prepared for the finals. Origin points consumed, 50. Acquired, Breaking Yuan Nail x1. Current origin points, 2753, 325,350. Soul power consumed, 2. Current soul power, 81. A slender, obsidian metal nail, cool to the touch, materialized in his hand before being tucked away into his sleeve. Having completed this, he felt adequately prepared. Half an hour slipped by in an instant. The finals commenced. Both competitors ascended the stage. The voice of the presiding elder resonated with gravity. Lin Outyin leapt onto the stage, having consumed a plethora of elixirs. His complexion regained its rosy hue, and his aura surged even more robustly than before, evidently boosted by some form of potential-enhancing concoction. His gaze fixated on Lu Ming, brimming with unmasked resentment and murderous intent. "You little wretch, you have slain my kin. Today, I shall demand blood for blood," he growled under his breath. Audible only to the two of them, Lu Ming maintained an expressionless demeanor, slowly tightening his fist concealed within his sleeve. Those who chatter excessively often meet swift ends. The match began. Before the words had fully left the elder's lips, Lin Outyin abruptly struck his waist pouch. A resonant hum echoed throughout the arena. A brilliant golden streak of light erupted from it, landing in his grasp and transforming into a sword of ancient design, its blade shimmering like flowing water, emanating a heart-stopping pressure. Mystical runes flickered faintly along the sword's surface, causing the surrounding essence of heaven and earth to quiver. A sacred artifact. A low-grade sacred artifact. Gasps of astonishment erupted from knowledgeable disciples in the audience. The Lin family had actually bestowed a sacred artifact upon him. How could one possibly contend against such power? The might of a sacred artifact was beyond what a cultivator of the Qi Yuan realm could withstand. On the high platform, Elder Mo Yuan abruptly rose to his feet, casting a furious glare at the Lin elder beside him. Elder Lin. It is strictly forbidden to employ external forces that exceed one's own realm in this grand competition. The sacred artifact has indeed entered the realm of the spirit stream, which is a breach of protocol. The elder of the Lin clan, with a smile that barely concealed his malice, retorted, Elder Mo Yuan, your assertion is misguided. Lin Ao Tian is a direct descendant of the Lin family, and this golden light sword is his own crafted life weapon. Although its rank is slightly elevated, it is undeniably a part of his strength. Why should he be prohibited from using it? Should we compel the scions of the Lin family to bind their hands and feet in combat? Mo Yuan felt a surge of frustration, but found himself unable to counter the argument. Indeed, the regulations did not expressly forbid the use of high-tier artifacts. It relied solely on the disciples' own fortune and capability. The Lin family had found a loophole. Lin Ao Tian wielded the golden light sword, feeling the immense power coursing through it, a triumphant and sinister grin spreading across his face. You little wretch, to perish beneath my family's sacred artifact is your honor. He poured his vital energy into the sword without reservation, causing the golden light sword to emit an even more resplendent radiance. A golden sword light, several zhang long and remarkably condensed, tore through the air with a destructive aura, descending upon Lu Ming with lethal intent. The sword's might enveloped the entire arena, leaving no avenue for escape. The power of the sacred artifact indeed surpassed the level of the Qi source realm. The onlookers below turned pale. This strike could intimidate even those newly stepping into the spirit stream realm. Lu Ming's pupils constricted slightly. To face it head-on would mean certain death. In that critical moment, his consciousness connected to the system with unprecedented speed. System. Highest priority. Scan and analyze the energy structure of that sword, the operation of its runes, the core nodes, and all its weaknesses. Command received. Highest priority scan initiated. Scanning target, golden light sword, lower grade sacred artifact. Analyzing energy structure reveals complex layers containing fragments of incomplete gold elemental loss. Core driving runes located at the third rune node of the sword's body, with a minor flaw at the connection point of the seventh energy circuit, casting residue. Forcibly analyzing requires a substantial expenditure of soul power and origin points. Estimated consumption, origin points x 200, soul power x 15. Continue? Proceed. Lu Ming did not hesitate at all. Origin points could be earned again, but life was singular. Origin points consumed, 200. Current origin points, 753. Soul power consumed, 15. Current soul power, 66. Warning. Excessive consumption of soul power. A wave of intense dizziness and pain surged through Lu Ming's mind, draining color from his face and causing his vision to blur. Yet, he firmly steadied himself as torrents of data flooded into his consciousness. This was the moment. Faced with the cataclysmic descent of the golden sword light, Lu Ming executed an action that left everyone utterly astounded. He did not evade, nor did he defend. Instead, he stepped forward with fervor, his body, akin to a moth drawn to flame, recklessly charged toward the terrifying sword light. He had lost his mind. The crowd erupted in screams. However, just as the sword light was about to strike him, Lu Ming's body contorted in a manner impossible for any mortal, dangerously sliding along the edge of the sword light. The movement was so unnatural it resembled that of a boneless creature. Simultaneously, his left hand, which had been concealed within his sleeve, shot out with lightning speed. The dark, broken yuan nail at his fingertips encapsulated the remnants of his life force and resolute will, striking with unparalleled precision at a minute structural flaw on the golden sword. A faint yet remarkably crisp sound of metal clashing resonated through the air. The tip of the broken yuan nail struck that minuscule flaw with impeccable accuracy. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. The ostentatious golden sword light abruptly halted mid-air. The sneer on Lin Aotian's face instantly solidified, morphing into shock and disbelief. In the next instant, crackling sounds echoed as fine fissures, like a spider's web, swiftly spread across the entirety of the golden sword's blade from the point of impact. The resplendent glow rapidly dimmed, and the terrifying pressure receded like a receding tide. No. Lin Aotian let out a terrified and desperate scream. Boom. The low-grade sacred weapon, the golden sword, began to shatter before the astonished gazes of many, crumbling into countless fragments that scattered in all directions. The sacred weapon was destroyed. by a mere disciple of the fourth layer of the Qi origin realm with an inconspicuous nail? The entire arena fell into a profound silence. The sound of a falling pin could be heard. Everyone gasped, as if witnessing the most unimaginable spectacle in the world. With his life-bound artifact destroyed, Lin Outyin suffered a severe backlash, violently spewing forth a mouthful of blood, his aura instantly waning, eyes filled with confusion and despair. And Lu Ming sought precisely this moment of his disorientation and weakness. His body, like a phantom, closed in once more. The right-hand military dagger struck like a venomous serpent, aimed directly at Lin Outyin's unprotected throat, rendered defenseless by shock and backlash. The shadow of death loomed instantaneously. Lin Outyin's soul trembled in fear. Instinctively screaming, "I admit defeat," before the words could escape his lips, the cold military dagger mercilessly pierced his throat, stifling all pleas for mercy and despair. Lin Outyin's eyes bulged wide open, fixated on Lu Ming, filled with boundless terror, regret, and confusion, his body slumping down, following in Lin Feng's footsteps. Lu Ming withdrew the dagger without so much as glancing at the lifeless body, his gaze instead shifting towards the scattered fragments of the sacred weapon. A flicker of awareness igniting within him. Decomposing golden sword fragments, containing fragmented laws, materials from the Lingxi realm. Estimated to yield origin points, 500 to 800, depending on the size of the fragments and the integrity of the laws. Proceed with decomposition. Confirm decomposition. Every bit recovered is worthwhile. Origin points gained, 620. Current origin points, 6,953, 753 to 620. Soul power consumed, 5. Current soul power, 61. Soul power consumption is excessive. Immediate rest is strongly advised. A wave of intense fatigue and dizziness washed over Lu Ming once more, his body swaying imperceptibly, his complexion pale as a sheet. He forced himself to steady, casting a cold, piercing glance towards the high platform. The square remained enveloped in a deathly silence. The finals concluded. Lu Ming emerged victorious. Lin Outyin of the Lin clan, wielding the sacred weapon, perished. Chapter 17. Solitude and the Pursuit. Order. The suffocating silence in the square endured for a full 10 breaths before being shattered by a piercing, vengeful roar. "You little beast." Upon the high platform, the elder of the Lin family, his eyes filled with fury, gazed upon the lifeless body of Lin Outyin on the arena, exuding a terrifying aura as if he were about to recklessly descend and tear Lu Ming apart. "Elder Lin, remain calm." Elder Mo Yuan interjected with a sharp reprimand, simultaneously unleashing a more formidable pressure that firmly restrained him. "The rules of the grand competition are thus. With all eyes upon us, what do you intend to do? He has slain a direct descendant of the Lin family. He has desecrated the sacred artifact. This enmity is irreconcilable." Elder Lin raged, his eyes bloodshot. Yet it was Lin Outyin who wielded the sacred artifact first, intent on taking his life, only to face retribution. Mo Yuan stood resolute, his tone frigid. "Elder Lin, do not forget that we are at the Luoyuan Academy. This is not the place for your Lin family to run rampant." Tensions escalated between the two elders, the atmosphere thick with animosity. The audience below held their breath, acutely aware that this matter would not be resolved easily. Lu Ming seemed oblivious to the contention above. A profound dizziness relentlessly assaulted his consciousness. The emptiness and pain stemming from the exhaustion of his soul left him in considerable distress. Current source points, 6,953. Current soul power, 61. Severely depleted, consciousness clouded, reactions sluggish. Immediate rest highly recommended. He strained to maintain his final vestiges of clarity as he slowly descended the arena, his steps somewhat unsteady. As he passed, the crowd parted like the tide, their gazes filled with fear, reverence, and a hint of pity. Having offended the Lin family, even if the academy temporarily shielded him, his future would be fraught with peril. Just as he was about to enter the contestant passage, a figure suddenly surged before him. Lin Bao, supported by others. His face as pale as a ghost. He regarded Lu Ming with a deep-seated hatred and a flicker of maniacal glee. "Lu Ming, you are finished. You are utterly finished." Lin Bao's voice rasped, akin to a malevolent spirit's curse. "Do you know whom you have killed? Lin Outyin is of the direct lineage of the family head. Await your demise. The Lin family will ensure your suffering is endless. Do not think that being alone renders you unscathed. We will track your footsteps, erasing every trace of your existence. There is no escape, even to the ends of the earth." Alone, Lu Ming's eyes, which had been half closed from fatigue, abruptly widened, interrupting Lin Bao's tirade. His gaze, once dulled from soul exhaustion, suddenly focused, emanating a chilling light. He halted, turned, and advanced step by step towards Lin Bao. Despite his poor condition and pale visage, the murderous intent forged amidst mountains of corpses and seas of blood enveloped him like a palpable force, nearly suffocating Lin Bao. Indeed, I am alone. Lu Ming's voice was deep and hoarse, yet carried an unsettling calm. Thus, if your Lin family seeks revenge, come at me. I am eager to see how many lives you are prepared to sacrifice to accompany me to the grave. His tone was as flat as a statement of fact. Yet the icy resolve within sent shivers down the spines of Lin Bao and all present. An adversary devoid of vulnerabilities, wielding strange powers with a ruthless hand, is the most terrifying of foes. Lin Bao, feeling the weight of his gaze, trembled and shrieked in a colorless rage, arrogant. The Lin family's ruthlessness is akin to crushing an ant beneath their heel. Give it a try. Lu Ming uttered those 3 words, refusing to glance back, and turned to stride toward the contestant passage. His gaze bore the indifference of one gazing upon a corpse. On the high platform, the elder of the Lin clan wore a grim expression, casting a fierce glare at Mo Yuan before sweeping away, evidently eager to report back to the family. Elder Mo Yuan watched Lu Ming's retreating figure, a flicker of complexity crossing his eyes. This young man's tenacity and cold-heartedness are indeed rare. Yet provoking the Lin family spells trouble for his future. Lu Ming returned directly to his humble courtyard, slamming the door shut behind him. He could no longer endure. Collapsing onto his bed, as a violent headache and a sensation of soul tearing threatened to engulf him. Warning: soul power has fallen below the safety threshold. Deep sleep is strongly recommended. Current soul power, 61. He gritted his teeth against the discomfort, retrieving a soul-nourishing pill from the system space, which Mo Yuan had previously given him, and swallowed it. The cool medicinal properties unfurled slowly, nourishing his nearly desiccated sea of consciousness, providing him with a modicum of relief. He needed to recuperate swiftly. The Lin family's retaliation could strike at any moment. Time passed, though he could not discern how long, when a rapid knocking at the door jolted him from his half-dazed state. Lu Ming, senior brother, open the door. An academy announcement. It was the voice of a steward disciple. Lu Ming struggled to rise and opened the courtyard door. A worried steward disciple stood outside, handing him a jade slip and a black token. Senior brother Lu, this is sent by the Elder Council. The jade slip contains the list of rewards for this competition's top prize. The steward disciple paused, lowering his voice as he indicated the black token. This is a death warrant just issued by the Lin family through official channels, offering a bounty of 100,000 low-grade spirit stones for your life. The Academy cannot openly intervene in such private assassinations within the cultivation community, but I must caution you to be exceedingly careful. A death warrant. 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. Lu Ming's pupils constricted. The Lin family truly knows no bounds. This reward is enticing enough to attract loose cultivators from the spirit stream realm or even the mountain sea realm. He accepted the items with an impassive expression. Thank you. The steward disciple hurried away, as if fearing to be associated with him. Returning inside, Lu Ming examined the jade slip. The rewards were indeed substantial. 3,000 low-grade spirit stones, a vial of foundational liquid suitable for the spirit stream realm, and a chance to enter the second level of the scripture pavilion. Yet, he found himself devoid of the inclination to scrutinize further. His gaze fell upon the black token, which bore a grotesque character for kill on one side, and the Lin family's emblem and bounty details on the other. This token itself was a declaration of death. Target: death warrant, special artifact, possessing notification and tracking functions. Disassembling yields origin points. 1. Material is ordinary. Value lies in the information. Proceed with disassembly? Disassemble. Lu Ming replied coldly. A flash of white light enveloped the token, causing it to vanish. Current origin points: 6,963, 69531. Soul power consumption: 1. Current soul power: 60. At the instant the token disappeared, a sharp whistle pierced the air outside the courtyard. A streak of dark light shot through the courtyard door, aimed directly at his face. The speed was astonishing, the angle treacherous. An ambush. Though Lu Ming was in a poor state, his instincts for battle remained intact. He abruptly turned his head, the dark arrow gliding past his cheek with a whoosh, embedding itself deeply into the wall behind him. It was a pitch-black crossbow bolt, its fletching still quivering. Attached to the shaft was a note, which Lu Ming's icy gaze scrutinized as he extracted the bolt and unfolded the message. It bore a single line. If you wish to survive, come alone to the Eagle's Drop in the Black Mist Mountains. A trap. An unabashed scheme. The adversary showed no concern for whether he saw through their ploy. They intended to convey in an audacious manner, "We await you there. Should you fail to come, prepare for an endless pursuit that will ultimately consume you." Lu Ming gradually clenched the note, his knuckles whitening under the strain. His spirit remained pained, his body weary. Yet, He straightened his back resolutely. What did it matter to be alone? He had braved torrents of gunfire in his past life. Why fear this? He approached the wall, gazing at the crossbow bolt embedded within. Target, armor-piercing crossbow bolt. Common, poisoned. Decompose for source points. 3. Decompose? Decompose. A flash of white light erased the threat. Current source points. 6,993. Soul power consumed. 1. Current soul power, 59. He took a deep breath and retrieved a vial of foundational elixir from his system space. Without hesitation, he uncorked the bottle and consumed the amber liquid in one gulp. The immense and soothing medicinal force detonated within him, surging through his meridians and dantian. The Qi induction technique revision began to operate at an unprecedented speed. Consuming foundational elixir, spirit stream realm, medicinal force conversion underway, rapid cultivation increase. Breakthrough. 5th layer of the origin realm. Continued breakthrough. 6th layer of the origin realm. Warning, continuous breakthroughs may lead to a slightly unstable foundation, requiring subsequent consolidation. Current soul power, 65, restoration from breakthrough. The overwhelming sensation of power temporarily dispelled his fatigue. Achieving 2 consecutive breakthroughs revitalized him significantly. Aware of the risks associated with hastily elevating one's realm through pills, he recognized the pressing dangers around him. He required sufficient strength to confront all challenges. He stretched his limbs, feeling the vital energy surge within, creating a subtle sound akin to flowing rivers. Then, he pushed open the courtyard door and walked unabashedly toward the academy's main entrance. The disciples he encountered along the way recoiled in terror, viewing him as a harbinger of calamity. Upon reaching the academy gates, he paused and cast a final glance at this fleeting haven. Elder Mo Yuan appeared in the window of the high pavilion, gazing down at him with a complex expression, yet he made no effort to dissuade him. Lu Ming nodded slightly in farewell. Then, under the scrutiny of countless eyes, he stepped forth from the gates of Lu Yun Academy. The sunlight was blinding, the streets seemingly tranquil. Yet it felt as though myriad eyes lurked in the shadows, watching. Alone, he faced the entire Lin family's assassination order. Yet, a cold and exhilarated smile curved his lips. The hunt had begun. Chapter 18. The Trap at Eagle's Drop. The imposing gates of Lu Yun Academy receded behind him, as if shedding a fragile layer of protection. The clamor of Aoki City Street assailed the senses, yet Lu Ming's acute perception could detect the myriad of cold gazes lurking beneath the surface. Greed, malice, curiosity, and scrutiny swirled like an undercurrent. The bounty of 100,000 low-grade primordial stones was enough to drive anyone to madness. He was, at present, a piece of prime prey. Nevertheless, he exhibited no hesitation. After discerning his direction, he set forth towards the Black Mist Mountains. His pace appeared unhurried, yet was remarkably resolute. Each step measured with precision as if carefully calculated, unaffected by the potential ambush looming ahead. Even as he passed a vendor selling grilled pancakes, he paused to purchase 2 steaming meat pies with his change, indulging as he walked, as if he were merely on an outing. This unusual calmness rendered some lurking opportunists hesitant. However, there are always those blinded by greed. At a relatively secluded alleyway, 3 figures suddenly sprang forth, obstructing his path. Leading them was a scar-faced man, a 5th-layer cultivator of the initiation realm, flanked by 2 others of the 4th layer, all bearing fierce expressions. "Kid, hand over everything you have, and we'll make it quick for you." The scar-faced man sneered, brandishing a wickedly curved blade. Lu Ming swallowed the last morsel of his meat pie, leisurely wiped his hands, and raised his gaze to the trio, his eyes serene and untroubled. "Just the 3 of you?" There was no fear, no anger in his gaze, only a detached indifference akin to observing lifeless objects, sending an inexplicable chill down the spines of the scar-faced men. Seeking death. Enraged, the scar-faced man bellowed, and the trio lunged forward simultaneously. Blades flashed, enveloping Lu Ming in a storm of steel. Yet, Lu Ming moved. He did not retreat. Instead, he advanced with the swiftness of a specter. In the fleeting moment before the attack struck, his body twisted in a near-impossible manner, deftly slipping through the gaps of 2 incoming strikes. At the same time, a military dagger appeared in his right hand, not for blocking, but for a strike that was precise beyond measure. Thud, thud. The faint sounds of blades piercing flesh resonated almost simultaneously. The 2 foremost 4th-layer cultivators suddenly froze, clutching their bleeding throats in disbelief as they collapsed. The scar-faced man's wicked blade barely struck at the spot where Lu Ming had once stood, but it met only air. He watched in horror as his companions fell lifelessly, and in a panic, he turned to flee. But it was too late. Lu Ming's figure clung to him like a shadow, the icy blade of the dagger effortlessly piercing through his heart from behind. The scar-faced man trembled, looking down at the bloodied tip protruding from his chest. His eyes filled with dread and regret as he crumpled to the ground. Disassembled Wicked Blade, common. Obtained primordial points, 8. Disassembled Fine Iron Sword X2, common. Obtained primordial points, 7 by 214. Current primordial points, 7,213, 699, 3814. Consumed soul power, 3. Current soul power, 62. With an impassive expression, Lu Ming wiped the blood from the general's dagger on the 3 corpses. The entire process took no more than 3 breaths. He didn't even bother to expend much of his energy. After a brief search, he found only a handful of scattered silver coins, hardly worth the effort. He then continued his journey towards the outskirts of the city, as if he had merely swatted a few bothersome flies. However, this swift and brutal display of lethality thoroughly subdued the majority of those lurking with ill intentions. Many previously eager gazes instantly withdrew, replaced by deep-seated apprehension. After all, one must have a life to earn money. The journey thereafter was uneventful. Lu Ming successfully exited Qingmu City, re-entering the territory of the Black Mist Mountains. The mountains remained ominous and damp, yet Lu Ming was no longer the beleaguered survivor he once was. He navigated with ease, deftly avoiding areas populated by formidable beasts, and swiftly made his way towards the designated location of Falling Eagle Gorge on the map. As he approached the gorge, the atmosphere grew increasingly sinister. The presence of beasts diminished significantly, and a subtle yet palpable air of menace permeated the atmosphere. Warning: abnormal energy fluctuations detected in the area ahead. Multiple hidden presences suspected of an ambush. The system's alert sounded timely. Lu Ming slowed his pace, his gaze sharp as an eagle, carefully surveying the terrain ahead. Falling Eagle Gorge was a vast chasm, unfathomably deep, with fierce gusts of wind. A narrow natural stone bridge spanned the gorge, leading to the opposite side. It was evident that the ambush was set near the bridge and along his escape route. What a disappointingly unoriginal trap, Lu Ming muttered softly to himself, a hint of disappointment creeping into his tone. He had expected the Lin family to devise something more creative, instead of attempting to conceal his presence. He boldly approached the entrance of the stone bridge and halted. "Come out," he called, his voice not loud, yet resonating clearly through the silent ravine. Is the Lin family's hound only capable of hiding and barking? In response, several powerful auras surged forth simultaneously. Whoosh! A dozen figures emerged from behind the rocks and trees on either side, surrounding him completely. At the forefront stood 2 formidable elders, their presence imposing and their gazes cold. Both at the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the Qi Source realm. The rest were mostly experts at the 7th and 8th layers of the same realm. This arrangement was extravagantly excessive for the mere task of encircling a newly ascended 6th layer cultivator. "You little brat. Even at death's door, you dare to be defiant." One of the black-robed elders glared at Lu Ming, his murderous intent almost tangible. "Disabling your cultivation and kneeling in submission could spare you some pain." The other elder, clad in gray, cautiously surveyed the surroundings, seemingly wary of a trick. No need for idle chatter. Strike swiftly to avoid complications. Lu Ming's gaze swept over the group, finally landing on the black-robed elder, and he suddenly inquired, "Has Lin Bao not arrived? It seems he is not well regarded in the Lin family if such a deadly task is beneath him." The words struck a nerve, provoking the black-robed elder to fury. "Arrogant. Capture him. Alive. I wish to personally craft his demise." With the command given, 7 or 8 Qi Source realm cultivators immediately sprang into action. The glimmer of blades and the rush of fists converged upon Lu Ming from all directions, sealing off any avenue for escape. In the face of such a relentless assault, Lu Ming executed an unexpected maneuver, not attempting to defend or break free, but rather leaping backward into the unfathomable depths of the Eagle's Drop Gorge. Trying to flee? The elder in black paused momentarily, then let out a sinister laugh. "Pursue him. If he lives, we must see him. If he dies, we must see his corpse." He harbored no concerns about Lu Ming's potential to evade capture, for the fierce winds of the gorge were more than capable of shredding any cultivator at the origin realm. Several members of the Lin family rushed to the cliff's edge, preparing to leap after him. However, at that moment, Lu Ming, having already fallen over 10 meters, produced an unusual device resembling a crossbow from seemingly nowhere. Aiming it at a prominent boulder on the cliff face, he pulled the trigger. With a sharp click, a specially crafted grappling hook, secured by a resilient rope, shot forth and latched onto the rock. Lu Ming's descent abruptly halted, leaving him suspended in midair. In the next instant, he raised his other hand, flinging several dusky iron balls upwards, which precisely targeted the Lin family cultivators preparing to leap down after him. "Beware of hidden weapons," someone at the cliff's edge shouted, instinctively brandishing their weapon to defend or evade. Yet, The moment those iron balls made contact, they erupted not in flames or shock waves, but in vast clouds of thick, impenetrable black smoke. Low-grade smoke bomb of the Spirit Stream realm. Cost 30 by 390 points. Instantly, the entire cliff's edge was shrouded in this sudden, dense black fog. Vision and spiritual perception were severely compromised. Disastrous. It's a smoke screen. Remain vigilant. Step back. Don't get pushed off. Chaos erupted at the cliff's edge amidst cries of alarm. Yet, within this tumultuous veil of smoke, Lu Ming, suspended in midair, wore a chilling smirk. The hunt was only just beginning. Current source points, 5,513, 72138090. Current soul power, 59, frequent use consumption. Chapter 19. Jumping into the gorge? I can still fly. The thick, inky black smoke swiftly engulfed the cliff's edge, drowning out the shouts, curses, and frantic footsteps of the Lin family cultivators. Vision was utterly stripped away, and spiritual awareness became obscured within this specially crafted smoke. Some instinctively recoiled, colliding with their companions. Others, in a panic, swung their weapons, nearly injuring their own. Two unfortunate souls, unable to halt their descent, screamed as they plummeted into the abyss, their cries swiftly shredded by the raging winds. Steady. Don't panic. It's an illusion. The Elder in Black's furious roar reverberated through the smoke, but it did little to quell the turmoil. Meanwhile, Lu Ming, suspended beneath the cliff, remained the sole individual with clarity amidst the chaos. The suspension granted by the grappling device was fleeting. He forcefully pushed against the cliff wall, leveraging it to swing his body while commands flashed through his mind. Disassemble the grappling device. Lingxi Realm, inferior grade. Decomposition yields source points, 75. Current source points, 6,263, 55, 1375. The radiant white light of the equipment decomposition had yet to fully dissipate when another synthetic item materialized in his hand. A pair of uniquely designed metallic short wings, glimmering with faint wind runes, securely fastened to his arms. Synthesis, inferior glide wing, Lingxi Realm, single use, consumption of source points, 150. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Chase. He cannot escape. The Elder in the gray robe remained composed, channeling his formidable essence to disperse the smoke. Yet this thick fog, laced with a special mineral, proved to be exceedingly stubborn. In a fleeting moment when the smoke thinned, the onlookers at the cliff's edge were astounded to witness the boy, who should have been shattered to pieces, gliding along the steep cliff face in a bizarre, aerodynamic manner towards another protruding platform below. What is that? A scion of the Lin family gasped in disbelief. A flying talisman? No, the aura is too faint. The Elder in the black robes gaze sharpened. Cultivators of the Chi Source realm could not possibly wield genuine talismans. It is some sort of gliding apparatus. Attack. Bring him down. The Lin family cultivators, regaining their wits, unleashed a barrage of various ranged assaults towards Lu Ming's trajectory, sword energies, blade rays, arrows, and even a few low-grade talismans, all whistling through the air. The onslaught behind Lu Ming fell like rain. He needed not turn around. His crisis perception, a minor assistance from past life experience, delineated the paths of all incoming attacks within his mind. With a sudden twist in midair, he evaded a razor-sharp blade energy that narrowly grazed his nose, crashing into the cliff face and leaving a deep gash. Then, with a descending dive, 3 or 4 arrows whizzed past overhead. His movements flowed seamlessly, as if he were not in a life-or-death chase, but rather performing a breathtaking aerial stunt. He even had the leisure to glance back at the enraged Elder in Black, feigning a sigh, his voice clear yet quiet enough to reach the Elder's ears. Elder, do temper your anger. It can be quite harmful to your health. Shall we descend and have a chat? The teasing undertone of his words clashed starkly with the life-threatening pursuit, nearly provoking the black-robed Elder to spit out a mouthful of blood. You little beast. I will kill you. The black-robed Elder roared, abandoning caution as he unleashed his essence, leaping down the cliff in pursuit. Second brother, no? The Elder in gray urgently intervened. The winds below are fierce. We cannot linger. Allow others to descend. Yet in this brief moment of contention, Lu Ming had already seized the opportunity, landing with the precision of a nimble swallow on a narrow platform several dozen feet below. The instant his feet touched down, he did not pause. The gliding wings on his arms vanished in an instant. Decomposition. Inferior glide wing. Damaged. Yielding source points. 20. Recovering partial materials. At the summit of the platform, the disciples of the Lin family, gritting their teeth, began to descend gradually using the rocky protrusions and ropes, striving to approach the platform where Lu Ming stood. Meanwhile, 2 elders remained at the cliff's edge, their gazes fixed intently below, poised to unleash a devastating strike, at any moment. Lu Ming stood at the precipice. Observing the enemies descending like geckos, his expression icy. He extended his hand, and a flickering white light materialized. Numerous metal spheres, the size of infant fists and adorned with sharp spikes, were synthesized. Synthesis. Iron spike ball, common item. Individual cost, 3 source points. Without hesitation, he synthesized 20 of them in an instant, cost, 60 source points. Then, he seized these iron spike balls and, without a glance, hurled them vigorously towards the ascending crowd above. Watch out. Something's falling. The climbing disciples cried out in alarm. The iron spike balls descended with a thud. Though their impact was not formidable and could easily be blocked or dodged, the situation was complicated by the steep cliff. The disciples needed to use both hands and feet to maintain their balance. With a yelp, one disciple lost his footing while attempting to deflect an iron spike ball, flailing helplessly as he plummeted down. My eyes! Another disciple cried, having been grazed by a flying spike, causing him to lose grip and fall. Additionally, some iron spike balls struck the cliffside, bouncing and rolling, creating a vexing obstacle course for those who might fall. Despicable. The cloaked elder at the summit seethed, powerless to intervene. This unscrupulous tactic proved unexpectedly effective. In a short span, 3 disciples at the 7th and 8th levels of the Source Awakening realm were either dead or injured, rendered incapable of further combat. Decomposed weapons of the fallen disciples, common items X2, estimated, gain source points, 8,715, due to distance. Acquisition incurs delay and loss. Current source points, 4,513, 4,363, 15. Lu Ming, with an impassive expression, continued synthesizing another 10 iron spike balls, cost, 30 source points. Current source points, 4,213, 4,513, 30. However, just as he prepared to throw again, an unforeseen event transpired. The elder in gray could no longer restrain himself. Instead of leaping down directly, he stood at the cliff's edge, forming seals with his hands. A vast surge of elemental energy coalesced into a colossal, earthy-hued elemental hand, imbued with tremendous force, and it hurtled towards Lu Ming's platform from a distance. Crushing palm. Be shattered. This strike was exceedingly formidable, its coverage vast, effectively sealing off all avenues of escape for Lu Ming. The furious blow from a peak 9th level Source Awakening practitioner was no trifling matter. Even before the palm's wind reached him, the terrifying pressure left Lu Ming momentarily breathless. The rocks beneath him groaning under the unbearable strain. Lu Ming's pupils constricted. To take it head-on would mean certain death. In this dire moment, he made the boldest decision of his life. He did not evade upwards or sideways, but instead leaped backward into the depths of the abyss once more. Humph. A path to self-destruction. The elder in gray, witnessing this, let out a cold scoff, believing that Lu Ming was now in a state of panic and desperation. Below, the violent winds howled, and even if he did not perish from the fall, he would surely be torn apart by the fierce gales. A colossal hand of primal energy thundered down upon the platform. Boom. Rocks flew through the air, and dust filled the atmosphere. The entire platform was utterly obliterated by that strike. However, as Lu Ming plummeted, the last item in his grasp was not a gliding wing, but an extraordinarily extravagant giant bow, nearly as tall as a person. Shimmering with unstable lightning, synthesized, thunder roar giant bow, spirit stream realm, single use, consumed origin points, 200, along with a specially crafted grappling arrow, synthesized, consumed origin points, 30. Current origin points, 1913, 4,213, 230. The fierce winds from his descent stung his cheeks painfully. His gaze sharpened, fixated intently on the gray-robed elder at the cliff's edge, who appeared somewhat relaxed after casting a spell. Struggling in midair, he twisted his body, drew the bowstring, and knocked the arrow. Although this movement seemed utterly comical and forced during such a rapid descent, the giant bow appeared exceedingly out of place. What is he doing? Someone atop the cliff exclaimed in astonishment at his actions. In the next moment, Lu Ming summoned all his strength, releasing the non-existent bowstring. Rather, he activated the lightning runes and grappling mechanism on the bow using his mental energy. Boom. A deep thunderclap erupted. It was not the arrow that was released, but rather the entire giant bow disintegrated instantaneously, channeling all its energy into the grappling arrow. Disassemble. Thunder Roar Giant Bow, activated. Obtained origin points, 0. In brief, Thunder Roar Giant Bow is not a reusable bow, but a single-use impact generator shaped like a bow. Its entire worth was consumed in that thunderous roar, leaving nothing upon disassembly. The arrow transformed into a dazzling bolt of lightning, not aimed at the gray-robed elder, but shot towards a massive protruding rock just above his head at astonishing speed. Bang! The grappling claw embedded deep into the stone. The lightning erupted, causing those atop the cliff to instinctively shut their eyes. Utilizing the immense backward thrust generated by the collapse of the Thunder Roar giant bow and the grappling arrow, Lu Ming's descent abruptly halted, even gaining a slight upward momentum. Simultaneously, the tremendous recoil numbed his arms, causing his blood to surge, and he felt a sweetness in his throat, nearly coughing up blood. Warning: excessive consumption of spiritual power, only 38 remaining, mild backlash occurring in the body. It is advised to cease high-intensity operations immediately and undertake recuperation. Yet he forcefully suppressed his discomfort. Leveraging the pull from the grappling arrow and the kinetic energy accumulated from his fall, swinging his body like a pendulum towards another unfamiliar, mist-covered cliff. This action completely exceeded everyone's expectations. What? The gray-robed elder's eyes widened in disbelief. Amidst the stunned gazes of the Lin family atop the cliff, Lu Ming's figure traced a breathtaking arc, vanishing into the dense mist and fierce winds below, leaving only the tail of the grappling arrow swaying gently in the breeze. Pursue. Quickly pursue him. The black-robed elder, seemingly driven to madness, bellowed, his voice echoing through the eagle's fall gorge. The gray-robed elder's complexion turned ashen as he gazed into the unfathomable abyss, a deep apprehension flickering in his eyes for the first time. That young man is nothing short of a monster. His arsenal of unprecedented techniques is astounding, and his timing is terrifyingly precise. Taking a deep breath, he coldly commanded, "Search. We must see him alive or find his corpse. Send word back to gather more personnel and bring stronger protective talismans." Beneath the abyss, amidst the clouds, Lu Ming, summoning the last vestiges of his willpower, controlled his descent, crashing heavily onto a relatively gentle slope. He rolled several times before finally coming to a halt. Pain surged through his body as if his bones had shattered. His internal organs were jolted, and a trickle of blood escaped from the corner of his mouth. Warning: soul energy below 35, multiple bruises, chaotic elemental force. Strongly advised to enter a dormant recovery state. Struggling to sit up, he surveyed his surroundings. This appeared to be a depression halfway up the mountain, a temporary reprieve from the howling winds, exuding an eerie tranquility. His gaze was instantly drawn to a sight off to the side, a largely concealed ancient cave, shrouded by vines and rubble. The dilapidated stone door stood ajar, adorned with indistinct, peculiar carvings that emanated an air of profound antiquity. Most crucially, his internal system suddenly emitted an unprecedented alert. Ding. Detected an extraordinarily high concentration of unknown inert energy. Detecting faint signatures of primordial civilization. Suspected outpost or observation site ruins. Danger level, unknown. Value level, extremely high. Lu Ming's pupils contracted, and disregarding his injuries, he fixated intently on the inky entrance of the cave. Primordial civilization? Ruins? He recalled the fragment absorbed by the system earlier and the so-called overseer. Could it be that beneath the eagle's fall gorge lies such a secret? At that moment, deep within the cave, it seemed something had been awakened by his arrival, producing an exceedingly faint, yet soul-stirring crackle. It resembled the sound of an eggshell breaking, or perhaps a mechanism being reactivated. A chill raced down Lu Ming's spine as he instinctively dismantled all unnecessary items from his person, dismantled damaged clothing and minor debris, gained source points. 5. Simultaneously forging a brand new tactical dagger in his grip, source points consumed. 5. His muscles tensed, and he warily peered into the darkness of the cave. Current source points: 1913, 1913, 55. Maintain 1913. Above, the sounds of the Lin family's cultivators searching and calling were growing closer. While ahead lay the unknown ancient ruins stirring, and behind him, formidable foes were in pursuit. Lu Ming leaned against the cold stone wall, licking his cracked lips. Yet a glimmer of perilous intensity flashed in his eyes. This place bore intriguing qualities. Chapter 20. In the Abyss, Encountering Extraordinary Treasures. The primordial flame ignites the mundane flesh. A faint crack echoed through the desolate recess, piercing the silence with an unsettling sharpness, resonating directly in Lu Ming's mind, causing his already throbbing temples, strained by excessive spiritual exertion, to pulsate painfully. Warning: unknown energy fluctuations detected. Source location: inside the cave directly ahead. Danger level assessment elevated. The system's alarm blared more urgently than ever before. Lu Ming inhaled deeply, suppressing the pain and overwhelming weakness that coursed through his body. Tightening his grip on the tactical dagger, he did not recklessly rush in, nor did he retreat immediately. Instead, he remained as steadfast as a boulder against the rock face, his keen gaze scanning the partially concealed stone door and its surroundings with the precision of a scanner. The intricate patterns on the stone door were ancient and peculiar, entirely unlike any rune system he recognized, exuding a beauty that was both simplistic and profound, imbued with an air of mystery. Several strands of natural essence, denser than the outside air, seemed to be drawn in by an unseen force, slowly permeating through the stone door. The cries from above and the sound of ropes scraping against the cliff grew increasingly distinct. Pursuers were closing in on the platform. Tom was not on his side. To enter or to retreat. Entering would mean confronting the unknown, an ancient relic marked as highly dangerous by the system. Retreating would lead him directly into the onslaught of at least 2 peak 9th layer elders from the Chi Source realm, along with numerous skilled practitioners. Given his current state, the odds of survival were slim. With scarcely a moment's hesitation, Lu Ming made his decision. He crouched low, slipping silently to the side of the stone door, cautiously using his dagger to clear away the obstructing vines, creating a larger opening, and then slipped inside. The instant he crossed the threshold, several figures from the Lin family appeared on the platform, accompanied by a cacophony of hurried footsteps. There's a platform here. Look over there, a cave. That kid must have gone in. Inside the cave was not shrouded in darkness. A soft, almost ethereal glow, seemingly emanating from the very walls, illuminated the scene before him. This was an artificially excavated passage, its walls smooth as mirrors, composed of an unfamiliar material that was neither metal nor stone, and felt ice-cold to the touch. The air was thick with a musty scent, yet more predominant was an indescribable essence of pure energy that made his pores involuntarily expand, alleviating some of the piercing pain in his spirit. High environmental energy concentration detected. It is advised that the host quickly channel energy to absorb and heal. The architectural style conforms to the standards of the primordial civilization, confirmed as a forward outpost relic. Internal structural integrity, 17. Lu Ming did not delve deeper immediately. Instead, he swiftly crafted and set up a few rudimentary triggering alarm mechanisms at the entrance S-wall corner. Crafted. Silken warning bell. Ordinary. Resource point cost. For by 312. Which granted him a modicum of reassurance before he began to survey the interior of the passage. The passage is not lengthy, leading to a somewhat spacious circular stone chamber. At the center lies a fractured pedestal, which seemingly once held an object, now left desolate. Scattered around are unidentifiable metallic fragments, and the walls are adorned with a few dim crystals. However, the most striking feature is a skeleton nestled in the corner of the chamber. This grayish-white skeleton retains a posture of leaning against the wall, its garments long since eroded, rendering their original form unrecognizable. Its skeletal structure bears similarity to that of modern humans, albeit with a notably broader frontal bone. One of its arms extends forward, fingers tightly clutching something. The source of the crackling sound originates from beneath those fingers. It appears that the entry of Lu Ming has stirred the air, causing the already fragile finger bone to succumb to pressure, breaking off a small piece and revealing a tiny, irregular metallic fragment, roughly the size of a fingernail. Dull and unreflective. Just as the finger bone fractured and the fragment was fully exposed, a faint yet extraordinarily pure radiance erupted from the long silent piece of metal. Untouched for countless millennia, a wave of ancient, profound energy, reminiscent of the dawn of civilization, instantaneously enveloped the entire chamber. Warning: high concentration of civilizational ember energy detected. Unclaimed information stream detected. Attempting to connect. Lu Ming's mind was inundated with a flurry of system interface notifications at an unprecedented pace. The entire interface began to flicker slightly. He instinctively raised his tactical dagger before him, his body taut with anticipation. Yet, the anticipated attack never materialized. The luminescence persisted for approximately 3 breaths before rapidly retracting, returning to its former dullness, as if all that had transpired was but an illusion. However, the system's notifications remained strikingly real. Beep. Successfully absorbed fragment of a fractured civilization ember. Acquired unknown information stream package, extensive data volume. Commencing analysis 1. System energy injection permissions elevated. New functionality unlocked. Basic appraisal technique. Allows for fundamental identification of objects and beings, consuming a small amount of spiritual energy and origin points. New functionality unlocked. Micro energy scan. Performs localized energy wave scanning of the surrounding environment. Consuming spiritual energy. System origin reserve capacity increased. Reward: free restoration of host's physical injuries, alongside infusion of pure energy. This energy originates from the core of primordial source, boasting exceptional conversion efficiency. In the next moment, a surge of energy, far exceeding expectations, akin to a gentle tide, yet boundless and profound, erupted from the system interface, sweeping through Lu Ming's limbs and bones. This energy, so potent and unique, not only mended all his injuries at an astonishing pace, but also deeply nourished his meridians, flesh, and even his soul. Every cell seemed to rejoice, eagerly absorbing this gift from an ancient civilization. The primordial energy within him surged forth with unprecedented velocity, growing stronger by the moment. All the subtle injuries and bottlenecks incurred from previous training in the Qi induction technique and battles vanished before this torrent of power. Boom, boom. 2 layers of invisible barriers were effortlessly shattered by this magnificent surge of energy. A powerful sensation coursed through his entire being, akin to an explosion. 7th layer of the Qi induction realm. 8th layer of the Qi induction realm. The momentum remained fierce until it stabilized at the pinnacle of the 8th layer, just one opportunity away from ascending to the 9th layer. Even the overexerted spiritual energy was fully restored and significantly enhanced under the nurturing of this elevated energy, sharpening his perception and accelerating his cognitive processes. Current status: injuries healed, vitality abundant and exceedingly pure. Realm: pinnacle of the 8th layer of the Qi induction realm. Spiritual energy: 95, full and slightly increased. All of this transpired in a mere 3 to 5 seconds. Lu Ming felt the roaring power within him, vastly surpassing the formidable strength he had just moments ago, and a glimmer of brilliance flashed in his eyes. This fragment of the primordial civilization held value beyond imagination. He quickly approached the skeletal remains, his gaze fixated on the dim fragment. At this moment, the fragment appeared utterly unremarkable. "Thank you, Senior. Though I do not know who you are," Lu Ming murmured, carefully extracting the fragment from the loosened finger bones. The skeleton disintegrated into a wisp of ash upon his touch, as if it had finally fulfilled its last mission. Discovered a damaged standard information storage device of the primordial civilization, 99 damaged, X1, can be decomposed. Would you like to decompose it? Lu Ming's eyes swept over the metallic shards on the ground, and the system automatically provided an identification prompt. New feature trial usage. Decompose. Primordial civilization, standard information storage device, damaged. Decomposition yields primordial points. 55, current primordial points. 2,343, 1793, 55. The yield was far below expectations. The damage was evidently too severe. He proceeded to decompose other valuable fragments within the chamber and several completely dull crystals. 3 crystals. Decomposition yields primordial points. 12 by 336. Even the legs of a mosquito are meat. Current primordial points. 2,703, 2,343, 36. Having completed this, he immediately employed the identification technique on the most crucial fragment of the civilization's seed in his hand. Fragment of the incomplete civilization seed, rank. Description: a fragment of the legacy from a long-extinct prehistoric advanced civilization, the primordial, containing part of the fundamental information and core principles of that civilization. Its impact on the current world system remains unknown. Cannot be decomposed, cannot be synthesized. Cannot be decomposed or synthesized. It appears to be a special quest item. Just then, an urgent ringing echoed from outside the cave. The alert mechanism he had set up had been triggered. "Get out of there." The irate voice of the elder in the black robe resounded at the cave entrance, indicating they had discovered this place. Chapter 21. A fist shakes the world. Startling the wolves, a glance from the inspector's academy. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. Instead of retreating, he advanced toward the cave entrance. Upon reaching the midpoint of the corridor, he encountered 2 elders clad in black and gray robes, leading 7 or 8 disciples of the Lin family, who were cautiously squeezing their way in. The 2 parties abruptly met in that narrow passage. The sight of adversaries ignited an intense animosity. "You little bastard. Indeed, you are here. Prepare to pay with your life." The elder in black, upon spotting Lu Ming, unleashed a thunderous palm strike without a moment's hesitation. The surging essence of vitality reverberated in the confined space, amplifying its might by 3-fold. Had Lu Ming still been in his prior state, wounded and at the 6th level of the Origin Awakening realm, this strike would have been fatal. However, Lu Ming's gaze sharpened. He chose not to confront the full force of the blow. Instead, he executed a subtle sidestep, narrowly evading the oncoming strike, while simultaneously drawing his dagger, striking at the elder's wrist with deadly precision, akin to a viper darting from its den. This swift and cunning maneuver stemmed from his honed instincts in close combat from his past life. The black-robed elder was taken aback, unprepared for such an elusive movement. He was compelled to alter his attack mid-strike, transforming the palm strike into a sweeping motion to deflect the dagger. Yet, in that fleeting moment of transition, Lu Ming seized the opportunity. His left fist surged forth, capturing the instant of the elder's vulnerability with impeccable timing. The force behind his punch erupted with the vigor of the peak 8th level of the Origin Awakening realm, yet intertwined within it was a peculiar, ancient essence that emanated from the primordial flame of civilization, endowing the punch with a penetrating power that transcended the ordinary. With a resounding thud, their fists collided once more, producing a muffled echo. The black-robed elder let out a pained grunt, feeling an acute and bizarre force penetrate through his defensive barrier, directly impacting his arm bone. An intense, debilitating pain coursed through his arm, as if his meridians were being pricked by needles, causing his vital energy to stall momentarily. Although his superior cultivation allowed him to remain steadfast, his arm was rendered nearly useless for a time, unable to exert its full strength. His face contorted with shock and fury. How long had he been inside? Not only had the wounds healed, but his cultivation had surged 2 levels to the peak of the 8th level of the Origin Awakening realm. This was inconceivable. How long had it been? Were there treasures within? Everyone, attack together. Capture him alive. The black-robed elder, gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain in his arm, bellowed with all his might. The remaining disciples of the Lin family, upon hearing his words, gasped heavily, their eyes glinting with greed, madly surging into the corridor, launching a frenzied barrage of attacks at Lu Ming. The opportunity for such a rapid surge in cultivation was enough to drive any practitioner to madness. The corridor, though restricting Lu Ming's evasion, simultaneously hampered the Lin family's numerical advantage. Pressure mounted on Lu Ming. His figure darted like a fish, weaving and maneuvering within the confined space, deftly parrying and slashing with his tactical dagger, employing both fists and feet as he fought and retreated. No longer seeking to clash with brute force, he fully exploited his refined techniques honed from his previous life, combined with his heightened spiritual perception and precise timing, expertly targeting the Elder's vulnerabilities and the gaps in their coordination. Although the initial breath of the silk source was faint, it intermittently disrupted the operation of the Elder's elemental force, rendering both Elders quite uncomfortable, as if their cultivated powers could not be freely expressed. For a moment, Lu Ming found himself barely holding his ground against the assault of 2 peak 9th-tier cultivators and several skilled opponents. Although he was at a disadvantage, he maintained a robust defense, and occasional counterattacks forced his adversaries into a flustered state. Consumption of spiritual energy, 5. Current spiritual energy, 90. This cannot continue. I will be drained. I must create an opportunity to escape. Lu Ming's thoughts raced as he blocked their attacks while urgently issuing commands to the system. Synthesis. Imitation low-level Thunder Pearl. Spiritual Stream Realm low-grade. Grand in appearance, but with moderate actual power, emphasizing light effects and smoke. Consumption of source points, 80. Synthesis. Fresh Beast Blood. Common quality. Consumption of source points, 2. Synthesis. Tattered Robe Fragments. Common quality. Consumption of source points, 1. Current source points, 1873-2703-8021. The synthesis process was completed in an instant within his consciousness. He intentionally left a gap in his defense, allowing himself to be grazed by the palm wind of the elder in the gray robe, letting out a muffled grunt and forcing a trickle of blood from the corner of his mouth, though he was unharmed. His body propelled backward toward the stone chamber while he hurled the imitation low-level Thunder Pearl forward with great force. Trying to escape? Block him. The 2 elders were alarmed, fearing he might trigger some mechanism or flee with the treasure, and rushed forward in haste. Boom! The Thunder Pearl exploded violently. The sound was deafening, and blinding lightning instantly filled the entire passage. A thick cloud of smoke spread out. Elementary identification technique activated, briefly penetrating the smoke. He locked onto a section of the rock structure behind the explosion's center that had been shaken loose. Decompose that rock. Common quality rock. Decomposition yields source points, 1. Current source points, 1,883 1873 1. Boom. The overhead rock, losing its support, suddenly collapsed slightly, though not significantly. It was enough to create greater chaos and obstruct visibility. Beware of the collapse. My eyes. The passage was instantly thrown into disarray, with cries of alarm echoing. Seizing this brief moment of confusion, Lu Ming swiftly landed, scattering the synthesized beast blood on the ground and walls, and tossing the robe fragments into the pool of blood to fabricate the illusion of being gravely injured, perhaps even struck by falling rock. Simultaneously, he rapidly manipulated the system map and micro-energy scan, scanning for other energy anomalies in the passage aside from the entrance. Scanning consumes spiritual energy. 3. Discovered a weak energy circuit located 2/3 along the left wall, suspected to be an abandoned ventilation duct or emergency passage, structurally fragile. Current spiritual energy, 87. That's out the place. Without hesitation, Lu Ming charged toward that section of wall and struck it with all his might. Bang! The wall shattered, revealing a narrow, dark, downward-sloping duct behind it. A wave of stale air rushed forth. Without hesitation, he immediately plunged inside, simultaneously crafting synthesis, stone block, common, roughly obstructing the entrance. Cost of source points, 5. Current source points, 1833, 1883, 5. He swiftly used the synthesized stone blocks to partially seal the entrance, leaving only a minute gap. Upon completing this task, he promptly suppressed his presence, pressing against the inner wall of the pipe like a steadfast boulder, utterly motionless. The micro-energy scan remained active, monitoring the situation outside the passage. The smoke and chaos outside gradually subsided. Where are the people? Search. He must be injured and cannot have fled far. There's blood here, and fragments of clothing. Could he be buried beneath the stones? There's a hole. Did he escape through this? This hole appears freshly broken. Quick. Pursue. The members of the Lin family discovered the ruse he had created in the entrance to the pipe, and indeed, they fell for it. Chase. He is gravely wounded and surely cannot have gone far. This must lead to the outside world. The elder in the black robe, clutching his severed arm, shouted excitedly. The elder in the gray robe regained some composure, yet overwhelming greed clouded his usual judgment. Leave 2 individuals to excavate this rubble and see if there are any oversights. The rest, follow me. Soon, the cacophony of footsteps outside echoed down the pipe, gradually fading away. After a moment, confirming that only 2 Lin family cultivators remained to dig, their attention fixated on the blocked entrance, Lu Ming stealthily slipped out of the pipe like a shadowy cat. The 2 cultivators, both at the 7th layer of the origin realm, turned their backs to him, laboriously moving stones. Lu Ming's gaze turned icy, devoid of any hesitation. With a swift motion, his hand fell like a knife. Thud, thud. 2 muted sounds echoed as the 2 Lin family cultivators collapsed silently to the ground. Decomposed weapons, common X2, total source points acquired, 9, current source points, 1923, 1833, 9. He quickly dragged the bodies into the shadows of the corner, erasing any visible traces of blood. Then, he glanced once more at the dark, descending passage leading to unknown dangers, and then at the entrance from whence he came, leading to the cliff platform. Return to the academy. The most perilous place is often the safest. Moreover, he needed the academy as a temporary sanctuary to assimilate his gains and decipher information about the overseers and the origin civilization. Additionally, he was a designated key student, with an elder particularly interested in him. As a faction, Luyun Academy's library might hold clues. Leveraging this identity would undoubtedly expedite his access to core resources. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and dashed toward the platform outside the cave. Upon reaching the platform, the morning light was faint. Without hesitation, he once more synthesized a grappling hook launcher, cost of source points, 80, and a gliding wing talisman, cost of source points, 150. Current source points, 1923, 80,150,377. Warning. Insufficient source points. The system interface immediately emitted a faint warning red light. Lu Ming frowned, reacting instantly. Decomposed the remnants of the imitation low-tier Thunder Pearl he had just utilized. Lingxi Realm, low grade, activated. The value of the remnants is low. Decomposition yields origin points, 45, decomposing the tattered and useless scraps of clothing, mundane items. Decomposition yields origin points, 3. Although still meager, it has alleviated the negative warning, sufficient to support him in executing necessary maneuvers. He immediately utilized his grappling hook and gliding wings, soaring along the cliffside, searching for leverage, climbing upward with difficulty yet swiftly. Current origin points, 73. Warning, continuous low-intensity scanning fluctuations are ongoing, with an extensive coverage area spreading eastward. It is inferred that the Overseer is conducting a regional screening. Tip. The host's aura has been marked by fragments of the seed of civilization, making concealment under high-level scans exceedingly challenging. Forcibly traversing open areas or zones of energy anomalies poses a substantial risk. The system's warning echoed again, more specific than before. An icy, bone-chilling sensation of being observed surged from the depths of his soul. It felt as if a pair of emotionless eyes glanced at him indifferently from an unfathomable height. Lu Ming's hair stood on end, his movements abruptly halted. He savored the fleeting yet profoundly unsettling sensation of being scrutinized. The Overseer, he whispered that name. Was it because he absorbed the fragments of the seed of civilization that drew this entity's attention? It appeared that the waters of the Yuan Central Realm were far deeper than he had anticipated. As he stealthily returned to the cliff summit, distant shouts from the Lin family searching in the depths of the pipes still faintly echoed below. He chuckled coldly, oriented himself, and surged forward with utmost speed, racing toward the direction of Luyun Academy. Shortly after his figure vanished into the dense forest, the elder in gray robes returned in a state of agitation from the pipe's entrance, glaring at the empty platform, the vanished Lu Ming, and the corpse of a companion in the corner, unleashing a roar of fury and resentment. Damn it, we have all been played. He must have returned. Pursue. Back to Qingmu City. Back to the academy. But it was already too late. From the life and death struggles of the Black Mist Mountains to the initial emergence of brilliance in Qingmu City, from a penniless outsider to a new star of cultivation, armed with a system and hidden potential, Lu Ming's journey had already commenced, and a greater storm was brewing over Qingmu City. Volume 1. Survival in the Black Mist and the Rising Winds of Qingmu. Concluded. Anticipate Volume 2. Core of the Academy and the Secret Realm Clash. To witness how Lu Ming stirs the winds and clouds at Luyun Academy, exploring the ancient secret realms. Chapter 22. The Most Dangerous Place? I have returned. At the entrance of Luyun Academy, the scene remains unchanged through the millennia. The grand bluestone gate stands majestically, having withstood the test of time, exuding an aura of accumulated dignity. Disciples come and go, some hurriedly making their way to the training rooms or lecture halls, while others gather in small groups, exchanging laughter and discussing the latest missions or the recent breakthrough of a senior sister. Everything appears as usual. If one were to discern a difference, it would be the noticeably larger gathering of disciples idling near the entrance today. Their gazes occasionally flickered towards the cobblestone path leading to the Black Mist Mountains, and their conversation fell to a hushed murmur, imbued with a tacit excitement and curiosity. Have you heard? That individual seems to be returning today. Which individual? Oh, the one who killed the young master of the Lin family? Surely not. Does he dare come back? Who knows? But it's rumored outside that 2 elders from the Lin family, accompanied by a skilled entourage, attempted to ambush him in the Black Mist Mountains, only to suffer heavy losses without even touching his garment. Is that truly the case? Wasn't he merely at the initial origin stage? Who can say? Perhaps he encountered some fortuitous event. Look, is that someone approaching? Instantly, all eyes were drawn towards the figure at the end of the road, leisurely making their way forward. Clad in a simple blue trainee's robe, with several tears and specks of dirt, along with barely discernible dark bloodstains, evidence of the 2 Lin family cultivators he had dispatched, he walked with a steady gait, his posture upright. There was no trace of panic or fatigue on his face, just an air of almost indifferent tranquility. It was Lu Ming. He had truly returned. He seemed unchanged. Or was he? No, he appeared to exude an even denser aura. Ah, this should be interesting. Will the Lin family let him go? The murmurs spread like ripples on a disturbed surface, filled with curiosity, scrutiny, apprehension, and a hint of schadenfreude, threatening to engulf him. Lu Ming, however, remained oblivious, as if traversing a desolate wilderness, walking directly towards the Academy's entrance. He was acutely aware of the Academy's rules that had stood for a millennium. Once he crossed that threshold, all the tumult outside would momentarily yield to the Academy's regulations. Current source points, 73. Current status, realm, peak of the 8th layer of initial origin. Soul power, 92. Exhausted from the long journey. Just as Lu Ming was about to step over that invisible boundary and enter the Academy grounds, a commanding voice, laden with resentment and fury, thundered from behind. Halt. The sound of hurried hoofbeats and footsteps surged closer, a palpable aura of aggression sweeping through, instantly dispersing the seemingly tranquil atmosphere at the Academy's entrance. The crowd parted with a rush. Leading the charge was Lin Langtian, the Lin family's eldest elder, accompanied by Lin Alfing and several elder guardians with grave expressions and formidable cultivation levels, hastily advancing, blocking Lu Ming just a few steps away. Clearly, they had rushed upon receiving the news, their breaths uneven, yet the murderous intent in their eyes was tangible. Lin Langtian's countenance was as dark as water. Although he intentionally restrained the pressure of his Mountain Sea realm prowess, the oppressive aura emanating from him still caused the onlookers to gasp, instinctively retreating a few steps to create space. Lin Alfing's eyes burned crimson, fixated on Lu Ming's back with a gaze that seemed to wish to execute him with mere looks. The guarding disciples at the Academy's entrance furrowed their brows but did not intervene. They merely tightened their grips on their weapons, maintaining a heightened vigilance over the unfolding scene. The rules of the Academy dictate that students within the gates are under its protection, while disputes beyond the threshold, provided they do not encroach upon the boundaries, typically go unaddressed. Lu Ming halted in his tracks, slowly turning to survey the Lin family, his gaze ultimately resting upon Lin Langtian. His tone betrayed no emotion as he inquired, "Elder Lin, do you have any guidance?" This nonchalant demeanor only served to further inflame the situation. "You wretched beast. Lin Ao Feng nearly lunged forward, restrained only by the firm grip of an elder beside him. He roared, "You killed my brother, slaughtered my kin, and injured my elder. Yet you dare to feign innocence." Lin Langtian raised a hand, silencing his son's outburst, fixing his icy gaze upon Lu Ming. He spoke with a voice that dripped with cold venom, each word seemingly forced through clenched teeth. "Lu Ming, you are quite audacious. To kill my Liner and return to the academy with such composure is truly remarkable." Lu Ming raised an eyebrow, replying, "Elder Lin, your words are misguided. In the grand tournament of the academy, the arena's life and death are determined by fate. Such is the rule. As for the Black Mist Mountains, it is a lawless realm where the competition for relics inevitably leads to casualties. Where is the notion of murder and slaughter? I merely fulfilled my obligations. Returning to continue my studies is within reason, is it not?" Such eloquence. Lin Longtian's eyes blazed with murderous intent as he stepped forward. The overwhelming pressure of the mountain and sea realm surged toward Lu Ming like a tempest. Though mindful of the academy's presence and not exerting his full strength, it was far beyond what one at the initiation realm could easily withstand. The air around Lu Ming solidified, the ground beneath him sinking slightly. His complexion paled for a moment. However, he remained steadfast, not wavering in the slightest, though his gaze grew colder. "Rules?" Lin Langtian scoffed, his voice brimming with barely contained rage. "You dare speak to me, Lin Langtian, of rules? The vendetta for my son is the greatest rule of all. Do you truly believe that the gates of Luyun Academy are so easily traversed?" The atmosphere became charged with tension, every onlooker holding their breath, hearts racing. Was the Lin family truly prepared to abandon all pretense and confront Lu Ming at the academy gates? Just as the situation reached a critical point, a calm yet authoritative voice resonated from within the academy. "Elder Lin, why must you ignite such fury?" A figure clad in azure emerged. It was Mentor Mo Yuan. With his characteristic gentle smile, he casually positioned himself between Lu Ming and the Lin family, effectively dissipating the terrifying pressure aimed at Lu Ming. Like snow melting under the sun, Mentor Mo Yuan, Lin Longtian's countenance darkened considerably. Is the academy truly intending to intervene in this matter? Mo Yuan smiled slightly, his tone remaining even, yet imbued with the academy's inherent authority. "Elder Lin, your words are too severe. It is not that the academy seeks to intervene, but rather that it follows its own principles. Lu Ming is a student of our academy, regardless of his experiences outside. Now that he has returned to the academy gates, the resolution of any disputes shall be determined according to our established rules. Would you not agree?" His gaze swept across Lin Langtian and the visibly discontented members of the Lin family, and he continued, "The academy's millennia-old reputation is founded upon its principles. If we allow anyone to harm our students at the gates today, what face would Luyun Academy have left in the world? The Lin family would undoubtedly prefer to avoid the ignominy of being labeled as the ones who coerced the academy and disrupted a 1,000-year-old tradition." This statement, both soft and firm, clearly articulates the academy's stance and confidence while providing the Lin family with an opportunity to retreat. It suggests that the academy is not intimidated by them, but rather values its principles. Simultaneously, it implies that should matters escalate, the Lin family would be unable to bear the disgrace of undermining those principles. Lin Longtian's chest heaved violently, his complexion shifting to a pallid hue. He glared intensely at Mo Yuan and shot a fierce look at Lu Ming, who remained composed behind him, his teeth clenched. He was acutely aware of the depth of the Luyun Academy, which was not something the Lin family could confront head-on. Should he choose to act forcefully today, he would gain nothing but enmity from the academy, an unwise trade indeed. After a moment of tense standoff, Lin Langtian abruptly flicked his sleeve, forcibly suppressing his overwhelming fury and murderous intent, letting out a cold snort from his throat, filled with resentment. "Well, what a fine academy Luyun is. What splendid principles." His gaze, as venomous as a serpent, fixed upon Lu Ming, his voice chilling to the bone. "You little wretch, stay tucked within your shell. I wonder how long these principles will protect you. We shall take our leave." With that, he no longer lingered, swiftly leading the disgruntled members of the Lin family away. Lin Alfing cast a glance filled with venomous hatred, as though he wished to carve a piece out of Lu Ming's flesh. However, at the very moment Lin Langtian turned, Lu Ming keenly noticed him discreetly signaling towards a certain direction within the academy gates. In that direction stood an unassuming figure, a black-robed mentor with his head bowed, who subtly retreated a half-step, quietly blending into the crowd of onlookers. A cold smirk graced Lu Ming's heart, though his expression remained impassive. Mo Yuan observed the retreating figures of the Lin family, gently shaking his head before turning to Lu Ming, his gaze tinged with complexity. "This time, you've stirred quite a hornet's nest." Lu Ming inclined his body slightly. "I have troubled the mentor. Trouble is hardly the word. Mo Yuan waved his hand dismissively. The Academy's principles are not mere decorations. However, within those principles, calmness does not always prevail. You must tread carefully. His words bore deeper meaning. The student understood. Nodding in acknowledgement, Mo Yuan said no more and turned to depart. Standing still, Lu Ming rubbed his chest, still slightly dazed from the pressure he had just experienced. Feeling the lingering, multifaceted gazes around him, and murmured to himself, the pressure of the mountain and sea realm is indeed formidable. I must break through swiftly. As for the turmoil within the confines of the principles, Lu Ming raised his gaze towards the depths of the academy, his eyes sharp and icy, keen to stretch his limbs. With that, he disregarded everything around him, stepping forward with a steady gait, fully entering the gates of Luyun Academy. Outside lay fierce adversaries, and inside was no easy path either. Yet, in this most perilous of places, at this moment, he found his finest whetstone and refuge. Chapter 23. The Academy's principles and the hidden blades. The tempest within the Academy gates had temporarily subsided, yet the palpable tension of an impending storm lingered in the air, refusing to dissipate. The onlookers, having witnessed no confrontation, clicked their tongues and dispersed, leaving behind a gaze filled with an inexplicable significance directed at Lu Ming's retreating figure. Unfazed by their scrutiny, Lu Ming strode purposefully towards the area marked with the character Jba in his memory. Along the way, he passed pavilions and towers, crossed charming little bridges, and heard the distant shouts from the training grounds, along with the faint lectures emanating from the classrooms. Everything appeared unchanged since his departure. The profound heritage of the Flowing Cloud Academy operated under its own set of principles, no matter how intense the Lin family's fury. It was indeed challenging to breach the protective walls forged by these established rules. However, this did not imply that all was tranquil within the academy. Upon returning to the familiar solitary courtyard, he opened the gate to find it tidy, evidently maintained by regular cleaning. This was the privilege afforded to core disciples. Lu Ming closed the gate behind him, effectively severing any external prying eyes, and exhaled softly. Enduring the oppressive pressure of the mountain sea realm was far from pleasant. A lingering pain throbbed in his chest, and a subtle weariness crept into his spirit. Current status: light injury, internal disturbance. Realm: peak of the 8th layer of the origin opening realm. Spirit power: 88. Current source points: 73. Poverty ringing like a bell. He needed to acquire resources swiftly to recuperate and replenish his dwindling source points. Lu Ming recalled that Mentor Mo Yuan had mentioned that core disciples could claim a monthly allocation of training resources that far exceeded those available to ordinary disciples. After a brief period of rest, he navigated towards the resource hall in the outer courtyard, guided by his memory. The resource hall was still bustling with activity. Disciples queued to receive their monthly allocations or exchanged contribution points for resources. As Lu Ming entered the grand hall, the cacophony of voices abruptly diminished, and countless eyes refocused on him. Maintaining a stoic expression, he approached the exclusive window designated for core disciples to collect resources. Behind the window sat a middle-aged steward with a somewhat acerbic demeanor and drooping eyelids. He lazily manipulated an abacus, seemingly oblivious to Lu Ming's arrival. Lu Ming rapped on the countertop. "I am here to collect this month's resources." Only then did the steward sluggishly lift his eyelids. Casting a cursory glance at Lu Ming, a fleeting glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes, he elongated his tone. Name: Courtyard. Lu Ming, Courtyard 7 of the character Jia. The steward pretended to peruse the jade tablet in his hand, responding with deliberate slowness. Lu Ming, your resources for this month cannot be claimed at this time. Why not? Lu Ming's brow furrowed slightly. The higher-ups have instructed, the steward replied with a feigned smile that did not reach his eyes, that since you have just returned to the academy after several months' absence, the accumulation of resources must be re-verified to prevent anyone from claiming or receiving more than their due. It's the rule, understand? Please wait for further notice. This excuse was utterly flimsy. The resource allocation for core disciples was fixed and independent, rendering any notion of accumulated misappropriation absurd. It was patently a deliberate obstruction. Lu Ming's gaze turned icy. He immediately recalled the black-robed mentor at the entrance and the expression Lin Langtian had worn upon his departure. The blade had been handed over with remarkable efficiency, hadn't it? Oh, verification? How long will it take? Lu Ming's voice remained unperturbed. The uncertainty loomed large. The steward shrugged, adopting a demeanor of bureaucratic indifference. It could take anywhere from 3 to 5 days, or perhaps even a month. Patience was advised. For an ordinary disciple, the only recourse might be to endure in silence or seek a mentor's intervention, but such actions would inevitably lead to delays in cultivation. However, he was Lu Ming. Is that so? Lu Ming nodded, seemingly acquiescing to this explanation. Yet, instead of departing, he leaned slightly forward, resting his elbows on the counter. His gaze casually swept over a small box of recently received body refinement pills, still awaiting cataloging. The identification technique, slightly consuming spiritual essence, quietly activated. Item, body refinement pill, inferior quality. Description, basic elixir distributed monthly by the Outer Academy of the Flowing Cloud Academy, originally intended to be of mid-grade for mortals. This batch, due to manufacturing errors or adulterated materials, possesses only 30% of the efficacy of the genuine article, containing trace amounts of toxic impurities. Can be decomposed. Estimated to yield source points 12, due to extremely poor quality. A subtle smirk graced Lu Ming's lips. Is this all you have? Do you truly intend to stifle me? He suddenly raised his voice, ensuring that those waiting in line nearby could hear. Steward Zhang. Is it? Are you certain you want me to wait? Because I believe I just noticed that the pills you have on hand seem somewhat problematic. Steward Zhang's expression shifted dramatically as he snapped. What nonsense are you spouting? The resources dispensed by the material hall are beyond reproach. I have not questioned the academy, Lu Ming replied with an unperturbed tone, his finger casually gesturing towards the box of body refinement pills. I am merely curious. This batch appears dull in color, with indistinct patterns, and carries a burnt odor, quite unlike the quality we typically receive. Has the academy perhaps adopted a new recipe? Or is it possible that someone is substituting inferior goods for personal gain? As Lu Ming's words echoed, a hushed silence enveloped the crowd, all eyes fixated on the box of pills. Upon closer inspection, it indeed seemed that something was amiss. You are slandering me, Steward Zhang stammered, his composure faltering as he instinctively reached to close the box. Don't be so hasty to put it away, Lu Ming chuckled. As it happens, I've recently dabbled in alchemy. Why not allow me to provide an on-the-spot assessment? Or perhaps we could summon the steward from the alchemy hall to take a look. Steward Zhang's face drained of color, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He had been skimming resources for quite some time, usually managing to avoid scrutiny. He never anticipated that today. This thorn in his side would expose him so brazenly. Should this escalate, an investigation would surely unravel his misdeeds. He glared at Lu Ming, his eyes filled with rage and resentment, yet he dared not allow the assessment to proceed or call for assistance. Lu Ming regarded him with leisurely amusement, leisurely adding, You see, I prefer to avoid complications. I merely wish to collect my resources and return to my cultivation. As for whether the pills are round or flat, I lack such curiosity. The implication of his words was unmistakable. Steward Zhang's chest heaved violently for a moment before he slumped down, as though all strength had drained from him. Through clenched teeth, he managed to utter, You will pay for this. He swiftly turned around, retrieving a standard-sized brocade box and a small cloth bag filled with low-grade spirit stones from the shelf behind him. He slammed them onto the counter with a heavy thud and, lowering his voice menacingly, commanded, Your resources. Take them and leave. Lu Ming opened the brocade box to find 5 glistening, gathering essence pills, high-grade common, and 3 flourishing, condensation herbs. Weighing the cloth bag, he discovered it contained 30 low-grade spirit stones. The quantity and quality matched the triple quota standard for core disciples. Satisfied, Lu Ming nodded, stowed the items away, and, as if nothing had occurred, flashed a smile at the ashen-faced Elder Zhang. Thank you, Elder Zhang. Your efficiency is truly commendable. I shall return for more next time. With that, he strode away, leaving the surrounding disciples in stunned silence. Not far from the resource hall, at a corridor's turn, a cold figure blocked his path, the black-robed mentor Zhou from earlier. Zhou fixed his gaze upon Lu Ming, his eyes slithering like a venomous snake. You, boy, have returned only to stir trouble, provoking the resource hall's elder. Do you not respect the academy's rules? Lu Ming halted and regarded him, a smile suddenly gracing his lips. Mentor Zhou, how could you say such a thing? I am the most law-abiding individual. If the resources are incorrect, should I not inquire? Or is it that the inferior pills were never meant for disciples to claim? What are the rules underlying this? Zhou was momentarily at a loss for words, his countenance darkening further. Sharp-tongued, do not become too complacent. The waters in this academy run deep. A mere flicker of cleverness will not suffice. Beware of drowning. Thank you for the warning, mentor. Lu Ming nodded, feigning humility. However, I am quite adept at swimming. Some individuals, with their own mess beneath them, should refrain from casting dirt upon others. It might just splatter back on themselves. Zhou was so enraged he nearly lost his breath, trembling as he pointed at Lu Ming. Yet Lu Ming ignored him, sidestepping and making his way back to his small courtyard. Upon returning and closing the door, Lu Ming gazed at his newly acquired resources, feeling a slight lift in his spirits. He decomposed 10 low-grade spirit stones, containing mixed elemental energy, yielding essence points, 100x 101000. Current essence points, 73, 1,000, 10,000, and 73. His resources were now considerably more ample. He retained the gathering essence pills, condensation herbs, and the remaining 20 spirit stones for daily cultivation. After such a ruckus, it was unlikely that his adversaries would meddle with the overt distribution of resources for a time. Yet, underhanded tactics would likely follow. The waters are indeed deep? Lu Ming scoffed, eager to unveil the lurking spirits and demons beneath. He settled into a cross-legged position, consuming a gathering essence pill to begin healing and cultivating. The pressing matter was to restore his condition to its peak and then break through to the spirit stream realm. Only through personal strength could he navigate the tempestuous waves ahead. In a secluded chamber within the academy, Minter Zhou stood before a communication jade talisman, his tone imbued with deference yet tinged with indignation. Indeed, my lord, that rascal is more slippery than an eel. My failure to apprehend him is a testament to my incompetence. After a brief silence, a cold voice emanated from the talisman. No matter. Let that jester frolic for a few more days. The competition for the secret realm quotas is about to commence. There lies his grave. Chapter 24. Knowledge is power? No. It is the source point. Having regained his strength and with resources at his disposal, Lu Ming did not linger in his small courtyard. While the academy's rules could provide some protection, they could not safeguard his cultivation. Since Minter Zhou's enigmatic lord had mentioned the competition for the secret realm quotas, it was evident that it was a domain where strength reigned supreme. What Lu Ming lacked most was a systematic understanding of the world's cultivation system, schools of thought, spiritual herbs, mineral resources, and geographical secrets. The systematic identification technique and scanning could pierce the superficial veil, yet the foundational database still required his own input. The Outer Academy's library became his next target. The library of Luyun Academy stood as an ancient 7-story tower, adorned with flying eaves and bracketed roofs, permeated with the scent of aged tomes mingled with a hint of insect-repellent herbs. Numerous disciples passed through its doors, most hurrying about, some deep in contemplation, others displaying joy, each in search of their desired techniques or miscellaneous notes. Lu Ming paid 10 contribution points, a discounted rate for core disciples, as an admission fee and stepped into the first floor of the library. Before him loomed towering bookshelves, densely packed with jade slips, animal hide scrolls, and bound ancient texts, all meticulously categorized, a vast ocean of knowledge. Ordinary disciples would either enter with a specific objective or spend considerable time sifting through the volumes. However, Lu Ming was different. It was as if he had returned to a former life, navigating a colossal warehouse-style supermarket, pushing an invisible shopping cart, commencing his procurement, activating miniature energy scan, continuous low consumption, activating basic identification technique, continuous low consumption. Current spiritual power, 92, continuously depleting. As Lu Ming meandered seemingly aimlessly between the shelves, his gaze flitted over rows of texts. To the casual observer, these were merely ordinary books and jade slips. Yet to Lu Ming's vision, the system interface continuously unveiled subtle glimmers and prompts visible solely to him. Fundamental refining outline, incomplete, missing 3 crucial pages, low value. Geographical Chronicle of Qingmu City, revised edition, information intact, can supplement geographical database. Analysis of low-level water elemental techniques, content elementary, energy circuit records completed. First-order demon beast wine fox fur processing, book cover, slight energy residue. Decomposition yields source point. 01. Lu Ming. Forget it. Even a mosquito's leg is meat. But it is rather shabby. He primarily focused on 2 categories. First, complete foundational knowledge text to construct a knowledge system. Second, those seemingly inconspicuous items marked by the system with faint energy responses or hidden information. He wandered into a corner where assorted ancient texts lay in neglect. A thin layer of dust settled here, consisting mostly of travelogues, unofficial histories, failed alchemical recipes, or severely incomplete martial arts techniques. Scanning the 3rd shelf on the left, he discovered Travelogue of the Eastern Wasteland, author, Idle Cloud Wanderer, a book of ordinary material, yet its internal layers exhibited a faint energy response. Lu Ming paused his steps, nonchalantly crouching down to extract the yellowed tome, its cover nearly disintegrated. He feigned a casual perusal, his fingers gently caressing the spine, while a barely perceptible thread of primordial energy penetrated through the fissure indicated by the system. A soft, almost inaudible tearing sound ensued as the cover's inner layer was deftly revealed, disclosing a map fragment slightly smaller than a palm, composed of neither leather nor silk. And chilling to the touch, it depicted an oddly contorted terrain in dark red lines. Acquired unknown map fragment. 1. Description: material is unique, specific age cannot be discerned. The lines contain faint remnants of primal civilization information, resonating slightly with the fragments absorbed by the host. Absorption is possible, estimated to yield 500 primordial points, with a minuscule chance of acquiring incomplete information. It may also be preserved. Upon gathering a complete set, unexpected discoveries may arise. Primal civilization? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. There it was again. This artifact seemed omnipresent, yet shrouded beneath the dust of history. Without hesitation, he tucked the map fragment away. The allure of absorbing those 500 points was tempting, yet the prospect of unexpected findings upon gathering the complete set captivated him even more. This felt like the first piece of a jigsaw puzzle. He continued his search, discovering that the system's identification technique was an unparalleled tool for discerning the quality and completeness of martial arts techniques. A disciple hesitated before a pricey jade slip of layered wave fist technique, concerned about potential flaws. As Lu Ming passed by, he casually glanced at it. Layered wave fist technique, low grade, Lingxi realm. The third energy operation node is flawed. Forced practice may result in meridian pain. Optimization is recommended. Lu Ming halted, quietly advising the disciple. There's an issue with the third level of this technique. It causes pain in the hands when practiced. The disciple, though skeptical, was swayed by Lu Ming's confident demeanor, largely due to his audacity, and ultimately set the jade slip down, departing with lingering doubts. Lu Ming preferred to remain inconspicuous, wary of attracting trouble should the disciple develop issues from practicing the technique. He then stumbled upon a dust-covered herbal primer, which contained numerous foundational herbal records. As the system swiftly scanned and recorded the information, it unexpectedly uncovered a few lines of nearly faded handwritten notes beside the illustration of dew grass, written in a rare, special ink. Dew grass typically grows alongside withered vines. Common methods are ineffective for separation. Gently scorch the roots with a low flame for 3 breaths. Then stimulate with cold spring water for perfect separation without losing medicinal properties. Evidently, this was a private note from a senior expert, far exceeding the value of the original text. Lu Ming silently noted it down, anticipating a reduction in material costs for future alchemical endeavors. Throughout the afternoon, Lu Ming absorbed knowledge like a sponge submerged in an ocean of wisdom. The system database is expanding at an unprecedented speed, meticulously recording and archiving countless foundational techniques, elixirs, mineral deposits, mythical beasts, geographical and historical information. More importantly, he discovered that the act of reading, scanning, and identifying, albeit consuming his soul energy, serves as an exceptional form of refinement. As Lu Ming oscillated between consumption and recovery of his soul power, it became increasingly concentrated and keen. Soul power, 85, slightly rebounding after continuous consumption. Undoubtedly, the greatest gain lies in the acquisition of origin points. He specifically sought out neglected, low-energy reactive, and nearly discarded incomplete jade slips or ancient artifacts, exchanging them for a minimal amount of contribution points. He then retreated to a secluded area to deconstruct the incomplete jade slip of the thunder summoning technique. Origin realm, energy nearly dissipated. Acquired origin points, 15. Deconstructing the discarded elemental measuring stone, ordinary, residual trace amounts of elemental energy. Acquired origin points, 8. Deconstructing a rusty bronze medicinal pestle, ordinary, historically significant but lacking uniqueness. Acquired origin points, 3. After this series of operations, although the individual gains were meager, the sheer volume compensated for it. Current origin points, 10,073, 1583, cumulative minor addition, 10896. Observing the steadily rising origin points, Lu Ming felt a surge of joy. This library was, in essence, his self-service ATM and database. As Lu Ming, content with his findings, prepared to depart, his gaze swept over the staircase leading to the second floor. There, a faint energy barrier was established, accompanied by a sign. Only inner courtyard disciples and above may enter. The collection on the second floor, in terms of both the rank of techniques and the depth of knowledge, was far superior to that of the first. Lu Ming glanced at the barrier, weighed his considerably expanded repository of knowledge and origin points, and a subtle smile graced his lips. The inner courtyard, indeed, beckoned. Turning away, Lu Ming exited the library, the setting sun casting a golden hue upon his silhouette. Today's gains exceeded expectations, not only filling numerous gaps in his knowledge, but also uncovering clues to primordial civilization, enhancing his soul, replenishing his origin points, and, more importantly, providing him with a clearer blueprint for rapid advancement. However, as Lu Ming descended the steps of the library and blended into the sparse evening crowd, he remained oblivious to the elder in the library's third-floor window. whose white hair fluttered as he leisurely organized the shelves. The elder's contemplative gaze lingered on Lu Ming's retreating figure before shifting to the corner of miscellaneous books where Lu Ming had spent the most time. What a curious lad, rummaging through that heap of scrap paper. Could he truly unearth a treasure? The elder murmured, a flicker of barely perceptible curiosity flashing in his murky eyes. Chapter 25, Alchemy? Shall I simply synthesize it? The day following his return from the library, Lu Ming discovered a gilded invitation placed at the entrance of the courtyard. Upon opening it, he found an invitation from the Alchemy Hall. We cordially invite core disciples from the outer courtyard to attend this afternoon's session in the Alchemy Room, to observe and listen to Elder Li Chuanfeng's lecture on A Glimpse into Alchemy. This lecture aims to broaden disciples' horizons and deepen their understanding of the wonders of celestial herbs, serving as an informal introduction to the art of alchemy. The invitation was signed by the Alchemy Hall of Luoyuan Academy. A glimpse into alchemy? An observational lecture? Lu Ming raised an eyebrow. This indeed spared him the trouble of seeking ways to engage with the art of alchemy. Although the system is capable of synthesis, it relies solely on scanning and identification, lacking a profound understanding of the properties of herbs and the principles of monarch, minister, assistant, and envoy. This lecture presents a splendid opportunity to supplement one's knowledge. In the afternoon, a faint fragrance of medicinal herbs wafted through the alchemy chamber, lending an air of solemnity that was even more pronounced than usual. Within a spacious alchemical hall designated for lectures, the subdued glow of the ground fire created a dignified atmosphere. The attendance was modest, with just over 20 individuals present, all of whom were core disciples from the outer sect, and a select few inner disciples who had excelled and received special permission to observe. Each face reflected a blend of curiosity and reverence towards the art of alchemy. Elder Li Chuanfeng, the speaker, donned a simple yet elegant alchemical robe. His neatly groomed goatee and sharp gaze exuded an undeniable authority, accompanied by a subtle aroma of herbs. The path of alchemy is the supreme art of extracting the essence of heaven and earth to create life. Li Chuanfeng's voice resonated powerfully, setting a lofty tone from the outset. Without immense willpower, great fortune, and a harmonious affinity with the five elements, one cannot enter this realm. Your presence here today is fated. Thus, calm your minds and absorb the knowledge. Refrain from any noise. He began by elucidating the arduous nature of alchemy and the stringent conditions required, dousing the hopes of many disciples who had entertained notions of ease. Subsequently, he commenced a demonstration of the foundational gathering qi pill, detailing unique techniques for processing dew grass and yuanyang flower, the delicate nuances of controlling the ground fire, and the precise timing for infusing the alchemical formula. Though merely a demonstration, his meticulous explanations left the audience in awe. The disciples watched intently, their hearts yearning, yet fully aware of the challenges that lay ahead. Upon completing the demonstration, Li Chuanfeng stroked his beard and remarked, "The essence of alchemy lies in practice. However, both the medicinal materials and the ground fire are not easily acquired. Today, I make an exception, allowing each of you to attempt a furnace on your own, to personally experience the challenges involved. Success or failure is secondary. The focus is on the comprehension." This privilege was reserved solely for core disciples. A rare opportunity for hands-on guidance from the elder. The disciples, filled with excitement, hurried to their assigned furnaces, receiving their materials and beginning to clumsily mimic the process. Li Chuanfeng paced the hall with his hands clasped behind his back, occasionally offering stern admonishments. The fire is too strong. How do you apply the fire control technique? The old leaves of the dew grass were not cleaned properly. This batch is compromised. If your mind is unsettled, how can you communicate with the medicinal properties? The timing for the alchemical formula was premature. Despite the solemnity that pervaded the chamber, the acrid scent of charred herbs and remnants gradually filled the air. Most disciples found their first attempt to be a failure, their faces tinged with embarrassment as they deeply grasped the difficulties of alchemy. Li Chuanfeng observed with a slight shake of his head, his gaze sweeping across the room, finally resting on Lu Ming. This individual stood before his furnace, having not ignited the fire at all. Instead, he merely sniffed the materials he had received and pinched them thoughtfully between his fingers, a demeanor starkly contrasting with the surrounding tension. Lu Ming, Li Chuanfeng furrowed his brow. Why have you not ignited the furnace? Do you believe that being a core disciple grants you the liberty to act independently? All eyes converged upon him. Many spectators, eager to witness the spectacle, were keen to discern whether this audacious individual possessed any extraordinary talent in the realm of alchemy. Lu Ming raised his head, sincerity etched across his face. Elderly, I am attuning myself to the breath of the medicinal herbs and the pulsations of the earth's fire, striving to forge a deeper connection with them. Li Chuanfeng, after decades of teaching, He had never encountered such an absurd excuse. Attuning to breath? Pulsations? Do you think this is a romantic affair? Nonsense. Li Chuanfeng's beard bristled with indignation. The art of alchemy is a rigorous discipline. Immediately commence the refining process. Do not squander the materials. Oh, Lu Ming acquiesced readily. Then, under the watchful gaze of all present, he executed an exceedingly peculiar series of motions. Unlike the others, who cautiously placed the prepared herbs into the alchemical furnace in an orderly manner, he unceremoniously tossed all the herbs into the cauldron in one go. Li Chuanfeng's eyes widened in disbelief. This was nothing short of sacrilege against the art of alchemy. Yet, before he could voice his reprimand, an even more outrageous act unfolded. Lu Ming did not meticulously regulate the earth fire's valve. Instead, he kicked it with abandon, wrenching it open to its maximum capacity. Boom! A fierce crimson flame instantly engulfed the entire alchemical furnace. The walls of the cauldron turned red and luminous at a visible pace. This spectacle was not an act of refinement. It was as if he intended to melt the furnace and forge a new one. Madness. He has lost his mind. Step back. The surrounding disciples gasped and retreated in disarray. Li Chuanfeng's complexion turned ashen. He formed a hand seal, preparing to forcibly suppress the earth fire to save both the people and the furnace. However, at the precipice of what seemed an imminent explosion, Lu Ming leisurely clapped his hands, stepped back, and muttered, The breath and pulsations are quite vigorous. It appears the communication was successful. Then, just as the furnace glowed incandescently, on the verge of disaster, Lu Ming extended a finger and gently flicked it against the seething cauldron. Ding! A crisp sound resonated. The lid of the furnace shot skyward. A rich, unadulterated fragrance of medicinal herbs erupted, permeating the entire alchemical chamber and banishing any lingering acrid odors. Everyone stood frozen, including Li Chuanfeng, who had poised his hand seals. Inside the cauldron, there was neither the chaos of an explosion nor charred remnants. Instead, 9 orbs, each the size of a longan, lay serenely within, smooth, pure white, with distinct alchemical patterns. Each one radiated a potency far exceeding that of a standard gathering chi pill. Impeccable quality. Furthermore, they were 9 complete pills. A flawless success. How could this be possible? Everyone's jaws nearly dropped to the floor. Such a brutal and nearly self-destructive method had yielded perfect pills? Complete ones at that. Li Chuanfeng dashed forward, grasping one of the pills, carefully assessing it. His expression transformed from fury to shock, then to an incredulous bewilderment. A perfect grade gathering chi pill? Pure potency, devoid of impurities. This defied the very principles of alchemy. He glanced at the elixir and then at the seemingly innocent Lu Ming, his worldview experiencing a profound upheaval. Lu Ming was acutely aware of the underlying truth. His earlier display was merely a facade for others to behold. The moment he cast the herbs into the furnace, he had already issued a command. System. Synthesize, gathering chi pill, perfect quality, X9, utilizing standard materials. Synthesis successful, consumed origin points, 15. Current origin points, 10,896 to 15,10746. The act of kicking the furnace and snapping open the lid was purely for dramatic effect, a diversion to obscure the reality of the pills forming instantaneously. Perhaps, Lu Ming mused while touching his nose, it was because I communicated with them on a deeper level. When they felt joy, they simply became pills? Li Chuanfeng, I can't believe you. Yet, faced with the undeniable evidence, he found himself unable to retort, his face flushed with indignation. The other disciples exhibited a myriad of complex emotions, envy, jealousy, existential doubt, all intermingling. Could it be that this fellow was indeed a prodigy of alchemy? However, Li Chuanfeng, being a staunch defender of traditional alchemical practices, soon regained his composure. Though the outcome was impeccable, the methodology had completely shattered his preconceived notions, a perverse deviation. Alchemy is not a trivial matter. Such reckless behavior, a rarity among the myriad of practitioners, holds no educational value and cannot be considered true alchemy. Should one harbor such thoughts, they will inevitably face backlash in the future. He struggled to accept this revolutionary approach, even in light of its flawless result. Indifferently, Lu Ming shrugged. His objectives had been achieved. He had recorded the foundational process and validated the superiority of the system's synthesis. The lesson concluded amidst an atmosphere thick with unease. As the disciples departed, their gazes towards Lu Ming resembled those directed at an incomprehensible enigma. Just as Lu Ming prepared to leave, a voice called out to him, "Junior brother, please hold on." Turning around, he saw a tall, handsome youth clad in the garments of an inner sect disciple approaching. A finely crafted medicinal gourd hung at his waist, exuding a faint but delightful fragrance of herbs. "I am Lu Mingshu from the Alchemy Hall. The youth smiled gently, his gaze fixed upon Lu Ming, brimming with curiosity and scrutiny. Your alchemical technique earlier was truly innovative. May I inquire as to which esteemed master you have studied under? Lu Ming regarded this unexpectedly emerging senior brother with intrigue. Someone from the alchemy hall. Moreover, he seemed to hold a position of considerable standing. He chuckled lightly and casually deflected. It's merely a family tradition, an unorthodox practice. Forgive me for the jest. A glimmer of insight flashed in Lu Mingshu's eyes, clearly skeptical, but choosing not to press further. Instead, he stated meaningfully, occasionally, unconventional paths can lead to great avenues. If you have the time, do come to the alchemy hall for a discussion. I am quite interested in your methods of communication. With that, he nodded to Lu Ming and turned to leave. Lu Ming watched his retreating figure, his eyes narrowing slightly. The senior brother of the alchemy hall? A dialogue? It seems the depths of alchemy are not to be underestimated. Chapter 26. Apologies. Wealth truly allows for indulgence, cradling 9 flawless chi-gathering pills. Lu Ming felt an invigorating surge of confidence with each step he took. While these pills held little utility for his own cultivation, thanks to the system that synthesized energy directly, they were, without a doubt, a form of hard currency within the Flowing Cloud Academy. Instead of returning to the small courtyard in the Alpha District, Lu Ming veered off and made his way directly to the Merit Hall of the Outer Academy. This hall differed from the Resource Hall, which dispensed fixed resources. Here, disciples exchanged contribution points earned through task completion or bartered goods for an array of rare materials, martial arts manuals, and divine weapons. The atmosphere was vibrant and diverse, offering a greater sense of freedom. The hall buzzed with activity, far more lively than the Resource Hall. Various stalls showcased an abundance of wares, and the air was filled with the sounds of haggling and lively banter. With a clear objective in mind, Lu Ming headed straight for the official exchange window. The shrewd-looking steward behind the counter glanced up upon his arrival, raising an eyebrow with little warmth in his demeanor. The incident involving Steward Zhang at the Resource Hall had evidently spread through the circles of the academy. What would you like to exchange? The steward inquired, his tone markedly frosty. Lu Ming wasted no time. He placed a jade vial upon the counter, its opening ajar, and the unmistakable, pure fragrance of medicinal herbs wafted into the air. The steward's nostrils twitched involuntarily, his previously indifferent expression freezing in astonishment. Leaning in closely, he cautiously poured a single pill into his palm, examining it with meticulous attention, his fingers trembling slightly. This is the flawless chi-gathering pill. He gasped, his voice cracking. Such perfect quality pills were exceedingly rare, primarily consumed within the pill hall or distributed to the inner academy's prodigies, with perhaps only a few trickling down to the outer academy's exchange window each year. Several disciples in line, drawn by the alluring scent, turned their heads, and upon seeing the pill in the stewardess' hand, their eyes ignited with fervor. A perfect chi-gathering pill. Lu Ming possesses such a treasure? He is truly remarkable. Oblivious to the surrounding murmurs, Lu Ming rapped the counter lightly. Please provide an estimate. The steward inhaled deeply, forcing himself to regain composure, casting a complex glance at Lu Ming. As per regulations, a perfect quality chi-gathering pill, with effects far surpassing that of superior grade pills, is valued at 80 contribution points or can be exchanged for equivalent materials of the ordinary superior tier. How many do you have? 9. Lu Ming replied coolly. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. 9. This was enough for a disciple at the Origin Realm to cultivate seamlessly to their peak. The steward's hand quivered again, nearly dropping the pill. He swallowed hard. All for exchange. All for exchange, Lu Ming affirmed with a nod, requesting contribution points in return. The steward, no longer daring to delay, hurriedly processed the transaction. In no time, a radiant glow flickered across Lu Ming's identity jade token, and his contribution points surged by 720. Contribution points obtained, 720. Observing the soaring numbers on the token, even Lu Ming raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. The speed at which wealth accumulates here far surpasses the decomposition of refuse. Lu Ming tucked away the jade tablet, disregarding the envious and resentful gazes of those around him, and plunged into the free trading zone of the Hall of Merits. This was the true treasure trove, or rather, his self-service supermarket. Lu Ming activated his identification technique and micro-scan, his gaze akin to the most efficient scanner, swiftly sweeping over each stall. How much for this pile of rusted scrap? He inquired, halting before a stall and pointing at a few dark, unappealing metal lumps that the vendor had discarded as waste. Detected, sediment copper essence, common grade superior. Severely oxidized on the surface, but containing pure golden elemental energy within. The vendor, an outer sect disciple, glanced over and replied curtly, 10 contribution points, take it all. It's just taking up space. Lu Ming readily paid. He then turned and retreated to an unoccupied corner. Decompose. Acquired origin points. 85. Current origin points. 10. 746. 85. 11. 596. Senior sister, what about these dry hemostatic herbs? Detected. Mutated moonlight thistle, common grade premium, rendered inert due to improper harvesting. Yet the flower's core still retains condensed moonlight. Oh my, junior brother has a keen eye. This was my venture. Never mind. I'll let it go for 5 contribution points. Decompose. Acquired origin points, 60. Current origin points, 11. 596. 60. 12. 196. Lu Ming even purchased a small, dusty iron walnut, the size of a child's fist, for 3 contribution points from a stall selling antique jewelry. Detected. Insect core, inferior spirit stream realm. The nucleus of a golden-eating beetle's nest, containing both golden and earthy elemental energies, with a hard shell. Decompose. Acquired origin points, 220. Current origin points, 12. 196. 220. 14. 396. Thus, Lu Ming wandered aimlessly through the Hall of Merits, glancing here and there, occasionally spending a few or several contribution points to acquire items that others deemed as refuse or debris, then retreating to a corner to decompose them. His origin points soared as if propelled by a rocket. The surrounding disciples transitioned from initial surprise to eventual numbness, and finally to a state of speechlessness. Does this fellow have some peculiar obsession with collecting trash? What is he doing? Is this a novel approach to cultivation? Enlightenment through refuse? Nonsense. It seems merely a case of a fool with an abundance of contribution points. Lu Ming paid no heed to their discussions, wholly absorbed in the exhilaration of his discoveries. The sensation of transforming contribution points into origin points without effort was utterly delightful. At last, when Lu Ming reached a stall nestled in a corner, he came to a halt. The vendor, a taciturn inner sect disciple, had few items on display, yet they bore an air of peculiarity, a charred piece of wood, several dimly colored crystals, and a small handful of silvery grains resembling sand. Lu Ming's gaze fixated on the cluster of silver grains, scanned high concentration of inert spatial energy fluctuations. Detected. Void dust, superior spirit stream realm. A minute addition during artifact refining can slightly enhance the toughness and energy conductivity of the artifact, and it may also serve as an auxiliary material for certain special spatial formations. Extremely rare. The item in question is decomposable, with an anticipated yield of 800 points of origin, potentially useful for synthesis. What a remarkable find. Truly a stroke of fortune. Lu Ming suppressed his excitement, maintaining a calm demeanor as he pointed at the grains of sand. Senior brother, how much for this? The inner courtyard disciple glanced at Lu Ming and responded flatly. 300 contribution points. Take it or leave it. A few disciples nearby, who had been observing Lu Ming discreetly, couldn't help but snicker. 300 points for a handful of sand? What a gullible fool. Did he truly believe that contribution points were as abundant as the wind? Nevertheless, Lu Ming did not even blink. He promptly retrieved his identity jade token. I'll take it. The inner courtyard disciple was momentarily taken aback, seemingly surprised by Lu Ming's promptness. He scrutinized Lu Ming for a moment before concluding the transaction. After acquiring the void dust, Lu Ming stifled the urge to decompose it immediately and stored it away, considering its potential utility for future synthesis. Just as he felt satisfied and prepared to return home, a sarcastic voice interrupted him. Oh, I thought it was someone with deep pockets. Turns out it's our alchemical prodigy, junior brother Lu. Lu Ming turned to see several extravagantly dressed outer courtyard disciples blocking his path. The leader, a core disciple he had encountered at the alchemy hall, wore an unmistakable expression of derision and greed. What? Did you think a few pills obtained through dubious means elevated your status? Have you begun to squander your fortunes here? The man scrutinized Lu Ming, his gaze lingering on Lu Ming's bulging storage bag, which was, in fact, empty after having decomposed its contents. Brother, I'm a bit short on contribution points lately. How about lending me some? Consider it a gesture of friendship. His lackeys closed in, subtly cornering Lu Ming, with intimidation hanging heavily in the air. The Merit Hall fell silent, many onlookers watching with a sense of curiosity. The hall did not prohibit conflict. As long as it did not result in fatalities, the law enforcement team typically turned a blind eye. Lu Ming regarded the group, none of whom exceeded the 7th layer of the initial origin realm, and suddenly smiled. He leisurely extracted a small jade vial from his robes, uncorked it, and waved it in front of the leader. Inside were 2 or 3 high-grade chi-gathering pills, specifically reserved from his previous synthesis. You desire contribution points? Lu Ming spoke in a mild tone. Certainly. The disciple's eyes lit up, believing he was capitulating. However, Lu Ming swiftly flipped his wrist, tossing the pills into his mouth. chewing them like candy before swallowing. He then clapped his hands together. They are all gone. He looked at them innocently, as if to say, now they're no more. You tricked me. The leader's expression darkened instantly, fury boiling within him as his internal energy surged, ready to strike. Yet, Lu Ming merely regarded him coldly, his gaze sharpening like a blade, a chilling aura emanating from him, tinged with a hint of bloodlust that locked onto the group. It was the formidable presence of one who had survived the life-and-death struggles of the Black Mist Mountains. What of it if I did? Lu Ming's voice was low, but it carried a disquieting chill. Do you wish to fight? Go ahead. Just as I returned, my hands felt somewhat unsteady. However, I must caution you all. When I take action, I often lack restraint, and severed limbs are not uncommon occurrences. Should I inadvertently inflict damage upon you, jeopardizing your chances in the competition for the secret realm, do not hold it against me. Upon hearing these words, the disciples were instantly plunged into a frigid silence. Their previous anger extinguished, replaced by an icy dread. They suddenly recalled that this individual before them had once turned the tables on the Lin family in the Black Mist Mountains, managing to escape unscathed from the oppressive aura of a formidable sea and mountain realm expert. To engage with Lu Ming? That would be courting death. The leader's complexion shifted from pale to green, then to red, ultimately silencing any retort. Accompanied by a few sycophants, they sheepishly extricated themselves from the crowd. Lu Ming let out a scoff, brushed off non-existent dust, and, under the awed gazes of those around him, sauntered away leisurely. As he approached the entrance of the hall, the steward in charge of collecting elixirs suddenly murmured hastily, "Young man, wealth can be alluring, yet it also attracts misfortune. Be cautious in the days to come." Without pausing his stride, Lu Ming merely inclined his head slightly to acknowledge the warning. Upon exiting the Merit Hall, the setting sun illuminated the scene beautifully. Lu Ming, feeling buoyed by the considerable contribution points and the impressive 14,396 source points reflected in his identity token, reveled in his good fortune. The sensation of possessing both wealth and resources was undeniably gratifying. At the very least, he would not have to scrimp and save when it came to synthesizing items in the future. As for those lurking shadows, he was eager to discern whose resources were truly bountiful. Chapter 27. My cultivation method is beyond your comprehension with a wealth of contribution points and source points in hand. Lu Ming felt an unprecedented sense of confidence. The urgency to elevate his strength was palpable. The so-called competition for the secret realm sounded treacherous. The best public cultivation venue outside the Flowing Cloud Academy was the Cultivation Tower, which naturally became his next target. The Cultivation Tower was a massive, shadowy structure, divided into 9 levels. The higher one ascended, the denser the elemental energy became, leading to enhanced cultivation effects. Of course, the consumption of contribution points escalated exponentially. The tower's exterior was adorned with enigmatic runes, subtly intertwined with the spiritual veins beneath, representing a crucial asset of the academy. At the entrance of the tower, a steward was on duty, and disciples were required to pay contribution points in exchange for time in the cultivation rooms on various floors. It was currently peak cultivation hours, and many disciples were queuing. Core disciples like Lu Ming, residing in the A7 courtyard, were entitled to 2 hours of free cultivation below the 3rd floor daily. The steward checked Lu Ming's identity token and, while adhering to protocol, regarded him with a barely perceptible scrutiny. Lu Ming's name was now well known throughout the outer academy. Free access to the 3rd floor. Lu Ming raised an eyebrow. The privileges of being a core disciple were indeed commendable. However, glancing at the listed elemental energy concentrations and fees for each level, he directly inquired, "What is the fee for the 4th floor?" The steward hesitated momentarily before cautioning. The 4th floor requires one to possess the cultivation level of the spirit stream realm to withstand its elemental pressure, with a charge of 20 contribution points per hour. Are you certain you wish to proceed? An initiation realm cultivator could easily suffer injuries from the overwhelming elemental energy. Let us book 1 hour, Lu Ming replied succinctly, swiping the 20 contribution points without further elaboration. What he requires is efficiency, not frugality. The steward shook his head, presenting him with a bronze key engraved with the symbol of Ding Zijio, his gaze seemingly filled with disdain for a presumptuous fool. Lu Ming accepted the key, disregarding the incredulous and mocking stares of several disciples around him, and proceeded directly into the tower. Inside, the structure was circular, with tightly sealed stone doors of training rooms lining the spiraling corridor. The higher he ascended, the more palpable the pressure of the ambient spiritual energy became. Upon reaching the 4th floor, the rich aura coalesced into a mist, making it feel as though his internal organs were being compressed with each breath. Locating room Ding Zijio, he used the key to unlock the stone door. The space within was modest, containing merely a meditation mat. while the floor and walls were etched with spirit-gathering runes. In the center lay a small recess, designed for placing spirit stones to enhance the gathering effect. The concentration of spiritual energy here surpassed that of the outside world by more than threefold. Not bad, Lu Ming mused, yet for him, this seemingly luxurious training environment was still too slow. He shut the stone door behind him and activated the basic isolation barrier within the room. Instead of sitting on the meditation mat, he approached the recess in the center, scrutinizing it closely. System. Scan the structure of the spirit-gathering runes here and analyze the energy convergence nodes. Scanning consumes soul power. 2. Analysis complete. This is a minor 3-element spirit-gathering array node. Energy converges 7 feet above the recess. With average stability, local reinforcement guidance can be applied. Excellent. Lu Ming's lips curled into a slight smile. This was precisely what he desired. He did not invest precious spirit stones. Instead, he issued a command. System. Synthesize high-concentration spirit crystal. Low-grade Lingxi realm. One-time use. Simulating the effect of a ley line energy surge, and deploy it precisely at the scan node. Consumption of source points for synthesis, 150. Confirm? Confirm. Synthesis successful. In an instant, a crystal the size of a fist appeared, translucent and seemingly filled with flowing liquid energy, levitating accurately above the recess. Buzz. The runes throughout the training room flared to life, as though infused with an overwhelming surge of energy, emitting a resonant hum of strain. Centered around the crystal, a visible vortex of spirit energy began to form, almost fluid in its motion. Whoosh! A terrifying suction erupted, not only drawing in the spirit energy gathered within the training tower, but also subtly siphoning from the surrounding natural energies. The concentration of spiritual energy on the entire 4th floor began to rise at an alarming rate, even impacting other training rooms. What is happening? The spiritual energy seems to be thickening. Thickening? It's almost coalescing into liquid. Fortune favors me. Quick, let us cultivate. Disciples in the neighboring training rooms were initially astonished, then elated, seizing this serendipitous opportunity to practice fervently. Yet soon, their laughter faded. The concentration of spiritual energy continued to surge uncontrollably. They had exceeded the limits of their capacity, a tremendous pressure weighing down on them, causing their meridians to ache painfully, forcing them to awkwardly cease their cultivation while they anxiously gazed at the stone door, uncertain of what transpired outside. In stark contrast, Lu Ming, at the eye of the storm, sat contentedly at the edge of the vortex. He did not need to exert any effort to absorb the pure, liquefied essence of qi, which effortlessly penetrated his pores. The system even discreetly decomposed the excessively violent portions in the background, transforming them into gentle streams of primal essence. Absorbing high-concentration essence of qi. Cultivation slowly advancing. Decomposing rampant essence of qi, acquiring primal essence. 111. A steady stream. However, such a ruckus could not be concealed. In the monitoring room of the cultivation tower, an elder from the inner court abruptly opened his eyes, fixating on a crystal wall displaying energy fluctuations across the various levels. His brow furrowed in concern. Energy levels in the 4th floor Ding district were abnormally surging. The concentration had exceeded 200% and was still rising. What was happening? Was someone breaking through to the spirit stream realm inside? No. This commotion felt more akin to a tectonic rupture. He immediately rose, his expression grave as he hurried towards the 4th floor. If something were amiss in the cultivation tower, it would be a significant issue. At that moment, Lu Ming also sensed a powerful presence rapidly approaching through microscan. They are quite swift. He smirked, feeling unsatisfied. System, halt energy supply and decompose the remaining crystal remnants. Halt successful. Decomposing essence crystal, remnants. Acquiring primal essence. 15. Every bit recovered counts. Net consumption of primal essence this time. 150 15 135. Current primal essence. 14,396 135 13,046. Current spiritual power. 90. Scanning and maintaining operation incurs slight consumption. Almost instantaneously as the crystal was decomposed, the turbulent vortex of essence in the room dissipated like a punctured balloon. The concentration rapidly fell, though still elevated. It returned to normalcy. Bang! The stone door of the cultivation room was forcefully pushed open from the outside. The elder, with a serious expression, charged and accompanied by 2 enforcement disciples, their sharp gazes sweeping across the room before finally locking onto Lu Ming, who sat innocently on the meditation cushion, a look of confusion adorning his face. Everything in the room appeared normal, with no signs of damage or residual abnormal energy. The only evidence that the earlier events were not mere illusion was the lingering dense essence in the air, yet to fully subside. The elder's gaze was piercing as he scrutinized Lu Ming. What caused the recent violent energy fluctuations here? Lu Ming stood, a hint of fear and bewilderment gracing his features. Reporting to the elder, the disciple is also unaware. I was quietly cultivating when I suddenly felt the essence around me surge violently, nearly suffocating me, and just as I was at a loss, the disturbance abruptly vanished. Could it be a tectonic fluctuation? His words were half-truths, his expression perfectly in sync, and with no evidence found within the room. The elder found his questions lodged in his throat. Tectonic fluctuation? It is not entirely impossible, but is it not a tad too coincidental? The elder meticulously examined the runes on the walls and floor of the room once more, even personally sensing the connection to the earth's veins. Everything appeared normal, devoid of any signs of damage. He scrutinized Lu Ming with a skeptical gaze, ultimately waving his hand with a stern warning. As long as there is nothing amiss. Foolishness is strictly prohibited within the cultivation tower. If any anomalies arise again, report immediately. Yes, master, I understand, Lu Ming respectfully replied. The elder departed, filled with lingering doubts. No sooner had he left than several disciples from the adjoining cultivation chambers gathered around, chattering excitedly. Senior Lu, what on earth just happened? Indeed, the essence was astonishingly dense. Do you possess some special cultivation technique? Lu Ming looked at them and sighed, suddenly adopting a serious demeanor as he began to spout nonsense. Honestly, I am unsure. Perhaps it is merely good fortune? Maybe it is my habitual willingness to assist others that has drawn the favor of the heavens. Or maybe my pleasing appearance has garnered the earth's essence. The crowd responded, we do not believe you. However, Lu Ming disregarded their disbelief, pushing through the throng and leisurely descending the stairs. Having benefited from an hour of exceptionally concentrated essence, though brief, the experience had been remarkably efficient. He felt his cultivation had advanced a notch, bringing him closer to the pinnacle of the 8th layer. After his departure, the elder in the monitoring room of the cultivation tower marked room T9 and Lu Ming's name with particular emphasis. Once may be coincidence, but twice? Young man, I shall uncover the secrets you conceal. Chapter 28. The Spirit Stream Breakthrough. Is the thunder tribulation a bit sweet? Upon returning from the cultivation tower, Lu Ming sensed that the energy within his dantian had reached its zenith, akin to a dam filled to capacity, merely awaiting the slightest opportunity to burst forth and step into a new realm. The 8th layer of the Chi Source realm, perfection achieved. Without a moment's hesitation, he returned to his designated courtyard, activating the most formidable protective barrier available, an exclusive privilege of core disciples, capable of withstanding full-force attacks from realms below the spirit stream, thus providing a relatively safe environment for his breakthrough. Seated cross-legged at the center of the quiet chamber, he took out 10 low-grade essence stones and arranged them around himself. Decomposing 10 low-grade essence stones. Gain source points, 1,000. Current source points, 13046. 10002 3046. An abundance of source points was now at his disposal, providing him with the confidence to face any unforeseen circumstances. Subsequently, he held his breath and focused his mind, activating the optimized Qi induction technique to guide the surging energy within him towards the invisible barrier of the realm, launching a final assault. Boom. It was as if a dam had burst. The long-accumulated torrent of energy swept through the barrier of the 9th layer of the Qi Source realm with almost no obstruction. Its momentum unabated as it launched a fierce, violent assault towards the chasm leading to the spirit stream realm. Concurrently, the air above the courtyard grew tumultuous. The previously clear sky rapidly accumulated dense dark clouds, within which silver serpents danced, and thunder rolled ominously, a palpable aura of celestial might descending. The thunder tribulation. Someone is about to break through to the spirit stream realm. It is from the direction of the A block. Is it that Lu Ming again? How long has it been? He has only just returned from the mountains a few days ago, even breaking through 2 realms in quick succession to directly challenge the Lingxi? What manner of creature is this? Such commotion instantly stirred the entire outer courtyard. Countless disciples emerged from their abodes, gazing in astonishment at the increasingly dense calamity clouds hovering above the Jiazi district. While thunderstorms in the Lingxi realm are not uncommon, the rapid succession of breakthroughs and the terrifying pressure emanating from the clouds, far exceeding that of a typical Lingxi tribulation, sent shivers down their spines. Mo Yuan's figure swiftly appeared atop a nearby pavilion, his countenance grave as he scrutinized the ominous clouds. The power of this thunder tribulation is abnormal, at least 50% stronger than a regular Lingxi tribulation. Another figure silently materialized beside him, an elderly man clad in purple robes, his complexion flushed and eyes sharp. It was Xing Tiexin, the vice principal of the outer courtyard, responsible for discipline. His brow furrowed, This youth is advancing too rapidly. His foundation is likely flawed, attracting a more formidable trial from the heavenly Tao. The prospects appear grim. Within the small courtyard, Lu Ming also sensed the formidable celestial might locking onto him. Yet rather than fear, an odd sensation welled up within him. The thunderous energy within the dark clouds seemed remarkably nourishing in the system's perception. The first bolt of calamity thunder, as thick as a child's arm and radiating a blinding blue-white glow, tore through the sky, crashing down with ferocity. Boom! The protective barrier of the courtyard shook violently, its brilliance dimming by more than half in an instant. Lu Ming remained unfazed, continuing to circulate his cultivation technique to solidify the surging yuan power while issuing commands to the system. Analyze the energy composition of the calamity thunder. Attempt to decompose and absorb it. Analyzing. The calamity thunder contains the destructive energy of utmost yang and utmost rigidity, along with pure celestial essence, suitable for decomposition. Expected conversion efficiency, 35. Proceed? Only 35? That seems rather wasteful. Let's give it a try. Decompose the residual energy of the first calamity thunder. Most of the thunder's power was intercepted by the barrier. Decomposition successful. Obtained primordial points, 185. Current primordial points, 23,046 185 24896. A surge of pure energy flooded into his body, rapidly mending the injuries caused by the thunder tribulation, while simultaneously solidifying his recently attained realm. Lu Ming's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was no heavenly tribulation. It was as if the heavenly Tao itself was pursuing him to provide sustenance. Boom! The second bolt of calamity thunder followed closely, even more robust than the first. The protective barrier let out a mournful wail before shattering. The terrifying lightning struck directly at the roof of the quiet room. Just as the lightning was about to penetrate the ceiling, a flash of inspiration struck Lu Ming's mind, prompting him to undertake an audacious, even reckless act. He did not cast any defensive spells nor brandish a weapon to block. Instead, he abruptly opened his mouth and inhaled forcefully towards the descending thunder. Swoosh! A subtle sound, akin to slurping noodles, was nearly imperceptible amidst the thunderous cacophony. A slender thread of dazzling lightning was indeed drawn off its main trajectory and sucked into his mouth by this outrageous maneuver. Lu Ming's entire body trembled violently, his hair standing on end, as sparks of electricity erupted from his mouth, nose, and eyes, making him feel as though he had been thrown into a high-voltage electrical box. A prickling sensation coursing through his limbs. Warning. Detection of ultra-high-intensity destructive energy invading directly. Emergency disassembly in progress. Disassembly successful. Obtained origin points, 588. Host's body exhibits slight paralysis and burns. Immediate cessation of reckless behavior is advised. Current origin points, 24,896 588 30776. Though the experience was somewhat exhilarating, the rewards were immense. Moreover, the majority of the thunder's might was withstood by his protective vitality and robust physique. This scene was distinctly witnessed by Mo Yuan and Xing Tiexin from the distant loft. The two well-informed deputy deans of the Outer Academy were utterly taken aback. Their mouths agape as if an egg could fit inside. What on earth had he just done? Xing Tiexin thought he was imagining things. Had he just ingested the tribulation lightning? Mo Yuan's eyes twitched, and it took him a moment to utter. Perhaps he was just hungry? In all their years, they had never heard of someone crossing a tribulation by means of consumption. This had completely surpassed their realm of understanding. The third and final bolt of tribulation lightning brewed ominously within the clouds, its hue transforming into a terrifying purplish black, its power far surpassing the previous two. Lu Ming licked his still tingling lips, feeling insatiable. Yet, he understood the wisdom of knowing when to retreat. The previous act had been exceedingly perilous. With a thought, an exaggeratedly designed massive axe, gleaming with a metallic sheen, appeared in his hand. Synthesis. One-time thunder-attracting axe. Low-grade spirit stream realm. Origin points cost, 200. Current origin points, 30,776, 228,776. He hurled the colossal axe into the air with all his might. Boom. The purplish-black tribulation lightning struck the axe with pinpoint accuracy. The blinding flash of lightning erupted, vaporizing the axe in an instant. Disassembled axe remnants. Obtained origin points, 35. Yet the majority of the thunderous power was also guided to dissipate into the atmosphere. Current origin points, 28,776 35 29126. Only a faint remnant of electric arcs fell upon Lu Ming, which he effortlessly dispelled through his cultivation, further refining his physique. The dark clouds of tribulation slowly dissipated, and a pure light of heaven and earth descended, merging into Lu Ming's body, completely healing the minor injuries inflicted by the lightning tribulation and solidifying his realm firmly at the initial stage of the spirit stream realm. A sense of power, far greater than that of the initial origin realm, filled him, concentrated, refined, and under his complete control. Breakthrough achieved success. He sensed the surging vitality within him, glancing at the system interface displaying a staggering 29,126 origin points, nodding in satisfaction. This breakthrough not only conserved resources, but yielded a remarkable profit. He instinctively patted his belly, letting out a contented burp crackling with faint sparks. The burp had a somewhat pungent taste, yet it was brimming with energy. Meanwhile, the two deputy deans in the distant loft remained in a state of shock. Xing Tiexin laboriously turned his head to gaze at Mo Yuan. Old Mo. Did you just witness him hiccuping sparks? Mo Yuan, with an expressionless face, nodded slightly. After a prolonged silence, he slowly uttered, "This young man is certainly no ordinary individual. I fear he is beyond our comprehension." The two exchanged glances, each reflecting a profound shock and an indescribable gravity. Lu Ming's potential far exceeded their initial estimations, and the enigmatic secret he harbored instilled a sense of unease within them. Chapter 29. The External Courtyard Grand Competition? No, it is a marketplace of opportunities. The commotion surrounding Lu Ming's breakthrough to the spirit stream realm was akin to a massive stone cast into a tranquil lake, stirring tumultuous waves throughout the external courtyard. At the age of 18, achieving the spirit stream realm is already a mark of genius, especially considering his unique method of enduring an enhanced thunder tribulation, even tasting it, only to emerge unscathed and invigorated. Various outrageous rumors proliferated, enhancing Lu Ming's image among the external disciples into one of mystery and untouchability. Those who had previously harbored hostility or greed due to the Lin family's bounty and Master Zhou's circulating gossip found themselves compelled to reassess their positions. Amidst this atmosphere, the annual grand competition of the external courtyard approached with great anticipation. The competition square was abuzz with voices. Nearly all the disciples of the external courtyard gathered there. The vast martial stage was divided into 10 zones, conducting simultaneous contests. The atmosphere was both exhilarating and tense. For this competition not only involved rankings and rewards, but, more importantly, the top 20 would secure coveted spots in the enigmatic Dark Realm. Lu Ming stood modestly among the crowd, listening to the excited discussions around him. I heard there are rare starry grasses in this secret realm. Not only that, it is said there are ancient caves left behind by predecessors. With only 20 spots available, the competition would undoubtedly be fierce. He was not particularly intrigued by the rumors. Instead, his gaze swept over the eager disciples, each equipped with various weapons and armor, lingering for a moment on the talismans hanging at their waists. To him, this was not merely a contest. It was a grand, free, and sustainable supply venue. All disciples will draw lots to determine their opponents and stages. The officiating steward announced loudly. Lu Ming casually drew a lot, landing on the Gue stage, 7th match. The contest commenced swiftly, the sounds of energy clashing, shouts of encouragement, victorious cheers, and defeated sighs resonating throughout. Finally, it was Lu Ming's turn. His opponent was a robust youth at the 8th layer of the Chi Source realm, wielding a hefty mountain-splitting sword and exuding an imposing presence. Lu Ming, is it? Don't think that just because you've broken through to the spirit stream realm, you're exceptional. Taste my blade. The burly youth bellowed, lunging forward with his sword, the wind howling behind it. Lu Ming barely lifted his eyelids. Through his spirit stream realm's spiritual perception, he discerned the multitude of flaws in the opponent's aggressive strike, moving with a speed reminiscent of a sluggish snail. He couldn't even be bothered to wield a weapon. Instead, he simply sidestepped effortlessly to evade the blade's edge, then, with a pinpoint accuracy, struck the opponent's wrist pulse point with his finger. Ouch! The robust young man felt a tingling in his wrist, and the mountain-splitting blade abruptly slipped from his grasp. Lu Ming deftly caught the flying weapon, simultaneously delivering a gentle yet decisive strike to his opponent's chest. With a resounding thud, the hefty youth was sent hurtling backward, crashing off the stage, and remained sprawled on the ground for an extended moment. On the Gue platform, Lu Ming triumphs. The official promptly declared. The entire encounter was executed with remarkable swiftness, lasting less than 3 breaths. The spectators below hardly had time to react before the battle concluded. Was that it? It seemed he hadn't even exerted himself. The disparity between the spirit stream and Chi Source realms was indeed staggering. Standing atop the platform, Lu Ming assessed the mountain-splitting blade in his hand, an ordinary grade weapon of upper-tier quality. Disassemble. Acquired origin points, 8. Current origin points, 29,126, 8, 29,206. Perfect. His first earnings secured, he leaped down from the platform, disregarding his opponent who had just managed to rise, his face a mask of humiliation. In the subsequent matches, the pattern remained virtually unchanged. Regardless of whether his adversaries were at the 8th or 9th layer of the Chi Source realm, or even fellow disciples who had just broken through to the first layer of the Spirit Stream realm, none could withstand more than 3 moves against Lu Ming. His combat style was brutally simplistic. Leveraging his far superior spiritual perception and the power of the Spirit Stream realm, he would swiftly exploit his opponent's weaknesses, concluding the battle with minimal effort, often a singular, precise strike or palm thrust, while simultaneously confiscating their weapons. On the Wu platform, Lu Ming emerged victorious. His opponent's longsword was sent flying. Disassemble the longsword. Ordinary grade, acquired origin points, 9, current origin points, 29,206, 9,29296. On the Gung platform, Lu Ming won. His opponent's gauntlets were shattered. Disassemble the metal shards. Ordinary grade, acquired origin points, 9, current origin points, 29,296, 9,29386. On the Jiao platform, Lu Ming triumphed. His opponent's talismans were yet to be activated before he closed in, scattering a stack of talismans. Disassemble inferior fireball talisman X5. Ordinary grade. Acquired origin points, 3 by 515. Current origin points, 29,386, 15,29536. Thus, he bulldozed his way through, his speed and efficiency astonishing. While other platforms were embroiled in fierce contests, he had already completed several rounds of acquisitions. The audience transitioned from initial shock to a state of numbness, eventually beginning to sympathize with Lu Ming's opponents. Was this man here for a duel or merely to collect discarded items? It felt as though his true aim was not victory, but the confiscation of his opponent's weapons. How ruthless. Winning was one thing, but leaving no equipment behind was another. Whoever faced him next would do well to concede immediately. It was a loss too great to bear. The defeated disciples were left in tears, having lost the match and their weapons, suffering an insufferable loss. On the high platform, several elders from the outer court exchanged glances, their expressions peculiar. This young man's fighting style was indeed unique. One elder stroked his beard, bemused yet amused. Such audacity, a disgrace to decorum. Another, more austere elder huffed, glaring disapprovingly. The corner of Mo Yuan's mouth twitched imperceptibly as he chose to remain silent. He had grown accustomed to Lu Ming's unconventional methods. At last, Lu Ming had fought his way to the finals, where his opponent awaited, a seasoned core disciple named Zhao Rui, who had long made a name for himself in the outer court, renowned for his swift and fierce swordsmanship. Zhao Rui grasped a shimmering autumn water longsword, a low-grade spirit weapon, and regarded Lu Ming with a solemn expression. Junior brother Lu, you are indeed formidable. However, your approach to combat is excessively crafty. Today, I shall demonstrate to you the true power of a sword cultivator at the Spirit Stream level. With that, he swung his sword, and it emitted a resonant hum, unleashing a sharp sword chi that lunged towards Lu Ming. This was the hallmark of a Spirit Stream cultivator's externalized elemental force. Gasps arose from the audience. Zhao Rui's sword chi was among the finest among the outer court disciples. Yet, Lu Ming merely tilted his head slightly, allowing the sword chi to narrowly miss his hair, not even grazing the hem of his robe. Too slow, too dispersed, ostentatious yet lacking substance, Lu Ming assessed languidly, as though a teacher critiquing a student. Zhao Rui's face flushed red with rage. Arrogant. Receive my flowing wind, 13 swords. As he moved with his sword, the light of his blade enveloped Lu Ming like a tempest, dazzling the spectators, who watched with bated breath for Lu Ming's response. However, at the center of the onslaught, Lu Ming remained as steadfast as a rock amidst turbulent waves, subtly shifting only within a minuscule range, deftly evading each strike. The torrent of sword light failed to even brush against his garments. Spirit power, 82. High-frequency evasion consumption. Is it over? Lu Ming suddenly spoke, his tone flat. Now it is my turn. In the fleeting moment when Zhao Rui's previous strength waned and new vigor had yet to manifest, Lu Ming sprang into action. His fingers, poised like a sword, struck first, condensing highly compressed spirit stream elemental force at his fingertips, accurately landing upon the spine of Zhao Rui's sword. Clang. The sound of metal clashing rang out. Zhao Rui felt an uncanny and formidable force surge through his sword, causing his grip to shatter. Blood pouring forth as the low-grade spirit longsword slipped from his grasp, spiraling into the sky. Lu Ming didn't even glance at Zhao Rui, with a deft sidestep. He appeared at the sword's landing point like a wraith, effortlessly catching it. Then, Under the incredulous and pained gaze of Zhao Rui, as well as the audience's astonished stares, he weighed the precious longsword in his hand. Decomposed. Low-grade spirit stream. Source points gained. 350. Current source points. 29,536, 353, 3036. A substantial sum added to his account. Why you? Zhao Rui pointed an unsteady finger at Lu Ming, trembling with rage, nearly spitting blood. That had been a treasure he had saved for ages to exchange for with his contribution points. Only then did Lu Ming seem to recall something. Turning to the officiating judge. Oh, right, it appears he lost. The judge, snapping back to reality, struggled to announce. In the finals, Lu Ming triumphs. The champion of this outer court competition is Lu Ming. A moment of silence enveloped the crowd before an eruption of mixed exclamations followed. Victory was achieved once again, albeit in an absurd manner. Furthermore, they confiscated and dismantled the weapon belonging to another from the Lingxi realm. As Lu Ming descended from the arena amidst a myriad of peculiar gazes, he felt a sense of abundant gain. His primordial essence had once more surpassed the threshold of 3,000, filling him with immense satisfaction. During the award ceremony, when the Dean of the Outer Academy personally bestowed upon Lu Ming the reward symbolizing first place, a mysterious token and a vial of precious solidifying elixir suitable for the Lingxi realm, his expression appeared somewhat unnatural. The Dean observed Lu Ming with a complex gaze, hesitated for a moment, and then retrieved a palm-sized jade tablet adorned with swirling cloud patterns and intricate inscriptions from his sleeve, handing it over as well. This was the Inner Academy promotion token. With this token, you may proceed to the administrative office of the Inner Academy to exchange for an identity jade tablet, officially ascending as a disciple of the Inner Academy. This reward is a customary honor for the champion of past competitions, and I hope you will diligently cultivate upon entering the academy, living up to this accolade. Just as the ceremony was nearing its conclusion, a voice laden with a palpable sense of superiority resonated from a distant high platform. Quite intriguing. I hope you can maintain such exuberance in the Inner Academy. The crowd turned to follow the voice, revealing a young man clad in silver attire of the Inner Academy. His demeanor haughty as he stood with arms crossed, coldly scrutinizing Lu Ming. His aura was profound, unmistakably indicating he was in the later stages of the Lingxi realm. He was none other than senior brother Huang Fuyun, ranked 27th on the Inner Academy's Hidden Dragon list. What brought him to witness the Outer Academy competition? It appeared he had set his sights on Lu Ming. Lu Ming lifted his gaze, meeting that icy, evaluative stare, yet a subtle smile crept across his lips. A prodigy from the Inner Academy? He weighed the mysterious token in his hand. Just right. The treasures within the realm should be of even higher quality, no? The award ceremony concluded amid an atmosphere thick with unspoken complexities. The crowd gradually dispersed. Yet the discussions surrounding Lu Ming's outrageous antics would undoubtedly remain the most fervent topic within the Outer Academy for quite some time. Having received his well-deserved mysterious token and vial of solidifying elixir, Lu Ming was poised to leave the bustling square. Senior brother Lu, please hold. A somewhat timid yet eager voice called from behind. Lu Ming turned to see an Outer Academy disciple hastily approaching, sporting a sycophantic smile, though his eyes flickered uncertainly. Lu Ming had a vague recollection of this individual, who seemed to have been eliminated in the first round of the competition, possessing rather mediocre abilities. Is there something you need? Lu Ming inquired indifferently. The disciple rubbed his hands together, grinning obsequiously. Congratulations, senior brother Lu, on securing first place in the competition. Your strength is astonishing. I am utterly in awe. He then continued, I have a piece of information regarding the dark mysterious realm, recorded by my elders during their explorations years ago, which marks several locations that may yield rare spiritual herbs and safe routes. I humbly present this to you, hoping that if it is convenient, you might offer a modicum of consideration when you enter the realm. As he spoke, he cautiously produced an aged pale, yellow jade slip from his bosom, respectfully extending it towards Lu Ming. Micro-energy scan activated quietly. Detected jade slip. Internal information structure stable. Confirmed as map information. The surface bears an exceedingly faint energy mark, tracking type, whose energy signature aligns closely with that of Inner Academy, disciple Huang Fuyun. Instantly, Lu Ming's gaze turned cold. A tracking mark? Huang Fuyun? The matter has barely concluded, and yet, the schemes have already begun? Resorting to such a clumsy act of manipulation? He gazed at the hapless disciple before him, whose lackluster performance was betrayed by the beads of sweat forming on his brow, and suddenly, he chuckled, extending his hand. He accepted the jade slip, and as the disciple visibly relaxed, a glimmer of covert delight flickered in his eyes. With seemingly casual intent, he brushed his fingers lightly across the surface of the slip, consuming a trace of fundamental essence, decomposing surface tracking marks. Acquired fundamental essence, 001, negligible. Current fundamental essence, 33,036,001,33036. The disciple's smile abruptly froze, as he sensed the faint connection to the jade slip vanish in an instant. Lu Ming toyed with the slip, tossing it lightly in his hand. Observing the disciple's face turn a ghostly white, and leisurely remarked, "I shall accept the intelligence. As for your patron," he suddenly leaned in closer, lowering his voice to a volume only they could hear, "inform your benefactor that should he seek me, there is no need for such convoluted methods. Within the secret realm, I will seek him out." The disciple felt as though struck by lightning, trembling all over, cold sweat cascading down as he stammered, I do not comprehend what you mean. Senior brother, begone." Lu Ming dismissed him with indifference, his tone lacking warmth. The disciple, as if granted a reprieve, hastily scuttled away, his retreat a picture of disarray. Lu Ming continued to examine the pristine jade slip, his consciousness delving within. The map itself did not appear to be a forgery. It indeed marked several locations. However, one of the safe route's terminus bore a subtly inscribed skull symbol, marked by an exceedingly elusive soul force, which he would not have discerned had his own soul not been sufficiently potent. The chilling aura emanating from the skull sent a shiver down his spine. How intriguing. Lu Ming's gaze narrowed slightly. Not only did they wish to track him, but also to orchestrate a treacherous ploy to lead him into a deadly trap. He tucked away the slip, his gaze seemingly penetrating the fabric of space towards the inner courtyard. Huang Fuyan, even before entering the secret realm, a grand gift has already been presented. This favor shall be noted. Yet, I wonder, in the end, who will surprise whom? Chapter 30. The inner courtyard? Merely a larger fish pond. The clamor of the outer courtyard competition gradually dissipated, yet discussions surrounding Lu Ming showed no signs of waning. Achieving first place through such an extraordinary feat and effortlessly dismantling a considerable portion of his opponent's possessions, particularly Zhao Rui's Spirit Stream long sword during the finals, earned him not only a fearsome reputation but also the moniker of a formidable rogue within the academy. However, all such discourse was effectively cut off beyond the towering walls of the inner courtyard. Armed with the secret realm token and the promotion decree for core disciples, Lu Ming stepped into the true core of Lu Yun Academy, the inner courtyard. Upon entering, he was immediately struck by an entirely different atmosphere. The density of the elemental essence in the air was more than double that of the outer courtyard's A-zone. Taking a deep breath, he felt an invigorating comfort envelop him. The pavilions and towers were exquisitely crafted, and the inner courtyard disciples he occasionally encountered exuded a generally more refined and profound aura. With spirit stream cultivation evident throughout, he could even sense several hidden fluctuations far exceeding the spirit stream realm. This place resembles a more refined replica, with resources abundant. Yet the caliber and intellect of the monsters have evidently escalated. Following the guidance provided, Lu Ming swiftly located the inner courtyard disciplinary office, where he exchanged his identity jade token and received a new set of inner courtyard disciple robes, which he casually discarded into a corner of his system space. Along with a detailed jade slip outlining the regulations of the inner courtyard, the division of areas, and the rankings of the Jinlambang Hidden Dragon List. The Hidden Dragon List ranks the disciples of the inner courtyard, featuring only the top 100. The higher one's rank, the greater the monthly allocation of cultivation resources, as well as access to superior training grounds. The competition is extraordinarily fierce. As Lu Ming's gaze swept across the upper echelons of the list, he spotted a familiar name, Huang Fuyan, ranked 27th. 27. He noted this position. His new residence was situated in an area known as Bamboo Creek Courtyard, more elegant than the standalone courtyards in the outer courtyard, with a small gathering spirit formation that proved even more effective. However, just as he approached the entrance, he was intercepted by three individuals. The leader, a youth at the second layer of the spirit stream realm, crossed his arms and lifted his chin slightly, glancing at Lu Ming with an air of superiority characteristic of inner courtyard veterans. New arrival? Lu Ming? Champion of the outer courtyard competition? Lu Ming halted, his expression unperturbed. Is there something you need? Huh, quite arrogant, aren't we? The youth scoffed. Listen well, the inner courtyard has its own rules. This Bamboo Creek courtyard is quite nice, rich in spiritual energy, and my brothers and I have taken a liking to it. You should find somewhere else to stay. He gestured toward a row of houses in the distance, noticeably lacking in spiritual energy, where there were still vacancies. It was a blatant attempt to seize resources. The other two subordinates, both at the first layer of the spirit stream realm, stepped forward, encircling Lu Ming with malicious grins. Rules? Lu Ming surveyed them coolly. Whose rules? Our rules. The second layer youth proclaimed arrogantly. What? Is being the champion of the outer courtyard something to boast about? Let me tell you, in the inner courtyard. If you're a dragon, you must coil. If you're a tiger, you must lie low. If you know what's good for you, get lost before we take action, or it will end poorly for everyone involved. If Lu Ming had been an ordinary newly promoted inner courtyard disciple, he might have had to endure the humiliation or seek out a steward to lodge a complaint, a process that was cumbersome and often futile. Yet Lu Ming merely nodded, acknowledging the situation. Understood. The one with the bigger fist makes the rules, correct? At least you have some wit. The youth smirked in self-satisfaction. However, before his grin could fully manifest, it froze on his face, for Lu Ming had made his move, swiftly, with utmost precision. The youth barely registered the blur before a fierce gale rushed towards him. Instinctively, he attempted to retreat and block, but as the thought materialized, an agonizing tearing pain erupted in his abdomen. With a thud, Lu Ming's fist had decisively struck his energy sea. The highly concentrated power of the spirit stream realm erupted in an explosive force akin to a steel nail piercing through. The youth let out a scream, his body curling up like a boiled shrimp as he was propelled backwards, crashing against the courtyard's stone wall, sliding down helplessly, rendered speechless by the pain, only able to emit pitiful groans. The two first-layer subordinates stood in stunned disbelief, their eyes wide as they witnessed their once mighty senior being vanquished in a single blow. As they were startled into action, Lu Ming's icy gaze swept over them. He proceeded to disassemble the outer garment of the youth writhing in pain, deeming it mere trifling attire, thus acquiring source points, 0-1, purely to provoke disgust. Current source points, 33,036 0133037. Lu Ming's hand, akin to a phantom, reached out, and with a mere flick, the outer robe of the tormented young man disintegrated into ashes, revealing the inner garment. Without so much as a glance at the two stupefied subordinates, he beckoned towards the youth on the ground, now clad only in his inner robe, curled up and moaning. You now? Lu Ming spoke with a calmness that belied the gravity of the situation, as if addressing a trivial matter. Take your rules and scurry over there. He gestured toward a row of modest dwellings. And leave your storage bags behind. Consider it a lesson. The two subordinates, terrified beyond measure, dared not utter a word of protest. In a flurry of anxious movements, they hastily removed their storage bags along with that of the second-tier youth, trembling as they placed them on the ground. Then, they hoisted their nearly unconscious senior and fled in a panic, not once daring to look back. Lu Ming collected the 3 storage bags and scanned their contents with his consciousness. Within, he found nothing of significant value, some ordinary medicinal pills, a handful of elemental stones, and a few commonplace cultivation manuals. He disassembled all the useless trinkets and inferior pills. Total source points acquired, 35. Current source points, 33,037.35, 33387. Even the legs of a mosquito hold substance. He casually dismantled the now empty storage bags, 1 point, and, as if nothing had transpired, pushed open the gate of the bamboo stream courtyard and stepped inside. The courtyard was adorned with a small bridge and flowing water, surrounded by tall bamboo, a truly elegant environment with a denser concentration of vital energy than outside. Not bad, he mused. Not long after he settled in, there was a knock at the door. Upon opening it, he found a stern-faced law enforcement disciple standing outside, at the 3rd level of the Lingxi realm. Lu Ming? The disciple's sharp gaze scrutinized him. A scuffle occurred outside the courtyard, and someone has reported you for seizing the possessions of your fellow disciples. Is this true? The inner courtyard's law enforcement team operated with impressive efficiency, or rather, someone had intentionally lodged a report. Lu Ming's expression remained unchanged, even displaying a hint of surprise. Seizing possessions? Surely, my senior has misunderstood. 3 senior brothers did visit me earlier to enlighten me on the rules of the inner courtyard. I benefited immensely and, out of gratitude, presented them with some gifts. They may have been overly pleased and left in haste. Where's the talk of seizing gifts? The law enforcement disciple frowned, clearly skeptical. Indeed, Lu Ming nodded earnestly. I offered them a comprehensive course on the practical application of the survival regulations within the inner courtyard, and in return, they gifted me some study materials and teaching tools. He indicated the items in the storage bag. A fair trade, devoid of deceit. The law enforcement disciple had never encountered such an outrageous defense. Yet, upon a thorough inspection of the scene, aside from a slight impact mark against the wall, there was no substantial evidence of a fight or theft. The 3 individuals had vanished without a trace, leaving him unable to confront them for verification. He cast Lu Ming a penetrating glance and warned, private disputes are strictly prohibited within the inner courtyard. Should there be a next time, the penalties will be severe. Rest assured, I am always one to adhere to the rules. Lu Ming smiled, bidding him farewell. After dismissing the enforcement disciples, Lu Ming closed the door. his gaze growing slightly cold. The troubles he faced were unlikely to be limited to this initial wave. The figure of Huang Fuyun had yet to make his personal appearance. These challenges were merely a prelude. He retrieved the jade slip containing the secret realm map obtained from an outer court disciple and scrutinized the concealed skull mark once more, his eyes flickering with intrigue. At that moment, the communication array within his courtyard suddenly illuminated, and the voice of Mentor Mo Yuan resonated from it. Carrying a note of gravity, Lu Ming, the secret realm will open in 3 days. The situation has changed. Not only will our Luyun Academy participate, but several factions, including the Lin family of Qingmu City and the Bloodblade sect, will also send disciples. Inside the secret realm, the perils far exceed those of the past. Tread carefully. Once the message was conveyed, the radiance dimmed. Lu Ming's fingers lightly tapped on the table. The Lin family was involved as well. The waters were becoming increasingly murky. This also implied that there would be more targets from which to procure goods. Chapter 31. The system's new feature, Technique Simulation. The message from Mentor Mo Yuan shattered the tranquil atmosphere of Zhuxi Courtyard. In 3 days, the secret realm would open, with formidable adversaries lurking. It was no longer merely an internal trial of the academy, but a potential hunt. He himself was likely to become the prey under the watchful eyes of many. Lu Ming sat cross-legged in the quiet room. The jade slip from the outer court disciple and the jade slip of the inner court disciple guidelines spread before him. His gaze was keen, his fingers unconsciously drumming against the floor. Strength was still needed, greater strength. With a cultivation level at the first tier of the Lingxi realm, he could, thanks to the system's peculiarities and his own combat awareness, likely handle opponents of the same tier or even average mid-tier Lingxi practitioners. However, if he were to confront multiple skilled adversaries at once or encounter late-stage or peak geniuses like Huang Fuyun, he would undoubtedly find himself in a fierce struggle, not to mention the external threat posed by the Lin family, who harbored deep-seated enmity. The optimized version of the Qi induction technique had reached its theoretical limit for mortal-tier techniques, sufficient to support his cultivation to the peak of the Lingxi realm. Yet the speed of advancement was still inadequate. He required a more efficient and powerful energy absorption and transformation rate. System, scan my currently primary cultivation technique, the optimized Qi induction technique, and analyze the possibilities for further enhancement, Lu Ming commanded in his mind. Scanning. Soul power consumption, 3. Analysis complete. The optimized Qi induction technique has reached the theoretical limit of mortal-tier techniques. Based on the host's current cultivation in the Lingxi realm and database expansion, progression to advanced techniques can be attempted. This will require a significant expenditure of origin points and computational power. Note, the direction of simulation can emphasize aspects such as energy absorption speed, essence refinement level, and attribute traits. A foundational template and reference object are necessary for simulation. Progression to advanced techniques? Lu Ming's eyes sparkled with excitement. This feature arrived just in time. How could he obtain a simulation template and reference object? Method 1. Absorb higher-tier complete techniques for analysis. Method 2. Absorb a substantial number of techniques of the same tier or lower, extract their essences, and merge them to create something new. Method 3. Absorb items containing high-level energy laws or information, e.g., relics of primal civilizations. Lu Ming immediately checked his inventory. He still possessed 387 origin points. As for computational power, the system had not specified, but it was likely tied to his soul power. Regarding martial arts techniques, apart from his primary focus, he possessed only a few rudimentary, common-grade techniques discovered within the storage bags of the unfortunate individuals from earlier, as well as a basic attack technique, Stone-Shattering Palm, included within the jade slips of the inner court. The system, first utilizing the optimized version of Qi induction technique as a foundation, sought to merge it with basic body refinement technique, Bison Strength, and condensing water technique, all of which were previously acquired information on common-grade techniques, to endeavor in the development of a new technique aimed at enhancing the absorption speed of vital energy. The consumption of origin points would take precedence. Command confirmed. Commencing deduction. Consuming origin points, 500 points. Deduction in progress, 1-5-15. Current origin points, 33,387 502.8387. Within the system interface, countless runes and data streams flickered and reconfigured frantically, as though engaged in a colossal computation. After approximately the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, deduction progress at 50 encountered a bottleneck. Lacking key energy circuit references, deduction efficiency diminished. Suggested to supplement with reference materials. Indeed, it was not so simple. Lu Ming contemplated for a moment and retrieved the solidifying essence pill obtained as a reward from the grand competition, suitable for the spiritual stream realm. Although this pill provided minimal direct benefits to him, it might serve another purpose. System. Conduct a reverse analysis of the medicinal energy operation principles and energy composition of the solidifying essence pill, extracting its principles for reinforcing and stabilizing vital energy as a reference for deduction. Reverse analysis consuming spiritual power. 5. Analysis successful. Acquired fragmented principles of vital energy refinement and meridian reinforcement. Integrating into deduction. Deduction progress. 65, 80, 99, 100. Deduction successful. Acquired new technique. Mingquan technique. Upper grade of the spiritual stream realm. Mingquan technique combines efficient vital energy absorption with exceptional vital energy refinement characteristics. When in operation, vital energy flows like the deep and profound springs of the nine hells, overwhelming and unstoppable. The cultivation speed is doubled compared to the optimized version of Qi induction technique, with the same level of vital energy reserves and purity increased by 50%, can be cultivated to the perfection of the spiritual stream realm. It worked. Lu Ming felt a surge of joy within. An upper-grade technique for the spiritual stream realm. This would undoubtedly be considered top-tier, even within the inner court. Sufficient to serve as a core inheritance for many experts on the dragon ranking. Total consumption for this deduction. 800 origin points. Consumed spiritual power. 10. Current origin points. 28,387 800 500 28,387 300 25,387. Correction. Total consumption 800 500 paid, deducting another 300. Current spiritual power 82,574. Total consumption for calculation. Deduction and reverse analysis to be computed. A completely new and intricately profound operational route surged into Lu Ming's mind in an instant. Without hesitation, he immediately commenced the circulation of vital energy according to the path of Mingquan technique. Boom. The surrounding vital energy of heaven and earth seemed to be drawn with even greater force, surging into his body at a speed several times faster than before. After being refined and transformed by the technique, it became a purer, heavier, and slightly cold liquid vital energy, merging into the cyclone within his dantian. Efficiency multiplied. The quality of vital energy significantly enhanced. At this pace, he was even confident that he could advance his cultivation to a new level before entering the secret realm. However, just as he reveled in the exhilarating surge brought by the new technique, the system interface flickered once more, displaying a new alert. Warning. The Mingquan Zhu is operating at high speed, causing an unknown resonance with the fragments of the primordial civilization absorbed by the host. The frequency of energy fluctuations is anomalous, with an extremely slight probability of attracting the attention of the overseer. Would you like to reduce the efficiency of the technique to a safe threshold? Lu Ming's movements came to an abrupt halt. The immense joy of the new technique was instantly dampened. Chapter 32. The dim secret realm awakens. The system's cold warning felt like a bucket of ice-cold water poured over him, extinguishing the fervor ignited by the acquisition of the new technique. Lowering efficiency? This meant relinquishing the optimal path for rapid enhancement of strength, effectively binding his hands before the perilous secret realm unfolded. Choosing not to lower it meant constantly bearing the risk of being scrutinized by that mysterious and terrifying overseer, akin to walking a tightrope on the edge of a cliff. Without much hesitation, a glint of determination flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. No, maintain the full operation of Mingquan Zhu. Risk and reward coexist. If he were to cower in fear, he would have perished long ago in the hollow of the Black Mist Mountains. Only by mastering greater power could he seize a thread of hope amidst future crises. As for the overseer, as long as he was swift and strong enough, he would possess the means to resist or escape before being discovered. With the technique operating at full capacity, the vitality of heaven and earth surged forth once again. The chilling, profound energy of the Mingquan within his dantian visibly expanded and solidified. Warning recorded. It is advised that the host avoids remaining in an extreme cultivation state for prolonged periods to reduce peak fluctuations. 3 days slipped away in a frantic race against time. As the first light of dawn filtered through the window, Lu Ming slowly opened his eyes, exhaling a long, distant breath that carried a hint of coldness, forming a small patch of frost in the air. Current realm, peak mid-stage of Lingxi realm. Current source points, 25,387. Current soul power, 89. After 3 days of recovery and cultivation. In just 3 days, thanks to the formidable efficacy of Mingquan Zhu, his cultivation advanced further. Although he did not break through to the later stage, the purity and total amount of his energy far surpassed that of an ordinary mid-stage Lingxi realm cultivator, providing him with a more solid foundation. He rose, donned a set of sharp attire, and adjusted his state to its peak. Today marked the opening of the dim secret realm, at the entrance of a valley. Shrouded in a massive formation at the back mountain of the flowing Cloud Academy, a cacophony of voices filled the air. 30 qualified disciples from both the inner and outer academies had gathered, each exuding a vigorous aura, their eyes alight with anticipation and vigilance. Lu Ming spotted several familiar faces. Zhao Rui, his expression dark and eyes filled with resentment as he glared at him. A group of inner academy disciples, led by Huang Fuyun, and a few from the outer academy competition whom he had sparred with. Upon seeing him approach, they instinctively tightened their grips on their storage bags. Huang Fuyun stood at the forefront of the crowd, exuding an air of arrogance, his formidable presence at the late stage of the Lingxi realm unmistakable, drawing the attention of the surrounding disciples. Upon noticing Lu Ming's arrival, a cold smirk curled at the corners of his lips, his gaze akin to that of one observing a corpse. Aside from the disciples of Luyun Academy, 2 other factions stood on the open ground of the valley, distinctly separated. One group, clad in azure garments adorned with the Lin family's cloud emblem, comprised roughly a dozen individuals. Led by a stern-faced youth whose sharp eyes resembled those of an eagle, undeniably at the late stage of the Lingxi realm. Their glances towards the disciples of Luyun Academy, particularly Lu Ming, were rife with unmasked hostility and hatred. Lin Alfing was among them, whispering something to the leading youth, subtly gesturing towards Lu Ming. The second group was smaller, consisting of only 7 or 8 members, dressed in uniform dark red attire, each armed with a long knife, exuding a palpable aura of menace. They were disciples of the Blood Knife sect from the vicinity of Qingmu City. The leader, a burly man bearing a scar across his face, crossed his arms, observing the academy and Lin family members with a glint of greedy malice in his eyes. Tension hung thick in the air among the 3 factions, each wary of the others, the atmosphere taut as a drawn bowstring. Mentor Mo Yuan and several elders of the academy stood at the formation node of the secret realm's entrance, their expressions grave. Mo Yuan's gaze swept across the assembly, lingering momentarily on Lu Ming before he spoke in a deep voice, clear enough to reach every ear. The dark secret realm is about to open. This realm is an unstable microcosm, harboring both opportunities and great perils. This opening permits disciples from the 3 families to enter together, to seek treasures and undergo trials, relying solely on their own abilities. However, 3 points must be remembered. First, the realm can only remain open for 10 days. When time elapses, all will be automatically expelled. Do not miss this chance. Second, the internal space of the realm is chaotic, with random teleportation points. Do not rely on external maps. Third, Mo Yuan's voice turned stern. Within the realm, although supervision is limited, it is strictly forbidden for disciples to harm one another. Violators will face severe punishment. As for grievances with other factions, you must manage them wisely. This admonition seemed to caution the entire academy, while subtly encouraging disciples to be ruthless towards outsiders. Now, prepare to enter. As Mo Yuan and several elders simultaneously infused the formation with their incantations, the light barrier at the valley entrance began to tremble violently, gradually forming a swirling, distorted portal capable of accommodating several individuals. Beyond the portal lay a profound, indistinct darkness, reminiscent of a passage to another world. Enter. At the command, disciples from the 3 families surged forward, hastily rushing towards the portal, vanishing into its depths in an instant. Huang Fuyun cast a cold glance at Lu Ming, leading his group into the portal first. The stern youth from the Lin family gestured, and his disciples followed suit in an orderly manner. The disciples of the Blood Knife sect cackled as they trailed behind. Lu Ming, however, remained unhurried, positioning himself last as he meticulously observed the portal and the surrounding spatial fluctuations. Initiating microenergy scan. Analyzing portal transmission mechanism and stability. Scanning consumes spiritual energy, too. Analysis complete. The portal's energy is stable, facilitating one-way random transmission. The moment of teleportation elicited a slight spatial tearing force, prompting a recommendation to enhance physical defenses. No signs of human interference were detected. Receiving the system's feedback, Lu Ming felt a modicum of relief. He took a deep breath as the primordial energy within him stirred slightly, and stepped boldly into the luminous portal. The familiar sensation of weightlessness and spatial distortion enveloped him, yet it was more intense than any previous teleportation he had experienced. Surrounding him was a chaotic maelstrom of bizarre colors, as if his very being was on the verge of being torn asunder. After a brief moment, his feet found solid ground. A chill, damp air, redolent of decaying foliage and faint traces of blood, surged into his nostrils. Lu Ming swiftly steadied himself, elevating his crisis perception to its zenith, and cautiously surveyed his surroundings. He found himself in an exceedingly unfamiliar and shadowy forest. Towering ancient trees obscured the sky, casting an oppressive gloom, while the ground was blanketed with a thick layer of decayed leaves, soft beneath his feet. The silence was unnervingly profound, punctuated only by a distant, chilling, low growl of an unknown beast. Successfully entered the shadowed secret realm. Environmental energy concentration, high, leaning towards a cold attribute. Multiple unknown energy and life fluctuations detected. Danger level, medium-high. Warning, a faint resonant wave is emanating from the fragment of the primordial civilization map carried by the host, pointing in the southeast direction. A spark ignited within Lu Ming, prompting him to retrieve the half-torn map from his bosom. To his astonishment, the previously dim parchment now glimmered with subtle, pulsating crimson lines, indicating a path deeper into the shadowy forest. At that moment, a rustling sound emerged from the underbrush to his left. Lu Ming's gaze sharpened as he swiftly stowed the map, concealing his primordial energy, and drew his tactical dagger into his hand, his body coiling slightly, prepared for an immediate offensive or retreat. As the underbrush parted, he anticipated an enemy or a beast, but instead emerged 3 somewhat disheveled disciples from the Flowing Cloud Academy. 2 males and 1 female, all appearing to be at the 8th or 9th layer of the origin realm. Upon spotting Lu Ming, they initially expressed surprise, quickly followed by elation. "Brother Lu," exclaimed one tall youth, his excitement palpable. "What a stroke of luck to find you here with us." Another stout boy quickly added, "Brother Lu, this secret realm is perilous. Let us band together for mutual protection." The female disciple, though silent, bore an expression brimming with anticipation. Teaming up with the champion of the grand competition, a legendary figure in the spirit stream realm, undoubtedly heightened their chances of survival. Lu Ming's gaze swept across the trio, discreetly activating identification technique. Zhang San, 8th layer of the origin realm, emotions, tense, excited, with a hint of concealment. Li Si, 9th layer of the origin realm, emotions, greedy, eager. His right hand is tucked within his sleeve, tightly gripping a pale yellow talisman. Weak energy response, suspected to be tracking or communication related. Wang Wu female, 8th layer of the origin realm, emotions, fear, hesitation, struggle. Before me stand 3 teammates who have willingly approached, particularly the one with flickering eyes and concealed symbols. Li Si, a cold, yet intriguingly playful smile gradually curls at the corners of Lu Ming's mouth. Chapter 33, Survival in the Secret Realm? No, it is an ecological investigation. Within the dimly lit forest, the air is so thick that it seems one could wring water from it. Observing the 3 eager companions, especially the one hiding something in his sleeve, Li Si, the playful curve of Lu Ming's lips becomes increasingly pronounced. Team up? Lu Ming's voice remains flat, devoid of any discernible emotion. Yes, yes. The tall youth, Zhang San, quickly nods. Senior Lu, it is far too perilous here. Let us travel together and share any spirit herbs or treasures we discover. His face radiates sincerity, though the slight concealment indicated by the identification technique somewhat undermines his words. Li Si eagerly concurs. Indeed, Senior Lu, the more hands, the greater the effort. We know of a location where moonshadow flowers may be found and are willing to lead the way. He instinctively tightens his grip on his sleeve. The sole female disciple, Wang Wu, moves her lips as if to speak, yet ultimately bows her head, her fingers nervously twisting the hem of her garment. Lead the way? Very well. Lu Ming suddenly smiles, his agreement surprisingly swift. Let us proceed. He is curious to see how this performance unfolds. A flicker of barely perceptible joy crosses Li Si's eyes as he promptly points in a direction. This way, Senior Lu, please follow me. The 3 surround Lu Ming as they venture deeper into the forest. Li Si takes the lead, his steps light as if he genuinely knows the path. Zhang San follows closely behind, nervously glancing back at Lu Ming from time to time. Wang Wu lags behind, her mind disquieted. Lu Ming ambles along at a leisurely pace, his micro-energy scan continuously activated, functioning as an invisible radar, surveying everything in the vicinity. Discovery, a first-level demon beast, the withered leaf python, lurks beneath the decaying leaves. Its energy response is faint, possessing mimicry and venomous fangs. Discovery, 30 paces to the left, in a rocky crevice, 3 incondensation grasses, high-grade common, grow. Accompanied by highly toxic decayed bone moss. Caution is advised in harvesting. Discovery, signs of an underground water vein flow ahead to the right. There may be an underground cavern. He appears not as an adventurer, but rather as a researcher conducting an ecological survey. As for the 3 companions with their varied intentions, Lu Ming pays them no mind. After walking for about the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, the trees around them grow increasingly tall and menacing, The light nearly extinguished, forcing reliance on the faint glow of moss and the keen sight of the practitioners. The atmosphere grows ever more oppressive. Suddenly, Li Si, at the forefront, lets out a terrified scream as his foot slips violently, causing him to stumble forward clumsily. "Be careful," Zhang Sen exclaims, instinctively reaching out to grab him. Yet, at the moment of Li Si's fall, his right hand, concealed within his sleeve, suddenly thrusts backward. A pale yellow talisman, seemingly guided by an unseen force, shoots toward Lu Ming with lightning speed. In midair, the talisman activates instantaneously, transforming into a sticky, dark green net exuding a foul odor, descending upon Lu Ming. Simultaneously, 5 figures erupt from behind the decayed giant trees. Clad in black, their faces obscured, each wielding a sharp blade, the assailants exhibited formidable prowess, all at the initial stage of the spirit stream realm. With seamless coordination and without uttering a word, they launched their most potent assault, instantly severing all avenues of retreat for Lu Ming. It was a trap, one meticulously devised, a lethal ambush orchestrated through collusion. The expansive net was evidently a vile talisman designed to hinder movement and disrupt spiritual energy. While the onslaught from the 5 spirit stream assassins was sufficient to grievously injure or even slay any practitioner at the mid-stage of the spirit stream realm, Li Si lay on the ground, a sinister grin of triumph spreading across his face. Zhang San, in stark disbelief, stood frozen in place, paralyzed by fear. Wang Wu gasped sharply, covering his mouth in horror. Yet, faced with this sudden, deathly onslaught, Lu Ming displayed neither surprise nor panic. At the very moment the net was about to envelop him, he contorted his body in a manner unfathomable for any ordinary human, gliding sideways with an almost ethereal grace. At that fleeting moment, the fetid net brushed perilously close to his nose, landing with a sickening thud upon the ground where he had just stood, corroding it with a menacing hiss. Simultaneously, several unassuming iron-gray spheres, which he had prepared beforehand, silently launched forth, accurately targeting the path of the advancing assassins. With a resounding bang, the spheres erupted, not in flames, but in an overwhelming, grotesque stench that permeated the air. The odor was akin to a decade-old salted fish mingled with the noxious fumes of a swamp, acrid and piercing, assaulting the senses. What in the world is this? My eyes. It burns. The 5 highly trained assassins had never encountered such a grotesque spectacle. Instantly, they were thrown into disarray by this biochemical attack. Tears and mucus streaming down their faces, their offensive faltering, as nausea churned violently in their stomachs. Now was the moment. Lu Ming surged forward. Channeling the full force of the Mingquan art, the chillingly profound spiritual energy granted him speed and strength far surpassing his peers. Like a tiger among sheep, he barreled into the bewildered assassins, thrown into chaos by the foul stench. His tactical dagger transformed into a cold arc of death. Thud, thud, thud. Precise, efficient, ruthless. Each strike was accompanied by the dull thud of a blade meeting flesh and the extinguishing of a life. Lu Ming focused on crucial points such as the carotid artery, heart, and spine, leaving no opportunity for retaliation. Decomposed corpse X1, obtained ordinary dagger X1, assorted items, total gained source points, 12. Decomposed corpse X2, obtained ordinary longsword X1, gained source points, 11. Decomposed corpse X3, to avoid lengthiness. Subsequent notifications omitted. Total processing of 5 early-stage spirit stream assassins yielded 65 source points, an average of approximately 13 points per assassin. Consistent with the early-stage minion setting. Current source points, 25,237.65-25887. The entire sequence transpired in the blink of an eye. As the foul stench lingered, Lu Ming, akin to someone who had merely completed an inconsequential task, wiped the blood from his dagger and stood resolutely. On the ground lay only the quickly fading ashes of clothing and the remnants of weapons, now disassembled. Li Si's sinister grin had entirely frozen, transforming into boundless terror and disbelief, as his trousers became instantly soaked. Zhang Sen rolled his eyes back and fainted from fright. Meanwhile, Wang Wu slumped to the ground, pallid and trembling like a leaf in the wind. Lu Ming's gaze fell upon the prostrate Li Si. It seemed that your concern is of little necessity to me. He approached Li Si step by step, the sound of his footsteps echoing ominously in the silent forest. Please, don't kill me. It was Brother Huangfu. Brother Huangfu Yun forced me to do this. He gave me the tracking talisman and that poisonous net talisman. If I don't comply, he will slay my entire family. Li Si cried out in desperation, tears and excrement flowing freely. Oh, Lu Ming replied indifferently, his tone devoid of any emotion. The dagger gleamed coldly. The pleas for mercy abruptly ceased. Disassembling the corpse yields miscellaneous items. Acquiring source points, 8. Current source points, 25,887 8, 25,967. Lu Ming then turned his attention to the unconscious Zhang San and the petrified Wang Wu. The identification technique revealed that these two were indeed unaware, mere pawns manipulated by Li Si. He approached Wang Wu and crouched down. Wang Wu, terrified, squeezed his eyes shut, bracing for death. However, he heard Lu Ming calmly inquire, "Are you capable of processing beast materials? Are you familiar with common spiritual herbs and mineral deposits?" Wang Wu, bewildered, nodded instinctively. "Excellent," Lu Ming declared as he stood, awakening him. "From this moment forth, the two of you shall serve as my temporary logistics team, responsible for clearing the battlefield and initially processing the spoils of war. If you perform well, perhaps you will survive until we exit this place." He had no need for burdens, but required two competent hands to save him time. Just then, from deep within the dense forest ahead, a tremendous beastly roar erupted, accompanied by sounds of fierce combat and human shouts. "Block it! This beast is nearly done for. Watch out for its tail. It's poisonous. Brother Morong, hold it steady." Lu Ming's expression shifted slightly as he instructed his two shaken logistics team members, "Stay close." In a flash, he silently slipped towards the source of the commotion. Navigating through a thicket of thorns, he emerged into a clearing in the woods. The scene before him was one of intense conflict. A massive creature, resembling a giant scorpion and covered in bone armor, with its tail shimmering with a ghostly blue venom, was savagely attacking three humans. The trio displayed remarkable teamwork. One tall and robust young man, wielding a hefty tower shield, bellowed as he braved the creature's onslaught. Each clash resonating with a deep thud that cracked the ground beneath him, yet he did not retreat an inch. A reliable shield warrior, a petite and nimble young woman danced around, her fingertips deftly guiding talismans that flew forth as if imbued with life, either transforming into fireballs that struck the gaps in the beast's armor or forming ice walls to impede its movements, her timing impeccable as she chided, "Big guy, haven't you eaten? To the left, to the left. Oh, you're so clumsy." A burly man, completely bald and clad in tattered garments, revealed muscles as robust as steel. Armed only with his bare hands, he navigated around the monstrous beast, seizing opportunities to unleash a tempest of fists and kicks, each strike resonating against the beast's armored exoskeleton. Amidst his fervent assault, he mumbled through a mouthful of something, "I'm starving. After this, I need to find something to eat." The trio's cultivation levels were notable. The shield bearer and the talisman master were in the mid-stage of the spirit stream realm, while the body refiner was at the pinnacle of the early stage. However, the grotesque skeletal scorpion, a mid-tier second-grade beast, equivalent to mid-stage spirit stream realm, possessed formidable defenses and a potent venom that left the three struggling against it, facing imminent peril. Lu Ming's gaze swept across the battlefield as the system's information rapidly relayed updates. Target, withered bone scorpion, mid-tier second grade. Vulnerabilities, joint connections, mouth parts. Fears strong light and high-frequency sound waves. Value, tail stinger, high-grade toxic material of spirit stream realm. Heart core, mid-grade. Exoskeleton, mid-grade refining material of spirit stream realm. Lu Ming's attention finally settled on the massive tower shield, and a rather mischievous idea emerged. He quietly synthesized an item, bright sound bomb stone, low grade of spirit stream realm. Cost, 45 source points. Then, seizing the moment when the shield bearer braced against the scorpion's powerful strike, he deftly flicked the stone into the inner side of the shield. Current source points, 25,967 to 45,25517. A thunderous boom erupted, amplified by the shield's internal space, blending blinding light and piercing high-frequency noise. The withered bone scorpion, in the midst of its ferocious assault, suffered a devastating blow to its compound eyes and auditory organs, emitting a pained shriek as its movements became erratic and stiffened. Now was the moment. Although the female talisman master was startled, her reflexes were sharp. She unleashed several attack talismans that struck the scorpion's gaping, menacing mouth, which had opened in agony. The bald body refiner, seizing the opportunity, leapt into the air, his fist, massive as a cooking pot, infused with vibrant blood energy, came crashing down onto one of the scorpion's compound eyes. With a resounding impact, fluid sprayed forth. Even the shield bearer was momentarily disoriented, but instinctively pushed forward, colliding with the paralyzed scorpion and causing it to tilt backwards, exposing its relatively softer underbelly. At that precise moment, a ghostly figure, as if foreseeing the entire sequence of events, silently appeared beneath the scorpion. The dagger, imbued with the chilling essence of the abyss, pierced with surgical precision, slicing cleanly. With a splatter, green blood and entrails erupted forth. The withered bone scorpion let out a desperate, haunting wail. Its massive form convulsed violently before crashing to the ground. Utterly silenced. In an instant, the scene fell into a hushed stillness. The trio stood in stunned silence, gazing at Lu Ming, who had suddenly materialized and delivered a decisive blow to the beast that had tormented them for so long. They glanced at the still resonating tower shield, their expressions a mix of bewilderment and disbelief. Lu Ming skillfully began to process the materials of the demon beast, the tail stinger, the heart core, and the hardest pieces of bone armor were swiftly stripped away. The remaining scorpion carcass was dismantled. Acquired origin points, 220, mid-level tier 2 demon beast. Of considerable value, current origin points, 25,517, 220, 27,717. After completing this task, Lu Ming finally raised his head to regard the three individuals who were still in a state of shock, particularly lingering on the sturdy tower shield, nodding in approval, and commenting, "The shield is impressive. The sound amplification effect is quite remarkable." Shield Bearer? Chapter 34. The Terrifying Ruins. The echo of the primordial source, the colossal carcass of the withered bone scorpion, disintegrated into flying ash, leaving only the most precious materials for Lu Ming to collect. In the clearing of the forest, the atmosphere momentarily grew heavy. The trio, the shield-bearing strongman, the sharp-tongued talisman master girl, and the bald body cultivator, finally emerged from their astonishment, gazing at this unexpectedly formidable and strangely skilled individual with complex expressions. "My name is Shiryu." The shield-bearing strongman spoke first, his voice resonant. He patted the still humming tower shield, his expression a mix of frustration and admiration. "Brother, your sound amplification technique is quite unique." His ears still buzzed. "Su Xiaowan." The talisman master girl scoffed, her lively eyes sizing up Lu Ming. Her tone remained prickly. "Hey, while you lend a hand, it's not a good habit to steal kills. That scorpion's heart core was our target first." "I am Badu," the bald strongman said, rubbing his growling stomach and eagerly watching Lu Ming as he stored the scorpion materials. "Brother, do you have anything to fill my belly? I'm starving after that fight." Lu Ming glanced at the three of them. Identification technique activated. Shiryu, mid-level spirit stream realm, earth elemental energy, honest personality, defensive specialist. Emotion, grateful, confused, muscle soreness. Su Xiaowan, mid-level spirit stream realm, talisman specialist, keen mind. Emotion, surprised, alert. Curious, slightly reluctant. Batu peak early stage spirit stream realm, body cultivator, robust vitality. Emotion, hungry, excited, eager to fight. This combination is rather intriguing. Lu Ming introduced himself briefly and then addressed Su Xiaowan. "The demon beast you engaged was indeed your quarry. I can share some of the materials with you." Lu Ming was not a bloodthirsty or greedy individual. These three appeared much more agreeable than his previous companions. As he spoke, he produced the heart core of the withered bone scorpion, which contained pure vitality, and tossed it to Batu. "This suits you." Batu fumbled to catch it. Feeling the surging energy within the heart core, and his face broke into a beaming smile, nearly drooling. "Huh, good brother. You're generous." Su Xiaowan was momentarily taken aback, seemingly not expecting Lu Ming to be so magnanimous. The retort she had on the tip of her tongue was swallowed back, and she huffed awkwardly. "At least you have a bit of conscience." Shiryu scratched his head and chuckled. Lu Ming continued, "The secret realm is perilous, and acting alone can be challenging. I see that the three of you coordinate well and possess decent strength. How about we collaborate temporarily? We can divide the spoils as needed." He required someone to share the attention, and these three seemed to be suitable decoys, appearing straightforward without ulterior motives. Shiryu and Badu turned their gaze towards Su Xiaowan, clearly indicating that she was the decision-maker within the team. After a moment of contemplation, Su Xiaowan glanced at Lu Ming and her two companions, ultimately nodding in agreement. "Very well, considering your abilities are somewhat adequate, and you exhibit a degree of generosity. However, let me make it clear, should you hinder our progress or betray us, do not blame my talismans for lacking discernment." Thus, the temporary team was officially formed. Lu Ming summoned the two logistics team members, Zhang San and Wang Wu, who appeared quite astounded, and briefly explained the situation, assigning them the task of handling miscellaneous duties. The duo, not daring to voice any objections, eagerly nodded in assent. After a brief respite, the group continued their venture deeper into the secret realm. With Lu Ming acting as a human radar, they consistently managed to evade unnecessary troubles or discover valuable spiritual herbs and mineral deposits. Discovered and harvested dark mushrooms, X5. Exceptional grade. Decomposition yields source points, 8 by 540. Collected by logistics team members, decomposed by Lu Ming. Current source points, 27,717, 40, 28,117. encountered and defeated two early-stage Shadow Leopards X2. Decomposition yields source points, 75 by 2150. Team effort, Lu Ming delivered the final blow for decomposition. Current source points, 28,117, 152.9617. Lu Ming's cultivation, under the continuous operation of the Mingquan formula and through combat experience, became increasingly refined, steadily advancing towards the late stage of the spiritual stream realm. During this time, Lu Ming also produced a fragment of a map that indicated a direction. I possess a partial map that points this way. It may lead to some fortuitous opportunity, though it may also entail risks. What are your thoughts? Lu Ming did not conceal the information, but also refrained from disclosing the entirety of the source civilization secrets. Su Shaoan took the fragment of the map, examined it closely, and utilized several detection talismans, her eyes brightening. This map possesses a unique material. Although the energy fluctuations it indicates are faint, its level appears to be quite high. It warrants exploration. Her professionalism led to this conclusion. Naturally, Shuriwei and Batu expressed no dissent. Consequently, the team followed the map's guidance, weaving through the shadowy forest. As they delved deeper, the environment grew increasingly strange, and the beasts they encountered became more formidable. On one occasion, they were beset by a peak-level group of second-tier venomous bats, necessitating a hasty retreat for the team to escape with great difficulty. At last, after traversing a marsh shrouded in a pale purple miasma, the scenery before them transformed dramatically. A colossal, partially collapsed ancient ruin emerged before them. The crumbling stone pillars soared several dozen meters high, adorned with indistinct, peculiar murals and runes that bore no resemblance to any style from the current Yuan central realm, exuding a stark, cold, and efficient aesthetic. Massive metallic components were severely corroded, half buried in soil and vines. The air was thick with an ancient, desolate aura. Is this the location indicated by the fragment? Su Shaoan gazed at the magnificent ruins before her, filled with awe. This relic appeared to be far older than the history of the Luyun Academy. Shuriwei, bearing a shield, wore a grave expression. It feels somewhat oppressive. Badu, unusually serious, rubbed his bald head. I sense something within, as if it is watching me. The remnants of the ancient map within Lu Ming's possession resonated with an intensified wave of energy at this moment. Significant architectural style and energy residue of the primordial civilization detected. Danger level high. Value level high. Exercise caution. Let us venture forth. Lu Ming boldly approached a massive entrance, seemingly torn apart by immense force. The interior of the ruins was in a state of greater disrepair, with collapsed walls and shattered artifacts strewn about. Yet, one could occasionally glimpse some relatively well-preserved metallic porticos or remnants of instruments, their exquisite craftsmanship truly astonishing. Discovered a damaged energy conduit of the primordial civilization. Deconstruction yields 55 essence points. Discovered fragments of an unknown alloy, spiritual stream quality. Deconstruction yields 120 essence points. Current essence points, 29,617.55, 123, 1367. While exploring, Lu Ming silently deconstructed valuable remnants. Suddenly, the front-running Shiryu halted abruptly, letting out a low growl. Be cautious. Crack. The stone slab beneath his feet suddenly collapsed, revealing a pitch-black abyss. Simultaneously, rows of glimmering metallic spikes shot forth from the walls, accompanied by a menacing whistling sound. A trap. Xuanwu shield. Shiryu roared, slamming his tower shield down, unleashing a burst of earthy energy that formed a massive light shield, deflecting most of the spikes with a cacophony of clinks. However, a dozen spikes still hurtled towards Su Shaoan and Badu from bizarre angles. Su Shaoan's face paled. In an instant, she summoned two Vajra talismans, transforming them into a protective barrier for herself and Batu. Bang! Bang! The Vajra shield trembled violently, on the verge of shattering. At that moment, Lu Ming sprang into action. Instead of attempting to block the rapidly approaching spikes, he forcefully struck a seemingly innocuous, slightly protruding brick on the wall beside him. Boom! The brick shattered. The dozen spikes that had been projecting forward suddenly lost their momentum, halting just a hair's breadth from Su Shaoan and Batu's noses, before clattering to the ground. Discovered and triggered an ancient defensive mechanism. Successful decryption. Remnants of the mechanism are deconstructible. Deconstruction yields refined metal X10, inferior energy core X1, total essence points gained 88. Current essence points 31,367.88, 32247. Only then did the group exhale in relief, their hearts still racing. Thank you. Su Shaoan looked at Lu Ming, her tone considerably more sincere. Had it not been for Lu Ming's swift identification and destruction of the mechanism's core, She might have sustained injuries. Are you all right, Sister Xiaowan? Bada quickly inquired. I'm fine. Su Xiaowan shook her head, her gaze towards Lu Ming tinged with curiosity. How did you know the mechanism's core was there? Lu Ming replied nonchalantly. I guessed. That brick looked rather punchable. Su Xiaowan, I'd be a fool to believe you. Having learned from their earlier encounter, the team proceeded with heightened caution. Under Lu Ming's subtle guidance through scan and identify, they deftly avoided several traps, gradually making their way deeper into the heart of the ruins. Ultimately, they arrived before a colossal metal door, remarkably preserved yet imposing. The door stood resolutely shut, adorned with intricate, unfamiliar energy circuits, with a fist-sized indentation at its center. How does one unlock this door? Sure, you inquired, pushing against it, but it remained immovable. Su Xiaowan attempted several deciphering talismans, yet the door remained unresponsive. Lu Ming's gaze was drawn to the indentation. Scanning revealed that its size and shape closely matched that of the fragmented map he held in his arms. He extracted the remnants of the map, attempting to fit it into the recess. It aligned perfectly. With a hum, the moment the map was inserted, the energy circuits on the door illuminated abruptly. A gentle yet potent radiance surged along the circuits, converging at the center. The heavy metal door emitted mechanical sounds from within, gradually sliding apart to reveal a darker space beyond. A more intense, pure, and ancient aura enveloped them. Warning: high concentration of primordial civilization energy detected. Unknown information source identified. The team felt a surge of excitement, cautiously peering into the doorway. Beyond lay what appeared to be a control chamber, littered with collapsed consoles and severed light cables. In the center stood a semicircular platform, atop which rested a shattered crystal pillar, beside which lay a complete human skeleton in a meditative posture. The clothing of the skeleton had long since decayed, yet its bones shimmered with a soft jade hue, seemingly impervious to the passage of millennia. One bony hand extended forward, fingers tightly gripping an object, a shard of crystal, approximately the size of a fingernail, irregularly shaped, emanating a faint yet pure white light. Discovery: fragment of primordial civilization information storage, incomplete. Contains vast unknown information and the pure flame of civilization. Highly valuable. Just then, a cold, greedy voice echoed from the passage behind them. Hand it over. Lu Ming abruptly turned, only to find Huang Fuyun at the forefront, accompanied by 5 or 6 inner courtyard disciples, having unexpectedly cornered them. Huang Fuyun's gaze fixated hungrily on the luminous shard upon the platform. Chapter 35, Huang Fuyun, Surrender the Legacy. The chilling reprimand reverberated through the desolate ruins, laden with unabashed greed and menace. The Lu Ming team instantly pivoted, forming a defensive formation. Sure, you took the lead, his tower shield slamming down, earthy energy coalescing around him. Su Xiaowan had already grasped several talismans, her expression grave. Bada roared, muscles taut and blood surging with vigor. Zhang San and Wang Wu trembled in fear, huddled at the back. Huang Fuyun, flanked by his 5 inner courtyard disciples, blocked the sole exit. His formidable aura, a manifestation of his late-stage Lingxi realm power, was unleashed without restraint, creating an overwhelming sense of pressure. The 5 individuals behind him were all proficient practitioners at the mid-stage of the Lingxi realm, evidently his trusted subordinates. At this moment, they were glaring menacingly at Lu Ming and his companions, particularly at the crystalline shards on the high platform that emanated a radiant white light. Huang Fuyun, what do you intend to do? We discovered this place first. Su Xiaowan exclaimed sharply. Although she was not as powerful as her adversaries, her presence was formidable nonetheless. Discovered? Huang Fuyun scoffed derisively, his gaze laced with disdain. Heavenly materials and earthly treasures rightfully belong to the virtuous. When did the treasures of this secret realm become the property of those who merely lay eyes upon them first? Su Xiaowan, sure you, Batu. This matter does not concern you. Leave now, and I shall pretend I did not see you. Otherwise, do not blame me for disregarding our shared camaraderie. His words appeared to offer a choice, but were laced with malice, intending to sow discord among the group. Sure, you retorted in a deep voice. Pa. I sure you would never abandon my comrades. Batu, chewing on some jerky that he had inexplicably produced, mumbled, exactly. I've never feared a fight. Su Xiaowan was even more direct, hurling a fireball talisman towards him as a response. If we are to fight, then let us fight. There's no need for all this chatter. The fireball soared toward Huang Fuyun, but was effortlessly dispersed by a sword strike from one of his disciples. How audacious! Huang Fuyun's expression darkened entirely. Since you seek your demise, I shall oblige. Attack. The lives of everyone except Lu Ming are inconsequential. That shard is mine. With his command, the 5 disciples at the mid-stage of the Lingxi realm charged forward with malevolent grins. Two rushed directly at Shiryu, their sword lights sharp and intent on breaching the most formidable shield. One, like a specter, flanked to the side, targeting Su Shaowan, while the other two launched a ruthless assault on Batu, their blade techniques vicious. As for Huang Fuyun himself, he moved like a bolt of lightning, entirely ignoring the others, conjuring a massive hand of elemental force that radiated an overwhelming attractant, reaching for the white glowing shard on the high platform. He was brimming with confidence, believing his subordinates could easily suppress Su Shaowan and her companions, while Lu Ming, a mere mid-stage practitioner of the Lingxi realm, would be unable to intervene in time. However, he underestimated Lu Ming's speed, and even more so, his resolve. The moment Huang Fuyun made his move, Lu Ming too sprang into action. With the full force of the Mingquan technique, the chilling elemental energy surged through him, accelerating his speed dramatically. He did not aim to thwart that massive elemental hand, but instead dashed straight toward the high platform, seeking death. A glint of malice flashed in Huang Fuyun's eyes as he maintained his grip on the shard. With his other hand, he formed a sword-like gesture, releasing an exceptionally refined and potent sword chi capable of severely injuring a mid-stage Lingxi practitioner, aimed directly at Lu Ming's back. This was a desperate maneuver to force Lu Ming into defense. Yet, Lu Ming seemed to possess eyes on the back of his head. At the very moment the sword chi was about to strike, he contorted his body at an astonishing angle and kicked fiercely. He did not kick at Huang Fuyun or the sword chi, but rather at the jade-colored mat upon which an ancient skeleton sat in meditation beside the platform. The mat, composed of an unknown but remarkably sturdy material, was sent flying by Lu Ming's empowered kick, colliding directly with Huang Fuyun's massive elemental hand. Thud! The elemental hand struck the mat, producing a dull thud, momentarily impeded in its advance. It was in this fleeting moment of hesitation that Lu Ming's hand swiftly reached out and made contact with the shard of white light. Contact with the information storage fragment of the primordial civilization detected. Absorb? The system prompt echoed urgently. Absorb. Lu Ming did not hesitate. At the instant his fingertips grazed the shard, the white light surged brilliantly, transforming into a warm current that flowed into his body. Absorption successful. Acquired a significant amount of fragmented information flow. Beginning analysis 1. Gained pure energy of the civilization's fire. System authority elevated. Source point limit significantly increased. Warning. Information flow impact is excessive. The host's soul will endure pressure. A tumultuous and chaotic stream of information rushed into Lu Ming's mind, causing him to let out a muffled groan, his complexion paling for an instant, and his movements involuntarily stalling. To Huang Fuyun's eyes, it appeared as though the shard vanished the moment Lu Ming's hand touched it, and an ancient, profound aura erupted from Lu Ming, who seemed to fall into a state of enlightenment or discomfort. You little beast, you've actually refined the inheritance. Huang Fuyun was initially taken aback, but his eyes instantly turned a furious crimson, filled with jealousy and rage, nearly driving him to madness. He had schemed tirelessly, even resorting to using tracking talismans and ambushes, solely for this fragment that hinted at an ancient inheritance, only to have it absorbed by Lu Ming right before his eyes. Die! In his fury, Huang Fuyun could no longer care for the shard, unleashing a powerful palm strike towards Lu Ming, who appeared immobilized in a critical moment. This strike, laden with rage, was propelled by the overwhelming energy of the late stage of Lingxi realm, determined to reduce Lu Ming to a pulp. Lu Ming, be careful! Su Shaowan exclaimed in alarm, yet was ensnared by her opponent, unable to render assistance. Shiryu roared, attempting to charge forward, but was forced back repeatedly by the combined might of two adversaries. Batu was also besieged, sustaining several injuries. As Huang Fuyun's terrifying palm descended, Lu Ming, amidst the onslaught of the information flow, flashed a glimmer of icy clarity in his eyes. Forcing down the discomfort within his soul, he activated the civilization's fire energy he had just absorbed, which had yet to be fully transformed, blending it with his own Mingshui energy, and launched a punch without reservation. Simultaneously, he covertly commanded the system, synthesize one-time rebound talisman, upper-grade Lingxi realm, to be applied to the fist. Source point cost, 300. Current source points, 32,247 to 329,247. Their fists collided. Boom. A resounding explosion greater than any previous impact erupted suddenly. An ancient, vast aura imbued with a hint of immortality momentarily burst forth from Lu Ming's fist. What? Huang Fuyun's malicious grin transformed into shock. He felt his energy collide with a wall imbued with ancient will, unable to penetrate, and instead, he was met with a more vigorous rebounding force surging back through his arm. Crack! The sickening sound of bone fracturing was distinctly audible. Ah! Huang Fuyun let out a pained scream, his right arm twisting unnaturally, his figure soaring backward like a kite severed from its string. Blood spewing from his mouth and tracing a vivid arc through the air. He crashed heavily against the distant wall, collapsing to the ground, his face contorted with excruciating pain and disbelief. The entire hall fell into an instant silence. All combatants involuntarily paused, staring in astonishment at the scene before them. How could the late-stage Lingxi realm Huang Fuyun be sent flying by a single punch from the mid-stage Lingxi realm Lu Ming? And to make matters worse, he had lost an arm. How could this be possible? Even Su Shaowan, Shi Yu, and Badu were left dumbfounded. Lu Ming stood still, slowly retracting his fist. Blood and energy surging within him, a sweet taste rising in his throat, but he forcefully suppressed it. He gazed coldly at the struggling Huang Fuyun attempting to rise. Heritage? Lu Ming flicked his wrist, his tone laced with sarcasm. Not bad, but a bit stuck. Upon hearing this, Huang Fuyun spat out another mouthful of blood, his eyes burning with a vengeful fury that seemed almost tangible. At that moment, unnoticed by anyone, the immortal skeleton that had been kicked away from the mat flickered faintly within its hollow eye sockets. Suddenly, the entire relic hall began to tremble violently. Dust and debris rained down from the ceiling. Ancient runes on the walls flickered wildly before quickly dimming and cracking. Warning! Warning! Detected extreme instability in the relic's core energy source. Imminent collapse. Warning! Spatial structure beginning to collapse. This is bad. The relic is going to collapse. Su Shaowan exclaimed in alarm. Run! Shi Yu shouted. Huang Fuyun, disregarding his injuries and grievances, frantically sought to flee with the aid of his subordinates. In the chaos, he glared fiercely at Lu Ming, commanding a trusted disciple beside him in a harsh whisper. Quick! Use the Jade Talisman to record this place. Capture the moment Lu Ming obtained the heritage and injured me. Once outside, report to the Elder Council immediately. Say that Lu Ming ambushed me to seize the heritage for himself. The disciple hurriedly activated a Jade Talisman in secret. Meanwhile, amidst the tremors, Lu Ming's gaze swept over the skeleton that was beginning to emit ominous energy fluctuations, as well as the surrounding collapsing space. Without hesitation, he shouted to his team, "Don't head for the exit. Follow me." Utilizing his scanning ability, Lu Ming delivered a powerful punch to what appeared to be a sturdy wall on the side of the hall. Boom! The wall caved in, revealing a dark, sloping emergency passage. In, Lu Ming urged, leading the way. Su Shaowan and the others followed suit without hesitation, while Zhang San and Wang Wu scrambled in as well. Just as they entered the passage, the entire hall collapsed entirely. Massive stones buried the entrance, leaving Huang Fuyun and his companions stranded outside, forced to flee in terror along their original path as destruction loomed behind them. Inside the narrow emergency passage, Lu Ming's team slid downward, the sound of collapsing debris echoing behind them. Finally, a glimmer of light appeared ahead, and they were flung out, landing heavily on the ground. Turning back, they beheld the vast relic reduced to a mere ruin. Gasping for breath, the survivors looked back at the buried entrance, with Su Shaowan anxiously remarking, "Huang Fuyun and the others won't die." Lu Ming spoke lightly, fully aware of the myriad survival tactics possessed by Huang Fuyun. What concerned him more was the lingering expression of malice in Huang Fuyun's final gaze and the whispered words he had vaguely caught. Shadowing Jade Talisman, report, and sneak attack. He glanced at his own hands, his eyes narrowing slightly. It appeared that trouble was only just beginning. Chapter 36, A Desperate Inheritance? No, it is knowledge download. Outside the emergency exit of the passageway lay an unfamiliar and low-lying area, strewn with jagged and grotesque stones. The air still carried the unique chill of the secret realm, yet it was tinged with the earthy scent of vegetation. The survivors of the calamity slumped on the ground, gasping for breath. Shi Yu inspected his tower shield, now marred with deep scratches that made him wince in pain. Bata tore a strip of fabric to clumsily bandage his wounds, muttering his losses in discontent. Su Shaowan, with a pale complexion, counted her dwindling talismans, her brow furrowed in worry. Zhang San and Wang Wu were ashen-faced, still reeling from the catastrophic collapse. Leaning against a massive stone, Lu Ming closed his eyes, appearing to meditate, yet his entire consciousness was immersed within his mind. The torrent of chaotic information stemming from the fragments of the primordial civilization surged through his sea of consciousness like a flood breaking its dam. Had it not been for the numerous enhancements to his soul and the refinement through the Mingquan technique, far exceeding that of his peers, he might have been rendered a fool by this overwhelming deluge of information. The impact of the information flow continuously consumes the host's soul power. Current soul power, 71. System-assisted analysis progress, 510. A myriad of bizarre, fragmented images and symbols flashed before him, an extraordinary metallic city shimmering beneath the starry sky. Previously unseen energy circuits constructing unimaginable creations, a complex yet efficient system of runes that flickered and vanished, snippets of language, mathematical formulas, star maps, and some chilling experimental records concerning life forms. The sheer volume of information was suffocating, yet the majority remained indecipherable due to its fragmented nature. Resembling a chaotic and disordered dream. Analysis progress 30. Acquired a fragmented energy conversion formula, efficiency increase 37. Analysis progress 45. Acquired a fragmented material structure map, suitable for strengthening Lingxi realm artifacts. Analysis progress 60. Acquired unknown language fragments, undecipherable. Lu Ming bore through the pain and dizziness of his soul, exerting all his effort to assist the system in sorting through this knowledge. He understood that even digesting a fraction of this information would far surpass the value of ordinary martial arts inheritance. This was not merely an infusion of direct power, but a glimpse into the vast repository of knowledge belonging to a long-lost civilization. It represented a radical expansion of his cognitive framework. Analysis progress 85. Warning. Detected fragments of a coercive mental imprint within the information flow, loyalty, oath thought seal. Automatically isolated and decomposed. Decomposed mental imprint fragments. Acquired pure soul energy replenishment. Gained primordial points, 250. Current primordial points, 29,247 to 253, 1747. Host soul power restored to 80. A chill ran through Lu Ming's heart. Indeed, one does not receive unearned rewards from the heavens. Within this inheritance lies a perilous trap. Had it not been for the systematic filtration, he might have unknowingly been branded with a certain ideology, transforming into another loyal puppet. Analysis complete at 100. Main information stream has been organized. Acquired. Fundamental energy conversion technique, incomplete. Can slightly enhance energy absorption and conversion efficiency. Acquired. Basic rune structure optimization manual, incomplete. Can be utilized to improve existing talismans or simple magical artifacts. Acquired. Stardust metal smelting notes, incomplete. Mentions several unknown alloys. Acquired. Ancient map of partially obscured areas in the dark abyss, severely incomplete. A substantial amount of useless or unresolvable fragments has been temporarily stored. The system database has been significantly enriched with enhanced precision in identification technique and microscanning, absorbing the energy of the flame of civilization. Cultivation has reached the threshold of the late spirit stream realm. Current realm, late spirit stream realm, initial entry. Current spiritual power, 85, after impact and recovery. A surge of formidable power emanated from deep within his dantian, as the cascading essence of the primordial force grew even more profound and vast. He had officially entered the late stage of the spirit stream realm. Lu Ming slowly opened his eyes, exhaling deeply, as countless subtle runes flickered briefly in the depths of his gaze, remnants of the information stream's impact. Although his head throbbed painfully, akin to being forcefully stuffed into an entire library, the rewards were undeniably immense. Lu Ming, are you all right? Su Xiaowan inquired with concern, noticing the change in his breath and his slightly fatigued, yet vibrant eyes. The fragments were nothing, Lu Ming replied, shaking his head with a calm demeanor. I've merely acquired some incomplete information that requires time to digest. He understatedly omitted any mention of the flame of civilization and his breakthrough in cultivation. Shiyu and Batu also approached. Shiyu exclaimed, Brother Lu, you were incredible. You actually sent that Huang Fuyun flying with a single punch. He must be utterly humiliated now. Batu nodded vigorously, gnawing on a piece of dried meat to replenish his energy. Exactly. Let us see if he dares to act so arrogantly in the future. However, upon hearing this, Lu Ming frowned slightly. He recalled Huang Fuyun's resentful gaze and mutterings. It is unlikely to be so simple, he said solemnly. Huang Fuyun is the sort who harbors grudges. Having suffered such a significant loss at my hands, he will not let it go easily. I suspect he may resort to slandering me first. Slandering? On what grounds? Su Xiaowan's brows furrowed. He was the one who attacked first to see something. Simply by virtue of being Huang Fuyun, a prominent figure on the Inner Academy's potential dragon list. While I am merely a newly admitted disciple, Lu Ming analyzed coolly. Moreover, when the ruins collapsed, the situation was chaotic. What transpired will ultimately be determined by those who survived. If he insists that I acted with malicious intent, attacking him to claim the inheritance for myself, who do you think the Academy will believe? The group fell silent, their expressions turning grim. They recognized the truth in Lu Ming's words. Huang Fuyun had long been entrenched within the Inner Academy, his influence deeply rooted, while they, apart from Su Xiaowan who had some background, were all commoners. Their voices lacking weight. Then we shall testify for you. Sure, you declared defiantly. Yes, we can all attest that it was Huang Fuyun who struck first, Badu exclaimed. Lu Ming glanced at them, shaking his head. It's futile. They could just as easily claim that you were coerced by me, or that we colluded together, unless there is irrefutable evidence. Just as the atmosphere thickened with tension, Lu Ming seemed to have a sudden realization, a cold smirk forming at the corners of his mouth. However, should he choose to engage in this treacherous game of framing, he might very well end up shooting himself in the foot. Lu Ming extended his hand, palm up, his thoughts subtly shifting. The air in his palm began to warp slightly, emitting an almost imperceptible energy fluctuation. This fluctuation bore a striking resemblance to the aura emitted by the fragments of the primordial civilization, yet it was more restrained, as though forcibly simulated. Simulating energy fluctuations of the primordial civilization fragments, extremely weak, continuously consuming minute amounts of spiritual power. A system prompt flickered by. What is this? Su Xiaowan looked at his empty palm in confusion. She could sense that peculiar fluctuation, yet saw nothing. Just a little trick. Lu Ming retracted his hand, the fluctuation dissipating. If Huang Fuyun were to assert that I had taken a complete and powerful legacy, yet at that moment, found nothing on me, would the elders of the academy believe him, or would they deem him to be causing a ruckus, perhaps with ulterior motives? Su Xiaowan's eyes suddenly lit up. Indeed, legacy artifacts typically exhibit intense energy fluctuations, making them difficult to conceal. If he were to insist that you took the physical object, then whether it's a body search or an investigation, if nothing were to be found, his lie would unravel by itself. Lu Ming, you are quite the schemer. Sure, you and Badu were left momentarily dumbfounded. Although they did not fully grasp the specifics, they sensed it was indeed impressive. Lu Ming chuckled, saying no more. This was merely a contingency plan devised on the spur of the moment. The system could simulate even energy fluctuations. Creating the illusion that the legacy had been absorbed and dissipated would not be challenging. However, they all underestimated Huang Fuyun's malice and the solidity of the evidence. While they deliberated, outside the secret realm, the Elder Council of Luyun Academy had already received a segment of a recorded message brought out at great peril by a trusted disciple of Huang Fuyun. The footage, skillfully edited and infused with disruptive elemental energy, appeared blurred and shaky. Yet one could vaguely discern Lu Ming charging towards the platform, edited to depict an eager attempt to seize. Huang Fuyun intervening to stop him, presented as maintaining order. Then the scene shook violently, corresponding to the ruins beginning to collapse, ultimately freezing on the moment Lu Ming threw a punch, sending Huang Fuyun reeling back. Bloodied and with a look of shock and fury, in truth, terror and pain, etched on his face. Accompanying this was Huang Fuyun's tearful, forceful transmission of accusation, pre-recorded elders. My disciple discovered an ancient relic, intending to report it, when unexpectedly, that Lu Ming attacked me without provocation, severely injuring me and stealing the core of the legacy. This boy harbors wicked intentions and is exceptionally cruel. I implore the elders to seek justice for me. With eyewitnesses, the surviving trusted disciples in unanimous agreement. Physical evidence, the meticulously edited recording, and the aggrieved party, the severely injured genius from the Qianlong ranking, all in place. A colossal conspiracy against Lu Ming has already been set into motion, weaving its intricate web unbeknownst to him. At this moment, Lu Ming, blissfully unaware, is poised to lead his team into the uncharted territory guided by a newly acquired fragmentary map. Little does he realize that the exit of this secret realm awaits him not with accolades and glory, but rather with a meticulously laid trap. Chapter 37, Framing. A warrant for the entire academy. In the ensuing 2 days, Lu Ming's team, following the guidance of the fragmentary map, trudged through the perilous secret realm. Despite its incompleteness, the map accurately indicated several dangerous zones and potential resource points, allowing them to evade significant troubles and procure some valuable spiritual herbs and ores. Lu Ming's cultivation had firmly stabilized at the late stage of the spirit stream realm, deepening his understanding of the Mingquan technique and the fragmentary knowledge he had recently acquired. He even attempted to utilize his knowledge of rune structure optimization to slightly refine the energy nodes of a fire serpent talisman for Su Xiaowan, enhancing its potency by nearly 10%, which made her regard him with a mix of awe and bewilderment. During a fierce encounter with a peak second-tier beast, Shiryu's shield sustained considerable damage. Lu Ming then applied his knowledge of material structure diagrams, combining it with available materials to fortify the shield's edges, enhancing its resilience. Though he could not restore it entirely, Shiryu was immensely grateful, exclaiming, "Brother Lu, you are truly like family to me." Batu, intrigued by Lu Ming's peculiar yet effective energy-replenishing jerky, frequently hovered around him, eager to extract the recipe. The atmosphere seemed to lighten, yet a lingering sense of unease persisted within Lu Ming's heart. Given the significant loss suffered by Huang Fuyun, it was improbable that he would remain silent. Finally, the 10th day of the Secret Realm's opening arrived. In the sky, the invisible force of repulsion began to intensify. All disciples still within the realm felt this power and started converging toward the entrance. Lu Ming's team also prepared to make their way to the exit. As they drew closer, they encountered an increasing number of disciples from various factions, including the Luyun Academy, the Lin family, and the Blood Knife sect, all of whom appeared hurried and worn, many bearing injuries and wearing expressions of vigilance, clearly indicating that their 10-day expedition had not been easy. However, as Lu Ming's group emerged into the vicinity of the entrance, they immediately sensed something amiss. Almost all disciples from the Luyun Academy recoiled at the sight of them, particularly Lu Ming, as if they had encountered a plague, hastily retreating with eyes filled with a myriad of emotions: shock, disdain, fear, and even schadenfreude. Even a few inner court disciples, who were relatively acquainted with Su Shaowan and Shi Yu, averted their gazes, unwilling to engage. What is happening? Su Shaowan furrowed her brow, the sense of foreboding within her intensifying. Shi Yu and Batu also sensed the anomaly, tightening their grips on their weapons. Just then, a formidable group approached, blocking their path with an imposing presence. Leading them was none other than Huang Fuyun, his complexion pale and his right arm suspended in a bandage. Surrounded by a few equally disheveled yet resentful disciples, he stood there, a sight to behold. What was even more alarming was that the leader of the group was not a mere student, but a steward from the discipline hall of the outer academy. Accompanied by two stern-faced enforcement disciples from the inner academy, their aura unmistakably reaching the pinnacle of the spirit stream realm. A hush fell over the crowd, all eyes fixed upon the scene. Huang Fuyun, upon seeing Lu Ming, unleashed a gaze filled with deep-seated hatred. Pointing at Lu Ming, his voice, sharp and furious, resonated throughout the venue. Esteemed steward, it is he, Lu Ming. He ambushed and severely injured me, stealing my inheritance. This vile creature harms his fellow disciples. I implore you to seize him at once and administer justice. The steward's face turned ashen as he stepped forward, his gaze slicing through Lu Ming like a blade. He spoke with a commanding tone. Lu Ming, disciple Huang Fuyun accuses you of ambushing him to seize his inheritance. Is this true? Before Lu Ming could respond, Su Shaowan interjected fiercely. Esteemed steward, you must see clearly. It was Huang Fuyun who, driven by greed, attacked first to seize the treasure. And it was he who ambushed us initially. Lu Ming acted only in self-defense. We can all attest to this. Both Shi Yu and Batu quickly stepped forward. We bear witness. It was Huang Fuyun who struck first. Oh, witnesses? A sinister disciple beside Huang Fuyun chuckled darkly, stepping forward to produce a recording jade talisman, channeling his essence. Instantly, a blurry, shaky image projected into the air. It depicted Lu Ming charging towards the high platform, edited out, Huang Fuyun attempting to intervene, presented. Followed by Lu Ming delivering a powerful punch that sent Huang Fuyun flying, a close-up freeze frame. Accompanied by Huang Fuyun's previously recorded, tearful accusations, the footage, albeit brief and evidently manipulated with essence interference, appeared to be highly provocative to the unsuspecting onlookers. Indisputable evidence. How dare you reverse right and wrong? The disciple exclaimed indignantly. A wave of astonishment rippled through the gathered crowd. It's true. Lu Ming is indeed ruthless. He has resorted to lethal measures against his own comrades for the sake of inheritance. Fuming with rage, Su Shaowan trembled. Shameless. This footage has been tampered with. At that moment, the steward abruptly interrupted her, his expression dark and foreboding. This recording is here. You shall not twist the truth. Su Shaowan, Shi Yu, Batu. Do you claim that Lu Ming coerced you into providing false testimony? It is not too late to retract your statements. We did not. The three protested in unison, their faces flushed with indignation. Yet the steward paid no heed, evidently siding with Huang Fuyun, or more accurately, the forces behind Huang Fuyun. His cold gaze locked onto Lu Ming. Lu Ming, do you have any final words? Surrender immediately and accompany me back to the discipline hall for trial. Throughout this farcical yet effective performance, Lu Ming remained an observer, witnessing the smug grin in Huang Fuyun's eyes, the steward's blatant bias, and the crowd's skeptical and disdainful stares. He understood that any defense at this moment would be futile. The opposition was thoroughly prepared, with ample witnesses and evidence, leaving him no opportunity for a fair hearing. Suddenly, he let out a light laugh, the sound jarringly out of place in the tense atmosphere. Esteemed steward. Lu Ming gazed at the enforcer from the discipline hall, his tone calm and unwavering. You claim that I have stolen the heirloom? Nonsense. That ancient fragment must undoubtedly be on you. Hand it over, the enforcer demanded sternly. Oh, Lu Ming spread his hands, even taking a couple of steps forward. Then, esteemed enforcer, or perhaps my senior brothers and sisters, who among you would care to search me? Let us see if I possess what you allege, a relic radiating intense energy fluctuations. Silently, he activated his system, simulating an exceedingly faint, almost exhausted primordial wave while completely concealing his own aura. The pinnacle disciple of the Lingxi realm furrowed his brow and stepped closer, his formidable spiritual sense scanning Lu Ming without reserve, even inspecting his storage bag, which contained only some ordinary pills and materials. After a moment, he frowned deeply and shook his head, whispering to the enforcer, "There is nothing. He exhibits no unusually powerful energy fluctuations, and his storage bag holds only mundane items." What? The enforcer from the discipline hall was taken aback. Huang Fuyun's expression shifted dramatically as he exclaimed sharply, "Impossible. He must have hidden it. Or refined it." Refined? Lu Ming scoffed. "Brother Huangfu, do you think that the ancient legacy is mere candy? You cannot simply refine it at will. If, as you claim, I ambushed and seized such a treasure, how could I have completely refined a mighty heirloom without a trace in just a few days? You surely overestimate me." His reasoning was sound, prompting many surrounding disciples to display expressions of skepticism. Indeed, if it were truly an exceptional legacy, how could it be fully digested in such a short time? Huang Fuyun was momentarily speechless, his face reddening. "You are grasping at straws. You must have employed some unknown means to conceal it." Enough. The enforcer from the discipline hall clearly wished to avoid further complications, whether or not there was physical evidence. Lu Ming's guilt must be established today. He waved his hand, declaring, "Lu Ming has harmed his fellow disciples. The facts are clear, and the evidence irrefutable. Do any of you dare to speak in his favor? Enforcers, seize him. Any who dare resist shall be mercilessly dealt with." Two pinnacle enforcers of the Lingxi realm immediately advanced, their powerful auras locking onto Lu Ming. "Let us see who dares." Sure, you roared, his tower shield slamming into the ground. Su Xiaowan's fingers glowed with talismanic light. Badu also bellowed, positioning himself in front of Lu Ming. The atmosphere became instantly charged with tension. Lu Ming observed the three who stood resolutely before him, then glanced at the indifferent disciples who were subtly encircling them, as well as the grinning Huang Fuyun and the domineering enforcer. He understood that his path within the academy had come to an end. To remain would lead only to certain doom. Taking a deep breath, his gaze turned as cold as ice, devoid of any hesitation. What a clear fact. What irrefutable evidence. Lu Ming's voice echoed like a chilling frost throughout the venue. This Luoyuan Academy is merely a den of filth, a place where the strong bully the weak. This skin is of no worth. Before his words had fully left his lips, he abruptly raised his hand. Several bright flash bombs and smoke talismans were immediately hurled towards the ground and the crowd. Synthetic consumption of original points, 60. Current original points, 31,747 60 31,147 boom. The blinding white light, the deafening noise, and the dense black smoke erupted instantaneously, engulfing a vast area. "Ah, my eyes. Be careful. Don't let him escape." The crowd was thrown into chaos. "Go," Lu Ming shouted sternly, grabbing the closest Su Xiaowan, while yelling at Shi Yu and Ba Tu, "Split up. Converge in the depths of the secret realm. Their primary target is me." Without allowing the three a chance to retort, he unleashed the full force of his Mingquan Yuan power, propelling Su Xiaowan forward like an arrow released from a bow, toppling several obstructing disciples as they surged deeper into the perilous secret realm, away from the exit. "Pursue." The furious shouts of the discipline hall's enforcer and the anxious cries of Huang Fuyun echoed behind them. Dozens of figures immediately burst forth from the smoke, relentless in their pursuit. Among them were even two peak enforcers of the Lingxi realm. An uneven chase abruptly unfolded in the final moments of this secret realm. Without looking back, Lu Ming accelerated to his utmost. Su Xiaowan, pulled along by him, felt the wind howling past her ears and the scenery on either side whizzing by. She gazed at Lu Ming's stern and resolute profile, feeling the undeniable strength emanating from his hand, her heart a tumult of emotions. This time, there was truly no turning back. Chapter 38, A Desperate Counterattack. The hunt begins. The chilling intent to kill clung to them like a parasite, fixated on their backs. The wind howled in their ears, mingled with the increasingly close shouts of their pursuers and the sounds of Yuan power slicing through the air. Lu Ming, clutching Su Xiaowan, operated the Mingquan technique to its utmost, his figure flickering rapidly amidst the towering bizarre stones and twisted dead trees, narrowly evading the cold arrows and Yuan power attacks that shot towards them. The two peak enforcers of the Lingxi realm were the fastest, like two bolts of gray lightning, unyielding in their pursuit. Following them were over a dozen mid to late stage Lingxi realm disciples led by the enforcers of the discipline hall. And behind them trailed Huangfu Yun and his confidants, along with other inner court disciples who had come to curry favor with Huangfu Yun or seize an opportunity. A formidable pursuit party, nearly 20 strong, staged a disproportionate hunt within this desolate secret realm. Lu Ming, you cannot escape. Surrender now, and you may yet keep your whole body intact. One enforcer coldly declared, unleashing a sharp sword chi that shattered a massive stone beside Lu Ming. As debris flew, Lu Ming shielded Su Xiaowan and accelerated once more, his expression icy. Su Xiaowan's face paled, yet her gaze remained resolutely firm. As she was dragged along by Lu Ming, she continuously cast various talismans behind her. Ice Wall Talisman, Vines Entangle, Fog Talisman. Though these low-tier talismans could hardly impede the steps of the Peak Lingxi realm, they effectively slowed their pursuers, creating chaos. This won't do. There are too many of them. They could exhaust us, Su Xiaowan urged, her breath growing rapid. Though she too was at the mid-stage of the Lingxi realm, her speed and endurance of Yuan power were far inferior to Lu Ming's. Lu Ming's keen gaze swept across the terrain ahead. With the microscan fully activated, his mind raced with calculations. Follow me, he exclaimed abruptly, altering his course towards a more rugged area, strewn with colossal weathered stone pillars. The terrain here was intricate, with low visibility, perfectly suited for maneuvering. To think one could hide amidst such formations was a fool's errand. Behind him, the enforcement disciples snorted disdainfully, unhesitatingly plunging into the stone forest. As they entered, their speed was indeed somewhat hampered. However, the two enforcement disciples, seasoned in their craft, swiftly split up to encircle Lu Ming and his companion, attempting to drive them into a corner. An opportunity. A glint of cold light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes as he whispered urgently to Su Xiaowan. To the left, behind the third stone pillar, there's a solitary mid-stage spirit stream disciple. Prepare to strike. Su Xiaowan hesitated momentarily, having sensed nothing. Yet she chose to trust Lu Ming without a second thought. A slowing talisman silently slipped into her hand. Like phantoms, the two circled around the massive stone pillar. And indeed, they spotted an inner courtyard disciple cautiously scanning the surroundings for their traces. At the very instant the disciple turned his head, Lu Ming acted. He surged forth from the shadows without warning, moving with such speed that only an afterimage remained. The disciple felt a chill at the back of his neck and scarcely had time to utter a sound before a cold dagger had precisely severed his throat. Decomposed corpse. Obtained a mundane long sword X1. Miscellaneous items. Gained origin points. 15. Mid-stage spirit stream disciple. Average wealth. Current origin points. 31,147 15 3 1297. The entire process was executed with impeccable precision, taking less than half a breath. Before Su Xiaowan could even unleash her slowing talisman, the skirmish had concluded. She watched as the limp body crumbled into ashes, leaving only the equipment to be dismantled. And she couldn't help but shiver. She was aware of Lu Ming's decisiveness in combat. But witnessing such an efficient and ruthless kill firsthand still sent a tremor through her heart. Let's go? Lu Ming showed no signs of hesitation, pulling her along as they vanished once more into the shadows of the stone forest. Soon, the pursuing disciples discovered the traces of their vanished companion, merely a wisp of ash, their expressions a mix of shock and fury. Be cautious. He lurks in the shadows, ready to ambush. Pair up. Do not stray alone. The hunting party became increasingly wary, yet this also slowed their pace. This was precisely what Lu Ming desired. Like the most seasoned of hunters, he leveraged the informational advantages provided by scan and identification to consistently spot isolated or slightly stray prey. Occasionally, he would intentionally create disturbances to draw away the majority, then ambush those who lagged behind. Other times, he would exploit the complex terrain to divide his enemies, coordinating with Su Xiaowan for brief engagements where they outnumbered their foes. At times, he even synthesized some disposable illusion talismans, origin points cost 20. Generating false disturbances to lure the tiger away from its den. Encountering two mid-stage Lingxi disciples, Lu Ming, in collaboration with Su Xiaowan, executed them, yielding a total of 131. 629 source points. The current tally of source points stands at 31, 297, 29, and 31, 587. By cleverly employing traps, he successfully eliminated a late-stage Lingxi steward, disassembling his dagger, a mid-tier Lingxi weapon, and acquiring an additional 180 source points. The updated source points now reflect 31, 587, 180, and 33, 387. His methods were diverse and cunning, exploiting both the environment and systemic functions to their fullest potential. The numbers within the pursuing team began to diminish at an alarming rate, with panic spreading among the hunters. They once believed themselves to be the predators, but were now horrified to realize they had become prey. Lu Ming, a mere late-stage lynxie, moved like a specter through the stone forest, proving to be more lethal than the deadliest of serpents. A demon. He is a demon. One mid-stage lynxie disciple, on the brink of mental collapse, watched as his companions vanished one by one, screaming as he turned to flee. Whoosh. An arrow. Enhanced with the breaking yuan effect, synthesis cost, 25 points, shot forth from the shadows, accurately piercing his back. Acquired source points, 14. Current source points, 33, 387, 14, 33. 527. Su Shaowan transitioned from initial shock to a state of numbness, eventually beginning to actively assist Lu Ming in setting traps and delivering the finishing blows with talismans. She discovered that although she constantly walked the precipice of life and death alongside Lu Ming, a peculiar sense of security enveloped her. As long as she adhered to his commands, survival was assured. Their cooperation grew increasingly harmonious. To the right and behind, two figures drew closer, 30 zhong away. Received. The Earth Spike Talisman is prepared. There's someone observing from the stone pillar to the left front. Can we eliminate them? Watch my silent arrow. Synthesis cost, 18 points. Acquired source points, 12. Current source points, 33, 527, 12, 33, 647. The relentless ambushes and casualties wore down the pursuing team, sowing seeds of discontent among them. Even the two peak-stage lynxie enforcers wore grim expressions. Despite their strength, they could not grasp Lu Ming's trail, instead feeling as if they were being led by the nose. Bastard. Lu Ming, if you have the guts, come out for a fair fight. One enforcer shouted in frustration, cleaving several stone pillars with his sword. Amidst the flying debris, a calm, mocking voice emerged from the deeper shadows. Very well. Why don't you lower your cultivation to late-stage lynxie first? I assure you, I will use my fists to reason with you, not a dagger. The enforcer nearly spat blood in fury. At that moment, Lu Ming's scan detected a muted conversation from a distance. It was Huang Fuyun speaking with a loyal disciple. They appeared to be in disagreement due to their inability to breach the defenses, having strayed slightly from the main group. Senior brother, continuing like this is futile. Our numbers are dwindling. Silence. I have my own plans. Once we exit the secret realm, he will undoubtedly perish. Now who? A glint of opportunity flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. He quickly instructed Su Shaowan to wait for him and create some commotion to attract attention. Without waiting for her response, he vanished into the shadows, stealthily approaching the source of the sound. Huang Fuyun, already irritated by his subordinates' complaints, suddenly sensed an overwhelming danger approaching from the rear. Panic seized him as he instinctively dodged to the side, neglecting his dangling arm. With a swift thrust, a cold flash of a blade sliced through the air, instantly severing the throat of a complaining disciple beside him, whose eyes widened in disbelief as he collapsed. Lu Ming's figure retreated in a single strike, disappearing once more into the stone shadows, leaving behind a chilling remark that echoed in Huang Fuyun's ears. Is your plan merely to offer more heads? Witnessing his subordinate's instant demise and hearing the scathing taunt, Huang Fuyun felt his scalp tingle with fear, nearly fainting from rage as he screamed hysterically, "Ah, Lu Ming, I will kill you. I shall tear you limb from limb." His screams attracted nearby pursuers, but also completely exposed his location and vulnerability. Lu Ming did not retreat far, like a viper in the night. He coldly observed the panicked assembly of Huang Fuyun and the remaining pursuers. The hunt had only just begun. This was merely an appetizer. He needed to extract more valuable information from these individuals, such as the traps laid by the academy after their departure. His gaze fixed upon a disciple from the discipline hall, who appeared to be the most timid, pale-faced, and nervously glancing back. Chapter 39, Betrayal of the Academy. My name is Ming. The shadows of the stone forest seemed to merge with Lu Ming's very being. Like a specter, he navigated through the terrain. His eyes locked onto the frightened disciple lagging at the rear of the group, whose complexion was ashen and constantly turned back in anxiety. This individual, with cultivation only at the mid-stage of the spirit stream realm, evidently gained entry into the discipline hall through connections and was more timid than a mouse. He was the one. Lu Ming gestured to Su Shaowan, who was hiding elsewhere, signaling her to create chaos. Understanding his intent, she gritted her teeth and hurled her remaining offensive talismans recklessly towards the core area where the pursuers were concentrated. Boom! Fireballs and gusts of wind erupted, causing no significant harm but successfully capturing everyone's attention. Over there, surround her. The pursuers stirred, instinctively rushing towards the direction of the explosion. In that brief moment of confusion, Lu Ming sprang into action. His speed surged to its peak, gliding just above the ground like a wraith, covering dozens of meters in an instant. Before the timid disciple from the discipline hall could react, a precise chop struck the nape of his neck. The disciple uttered not a sound, darkness enveloping him as he crumpled to the ground. Lu Ming swiftly hoisted him up, moving without pause, as if dragging a sack of straw, swiftly disappearing into the deeper, more intricate crevices of the stone forest, the entire process breathtakingly swift. As the remaining pursuers realized one of their own was missing, Lu Ming had already vanished without a trace, taking his spoils with him. In a concealed crevice of stone, Lu Ming unceremoniously cast his unconscious disciple onto the ground. Su Xiaowan soon found her way back, following the markings, and upon seeing the captive, she exhaled in relief. "Can we extract any information? This fellow does not appear to be particularly resilient," she whispered. Lu Ming remained silent, merely retrieving his water skin and splashing its contents onto the captive's face. The disciple jolted awake, and upon beholding the icy demeanor of Lu Ming and the predatory gaze of Su Xiaowan, he was seized by terror, opening his mouth to scream. However, Lu Ming's fingers, akin to iron pincers, swiftly clamped around his throat, stifling his cries to mere gasps. "I shall ask, and you shall respond. Utter a single word more, indulge in idle chatter, or attempt to deceive, and I shall break one of your bones." Lu Ming's voice, though not raised, bore a chilling intensity that resonated deeply. The disciple, overwhelmed, blinked frantically, tears streaming from his eyes. "How goes the situation at the academy? What are they saying about me? All points are on alert. The entire academy is seeking you." The disciple's voice quivered, tinged with a sobbing note. "The discipline hall has issued a death sentence, claiming you have harmed your fellow disciples, a crime of the gravest nature, and that anyone who encounters you may kill on sight. A bounty of 10,000 contribution points, along with a top-tier spiritual artifact from the Lingxi realm." Su Xiaowan gasped in astonishment, recognizing the bounty was exorbitant enough to incite frenzy among countless inner academy disciples. Lu Ming's expression remained unchanged. "What evidence do they possess? Merely the footage from Huang Fuyin? Moreover, there are joint testimonies from Minter Zhou and Steward Li, asserting they had long suspected your nefarious intentions, colluding with the Lin family." The disciple, desperate to save his own life, divulged everything. "It has spread throughout the academy. They also claim you may have practiced demonic arts." "Demonic arts?" Lu Ming scoffed. "Such slander travels far indeed. What of Huang Fuyun? What are his intentions? Huang Fu Shixiang no? Huang Fuyun. Once he exits, he will undoubtedly enter seclusion to recuperate, and then he will surely leverage his family's influence, vowing not to let you escape. His elder brother, Huang Fuing, ranks in the top 10 of the Inner Academy's Hidden Dragon list, and it is said he has reached the pinnacle of the Lingxi realm." Lu Ming's gaze sharpened slightly. "The pinnacle of the Lingxi realm is indeed troublesome. What is the current state of the secret realm's exit?" "2 elders from the discipline hall are personally stationed at the exit. Moreover, there are formations set to detect any intrusions, should they spot you. They can activate the confinement array immediately. You absolutely cannot escape." Having gleaned the desired information, Lu Ming nodded. "Thank you," he said flatly. The disciple's face flickered with a glimmer of hope, but in the next moment, a subtle crack echoed from his neck. "Disassemble body. Gain miscellaneous items. Acquire origin points. 9. Current origin points. 33,879, 33,897. Lu Ming rose, his expression devoid of emotion. To show mercy to an enemy is to be cruel to oneself. Su Xiaowan observed this scene, remaining silent for a moment, ultimately choosing to say nothing. She understood deeply that at this juncture, there was no turning back. "What shall we do now?" She gazed at Lu Ming, the exit heavily sealed. Yet, Lu Ming suddenly smiled, a hint of cold madness lurking within that smile. "Did they not claim that I inherited a legacy, practiced demonic arts, and harmed my fellow disciples? Then let me provide them with a glimpse of reality." He produced several blank jade slips, salvaged from the spoils of previous encounters. "System. Transfer the energy wave characteristics of the tracking talismans and poison web talismans used by Huang Fuyun's trusted disciples, along with key fragments of evidence from the testimonies of that disciple regarding Minter Zhou and Steward Li, into these jade slips. Let it be in a broadcast recording format." With a touch of reverb to lend an air of profundity, Lu Ming commanded with a burst of creativity. "Command confirmed. Copying information, synthesizing, recording jade slip, special. Consuming source points, 50. Current source points, 33,897 to 53,397. He then turned to Su Xiaowan. "Do you have any spare blank talisman paper? Vermilion is also acceptable." Although Su Xiaowan was perplexed, she handed him some. Lu Ming accepted it and swiftly sketched a few rudimentary, amplifying talismans and gentle breeze talismans, mundane, negligible consumption. then cleverly combined them with the recording jade slips to create several rudimentary automatic playback speakers. What are you planning to do? Su Xiaowan inquired curiously. Deliver a parcel of truth to them, Lu Ming replied, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. We cannot allow them to pursue us while remaining in the dark, can we? That would be inhumane. Afterward, he enlisted Su Xiaowan's assistance to quietly place the speakers in conspicuous, yet difficult-to-destroy locations throughout the stone forest. Once this was accomplished, Lu Ming took a deep breath, grasped Su Xiaowan's hand, and proceeded towards the direction where their pursuers were gathering. Before long, they were spotted. There they are. Surround them. The remaining dozen pursuers, led by 2 Peaks Spirit Stream Realm enforcers, quickly encircled them, each eye glinting with vigilance and greed. Huang Fuyun lurked behind, his gaze filled with venomous hatred directed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming, Su Xiaowan, you have nowhere left to escape. Kneel and accept your punishment. One enforcer shouted sternly. However, Lu Ming abruptly halted, standing his ground as if attending a grand banquet, even adjusting his sleeves. He surveyed the crowd, his voice calm, yet resonant. Reaching every ear. Accept punishment? What punishment? The punishment for your distortion of truth and framing? The punishment for Huang Fuyun's failed attempt to seize and his subsequent betrayal? You dare speak defiantly even at death's door. Huang Fuyun shrieked. Defiantly? Lu Ming chuckled, suddenly raising his voice as if making an announcement. Fellow disciples, do you not wish to know how Huang Fuyun fortuitously located the ruins? How I ambushed him? The truth is right beside you. As soon as he finished speaking, he covertly activated the speakers he had previously arranged. In an instant, across the stone forest, the processed, reverberating, cold yet crystal clear voice echoed simultaneously. It is the tracking talisman given by Huang Fuyun and the poisonous net talisman as well. Mentor Zhou and Deacon Li have colluded together. They had long conspired. A bounty of 10,000 contribution points, a supreme artifact from the Lingxi realm, and the demonic arts colluding with the Lin family. A series of crucial dialogues played repeatedly from different locations, intertwining with one another. Although lacking a clear beginning or end, the sheer volume of information is immense, sufficient to piece together the general outline of events. All pursuers were momentarily stunned, incredulously absorbing the sudden revelations broadcasted, their gazes casting uncertain and suspicious glances toward Huang Fuyun, whose complexion had turned as pale as a ghost. Slander. This is slander. It is he who has fabricated this with demonic arts. Huang Fuyun roared in exasperation, attempting to defend himself, yet his voice appeared woefully feeble. The hearts of the crowd wavered in an instant. The expressions of the 2 law enforcement disciples also turned exceedingly grim. They might have favored Huang Fuyun, but they were not entirely devoid of reason. The combination of the recorded snippets and Huang Fuyun's reaction sowed substantial doubt in their minds. Now is the moment. Lu Ming hissed urgently to Su Xiaowan, dashing with vigor toward the sparsest section of the crowd. Block him. The law enforcement disciple instinctively shouted, but only a few responded. As many disciples remained engrossed in the impact of the truth, Lu Ming surged forth like a tiger leaping from its cage, unleashing the full force of his Lingxi realm cultivation without reservation. With a single punch, the chilling primordial energy sent the 2 mid-Lingxi disciples attempting to obstruct him hurtling backward. Spitting blood. Weapons disassembled. Obtaining origin points. 111,021. Current origin points. 33,397. 21-3-3607. Su Xiaowan also exerted herself fully, utilizing the last few talismans to carve a path. The 2 of them forcibly created an opening, breaking through the encirclement, and without looking back, they surged toward the depths of the secret realm, heading for the area ominously referred to as the Valley of the Gods' Burial. Pursue. Do not let them escape. Huang Fuyun screeched frantically. However, this time, only the 2 law enforcement disciples and a handful of loyalists responded. The majority of the pursuers hesitated, instinctively slowing their pace. Their gazes toward Huang Fuyun filled with doubt and detachment. Enraged to the brink of explosion, Huang Fuyun could only helplessly continue the chase with a small number of followers. Ahead, the terrain abruptly descended into a vast canyon shrouded in thick, dark mist. At the entrance of the canyon stood a weathered stone tablet, inscribed with 2 ancient characters. Though worn, they were still discernible as Burial of the Gods. A chilling aura, one that seemed capable of devouring all vitality, emanated from the black fog. This place is universally recognized as an absolute forbidden zone within the Luyun secret realm. No one has ever entered and returned. Lu Ming and Su Xiaowan halted at the canyon's mouth, with Huang Fuyun and his followers closing in behind them. Lu Ming, ahead is the Valley of the Gods' Burial. You have nowhere to flee. Submit to your fate. Huang Fuyun sneered, yet dared not approach the canyon's edge too closely. Lu Ming turned to glance at the enemies who had stopped in their tracks, unwilling to advance, then looked at Su Xiaowan, whose face was ashen. Suddenly, he burst into hearty laughter, the sound echoing through the canyon, imbued with an indescribable nonchalance and determination. Nowhere to escape? Huang Fuyun, along with those conniving individuals lurking behind you, heed my words. His gaze swept across the assembly, his voice suddenly turning cold and elevated, resonating clearly in all directions. Today, it is not I, Lu Ming, who has been driven into a corner by you. Rather, it is I who has grown weary of this den of filth. This institution of the Flowing Cloud Academy, where right and wrong are indistinguishable. Henceforth, I sever all ties with the Flowing Cloud Academy. This disciple's robe I shall cast aside. With a fierce motion, he tore off the tattered robe of the Flowing Cloud Academy and flung it to the ground, as if discarding mere refuse. He stood proudly before the Valley of the God of Death, his dark hair billowing, his eyes sharp as an eagle, emanating the formidable aura of a late-stage spirit stream realm cultivator, intertwined with an indefinable ancient majesty. Remember this, my name is Ming. With those words, he hesitated no longer. Grasping Su Xiaowan's hand, and amidst the astonished and incredulous gazes of the onlookers, resolutely stepped into the engulfing black mist. His figure was instantly consumed by the dense fog, vanishing from sight. All that remained was a group of stunned pursuers outside the valley and Huang Fuyun, whose face twisted in sheer rage mingled with a subtle hint of fear. He truly ventured into the Valley of the God of Death. Chapter 40. At the bottom of the Valley of the God of Death, remnants of civilization, the moment Lu Ming entered the black mist. It felt as though he had collided with a viscous, frigid wall. Terrifyingly corrosive energy surged from all directions, desperately attempting to invade his pores and devour his vitality. Surrounding him was an eerie silence. Even sound was absorbed by the strange black fog, leaving only the heavy thumping of his heart and the sensation of his blood seeming to congeal. Su Xiaowan let out a muffled groan, her complexion instantly paling, the protective energy enveloping her body visibly eroding at an alarming rate. Focus your energy to protect your heart's pulse. Maintain your mental clarity. Lu Ming shouted, activating the Mingxuan formula within him at an unprecedented speed, the cold and profound energy emanating from his core struggling to resist the fog's encroachment. Yet, the corrosive power of the black mist far surpassed his expectations, rapidly depleting his energy. Warning: encountering high concentration of annihilating death energy. Energy rapidly depleting. Vitality continuously draining. Current energy, 92, 88, 85. Analyzing components of annihilating death energy, attempting to simulate counteracting energy. The system interface blared alarms frantically. Without hesitation, Lu Ming synthesized a large quantity of disposable vitality crystals, mid-grade spirit stream realm, rapidly replenishing energy, consuming them like candy and distributing a portion to Su Xiaowan. Synthesis consumption of origin points, 200. Current origin points, 33,607, 231,607. Even so, it was merely a drop in the bucket. They advanced like a small boat in a tempest, each step laboriously heavy. Within the black mist, visibility was non-existent, and even their spiritual senses faced immense suppression. I can't go on, Lu Ming. Su Xiaowan's voice became extremely weak, her body swaying precariously. Lu Ming pulled her close, almost cradling her as they moved forward, his gaze sharply scanning their surroundings. Micro-energy scan and identification technique, operated under extreme power consumption, striving to find a glimmer of hope. Soul power, 85, 83, 80, continuous consumption. Just as their vital energy was nearly depleted and their consciousness began to blur, the scan finally yielded a faint signal. 15 zhong to the left, a weak energy barrier detected. Its attributes are in conflict with the Desolation Death Qi. That way, Lu Ming's spirit surged, extracting the last vestige of his energy, dragging Su Xiaowan as they dashed toward that direction. With a splash, it felt as if they had pierced through a cold membrane of water, and the suffocating black fog around them vanished instantly. A stream of air, though thin, rushed into their lungs, imbued with an ancient, dusty essence. They tumbled heavily onto the hard, frigid ground, greedily gasping for breath, as if reborn. Lu Ming quickly surveyed his surroundings. This appeared to be a peculiar space at the valley's bottom, a semicircular, pale blue energy dome effectively sealing off the encroaching black fog. Within the dome lay a modest area, its surface a smooth, mirror-like black metal, dust-laden. At the center stood a simple yet elegant silver metal structure, its design reminiscent of the ruins they had previously encountered, albeit significantly better preserved. At the entrance stood 2 humanoid metal puppets, armed with peculiar firearms, now devoid of energy and encrusted with thick dust. Entering the Source Civilization Forward Observation Station, small. Energy shield, weak, still operational. Source Civilization Standard Guard puppets, energy depleted, detected. We're not dead? Su Xiaowan weakly sat up, gazing at the roiling black fog outside, which could not breach their refuge, lingering with trepidation. We are temporarily safe. Lu Ming rose, his gaze fixed intently on the silver structure. The fragment he carried resonated with an unprecedented vibration here. Approaching the metal door, which was tightly shut and devoid of any handles or keyholes, he reached out. The door seemed to sense something, sliding open automatically to reveal a deep passage within. They cautiously stepped inside. The internal space was modest, resembling a small command center. Various incomprehensible instrument screens had long since dimmed, with only a central console still illuminated, featuring a fist-sized diamond crystal, cracked and emitting a faint white light, stubbornly flickering. Source Civilization Outpost Core detected, damage level 95. It contains the last remnants of the civilization's spark and log information. This is it. Lu Ming approached, extending his finger to touch the damaged crystal. The moment his fingertip made contact, a resounding hum erupted as the crystal unleashed its final brilliance, illuminating the entire console. A fragmented, static-filled stream of consciousness surged into Lu Ming's mind, laden with profound desolation and reluctance. Alert! World barrier sustaining irreversible damage. Principles altered, foundations crumbling, escape plan failed. The spark must endure. Beware of the overseers. They are harvesting. Successors to inherit the last of civilization. The flow of information abruptly ceased. The crystal, once radiant, has now succumbed to darkness, shattering into a handful of fine ash. Yet within it, the final vestige of the purest and most primal spark of civilization was instantaneously absorbed by the system. Successfully absorbed the remnants of the primordial civilization's spark. Gained key inheritance. Heart of the primordial, passive. Effect. Profoundly enhances energy perception acuity and absorption conversion efficiency. Slightly increases resistance to various forms of energy erosion and mental pollution. Significantly enhances affinity with creations of the primordial civilization. System authority significantly increased. New feature preview unlocked, to be officially activated upon meeting specific conditions. Acquired a fragmented log on the wounds of the world, the alteration of laws, and the warnings of the overseers. Infusion of civilization spark energy in progress. Boom. A surge of energy. Far more magnificent and pure than that gathered from the fragments before, infused with the last hopes and obsessions of a civilization, violently surged into Lu Ming's limbs and bones. His cultivation soared like a rocket, instantly breaking through to the pinnacle of the spirit stream realm. Moreover, the momentum did not wane, launching a fierce assault towards the intangible barrier of perfection. The primordial force within his dantian expanded wildly, compressing and refining, becoming even more profound and vast. His spirit also became more condensed and powerful through this baptism. Realm elevation, perfected spirit stream realm. Current spirit power, 95, restored and enhanced after absorbing the spark. Lu Ming tightly closed his eyes, fully digesting this unexpected surge in the heavy flow of information. Beside him, Su Xiaowan was already dumbfounded. While she could not perceive the specifics of what transpired, she could distinctly sense that Lu Ming's aura was rapidly intensifying, becoming deep and formidable, imbued with an ancient majesty she could not comprehend. The surrounding essence of the world spontaneously converged towards him, as if he were the very center of existence. After a considerable time, Lu Ming slowly opened his eyes, a myriad of stars seemingly flickering within their depths. And an overwhelming aura involuntarily emanated from him, now undeniably at the pinnacle of the spirit stream realm. He felt the tumultuous power coursing within him and the novel perception bestowed by the heart of the primordial, leaving him in profound shock. This world was far more intricate and perilous than he had ever imagined. The overseers, the alteration of laws, the harvesting of civilizations. These revelations were utterly astonishing. You've broken through again? Su Xiaowan's voice trembled, as if she were gazing upon a monster. Lu Ming suppressed the tumult within his heart and nodded. By chance. There are some lingering opportunities here. His gaze swept over the discarded instruments and the two puppets. These items might still be of use. He approached one of the guardian puppets, placing his hand upon it. Discovered a primordial civilization guardian puppet, Hunter Type 3, energy core depleted, weapon system damaged 93. Structural integrity 71. Can attempt to deconstruct or repair, requires advanced authority and materials. Deconstruct. Obtained. Unknown alloy X 100 units. Damaged energy circuit X3. Superior material from Lingxi realm. Acquired source points, 880. Current source points, 31,607, 880, 40,407. Another puppet and several valuable components from the workstation were completely disassembled. Acquired source points, 920. Current source points, 40,407, 924, 9607. A tremendous harvest. The source points were nearly approaching the 5,000 mark. Just as he prepared to press on and see if he could scrape together more materials from the walls and floor of this outpost, the system interface suddenly erupted with blinding red flashes. Warning! Warning! High-priority external scanning waves penetrating the mystic barrier and the Oblivion's death chi lockdown. Wave characteristics match. Suspected observers whispers. Scanning intensity, moderate. Target, host, and recently absorbed civilization spark. Warning. The heart of primordial source has significantly amplified the host's energy fluctuations, drastically increasing detection probability. Suggestion. Immediately conceal all presence, cease all energy activities, and swiftly evacuate the current area. Repeat. Evacuate immediately. A sensation of scrutiny, 100-fold colder and 10-fold clearer than that experienced in the ruins, swept through the area like an invisible spotlight. Though it seemed that the barriers of Oblivion's death chi and the mystic shield hindered precise localization, it unmistakably conveyed that it had indeed taken notice of their presence. Lu Ming's hair stood on end, as if targeted by a formidable enemy. A shiver emanating from the depths of his soul enveloped him. The observer. It truly exists. And it is terrifying. Not even the mystic barrier and death chi could completely sever its perception. What is it? Su Xiaowan also felt an inexplicable sense of trepidation and inquired anxiously. Lu Ming's expression was graver than ever. He grasped her arm tightly. It's nothing. Merely a realization that the landlord here seems rather unwelcoming. Without hesitation, he dashed toward the exit. They must leave at once. Every second spent here increased the risk of being locked onto by that dreadful presence. However, just as they burst out of the outpost and returned to the pale blue protective shield, Lu Ming's gaze fixated on the energy shield that isolated the death chi, and a bold thought emerged. This shield's energy, capable of repelling Oblivion's death chi, was evidently extraordinary. Chapter 41. Surging Waves of Mountains and Seas. I Break the Waves. The second volume concludes today, hence the 3 consecutive chapters. The observer's cold, penetrating gaze loomed overhead like the sword of Damocles, with every moment spent there signifying an unpredictable peril. Lu Ming's eyes were firmly fixed on the pale blue energy shield, and a wild yet audacious idea took shape. Dismantle it. Transform this barrier energy, which could isolate Oblivion's death chi, into a resource to combat the observer. System. Maximum power scan of the shield's energy structure. Analyze its principles of resistance against Oblivion's death chi, and compute a safe disassembly and absorption plan. Lu Ming roared within. As the heart of primordial source surged into action, his perception of energy clearer and more profound than ever before. Consumption of soul power during scanning. 5. Consumption of soul power during analysis. 3. Plan generation. This shield is a simplified version of the entropy reversal field, with its core energy frequency repelling the essence of annihilation. It may be possible to extract residual energy from its field generator and some stable structures, but this will immediately lead to the shield's failure. Expected to acquire special energy units and a substantial amount of primordial points, with a very low probability of obtaining fragments of entropy reversal characteristics. Without hesitation, Lu Ming declared, "Let's do it." Risk and reward have always been his guiding principle. He pressed his hands firmly against the inner wall of the shield, initiating the disintegration of its energy core and stable structure. Consumption of soul power during disintegration. 4. Acquired. Entropy energy unit. Incomplete. X3. Pure high-level energy crystals. X50 units. Acquired primordial points. 3,888. Current primordial points. 49607. 3,888. 88,487. Warning. Failed to obtain entropy reversal characteristic fragments. A low hum resonated as the pale blue shield flickered violently, emitting a mournful sound before abruptly extinguishing and dissipating. The terrifying essence of annihilation surged in like a bursting dam, overwhelming them from all directions. Go. Lu Ming urgently grasped the startled Su Xiaowan, slapping a recently obtained, pure high-level energy crystal onto her, forming a temporary protective membrane. Simultaneously, he unleashed the full force of his mysterious spring energy along with the heart of primordial origin, bracing against the onslaught of the encroaching death energy, and sprinting towards the direction etched in his memory, towards the edge on the other side of the God Burial Valley. Rapid consumption of energy. Current energy, 9590. Synthesize, vitality crystal, for replenishment. Consuming primordial points, 150. Current primordial points: 88,487, 158, 6987. The two of them struggled like fish gasping for air in an inky sea, desperately pushing upwards. Behind them, the death energy rolled forth, consuming every inch of space they had just traversed. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until, just as their energy was about to be fully depleted, a faint glimmer of light appeared ahead. No longer the despairing black mist, but the dim, normal light of the secret realm. The exit. Lu Ming's spirits soared as he charged forward. With a splash, they burst forth from the depths like emerging from the ocean, crashing onto the ground at the edge of the God Burial Valley, greedily inhaling the cold yet no longer lethal air. Their bodies soaked with cold sweat and traces of the death energy, utterly disheveled. Yet, before they could catch their breath, a chilling intent to kill suddenly descended. "You little beast. So you managed to crawl out from the God Burial Valley. Today marks your demise." A stern young man from the Lin family. At the late stage of the Spirit Stream realm, Lin Hao stood guard outside, flanked by 4 or 5 other Lin disciples, seemingly having anticipated their emergence and laid out a combined attack formation. The flash of blades and swords instantaneously formed a net of death, descending upon them. Clearly, they had received news from Huang Fuyun and were lying in wait for them. Had it been the previous Lu Ming, facing a combined attack formation led by a late-stage Spirit Stream realm practitioner, it would have undoubtedly been a harrowing battle. At this moment, a chilling brilliance erupted from Lu Ming's eyes. Rather than retreating, he boldly advanced. The formidable primordial energy of the perfected Lingxi realm surged forth without reservation. An overwhelming force imbued with a trace of ancient majesty, instantly shattering the momentum of the combined formation. Perfected Lingxi realm? How could this be? Lin Hao felt the terrifying aura that surpassed his own, his complexion changing drastically as he gasped in shock. With a single punch, Lu Ming unleashed his power. A seemingly simple strike, yet it contained the profound depth of the Mingquan primordial energy and the energy control afforded by the heart of the primordial source. Boom. Crack. The seemingly impenetrable combined formation crumbled like paper under the might of his fist. The 5 disciples of the Lin family who comprised the formation were hurled backward, screaming in agony, blood spraying from their wounds. Lin Hao was particularly affected. His long sword shattered under the force, his chest caved in, and blood mixed with fragments of his internal organs sprayed from his mouth. His eyes filled with incredulous fear. "Senior Elder, save me," he screamed in despair. "How dare you, young one?" A thunderous voice, imbued with rage, reverberated like a clap of thunder. An oppressive force far beyond the Lingxi realm descended from the heavens. A black-robed elder of the Lin family, early stage of the Shanhai realm, appeared like a specter, his withered hand wielding a tremendous power that could command the energies of heaven and earth, aiming a fierce strike at Lu Ming. The air crackled with explosive sounds wherever the palm wind passed. A Shanhai realm expert had finally made his move. Faced with this terrifying blow capable of annihilating any Lingxi realm cultivator, Lu Ming felt the power within him surging, the heart of the primordial source, pulsating wildly, igniting within him an impulse to resist. With a loud roar, he pressed forward instead of retreating, forcibly igniting the shield of high-energy crystal that he had just absorbed but not yet fully refined. Simultaneously, he summoned all his perfected Lingxi realm primordial energy, along with the extraordinary comprehension of the laws brought by the seed of civilization, consolidating it all into a single punch. This strike was not a mere brute force clash. Rather, it resonated with a peculiar frequency, precisely targeting the weak points of the Shanhai palm strike. When their fists and palms collided, a cataclysmic roar erupted, far surpassing the previous sounds of destruction. A visible shockwave radiated outward in a circular pattern, gouging the ground 3 feet deep. Lu Ming's body trembled violently, a sweet taste rising in his throat as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and he was sent hurtling back like a cannonball, crashing heavily into the mountainside. Yet, the Lin family Shanhai elder was also jolted, taking half a step back, his outstretched hand slightly numbed. A flicker of astonishment crossed his face. The power of the laws. No, it was a remnant of a force of even higher status. This boy must not be allowed to live. Killing intent surged in his eyes as he prepared to strike again, intending to utterly crush Lu Ming. Deeply embedded in the stone wall, Lu Ming, however, utilized the recoil force and the ultimate control over energy granted by the heart of the primordial source to suppress his boiling blood and guide some of the invading Shanhai primordial energy beneath his feet. Old fool, the mountains and rivers shall meet again. He cursed vehemently, then stomped down fiercely. Boom. The stone wall shattered, and like an arrow released from its bow, he did not charge towards the elder, but instead seized Su Shaowan beside him, fleeing at a velocity surpassing that of his arrival. hurtling towards the edge of the secret realm, in the direction of the vast expanse known as the Eastern Extreme Qingming Demon Sea. That speed transcended the limits of the spirit stream realm, imbued with an ephemeral essence of breaking through the void. The elder of the Lin family was momentarily taken aback, astonished that despite sustaining a blow from him, the youth could still escape with such swiftness. By the time he considered pursuing, Lu Ming's figure had already dwindled into a mere black, a dying ember. Fleeing into the demon sea is but a road to demise. The elder scoffed, choosing not to pursue further, for his primary task was to assist Lin Hao. He cast a glance at the gravely injured Lin Hao and the other Lin family disciples, his expression dark and foreboding. Lu Ming dragged Su Shaoan and ran at breakneck speed until they were completely distanced from the God Burial Valley, no longer sensing the presence of their pursuers, before abruptly halting, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Body damage, internal organs shaken, meridians slightly torn. Current state, perfected spirit stream realm, stable, light injury. Current source points, 86,987. Current soul power, 88, after consumption and recovery. He swiftly retrieved a pill and ingested it, channeling his essence to heal his wounds. Su Shaoan stood guard beside him, her gaze towards Lu Ming filled with complexity. Enduring a blow from the Mountain Sea realm and still surviving. Even managing to escape with such force utterly shattered her understanding. After a moment, Lu Ming suppressed his injuries, opened his eyes, and gazed at the boundless, tumultuous dark blue ocean before him, the sea breeze carrying a salty tang intertwined with a faint aura of demonic energy. Here lay the Eastern Extreme Qingming Demon Sea, the edge of the Academy's map, the beginning of the unknown. He glanced back towards the direction of the flowing Cloud Academy, his gaze icy, devoid of any lingering attachment. Betrayed by the Academy, surrounded by formidable foes, the path ahead remained shrouded in uncertainty. Yet, his eyes remained sharp, brimming with wildness and fighting spirit. "Let us depart," he uttered softly, stepping onto a dilapidated wooden boat abandoned for an unknown time. Su Shaoan gritted her teeth and followed suit. The boat rose and fell with the waves, slowly navigating towards the vast demon sea. A new storm brewed upon the waters, unbeknownst to Lu Ming. At the moment he braved the mountain sea strike and escaped with great force, a pair of cold, indifferent eyes in the boundless sky cast another fleeting glance. Warning! The observer's attention fluctuated momentarily before dissipating, seemingly intrigued by the extraordinary energy emanating from the host, resisting the mountain sea and fleeing into the demon sea. Yet the observer's brief scrutiny heralded that danger had not receded. The vast Qingming Demon Sea, inhabited by demons, was fraught with peril, yet perhaps concealed an opportunity to evade observation. Where would Lu Ming's vessel navigate? Volume 2, Academy Core and Secret Realm Confrontation, End, Chapter 42, Surviving the Demon Sea. First, pay the toll. The desolation of the God Burial Valley and the pursuit were left behind, replaced by an endless expanse of dark blue waves. The salty, damp sea breeze, laced with a hint of demonic energy, struck his face, while the rickety wooden boat beneath them creaked under the strain of the waves, as if it might splinter apart at any moment. Lu Ming sat cross-legged in the boat, channeling his primordial energy with all his might to quell the tumultuous blood and chi surging from the impact of a palm strike from the mountain sea realm. The heart of primordial beginnings subtly adjusted the energy surrounding him, mending the slight tears in his meridians. Su Shaoan anxiously gazed across the vast expanse of the sea, her delicate hand gripping a short dagger tightly. The unfamiliar demon domain instinctively filled her with unease. "Where do we go next?" she inquired softly, her voice nearly drowned out by the crashing waves. Lu Ming opened his eyes, their depths as profound as the ocean itself. "Survive, grow stronger, and then return to settle the score." His tone was calm, yet imbued with a chilling resolve. Before his words could fully dissipate, the heart of primordial beginnings emitted a faint warning. Warning, low-level life energy detected approaching rapidly, quantity, 17. Assessment, hostile. Suddenly, a flurry of grayish-blue shadows erupted from the waters on either side of the boat, lunging toward them. These sea demons resembled needlefish, measuring about half a meter in length, with sharp snouts akin to spears and a mouth brimming with fine, sharp fangs, radiating the ominous aura of early-stage spirit stream realm power. "Iron-toothed needlefish. Be careful," Su Shaoan exclaimed, her short dagger slicing through the air, her azure energy cleaving towards the first wave of attackers. The needlefish were struck and sent flying into the sea, but more were already upon them, their pointed snouts viciously aiming for the wooden boat and its occupants. Seeking death, Lu Ming's gaze sharpened, yet he remained seated. With a finger pointed like a sword, he unleashed his formidable primordial energy, honed to perfection as it transformed into numerous streams of condensed sword chi, arriving ahead of their foes. With precision unmatched, each sword chi pierced through the head of a needlefish. The once ferocious sea demons stiffened, their fierce glimmer extinguished as they plummeted back into the sea, a small patch of water turning crimson. Decomposing iron-toothed needlefish, early spirit stream realm, X17. Gained, iron-toothed demon core, common, X17, sharp fish teeth material X51 units. Current source points, 86,987 178 8687. Only 10 points each? Quite impoverished. Lu Ming remarked with a smirk, visibly dissatisfied with the haul. Even mosquito legs count as meat, he muttered, casually decomposing the materials as well. Decomposing sharp fish teeth material, common, X51. Gain source points, 51. Current source points, 88,687 51 88738. Su Shaoan watched the floating fish carcasses on the surface of the water, exhaling in relief, yet her brow furrowed again. These are merely the bottom-tier predators of the demon sea. Their blood may attract more troublesome entities. Before she could finish her sentence, Lu Ming's eyes suddenly lit up as if a brilliant idea had struck him. Wait, you are right. He sprang to his feet, startling Su Shaoan. With a flurry of hand gestures, Lu Ming summoned the corpses of the needlefish from the sea, piling them at the bow of the boat. Then, he retrieved a fragment of pure high-level energy crystal, incomplete, from the system space, carefully extracting several grains no larger than rice with his fingers. What are you planning to do? Su Shaoan felt an ominous premonition. With a mischievous grin curling at the corners of Lu Ming's mouth, his eyes glinted with shrewd calculation. Let us establish a toll station at sea. The passage fee shall be paid with their demon cores and essence. He forcefully ground the few crystalline fragments imbued with pure energy into finer powder. Then, like scattering bait, he evenly distributed it over the corpses of the arrowfish, particularly focusing on the wounds. The potent aroma of high-tier energy mingled with the scent of blood began to waft through the air. Minor consumption of spiritual power. Current level, 86, done. The efficient bait has been successfully crafted. Lu Ming clapped his hands, feeling quite pleased with his invention. Su Shaoan stared, wide-eyed, at his series of actions. This isn't fishing. You're about to blow up the fish pond. Won't our commotion attract creatures beyond our ability to handle? As if to validate her concerns, a tremendous water column erupted from the distant sea. Following that, an enormous shadow, akin to a small island, broke the surface. A terrifying dorsal fin comparable to a small boat sliced through the waves, hurtling toward them with astonishing speed. The overwhelming aura of demonic power far surpassed that of the previous iron-toothed arrowfish, even causing Lu Ming, who was at the pinnacle of Lingxi realm, to feel a rush of trepidation. Su Shaoan's face drained of color as she looked at Lu Ming. The whimsical smile vanished from Lu Ming's face, replaced by an intense sharpness in his gaze, fixated on the monstrous fin cutting through the waves, as his inner energy surged. It seemed their first major client had arrived. Chapter 43, a phantom ship? It is my new warship. The terrifying dorsal fin, carrying an oppressive force typical of the early stages of the Mountain Sea realm, was set to crush the small wooden boat along with its two occupants into mere fragments. Su Shaoan could even discern the barnacles and slime clinging to its rugged, rock-like dark green skin. In that critical moment, Lu Ming exhibited no sign of panic. Instead, he radiated extreme calmness tinged with a hint of madness. System. Scan the underwater structures of the sea ahead at maximum power. Identify usable terrain. He mentally roared. Scanning consumes spiritual power. 8. Warning. Increased consumption of spiritual power causing slight dizziness. Scan complete. 300 meters to the left front, at a depth of 40 meters. A large artificial metal structure exists, suspected to be a sunken ship, with some areas containing hollow access points. That's it. Without hesitation, Lu Ming swiftly wrapped his arms around Su Shaoan's waist, while his other hand forcefully kicked the pile of iron-toothed arrowfish corpses, laced with high-grade bait, toward the gaping maw of the giant beast. Simultaneously, he stomped his foot hard. Explode. Boom. The already crumbling wooden boat erupted instantaneously with the infusion of his energy, generating a massive shock wave that, mixed with splintered wood and water, not only temporarily obscured the giant's line of sight and momentum, but also afforded Lu Ming a reverse. Ferocious thrust. Let us go. He propelled himself and Su Shaoan into the water with lightning speed, diving precisely toward the hollow he had scanned within the sunken ship. The giant creature swallowed the bait, seemingly enticed by the subtle, yet pure energy, momentarily slowing its advance. Suddenly, it discovered its true target had infiltrated the depths of the ocean, emitting a deep, resounding roar akin to a bull. Its massive form churned the waters as it descended in pursuit. The underwater light was dim and the water pressure surged. With the protective force of the looming Yuanli surrounding him, the heart of the source guided him with precision, and soon he beheld the silhouette of a colossal, dilapidated ancient vessel, embedded at an angle in the seabed silt. The hull's material was indiscernible, neither wholly wood nor iron, marred with corrosive signs and enormous claw marks, with teeth imprints scattered about. Some of the damaged areas exuded a faint, eerie energy, within which distorted, translucent figures, vengeful spirits, and grotesque sea creatures swam. Target identified: ancient alchemical merchant ship in ghost ship state. Warning: a significant aggregation of negative energy detected. Vengeful spirits. Mid to late stage of the spirit stream realm, and mutated sea beasts, initially perfected in the spirit stream realm. This was it. Looming wasted no time, charging into the vessel through the largest gaping hole, with Su Shaowan by his side. Behind them, the colossal sea demon of the mountain and sea realm pursued. Seemingly cautious of the sunken ship, circling and roaring without making a direct assault. The interior of the ship was vast, yet shrouded in an eerie silence. Rotting decks, scattered cargo boxes, and congealed dark red stains were omnipresent. The air was thick with despair and resentment. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several translucent, wailing vengeful spirits detected the presence of the living and immediately lunged forward, their chilling negative energy piercing through the soul. Simultaneously, a few mutated fish, adorned with excess appendages and bulging eyes, sprang from the shadows, baring their sharp fangs. Seeking death, Looming's gaze was frigid, as the looming Yuanli, cold and sinister, inherently restrained these malevolent entities. He pointed his fingers, the Yuanli coalescing into needles that accurately targeted the cores of the vengeful spirits. Puff, puff, puff. The spirits in the mid to late stages of the spirit stream realm that encountered the pure looming Yuanli dissipated with a piercing shriek, akin to snow meeting the blazing sun, vanishing in an instant. Disintegrated ships vengeful spirits, mid-spirit stream realm, X5, ships vengeful spirits, late spirit stream realm, X3. Acquired, pure soul shards X22 units, fragmented memory pieces X8. Acquired source points, 505, 1003, 250,300,550. Current source points, 88,738, 550, 94,238. As for the approaching mutated sea beasts, Looming dealt with them in a straightforward manner, unleashing a barrage of blows, the overwhelming power of his perfected spirit stream realm energy obliterating them into clouds of blood mist. Disintegrated mutated poison spikes fish, initial spirit stream realm, X3, multi-legged armored shrimp, perfected spirit stream realm, X1. Acquired, mutated demon cores X4, poison spike materials X9, armored shell materials X15 units. Acquired source points, 103, 10,000 and 131,1030. Current source points, 94238, 1030104538. Su Shaowan was not idle either. Her short blade danced gracefully in her hands, as azure water Yuanli shielded her flank, clearing out any remaining threats. Looming remained in motion, the heart of the source, operating at full capacity, scanning the entirety of the vessel. Scanning consumes spiritual energy. 5 slight headache. Scan complete. The core power chamber of the vessel is located in the lower rear, housing an ancient alchemical core, severely damaged, with an accompanying energy conversion array, partially incomplete. Structural integrity of the hull, 37, multiple damages, slight cracks in the keel. System. Assess the alchemical core and the energy array, and calculate the repair plan along with the required origin points. Assessment consumes spiritual energy. 3. Assessment complete. Basic alchemical power core, seriously damaged, Mountain Sea Realm quality, accompanied by a fragmented energy conversion composite rune set. Repair plan. Requires 50 units of deep sea cold iron, 10 units of mithril wire, and 5 dark attribute demon cores of the spirit stream realm or above. Alternatively, pay 3,000 origin points for energy simulation repair, effect reduced, shorter duration. To repair the hull structure requires 100 units of refined steel, 200 units of ironwood. Alternatively, pay 5,000 origin points for energy simulation repair. The impoverished Lu Ming gazed at the exorbitant demand for origin points, his lips twitching slightly. He decisively chose to scavenge, or rather, to utilize waste. Disassemble all the scrap metal, leftover weapons, and those dilapidated cargo boxes aboard the ship. Disassembled scrap hull metal, common, gained 120 units of rough metal ingots. Disassembled broken weapons, common origin realm, gained 35 units of inferior iron essence, 12 fragments of shattered runes. Disassembled decayed cargo boxes, common, gained, 80 units of wood. Gained origin points, 1865. The yield from common disassembly is extremely low. Total calculation is accurate. Current origin points, 104, 538, 1865, 106,403. The materials were far from sufficient, and their quality was lacking. Lu Ming's gaze swept across the lingering Mountain Sea realm giant demon outside the ship, and then at the remnants of dark energy and vengeful spirits at the damaged parts of the hull. System, is it possible to reverse analyze these negative energies and remnants of vengeful spirits and synthesize temporary repair materials? Negative energy aggregation glue. Using the existing low-grade materials? Prioritize sealing the breaches to ensure basic hull integrity and buoyancy. Plan feasible. Reverse analysis of negative energy structure consumes spiritual energy for intensifying headache. Synthesize negative energy aggregation glue, special material of spirit stream realm. Requires 50 rough metal ingots, 50 units of wood, 10 pure soul shards. Origin points, 300. Shall we proceed with synthesis? Synthesize. Prioritize patching underwater breaches and keel cracks. Synthesis consumes origin points, 300. Current origin points, 106,403, 300, 103403. Gained. Large quantity of negative energy aggregation glue. A pitch black, viscous substance emanating a chill. Materialized out of thin air. Under Lu Ming's control, it swiftly flowed to the various breaches and cracks in the keel of the hull, rapidly solidifying into an extremely resilient black material, temporarily sealing and reinforcing the hull. Gurgle. The ship trembled slightly, beginning to rise slowly. It was a success. Su Shaowan exclaimed in delight. However, Lu Ming dashed directly towards the power chamber at the stern. There, a complex metallic sphere, marred by cracks and emitting an exceedingly dim glow, was laboriously operating, its surface inscribed with intricate runes. Identify the core runes. Document the structure. Attempting to inject elemental energy for activation. Soul power consumed during identification. 2. Obtained fragment of ancient shipbuilding techniques. Alchemy Power Edition, X1. Elemental energy injection response from the core is sluggish. Efficiency below 3. TSK, what a wretched contraption. Lu Ming grimaced. His eyes darting as an audacious idea sparked within him. He retrieved several mundane demon cores obtained from the disassembly of the iron-toothed arrow fish. System. Calculate. If I utilize these low-tier demon cores as igniters, can I unleash the instantaneous energy from their disassembly to give this old core a kick, temporarily boosting its output power? Calculating. High-risk plan, yet feasible. Expected short-term power increase to 15, lasting 10 minutes. Precise control of energy injection points required. The system seemed to lag momentarily. This will suffice. Lu Ming grinned, meticulously positioning the demon cores on several critical nodes of the alchemical core. Disassemble the demon cores. Direct energy to the core. Disassembled iron-toothed demon cores, mundane, X17, gained origin points, 170, 10 points each. Total 171, 0170. Current origin points, 103,403, 170, 105,103. Guiding disassembled energy to impact the alchemical core. The calculations are bewildering. Quick, recalibrate, regretting the excessive disassembly. The values are modest but numerous. Let the narrative continue. Buzz. The alchemical core trembled violently, its surface runes igniting in a blinding radiance, the output power surging abruptly. The entire ghost ship seemed invigorated, breaking through the ocean's surface and accelerating forward with ferocity. The colossal sea monster outside, taken aback by the sudden acceleration, let out an enraged roar and strained to pursue, but found itself increasingly distanced. Success. Lu Ming patted the humming core, which seemed on the brink of another breakdown. Thoroughly pleased with his makeshift repairs, he stepped onto the deck, observing the ancient vessel, now mended by dark substances, slicing through the dark azure waves. Though still worn and tattered, it brimmed with vitality. Su Shaowan, glancing back at the receding figure of the giant monster, exhaled in relief and couldn't help but smile. Shall we consider this our new ship? Let's name it. Lu Ming stroked his chin, gazing at the crooked black patches on the hull, pondering for a moment before snapping his fingers. How about we call it the Black Pearl? Though it currently resembles a moldy black pearl. Su Shaowan, could we choose something more auspicious? At that moment, a notification from the Heart of Origin resonated. Notification, a faint energy signal detected in the captain's cabin. Suspected encrypted storage compartment. They exchanged glances and made their way to the captain's cabin. Lu Ming effortlessly unraveled the long-defunct restrictions, revealing a hidden compartment. Inside, there were no treasures of gold or silver, only a partially intact maritime map crafted from an unknown beast's hide. Most of the map's regions were obscured, yet one area marked by peculiar blood-red runes stood out with exceptional clarity, accompanied by 4 ancient characters inscribed in a universal tongue: Eye of the Storm. Chapter 44, A Tempestuous Catastrophe? Allow me to add some flourishes. The Black Pearl glided through the shadowy illumination of the demon realm, navigating slowly towards the Eye of the Storm, guided by a tattered maritime map. Lu Ming stood at the bow, a flicker of dark and profound energy from the abyssal springs dancing at his fingertips. As he endeavored to combine it with several ancient runes recently recorded from the alchemical core, conducting a small-scale experiment on energy structure. Meanwhile, Su Xiaowan was familiarizing herself with the structure of this new vessel. Although it was worn and aged, it was a far cry from the frail little boat that seemed poised to sink at any moment. Suddenly, the heart of the primordial emitted an urgent warning. Warning: a massive concentration of extreme energy detected ahead. Attributes: violent thunder elemental energy, chaotic water elemental energy. Assessment: an enormous thunderstorm is forming. Warning: a tracking signal has been detected from behind. Energy characteristics match. Lin family reconnaissance vessels from Lu Yun Academy, Lingxi realm level, X3. Lu Ming abruptly raised his head, witnessing the heavy clouds gathering at the horizon with alarming speed, rolling like ink. As electric serpents danced within and the thunderous roars echoed like the growls of a colossal beast. The impending doom was chilling to the bone. Simultaneously, 3 small black dots were rapidly approaching through the waves, clearly the hunting fleet dispatched by the Lin family, which had located them through some form of tracking sorcery. How persistent! Su Xiaowan's expression turned grave. With a thunderstorm ahead and pursuers behind, they were nearly cornered. Yet, as Lu Ming surveyed the cataclysmic tempest and then the approaching vessels, his eyes sparkled not with fear, but with an intense exhilaration and madness. This was fortuitous. He licked his lips, a near-mad grin spreading across his face, lamenting the ship's lack of power, as the heavens had now provided both a power source and training partners. System: calculate the edge intensity of the storm energy, its flow patterns, and predict the trajectory of the pursuing vessels. I wish to deliver them a grand gift. Consumption of spiritual power during calculation. 7. Headache intensifies. Calculation complete. It is advisable to guide the dissipating thunder from the storm's periphery. Each bolt of lightning is estimated to contain energy equivalent to a full-force strike from the Lingxi realm. The pursuing fleet will enter the optimal strike zone in approximately 3 minutes. 3 minutes? That is ample time. Lu Ming's figure shifted as he leapt directly to the top of the violently swaying mast. His hands danced swiftly, shaping some discarded metallic fragments found in the sunken ship's hold. With assistance from the heart of the primordial, he instantaneously forged several bizarre metal rods with pointed tips, makeshift lightning rods, and forcefully implanted them at the highest points around the ship's hull. Next, he retrieved several pieces of iron shell material, obtained from disassembling mutated sea beasts, and, channeling his energy, melted and elongated them into slender metal wires, connecting the lightning rods to the alchemical core at the ship's stern, which was still operating under excessive strain. Lu Ming, you are mad. This will attract the lightning. Su Xiaowan exclaimed, her face pale from below. That's exactly what I desire. Lu Ming laughed heartily. Do you remember how I repaired the ship? Today, we shall subject this old core to a tempestuous treatment, while simultaneously illuminating the path for our friends behind. His audacious action can only be described as dancing upon the edge of a blade. With a resounding crack, a blinding bolt of lightning finally tore through the heavens, descending like a silver dragon. However, under the meticulously arranged lightning attraction array set by Lu Ming, the bolt astonishingly deviated slightly, striking fiercely upon a lightning rod. Zing! The terrifying might of thunder surged through the metallic wire into the vessel's hull, causing the entire Black Pearl to tremble violently, radiating light as if it were on the verge of disintegration. Guided celestial thunder energy, approximately equivalent to a perfect strike at the spirit stream realm, successful. Alchemical core overloaded. Output power instantaneously surged to 80. Ship speed dramatically increased. Core damage rate, 5. Not enough. Still insufficient. Lu Ming, feeling the violent surge of blood and energy within him from the residual thunder, grew even more exhilarated. System: decompose a portion of the thunderous energy that has infiltrated the vessel, convert it into source points, while simultaneously cushioning the impact on the hull. Decomposing residual thunder energy, perfect level of spirit stream realm. Acquired source points, 950, single decomposition, energy dissipation severe, Thus below, standard 1,000 points. Current source points, 105. 103,950,114, 603. Almost simultaneously, 3 reconnaissance ships from the Lin family pursued into this frenzied sea. They were astonished to witness Lu Ming's vessel actively attracting lightning. Had that lad gone mad? Quick! Avoid the lightning zone. Engage with long-range spiritual crossbows. Yet, it was already too late. Standing atop the mast, Lu Ming's vital energy surged, his eyes flickering with streams of data. He zeroed in on a colossal bolt of lightning poised to strike, and below, a Lin family warship fortuitously positioned along its trajectory. With a mighty heave, he hurled a lightning rod connected by a long metallic wire towards the Lin family vessel. Akin to casting a harpoon, the wire sliced through the air, and although it did not directly strike the hull, it fell into the sea ahead of it. Now is the moment. Guide it to me. Boom. Another ferocious thunderclap was drawn down by the lightning rod. The majority of the thunderous energy was absorbed by the Black Pearl, yet a small fraction surged along the highly conductive metallic wire through the water, instantaneously racing towards the Lin family warship. No, the Lin family disciples aboard barely had time to emit cries of despair. Dazzling arcs of electricity coursed wildly across the surface of the vessel, instantly scorching and splintering the wooden hull, while the array's runes overloaded and shattered, igniting fiery explosions. Indirectly guided celestial thunder, partial energy, struck the Lin family reconnaissance ship, Spirit Stream realm level. Target hull structure severely damaged, array rendered ineffective, power lost. Heavy casualties among personnel. Huh, how does the aroma of barbecue fare? Lu Ming laughed triumphantly, his subordinates unceasingly replicating the risky maneuver, deftly directing the thunder. Either striking directly at the pursuing ships or employing the seawater's conductivity, transforming the rear waters into a veritable hell of thunder. The remaining 2 vessels of the Lin family, terrified beyond measure, desperately attempted to turn and flee, but how could they outpace the divine wrath of thunder? Ultimately, another vessel was struck directly, disintegrating and sinking on the spot. The last ship was severely battered by the remnants of the thunder, retreating in disarray amidst billowing black smoke. Energy from the disintegration of the heavenly thunder was accumulated, totaling 800 origin points. Current origin points, 114, 603, 800, 152, 603. Warning, frequent guidance and disintegration of high-intensity energy has led to excessive consumption of spiritual strength. Current spiritual strength, 71. Symptoms of intense dizziness and tinnitus have emerged. Lu Ming, pale-faced, leaped down from the mast, rubbing his aching temples. However, upon witnessing the beleaguered retreat of the enemy and the soaring origin points, a radiant smile graced his face. The Black Pearl had absorbed several bolts of heavenly thunder, and although the damage rate of the alchemical core had surged to 30, its output power temporarily remained at a high level of 50, propelling the ship swiftly out of the storm's edge. The sea gradually calmed, yet the sky remained overcast. Suddenly, the ship jolted violently as if grasped by an invisible hand. Ahead on the water's surface, a colossal vortex appeared without warning, generating a terrifying suction that ensnared the Black Pearl, dragging it relentlessly toward the abyss. What is happening? Su Shaowan exclaimed, gripping the ship's rail tightly. Lu Ming steadied himself, gazing into the depths of the vortex, his pupils constricting abruptly. Deep within that profoundly dark vortex, a vague silhouette of a vast, ancient palace made of crystal and colossal stones flickered past. Warning, detection of an ultra-high-intensity spatial distortion field and abnormal energy response. A significant unknown spatial structure exists below. Detection of a weak resonance response resembling the deeply encrypted information in the Source Heart database, with a similarity of 17. Chapter 45, The Siren Singer? The vortex, like a gaping maw of the abyss, mercilessly consumed the Black Pearl. The disorienting sensation of weightlessness enveloped Lu Ming and Su Shaowan, surrounded by roaring seawater and swirling silt, utterly obscuring their vision. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until that dreadful force of tearing suddenly vanished. Bang! The ship crashed heavily onto a resilient and elastic surface, producing a muffled thud, finally halting its tumultuous motion. Lu Ming swiftly regained his balance, shaking his increasingly painful head from the rapid spinning and depletion of spiritual strength. Casting a wary glance around. Warning, excessive consumption of spiritual strength, current spiritual strength, 69. Continued intense dizziness and tinnitus. It is advised to cease high-load calculations immediately and engage in deep breathing exercises. He suppressed his discomfort and surveyed his surroundings, his eyes flickering with astonishment. They appeared to be situated at the bottom of a colossal, inverted transparent glass bowl. Outside the bowl lay the deep, dark sea, where massive fish shadows could be faintly discerned swimming. Within the bowl was a peculiar, arid space filled with air. Beneath their feet was a surface smooth as jade, and in the distance stood uniquely shaped structures, with flowing lines that emitted a soft, pearlescent glow, distinctly different in style from the flowing Cloud Academy or any known human civilization, imbued with a sense of advanced technology and mystery that transcended time. Scanning environment consumes spiritual strength. 1. Confirmation. Inside a high-intensity transparent barrier. Barrier strength, stellar realm, severely diminishing. Environmental analysis. Air composition is suitable. Elemental energy concentration is moderate, and unknown inert energy particles are present. Architectural style identification and residual energy signature match database compatibility at 158, confirming it as an abandoned outpost of the primordial civilization beneath the water. The heartbeat of Lu Ming quickened slightly as his gaze swept across the structures, akin to a ravenous wolf spotting its prey. System, mark all areas of high-energy reactions and potential storage of data and items. Is this the ocean floor? Are we not dead? Su Xiaowan, still shaken, stood up, equally awed by the peculiar scene. Temporarily safe, Lu Ming stated succinctly, seizing the moment. Let the scavenging commence. He charged toward the nearby buildings like a whirlwind. Most of these structures had their doors wide open, their internal frameworks relatively intact, yet devoid of life. Filled only with cold instruments and dust-covered control panels. Discovered primordial civilization information storage crystals, damaged, X3. Automatically recorded and analyzed yielding fragments of the foundational energy matrix theory, incomplete, X1. Found an abandoned multifunctional maintenance robot, Shanghai realm level, completely damaged, X1, disassembling. Acquired. Precision parts X1 20 units, superconducting fibers X35 units, residual energy core X1. Obtained origin points, 8,500, Shanghai realm item, severely damaged, value below 10. 000 points standard, calculation accurate. Current origin points, 152603, 85002, 37603. Lu Ming moved with remarkable speed, dismantling anything of value that could not be transported. He even attempted to use elemental energy to slice off a piece of wall material. Decomposed unknown alloy wall panel, Lingxi realm quality, X1. Obtained, basic alloy ingots X10 units. Acquired origin points, 800, Lingxi realm quality, calculation accurate. Current origin points, 237,603, 800, 245603. We're striking it rich, he remarked. Observing the rapidly fluctuating origin points, a faint smile reminiscent of a miser gracing his pale face, even alleviating his headache somewhat. Su Xiaowan, bemused by his fervent scavenging, kept a vigilant eye on their surroundings. As Lu Ming approached the center of this area, where a massive diamond-shaped crystal pillar seemed to supply energy, his pupils suddenly constricted. He beheld 3 enormous claw marks on the surface of the pillar, seemingly torn by some monstrous beast, capable of withstanding the pressures of the deep sea. What startled him further were the faint traces of an extremely chilling aura lingering at the edges of the claw marks, sending shivers deep within his soul. Emergency warning. Detection of ultra-high-level energy residue. Initiating analysis and comparison. Comparison complete. The characteristics of the residual energy fluctuations bear a resemblance to those of the Overseer, with a similarity rating of 417. Warning. Suspected that the Overseer or its kindred life forms once attacked this location. The Overseer. Lu Ming's heart raced with alarm, instantly heightening his vigilance as he swiftly retreated, distancing himself from the crystal pillar. The waters of this world are far deeper than he ever imagined. Just then, a faint, ethereal melody drifted through the air, reminiscent of a lover's whisper, enchanting and alluring. The song resonated beautifully, imbued with a peculiar magic that effortlessly relaxed one's spirit, compelling the listener to succumb to its charms and gravitate toward its source. Su Xiaowan's gaze became momentarily dazed, her cheeks flushed, instinctively taking a step in that direction. Xiaowan. Lu Ming's low admonition, infused with the essence of the spring, struck her like a cold splash of water, jolting her back to reality with a surge of apprehension. It was a mermaid, or rather, a siren. Lu Ming's expression turned frigid as he focused on the origin of the melody. He was all too familiar with such temptations that directly preyed upon the spirit. They were tricks he had mastered. Scanning interference source consumes soul power, 2. Detected humanoid life, forms X12, energy response. Late spirit stream realm X1, mid spirit stream realm X3, early spirit stream realm X8. Life signature, half human, half fish, possessing formidable mental manipulation abilities. Hiding would be futile, they were courting death. Lu Ming scoffed coldly, his murderous intent surging forth. He had been troubled by the remnants of the Overseer's presence, feeling a need to vent his frustrations. Swiftly, he retrieved several precision components and superconducting fibers from his system space. With a surge of energy through his hands, the heart of origin, calculated with fervor. Fond of singing, are we? Allow me to present a little surprise. System, assist in designing and synthesizing a high-frequency noise generator, knockoff version. Plan generation and synthesis consumes source points, 500 points. Current source points, 245,603 to 502,40603. Acquired. High-frequency noise generator, special item for Spirit Stream Realm, X1. A contraption, seemingly a chaotic assembly of several speakers and metal plates, materialized in his hands, exuding a postmodern wasteland aesthetic. At that moment, the mermaids revealed themselves. Their upper bodies were the visage of stunningly beautiful women with alabaster skin, while their lower halves were adorned with fine scales of fish tails. Wielding weapons made of coral or bone, their eyes shimmered with allure and greed as they sang increasingly urgent, beguiling melodies. The leading siren's voice suddenly crescendoed, unleashing an invisible wave of mental force aimed directly at Lu Ming and Su Xiaowan. Without flinching, Lu Ming activated the noise generator in his hands. Zi! An excruciatingly shrill, utterly dissonant cacophony erupted from him, akin to nails scraping glass intermingled with metallic friction and explosive clamor, radiating outward from Lu Ming like a shockwave. This sound was sheer torment to normal ears, utterly shattering the seemingly exquisite siren song. Ugh! The sirens were the first to suffer. Their sensitive mental faculties and auditory systems decimated, unleashing anguished screams as they clutched their heads, rolling in the water, blood seeping from their eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. Their enchanting powers instantly dismantled. Even Su Xiaowan was jolted by the noise, her brows furrowing as she hastily shielded her ears with her energy. Lu Ming flashed a satisfied grin, reveling in his musical talent. What do you think? My sea rock is quite powerful, I assent it? Before his words could fully dissipate, he surged forth like a wraith. Seizing the opportunity, he unleashed his sword energy, the Mingshui sword, weaving through the anguished and chaotic forms of the mermaid sirens with precision and ferocity. Blood sprayed forth, instantly staining the surrounding waters crimson. Defeated mermaid sirens, early Spirit Stream Realm, X8, mermaid sirens, mid-Spirit Stream Realm, X3. Acquired. Mermaid tears, common material, X11, sharp claws, common material, X33. Fragmented heart enticing scales, Spirit Stream material, X12. Acquired origin points, 108, 503, 80, 150, 230. Current origin points, 240, 603, 230, 242. 903. Just as he was about to deliver the final blow to the leading siren of the late Spirit Stream Realm, she, despite the excruciating pain, summoned the strength to cry out in a harsh, human tone, "Stop! Outsider! We seek not vengeance but assistance. The malevolent deep-sea Leviathan awakens and is devouring my people's lair. I plead for your salvation." Lu Ming halted, his sword's tip before her alabaster neck, a droplet of blood oozing forth. His gaze remained cold and unyielding. "Oh, consuming your kin? What concern is that of mine? Provide me with a compelling reason to spare you and offer my aid." Despair and terror filled the siren's eyes as she implored, "Treasure. I know of ancient shipwrecks near the lair of the deep-sea Leviathan, filled with glittering stones, energy crystals. They are yours. Just please, save my tribe." Lu Ming narrowed his eyes, seemingly deliberating her words. At that very moment, the entire barrier space began to tremble violently, as if some colossal entity were violently colliding with it from the outside. Boom! The transparent barrier emitted a spine-chilling groan. Fissures appearing as seawater began to seep through. Simultaneously, a terrifying, brutal force, akin to that of a late Mountain Sea realm entity, surged through the barrier, pressing down with overwhelming might. Warning: detection of an immensely powerful life form approaching. Energy level, late Mountain Sea realm. Identification: the true form of the deep-sea Leviathan has arrived. Barrier is on the verge of collapse. It's coming. The siren's voice quivered with despair. Lu Ming's expression shifted dramatically as he looked up. Outside the barrier loomed an unimaginably colossal shadow, a terrifying tentacle covered in suckers and jagged barbs, resembling a mountain. Boom! The tentacle crashed down upon the already strained barrier. Crack! The entire glass bowl-like barrier shattered in an instant. An unstoppable torrent of seawater, imbued with destructive force, surged forth. The Black Pearl, in the face of such titanic power, was torn apart like a mere toy. Lu Ming and Su Xiaowan had no time to react. Swept away by the terrifying currents, instantly losing sight of one another as they plummeted into the cold, dark depths of the ocean. Body impacted by immense force. Internal organs injured. Warning, deep sea pressure environment. Continuous consumption of energy required to resist. Amidst the suffocating darkness and chaos, Lu Ming strained to maintain his composure as the heart of Genesis forcibly scanned the depths below, despite the piercing agony in his soul. Scanning consumes soul power. 3. Anomaly detected. The area beneath is not the seabed. There exists a massive artificial structure with an extraordinarily strong energy response. Weak resonance detected. Similarity with the deep-level encrypted information of the heart of Genesis has risen to 31. He suddenly gazed downward, and through the murky depths, he discerned that what lay far beneath was not the imagined silt, but rather an expansive, immense transparent barrier emanating a gentle yet resilient luminescence. Beyond this barrier, the ocean floor was not a natural formation, but a magnificent array of architectural outlines, arranged in a staggering manner. A city, deserted and slumbering at the bottom of the ocean. Chapter 46. The isolated city beneath the sea, or a civilizational prison. Chilled and breathless. The terrifying water pressure violently compressed from all directions, threatening to crush bones and organs into dust. Lu Ming gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain and dizziness, desperately operating the 9 nether spring technique. The pure essence of the spring surged within him, forming a resilient shield to withstand the pressure of the deep sea. Each breath, or rather, each maintenance of his inner breath, consumed an immense amount of energy. Rapid consumption of energy. 92, 88, 85. Body damage. Internal organs vibrating violently. Meridians under pressure. Warning, continuous harm from the deep sea environment. Urgent need to escape or find shelter. Struggling to stabilize himself amidst the darkness, he suppressed the intense discomfort stemming from his soul's depletion and injuries, his gaze sharp as he swept toward the depths below. The vast barrier radiating with a faint glow appeared like a guiding beacon in the profound darkness. The closer he approached, the more he could perceive its grandeur and incredibility. The expanse of the barrier was astonishing, with the outlines of the city beneath becoming distinctly visible. Towering spires, domed structures, and interwoven passages, all exhibiting a fluid and peculiar geometric beauty. Composed of a material neither metal nor stone, shimmering with a cold luster. This was a colossal city entirely submerged in the abyss. Most profoundly stirring his spirit was the resonance from the heart of Genesis, within his consciousness, which had notably intensified, though still faint. It felt akin to a long-lost wanderer responding to the call of home. That is the place. Lu Ming gritted his teeth, allocating his dwindling energy primarily to combat the water pressure, adjusting his posture like a swordfish as he swiftly descended toward the softly glowing barrier. The closer he neared, the more he sensed the barrier's formidable power. Even after enduring countless ages, the energy fluctuations it emitted remained disquieting. Yet simultaneously, he discerned that this barrier was not without its flaws. The flowing luminescence appeared dim in certain areas, and there were even subtle fissures present. Scanning for structural weaknesses in the barrier consumes soul power. 4. Dizziness intensifies. 3 nodes of energy circulation obstruction detected. Defensive strength reduced to a minimum. Weak points may be targeted for a breakthrough. Lu Ming focused on the dimmest area, gathering remnants of elemental energy at his fingertips. The power of the Ming Spring coalesced into a sharp, icy sword light, which he thrust forward with great force. With a sharp hiss, the barrier flickered violently, tearing open a gap wide enough for a single person to pass through. Without hesitation, Lu Ming slipped inside. Just as he entered, the fissure in the barrier rapidly sealed behind him. Thud! He fell onto the cold, hard ground of the city, finally liberated from the terrifying pressure of the deep sea. Air rushed back into his lungs, carrying a stale, icy scent, yet it bestowed upon him a sensation of rebirth. He immediately settled into a meditative posture, swallowing several pills, channeling all his energy to heal his wounds and restore his elemental power, while his vigilant gaze swept the surroundings. Silence. An absolute silence. The grand city lay desolate, its streets orderly, buildings intact, and some shop doors ajar, as if there had just been activity moments before. Yet now, there was not a single sign of life, no sounds, no lights, only the dim illumination provided by the subtly glowing materials of the structures, evoking an intensely surreal atmosphere. Environment scan, no life signals detected. Air composition stable. Elemental energy concentration slightly below average. Presence of inert energy particles. Building material analysis. Composite bioalloy, exhibiting self-repair characteristics. Function halted due to energy depletion. Determination, typical creation of the primal civilization. Warning, multiple traces of battle residue and energy annihilation signatures detected. The city has evidently endured fierce conflict. Lu Ming slowly rose and approached a nearby building, his fingers brushing against the wall, which felt cold and smooth. He noticed a distinct charred mark on the surface, the edges displaying crystalline features. Analysis of residual energy matching with the observer's attack residue similarity, 389. Another observer. Lu Ming's expression hardened. This city was likely not abandoned, but rather cleansed. However, this presented a tremendous opportunity for him. An outpost forsaken or purged by the primal civilization, even if it only bore remnants, would be sufficient to satiate his needs. System, mark all high-value items, energy sources, and information storage points. He suppressed his inner turmoil. Excitement flickering in his eyes, as if he had stumbled into an unguarded treasure vault. He glided like a specter through the silent streets of the city. Detected public information terminal, damaged, X1, attempted repair reading failed. Decomposing. Acquired, precision components X85 units, damaged information chip X3. Acquired primal points, 3,200, severely damaged item from the Mountain Sea realm. Current primal points, 242903, 3200, 274,903. Discovered abandoned armed robots, core missing, mid-stage of the Mountain Sea realm, X2. Decomposing. Acquired, high-strength alloy X200 units, power transmission components X40, weapon fragments X18. The origin point soared to remarkable heights. Lu Ming felt elated. Even the sharp pain in his soul seemed to diminish significantly. As he walked and dismantled everything of value he encountered, his actions exemplified the admirable quality of reaping benefits as he passed. He even ventured into what appeared to be a laboratory, gathering a collection of incomprehensible, faintly glowing instruments to disassemble. Decomposed unknown analysis instrument set, Lingxi realm, Shanghai realm. Acquired, special glass crystals X50, energy conducting metals X120, rare element powders X30 units. Acquired origin point, 5888, mixed quality, comprehensive calculation. Current origin point, for 10903, 5888, 469783. We're on our way to prosperity, he murmured, his movements becoming swifter. Just as he attempted to pry open an exceptionally heavy metal door with brute force, the heart of origin suddenly detected an exceedingly faint energy fluctuation from afar. This was not the dead energy of the origin civilization, but rather the living, panicked, and struggling waves of elemental force. It felt somewhat familiar. Su Shaowan? Lu Ming paused, his gaze sharpening instantaneously. He abandoned the door, his figure darting silently towards the source of the energy fluctuation. After traversing several streets and rounding a corner, a vast plaza unfolded before him. The scene there made Lu Ming's pupils constrict. Su Shaowan was leaning against a colossal diamond-shaped crystal pillar, wielding a short blade. Her complexion pale, blood trickling from the corners of her mouth, and her elemental force swirling chaotically around her, clearly injured. Her dress was torn in multiple places, presenting a rather disheveled appearance. Surrounding her were 7 or 8 bizarre sea demon creatures. At the forefront was a nearly 3-meter-tall, muscle-bound man with grayish-blue skin, resembling a shark with sharp teeth and a dorsal fin, wielding a massive bone blade that exuded a fierce aura of complete mastery in the Lingxi realm. Beside him was a crab demon burdened with a heavy shell, its pincers resembling giant hammers, equally proficient in the Lingxi realm. The remaining creatures were a few shrimp and crab soldiers wielding crude weapons at the mid-level of the Lingxi realm. Their eyes glimmered with hunger, madness, and greed, fixated on Su Shaowan as though she were a delectable feast. Human girl, stop struggling. Submit, and let us feast on you. After being trapped in this wretched place for so long, we finally get a taste. The shark-headed leader sneered, advancing step by step. Huh, a bunch of uncivilized seafood. Su Shaowan spat out a mouthful of blood, her gaze defiant. Despite her exhaustion, she showed no intention of surrendering. Seeking death, roared the shark leader, swinging his massive bone blade down with a gust of foul wind. Su Shaowan struggled to raise her blade in defense, but the terrifying force knocked her back, causing another spurt of blood, as the sea demons surged forward, ready to devour her. Whoosh! A dark and profound sword aura materialized out of thin air with astonishing swiftness. With a swift thrust, the head of a mid-stage Lingxi realm shrimp soldier was severed, the greed in its eyes frozen in shock. Decomposed sea demon shrimp soldier, mid-stage Lingxi realm, X1. Acquired, shrimp shell armor piece, common, X20, inferior demon core, X1. Acquisition of source points, 50, meets standards. Current source points, 469,783.50, 470,283. This sudden turn of events left all the sea demons momentarily stunned. Lu Ming's figure appeared before Su Shaowan like a ghost, wielding a black sword forged from pure Mingspring elemental power, his gaze as frigid as eternal ice. Surveying the group of sea demons. Who dares to touch me? Have you sought my consent? His voice was low yet laced with an unsettling murderous intent and the overwhelming pressure of a perfected Lingxi realm. The Sharkman leader and the Crab Demon sensed an aura emanating from Lu Ming that was not only equal to theirs, but even more profound and substantial. Particularly, the ruthless efficiency with which he had dispatched the shrimp soldier sparked a flicker of apprehension in their eyes. Another human? The Sharkman leader bared his teeth. Kid, do you wish to meddle? Then I shall devour you too. Devour me. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold, almost mocking smile. Perfect, my ship has sunk, and I am in need of a few rowers. His gaze swept across the assembly of sea demons, ultimately resting on the Sharkman leader and the Crab Demon, nodding as if appraising the value of livestock. You both appear robust. You shall do. This remark was delivered with such casualness that it seemed as though he were selecting livestock at a market rather than confronting a band of ferocious sea demons. The sea demons were left bewildered by his audacity. Behind him, Su Shaowan felt a mix of admiration and amusement, nearly causing her to wince from her wound. Arrogant. Tear him apart. The Sharkman leader roared in fury, brandishing his bone blade as he charged forward. The Crab Demon also swung its massive pincers, striking down upon Lu Ming with ferocious intent. An epic battle erupted instantaneously. Chapter 47. Reunion and Choice? Allies or Prey? Faced with the Sharkman leader's powerful bone blade and the Crab Demon's hammer-like pincers, Lu Ming's expression remained utterly unperturbed. Perfected Lingxi realm? In the presence of one who had endured the refinement of civilization's embers and whose elemental power far surpassed that of his peers, such strength was insignificant. He did not employ any elaborate techniques. With a subtle shift of his footwork, he evaded the crushing pincers with ghostly agility, while simultaneously extending his left hand, fingers poised like a sword, striking precisely at the Sharkman leader's wrist acupoint. With a swift thrust, the Mingspring elemental power, imbued with an icy chill, surged forth. The Sharkman leader felt his entire arm go numb with piercing pain. As if his meridians had been frozen, his formidable bone blade slipped from his grasp, soaring away. At the same moment, Lu Ming's right fist clenched tightly. A torrent of elemental power surged within him, and without any flourish, he unleashed a powerful punch, colliding directly with the empty claw of the Crab Demon. Boom! The impact of fist and claw resounded with a deep and thunderous roar. The proud Crab Demon, with its colossal pincers capable of splitting mountains, was unexpectedly sent reeling by a single strike, its hardened shell quickly becoming riddled with cracks. A chilling and domineering force surged within, causing its blood to churn and forcing it to stagger back, its eyes wide with disbelief. How could this be? The Crab Demon found it hard to fathom the source of such power. Useless, came Lu Ming's cold voice, akin to a judgment. Seizing the advantage, he darted forward like lightning, offering no respite to the two sea demon leaders. Against the Sharkman leader, he deftly targeted its joints and vital points with precise finger strikes, compelling the brute to rely on raw strength while being unable to effectively retaliate, leading it to clumsily evade and sustain numerous injuries, blood spilling profusely. With the Crab Demon, his approach was more direct and brutal. Every part of his body, fist, palm, elbow, knee, transformed into a weapon, imbued with a weighty and chilling essence, repeatedly crashing against its shell. Crack! Crack! The shell of the Crab Demon shattered continuously, viscous fluid oozing out as it cried out in agony. It was an overwhelming display of dominance. Su Shaowan watched in awe, her eyes sparkling with admiration. She was acutely aware of the formidable nature of these two sea demon leaders, having recently suffered injuries at their hands, yet here they were, utterly powerless against Lu Ming. The remaining shrimp soldiers and crab warriors were paralyzed with fear, wishing to assist, only to be met with Lu Ming's casually released finger winds that accurately pierced their skulls, ending their lives instantaneously. Decomposed Sea Demon Shrimp Soldier, Initial Spirit Stream Realm, X2. Sea Demon Crab Soldier, Mid-Spirit Stream Realm, X1. Acquired. Shell Materials, X35, Inferior Demon Core, X3. Acquired Origin Points, 102, 501, 20, 5070, Meet Standards. Current Origin Points, 470,283.70, 470,983, in less than a fragrant stick of incense's time. The two sea demon leaders, once fearsome and formidable, lay on the ground like dead dogs. The Sharkman leader was drenched in blood, its meridians corroded by the cold. Twitching incessantly, the crab demon fared even worse, its shell nearly shattered, lying lifelessly on the ground, exhaling its last breaths. Lu Ming approached the Sharkman leader, placing a foot upon its chest, his gaze indifferent. Now, who is the laborer? The Sharkman leader's eyes brimmed with fear and resentment as it hissed. Kill us if you must. You will not insult us, the warriors of the sea demons. Oh, you possess spirit, Lu Ming acknowledged with a nod, seemingly impressed. Then, before the Sharkman leader's astonished gaze, he rummaged through his system space and retrieved a box wrapped in oil paper. He skillfully unwrapped it to reveal several unremarkable, somewhat dry, dark brown blocks emitting a peculiar aroma of meat and grain. These were the low-grade demon beast meat and grain materials he had previously synthesized into high-energy military ration, common grade, for experimental purposes, never anticipating their utility in this moment. Breaking off a small piece, he crouched down, and under the bewildered stare of the Sharkman leader, he directly stuffed the military ration into its slightly agape mouth. The Sharkman leader instinctively felt the urge to expel the substance, yet as it touched his lips, an overwhelming wave of rich, pure carnivorous energy surged forth, igniting his long-starved taste buds and primal instincts. For one who had languished in this desolate underwater city for an indeterminate time, on the brink of madness from hunger, this was an irresistible temptation. His throat involuntarily convulsed, and he swallowed it down. Then, with wide eyes, he gazed at Lu Ming as if beholding an unfathomable monstrosity. Lu Ming tossed a larger piece of military rations towards the ailing crab demon's mouth. The crab demon's nostrils flared as it struggled to extend its tongue for a taste. And then, as if experiencing a fleeting revival, it suddenly seized the morsel and began to gnaw frantically. How about that? Lu Ming clapped his hands, rising to his feet and looking down upon the Sharkman leader with a demeanor as calm as if brokering a deal. Work with me, and you shall not go hungry. Is it not preferable to starving in this wretched place or meeting a violent end at my hands? The Sharkman leader stared at this powerful, ruthless yet peculiarly eccentric young human, his mind momentarily blank. He had envisioned various fates, from death to torment, yet never anticipated such an unexpected turn of events. A strike followed by a sweet reward? No, it was akin to nearly being slain, only to be tossed a piece of jerky, savoring the lingering taste of the meat. He felt an unfamiliar sense of satiety, glancing at the crab demon beside him, lost in its feasting, and reflecting on the terrifying prowess of the individual before him. The dignity of a sea demon warrior seemed to pale in significance against the stark realities of hunger and survival. After a prolonged silence, he finally mustered the effort to raise his head and, in a parched voice, asked, "Is there enough?" Lu Ming's face lit up with a glimmer of approval, and he produced an entire piece of rations, tossing it to him. "Let us see your performance." The Sharkman leader caught the rations and took a hearty bite, mumbling indistinctly, "Boss, Iron Fin shall follow you." The crab demon, struggling to raise its head, added its muffled voice, "And I, Crab Power, shall join you as well." Su Xiaowan, observing from the side, was left dumbfounded. Is this how one recruits followers? What a bold maneuver. Lu Ming nodded in satisfaction, casually unleashing 2 strands of pure energy to help stabilize their injuries, then inquired, "Now, tell me, what is the situation here? How did you end up in this predicament? And what of that deep-sea leviathan?" Iron Fin, while devouring hastily, replied with a mouth full, "To our boss, we call this place the City of Silence. Its existence unknown to us for how long. We were relentlessly pursued by that infernal deep-sea leviathan, a terrifying abyssal eel. In our panic, we stumbled upon a fissure in the barrier and escaped inside. There is no food or water here, and the energy is scarce. We have been trapped for ages. Many of our companions have starved. Upon seeing this lady just now, I could hardly resist." Iron Fin cast an awkward glance at Su Xiaowan. Crab Power chimed in. "That leviathan is dreadfully strong, perhaps even more formidable than the late stages of the mountain and sea realm. It seems to consider this sea its hunting ground, prowling ceaselessly outside. We dare not venture out." Lu Ming pondered thoughtfully. It appears that this outpost of the primordial civilization has now become both a sanctuary and a prison for these sea monsters. Are there any other forces present besides you? Indeed. The Iron Fin nodded eagerly, stating that on the other side of the city, there exists a group of venomous jellyfish, led by a formidable matriarch who is likely nearing the realm of the mountain and sea. They occupy a location that still oozes some energy fluid, making them a formidable adversary. At that moment, a warning suddenly emanated from the heart of origin. Warning: high-intensity life forms are continuously colliding with the barrier from the outside. Impact point: 3rd energy node on the east side. Barrier energy is steadily decreasing. Estimated time to complete destruction: 7 hours, 32 minutes, and 11 seconds. The faces of Iron Fin and Crab Power turned ashen, gripped by an overwhelming terror. It has returned. The giant eel is relentlessly attacking. This time, it seems the barrier is on the brink of collapse. The entire silent city trembled faintly under the reverberations of the impacts. Chapter 48. The Dragon Palace Ruins? The entrance fee is exorbitant. Beyond the barrier, the terrifying shadow, akin to a mountain, caused the entire silent city to shudder violently with each strike. Buildings hummed ominously, and the cracks in the faintly glowing barrier spread like a spider's web, clearly visible. The countdown to destruction echoed coldly in the hearts of all present. Iron Fin and Crab Power collapsed to the ground, paralyzed by fear, forgetting even to chew their jerky, left only with desperate gasps for breath. Su Xiaowan's complexion turned pale as she instinctively drew closer to Lu Ming. The barrier can barely hold. What do we do? Lu Ming's gaze was sharp as a blade, swiftly scanning the desolate city. To withstand a late-stage mountain and sea realm deep-sea giant eel? That would be suicidal. We must find a path to survival or create one. System. He urgently called out in his mind. Highest priority. Scan the entire city for the highest energy response points, hidden spatial entrances, or anything that could potentially resist or evade that creature outside. No regard for soul consumption. Highest priority scan initiated. Soul power consumption, 12. Warning, significant soul power depletion. Current soul power, 57. Intense headache and nausea ensue, with slight visual blurring. Scan complete. 3 anomalies detected. 1. Central energy tower of the city, depleted, with severe structural damage. 2. Eastern biological cultivation base, weak life signals detected, suspected stronghold of venomous jellyfish. 3. High-intensity spatial shielding beneath the Western archival repository, shielding strength, stellar realm, residual. Energy signature matches the core database of the primordial civilization with a compatibility of 41. The entrance appears to be deliberately concealed. Stellar realm shielding. Compatibility with the core database of the primordial civilization. Lu Ming's spirit surged, forcing himself to endure the discomfort of his soul. His gaze locking onto the direction of the west of the city. Let us go. To the Western Archive. Without hesitation, he grasped Su Xiaowan's hand and shouted to the 2 dazed sea monsters on the ground. If you wish to survive, follow along. Or remain here to be fish food. Iron Fin and Crab Power jolted to attention, their survival instincts overwhelming all else, struggling to rise and stumbling to keep up. Though the injuries were severe, the sea demon's physique was remarkably robust, allowing it to move with great effort. The group swiftly traversed the desolate streets of the city. As they approached the western part of the city, the architectural style grew increasingly ancient and significant, and the streets bore more evident scars of battle and destruction. Discovered remnants of the primal civilization's guardian machinery, early mountain and sea realm. X1, decomposing. Acquired, high tensile alloy X70, energy conduction arm X2, damage sensor array X1. Acquired essence points, 7,800, early mountain and sea realm, value of the remnants. Current essence points, 470983, 78005, 48983. Lu Ming instinctively seized every valuable item in passing, swiftly breaking them down, causing the essence points to surge continuously. This spectacle left the Iron Fin and Crab Dolly, who followed closely behind, agape, as their new leader's resourcefulness rivaled that of a deep-sea bloodsucker. At last, they arrived at a hemispherical archive building that, while lower than the surrounding structures, exuded an exceptional solidity. The entrance was made of a dark, matte metal, tightly sealed, its surface smooth as a mirror, devoid of any discernible handle or lock. Scanning entrance mechanism consumes soul power. 3. No conventional physical or energy lock structure detected. Residual high-dimensional information verification nodes identified, requiring a specific key or permission authentication. Lu Ming attempted to push the door with all his might, but it remained immovable, its material more formidable than he could have imagined. He then tried to strike it with his primal force, but the energy was entirely absorbed by the door, not even causing the slightest ripple. It appears this door is stubborn, Iron Fin panted. We were famished before and couldn't budge it either. Ignoring the remark, Lu Ming closed his eyes, immersing his entire consciousness into his mind's sea, communing with the heart of the primal source. He endeavored to analyze the verification node structure, attempting to reverse engineer the permission signal. Alternatively, he calculated the energy required for a forceful breach and pinpointed its vulnerabilities. In-depth analysis of the high-dimensional information verification node consumes soul power, 10. Warning, excessive consumption of soul power. Current soul power, 44. Intense headache. Mental energy nearing depletion. Analysis successful. Verification node is 97 damaged. but still requires a specific frequency of primal coding energy signal to activate. A forceful breach necessitates an instantaneous output of energy surpassing the stellar realm, suggested, over 100,000 essence points, or an attack on its internal energy circulation node, requiring precision to a micron level, success rate estimated at 0.7. The agony wrought by the severe depletion of his soul power rendered Lu Ming's complexion pale as parchment, veins bulging on his forehead. Yet his eyes sparkled with a frenzied light. While he lacked the energy of the stellar realm, that 0.7 success rate was worth the gamble. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, pressing his hands against the door, his fingertips emitting fine, dark threads of primal energy. These threads were not a forceful assault. Instead, under the utmost control of the heart of the primal source, they oscillated with an extraordinarily complex and esoteric frequency, attempting to simulate the so-called primal coding, reaching precisely toward the nearly non-existent energy circulation node within the door. This operation demanded an absurd level of energy control. The surface of the grand door finally rippled with the faintest of tremors, accompanied by an exceedingly low, resonant hum from within. A reaction. Lu Ming felt a surge of joy, channeling his soul and primordial energy with all his might. However, at that moment, a thunderous crash, far more terrifying than any preceding impact, reverberated through the air. Accompanied by a sound that grated on the teeth, reminiscent of shattering glass, it pierced the atmosphere. Warning. The barrier's energy has been depleted. The third energy node on the eastern side has been utterly destroyed. The deep-sea giant eel is about to invade. It was over. The barrier had collapsed. The iron fin let out a desperate shriek. A massive gash erupted in the barrier above the eastern side of the city. An endless torrent of seawater, mixed with an overwhelming pressure, cascaded down. From that breach emerged a grotesque, enormous head, adorned with dark purple scales, slowly probing into view. Two pale, house-sized eyes coldly surveyed the ants within the city. The terrifying demonic energy of the late Mountain Sea realm surged forth like a tangible tsunami, instantly engulfing the entire city. A deafening roar stirred a tempest, nearly toppling everyone in its wake. The gaze of the giant eel zeroed in on a few small figures attempting to pry open the door near the Western Archive, particularly fixated on the human exuding a peculiar energy fluctuation. With a violent shake of its massive head, it barreled through the buildings in its path, opening its gaping maw with a voracious intent, charging towards Lu Ming and his companions. The shadow of death loomed ominously. Su Xiaowan and her two aquatic companions turned pale, nearly suffocating under the pressure. Yet, a flicker of relentless defiance and madness flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. Just a fraction more. Just a hair's breadth away from opening that accursed door. In this dire moment, a hum resonated. The black metallic door behind them. Perhaps due to the energy shock from the shattered external barrier, or perhaps spurred by Lu Ming's earlier attempt finally yielding results, or perhaps provoked by the monstrous energy of the eel, began to tremble violently. The surface of the door shimmered, emitting an ancient and profound hum. Then, to the astonishment of all, that indomitable door slowly and silently opened a narrow gap. An even more ancient and pure energy, reminiscent of primordial times, mingled with an ineffable rhythm of laws, surged forth from the opening. Beyond the door lay not the anticipated archive, but a broad staircase, descending and paved with some luminous crystal, flanked by walls inscribed with enigmatic murals and runes, leading to an incredibly radiant light deep underground. Within that brilliance, ethereal pavilions and jade-like trees seemed to manifest, resembling the legendary Dragon Palace. It opened. Su Xiaowan was filled with immense joy. The Dragon Palace. It was the relic of the Dragon Palace. The iron fin and crab power trembled with exhilaration, having heard the oldest legends of their kin. Hope for life lay before them. Yet, Lu Ming remained rooted in place, hesitating to rush inside. He abruptly turned around, gazing at the roaring deep-sea giant eel, then glanced at the newly opened passage, emanating an alluring glow. A bold and nearly insane thought flashed through his mind. Instead of fleeing into the passage, he shouted to Su Xiaowan and the two sea nymphs, "You go in first." Immediately, to the disbelief of the three, Lu Ming pressed both hands against the edge of the slowly opening door. His eyes sparkled with the madness of a gambler as he provocatively roared at the charging giant eel, "Beast, do you wish to enter? The ticket is quite expensive." The heart of primordial source operated at full capacity. His objective was not to attack the giant eel, but to attempt to disrupt and even reverse the door's opening sequence. What did he intend to do? Did he not wish to live? Chapter 49. The Wrath of the Dragon? Try my new cannon. "Beast, do you wish to enter? The ticket is quite expensive." Lu Ming's roar, amidst the giant eel's furious bellow and the thunderous shattering of the barrier, seemed insignificant yet maddeningly piercing. He pressed his hands firmly against the trembling edge of the door, and within his consciousness, the heart of primordial source operated at an unprecedented speed, recklessly expending his soul power in an attempt to analyze and disrupt the intricate energy circuits within the door, aiming to slow its opening and perhaps even reverse its closure. Forced interference with the celestial realm's restriction consumes soul power. 15. Warning. Soul power is plummeting. Current soul power. 29. Severe backlash. Meridians damaged. Vision blurred. Hearing lost. Interference successful. Opening speed of the door reduced by 37. Unable to fully close. Roar. Although the deep-sea giant eel possessed limited intelligence, it sensed the pure energy emanating from beyond the door, which instinctively stirred its desires, as well as the absurd obstruction posed by this small creature before it. Infuriated, it unleashed at terrifying speed, its massive maw agape, ready to bite down. The stench of blood filled the air, and the breath of death enveloped Lu Ming in an instant. Lu Ming, Su Xiaowan, who had already retreated into the passage, was horrified and wanted to rush out. The others, Tai Fin and Crab Dolly, were equally bewildered, unable to comprehend why he was courting death. In the blink of an eye, now is the moment. Bloodshot eyes filled with madness and a glimmer of cunning triumph. Lu Ming's intent to disrupt the door was not to hinder the giant eel, but to calculate the timing and keep the door in a state of extreme energy instability. He suddenly released his grip, allowing his body to be propelled sideways by the terrifying water flow and air pressure generated by the oncoming giant eel, moving in a clumsy yet swift manner. At the same time, Lu Ming summoned the last vestige of his conscious awareness, directing a precise strand of chaotic primordial energy towards the unstable door's restriction. Boom! The giant eel's massive head collided violently with the door, which had only opened halfway and was in a state of extreme energy instability. The anticipated scene of the door shattering did not occur. Under the dual forces of a violent external impact and an internal energy imbalance, the residual restrictions of the celestial realm erupted with a final, terrifying rebound force. A resplendent beam of light, indescribable in its brilliance, burst forth from the gate and the surrounding walls, akin to a miniature sun igniting suddenly. Countless arcane runic chains materialized from thin air, entwining around the colossal eel's head before violently exploding. The deep-sea giant eel emitted a heart-wrenching wail that resounded through the depths. Its indomitable dark purple scales shattered in large fragments, charred, and revealing its ghastly skull beneath. A single pallid eye was obliterated in a gruesome display of flesh and blood. The immense body was violently tossed backward by the sheer force of the rebound, crashing down upon the remnants of nearby structures, instantly staining the encroaching seawater with blood. The residual backlash from the celestial realm's restrictions has inflicted significant damage upon the deep-sea giant eel. Target status: severely injured, skull damaged, right eye blinded. Demonic energy in turmoil. Although Lu Ming had leapt away in advance, he was still caught by the explosive aftermath. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, his body plummeting into the distant ruins like a kite severed from its string. Bones fracturing indiscriminately, while the agonizing pain of torn meridians engulfed the torment of his weary soul. Body sustained severe injuries. Multiple fractures. Internal organs displaced. Meridians critically damaged. Soul energy, due to severe exhaustion and backlash, has plummeted to 19. Approaching the brink of unconsciousness. Current status: near death. Lu Ming, Su Xiaowan cried out, rushing from the passageway without a moment's hesitation, frantically trying to feed him every healing elixir she could muster. Iron Fin and Crab Power gazed at the grotesquely battered giant eel, momentarily incapacitated, and then at Lu Ming, who clung to life by a thread, terror-stricken. In that moment, they gained a profound understanding of their new leader's ruthlessness and madness. He was merciless even to himself. At that instant, the gate, which had been struck by the giant eel, dimmed as its energy was utterly depleted, slowly opening inward to reveal a staircase leading to a luminous world beneath the earth. However, before Su Xiaowan could drag Lu Ming into the passageway, a pressure far more ancient, more imposing, and more terrifying than that of the deep-sea giant eel surged forth from the depths of the passage like a primordial beast awakening from an eon-long slumber. This oppressive force surpassed even the mountain sea realm, reaching the level of the celestial realm. Though it appeared somewhat weakened, its high status sent shivers through the very souls of those present. Boom! The fragmented silent city trembled violently. An ancient, furious roar imbued with unparalleled dragon might erupted from the depths below. Which foul creature dares disturb my slumber, despoiling the gateway of my dragon palace? The voice thundered like rolling lightning, causing Su Xiaowan and the two sea demons to bleed from their ears and noses, nearly collapsing to the ground. In their despairing gaze, a colossal, elongated shadow gradually emerged from the radiant depths of the passageway. Firstly, a colossal dragon claw emerged, adorned with dark, greenish scales that shimmered with a metallic sheen. Following closely, a head the size of a house slowly extended from the passageway. With antlers, a humped head, rabbit-like eyes, and a serpentine neck, it was unmistakably a true dragon's head. Yet, its eyes seemed firmly shut, its whiskers withered, and its scales appeared somewhat dulled, imbued with a sense of the passage of time. Nevertheless, the aura of genuine draconic majesty it radiated was undeniable. It was a truly ancient, living dragon, albeit in a rather poor state. Its strength was evidently at the starry realm, in a weakened condition. Although the dragon's eyes were closed, its formidable consciousness had already swept across the entire area. It observed the shattered barrier, the severely wounded giant eel, and the near-death Lan Ming along with several trembling little demons amidst the ruins. Its fury ignited in an instant. Intruders. Death. It afforded no opportunity for explanation. Opening its mouth as a terrifying breath of dragon fire began to gather, an energy potent enough to incinerate mountains and boil seas, causing the temperature of the entire space to rise sharply. The target was none other than Lan Ming and the others amidst the ruins. Su Xiaowan's face was etched with despair as she tightly embraced the unconscious Lan Ming. Tai Fin and Crab Dolly were utterly terrified, collapsing to the ground, awaiting their demise. Just at this critical moment, the nearly lifeless Lan Ming, with the remaining 19 strands of soul power within his consciousness, began to burn, compress, and sublime in an unprecedented manner under the external threat of death and the internal protection of the heart of primordial source. Within Lan Ming, the Nine Nether Spring Art commenced a frenzied operation at an unparalleled speed, extracting the pure energy derived from the countless primordial points previously devoured, current total, 548983. Along with the potency of the recently ingested elixir, host's life is critically endangered. Encountering a life-threatening force at the Starry Realm, conditions for a forced breakthrough met, initiating an assault on the Mountain Sea Realm's bottleneck. Consuming primordial points, 50,000 points. Current primordial points, 548,983 to 50,048,983. Boom. An overwhelming and magnificent power, far surpassing the spirit stream realm, erupted violently from Lan Ming's shattered body. The spirit stream converged into the sea, ascending to the Mountain Sea Realm. Chapter 50. The Mountain Sea Realm. Success. The Mountain Sea Realm. The immense force surged forth like a torrent breaching a dam, instantly collapsing the barriers of the previous realm and flooding into Lan Ming's limbs and bones. Fractured bones were forcibly realigned, torn meridians were widened and mended by even more potent primal energy, and dislocated organs were forcefully restored. A profound sensation of a leap in the hierarchy of life coursed through him. The primal energy transformed from a mere stream into a vast, roaring ocean, boundless and magnificent. The power of his consciousness surged as well. Although still pained from overexertion, its quantity and quality had undergone a remarkable transformation. His perception sharpened, allowing him to faintly sense the subtle trajectories of the laws flowing through the surrounding world. Breakthrough successful. Current realm, early Mountain Sea Realm. Physical strength significantly enhanced. Total primal energy increased by 500. Soul source amplified. Injury repaired by 35. Escaping the brink of death and transitioning to a state of severe injury. Current soul power, 29, a slight nourishment from the realm breakthrough, cessation of decline. Lifespan has slightly increased, though this may seem slow. It transpired in the blink of an eye. Almost simultaneously with Lu Ming's breakthrough, the terrifying breath of the ancient dragon coalesced and erupted forth. This was no mere flame or shockwave. It was a cataclysmic torrent infused with the power of the celestial realm's laws. Where it passed, space warped, and all things perished, as if even light were consumed. In the eyes of Su Xiaowan and the two sea demons, only despair remained, a stark pallor, freshly ascended and still wounded. Lu Ming faced this world-ending strike with a chilling calmness. The chasm between the Mountain Sea Realm and the Celestial Realm was insurmountable. To withstand it head-on would mean certain death. Run! Lu Ming roared, unleashing the immense force of the Mountain Sea Realm, not to attack, but to envelop Su Xiaowan and the two sea demons with all his might. With a sudden stomp, the ground erupted. Lu Ming propelled the three of them like cannonballs, narrowly evading the core of the dragon's breath. Yet, evading the celestial power entirely was no trivial feat. The edge of the dragon's breath sliced through Lu Ming's energy shield like the sharpest of blades. Crack! The energy shield shattered instantaneously. Lu Ming coughed up blood, his back a bloody mess, and several recently mended bones once again fractured. Nevertheless, Lu Ming endured the residual impact, crashing into the distant ruins with the three of them. Oh, he actually broke through? The insect is surprisingly resilient. The dragon seemed taken aback, but its fury flared even higher. Let us see how many times you can evade. Its colossal head turned, locking onto Lu Ming once more, as destructive energy began to coalesce anew. This time, the force was even greater. Boss, what do we do? Tai Fin's voice trembled with fear. Lu Ming's face was as pale as parchment, yet his gaze scanned the surroundings with urgency. Run? In this enclosed city, evading a celestial dragon was impossible. Fight! That was a fool's errand. Lu Ming's eyes suddenly fixed on the edge of the city, where a gargantuan metal construct leaned at an angle. This was one of the city's original defense mechanisms that he had previously scanned. Large rail kinetic cannon, celestial realm. Severely damaged, energy core missing. Rune array 93 defective. A wildly ambitious plan instantaneously took shape in his mind. System. Super frequency calculation. Using my Mountain Sea realm energy as the core. Synthesize temporary energy conduits and activation runes with available materials to maximize the activation of that giant cannon. Target, the dragon. Calculate success rate and optimal scheme. Super frequency calculation initiated. Soul power consumption, 8. Warning. Soul power, 21. Intense pain in consciousness C. Calculation complete. Scheme feasible. Required resources. High-strength alloy X100 can be substituted with metal from the ruins. Superconducting fibers X50 can be obtained through decomposition. Demon cores above the spirit stream realm X10 can be substituted with Tai Fin's and Crab de Lee's cores, or simulated using origin points. Origin points, 3,000 points. Success rate, 174. Estimated residual power of the giant cannon, 715. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Ming declared, 174 is sufficient. He swiftly seized the bewildered Iron Fin and Crab power, and in response to their terrified expressions, he exclaimed, I shall borrow your demon cores. I promise to return even better ones. Without waiting for their reaction, Lu Ming pressed his palm against their abdomens. Skillfully extracting the demon cores, perfected spirit stream realm, temporarily from within them. Simultaneously, his hands danced in a frenzied manner, as the various materials obtained from the ground previously flowed forth like water, under the control of the Heart of Origin. The refined energy of the mountain and sea realm intricately inscribed temporary runes upon them, swiftly connecting to the immense cannon. The entire process unfolded with the speed of lightning. Roar! The second breath of the flood dragon was unleashed, and a torrent of destruction descended once again. Now was the moment. Lu Ming forcefully thrust all borrowed and stored demon cores into the hastily synthesized energy node, simultaneously injecting his own mountain and sea realm energy and igniting 3,000 source points in an instant. Source point consumption, 3,000. Current source points, 48,983 to 3,045,983 buzz. The ancient star cannon, dormant for countless millennia, suddenly erupted with blinding beams of light from its damaged body. The hastily added runes and circuitry pulsated like veins, emitting a groan under the immense strain. A beam of terrifying energy, far inferior to its peak, yet still instilling dread in the star realm flood dragon, twisted and struggled as it erupted from the cannon, hurtling directly towards the dragon's breath. Boom! The two forces of destruction collided fiercely in midair. The standoff lasted less than half a second. Ultimately, the beam from the cannon, being merely residual power, was forcefully pushed back by the dragon's breath and annihilated. Yet, that brief moment of standoff and weakening was ample time. The weakened dragon breath swept past the ruins where Lu Ming and the others stood. Though it still left them disoriented and exacerbated their injuries, it failed to inflict any fatal damage. What infuriated the flood dragon further was that although the cannon's residual power had been obliterated, its shockwave violently shook the structure of the subterranean passage it occupied. More crucially, it distinctly sensed a faint yet exceedingly irritating energy signature belonging to the Origin civilization, infiltrating the outer seals of its resting place through the cannon fire. Damn it! How dare you desecrate the Dragon Palace with the creations of those blasphemers? The flood dragon was utterly enraged, disregarding any further expenditure of energy. Its colossal form surged forth from the passage, drawing upon deeper powers, causing the entire shattered city to tremble violently. Ants, I shall. Before it could finish its ominous proclamation, an unforeseen change occurred. Perhaps it was the tremors of the cannon or the immense power stirred by the flood dragon itself. Or perhaps a combination of both, but suddenly, without warning, The ground near the entrance of the Dragon Palace ruins at the city's deepest point collapsed dramatically. A profound chasm, unfathomable and emanating an ancient, eerie aura that even the mighty dragon finds unsettling, has suddenly materialized. Beneath the crack lies not rock or magma, but a distorted, surreal void, from which the chilling sounds of countless dragging chains and haunting whispers resonate. What could this be? Even the enraged dragon stands momentarily stunned, its immense head instinctively turning towards the fissure, its tightly shut eyes seemingly striving to pry open even a sliver to grasp the depths below. Lu Ming also abruptly gazes at the rift, sensing an unprecedented, intense warning and a strange allure emanating from the heart of Origins. At that moment, the fissure, stirred by the dragon's power and fractured by the remnants of the cannon's blast, expands once more. With a crack, a massive black stone tablet, inscribed with countless sealing runes, plummets from the edge of the chasm into the abyss. Through the fleeting gap, Lu Ming's pupils constrict to their utmost limit. He sees, below in the murky depths of the fissure, it is not a void as one might have imagined, but a vast space sealed and suppressed by colossal chains inscribed with incomprehensible ancient runes. At the center of this space, something appears to be suspended. Chapter 51. The door to the Forbidden Realm? No, it is the Pandora's box. Beneath the fissure lies not the expected dark void, but rather an expanse ensnared by chains as thick as mountains, intricately layered with ancient runes. The remnants of the cannon's power have cracked the earth, unveiling the abyssal rift. What lies suppressed beneath the chains? The chains shimmer with a captivating light, exuding a soul-freezing force of confinement, their potency far surpassing the pressure exerted by the starry realm dragon before. At the nexus of these countless chains, where they converge, rests not a colossal beast or terrifying monster, but a singular entity. It is an irregular crystal, about the size of a fist, pitch black as ink, as though it could consume all light within its grasp. Its surface is impeccably smooth, devoid of any carvings or patterns. Yet it naturally radiates an essence of utter stillness and death. This stillness, akin to the obliterating aura of the Valley of the Gods, is pure and exalted, as if it embodies the very concepts of annihilation and void. The space surrounding the crystal subtly warps, with time seemingly suspended. Those immensely powerful sealing chains appear not to be primarily aimed at suppressing the crystal itself, but rather at laboriously isolating, or rather, confining the continuous, intangible yet annihilating terror that emanates from within the crystal. Warning, warning, warning. Detecting an ultra-high-risk energy source. Energy levels cannot be accurately estimated, surpassing the starry realm. Suspected to touch upon the domain realm and even higher tiers. Energy attribute analysis. Extremely high purity of annihilation essence, a conglomerate of terminus laws. Highly dangerous. Similarity to the deeply encrypted information in the heart of Origins database. 89 correlation. Highly relevant. Strong recommendation. Evacuate immediately. Any form of contact or probing is strictly forbidden. The alarm from the heart of Origins resonated with an unprecedented urgency, tinged with a hint of fear. Lu Ming's pupils constricted, and his heart raced. In that instant, he comprehended that this city, this so-called Dragon Palace ruin, harbored a secret far deeper than any treasure. It was, in fact, a prison. That crystal was none other than the most perilous of inmates. The starry abyss serpent was likely not the master of this realm, but rather a warden. What is that? Su Xiaowan's voice trembled. Merely catching a glimpse of the crystal from afar made her feel as though her very soul were on the verge of freezing and fading into oblivion. Tai Chi and Crab De Li were utterly paralyzed with fear, their bodies succumbing to terror on a primal level. Impossible. The once infuriated serpent now emitted a roar of disbelief, laced with a hint of terror. How could the seal of the Eye of the Abyss be loosening? Was it due to the earlier tremors? Its colossal dragon head suddenly swung towards Lu Ming, its tightly shut eyelids quivering violently. The previous intent to kill and rage was supplanted by a more profound fear. It is you. It is all you're doing, you insignificant insect. You stirred this place with the weapon of the blasphemer. The serpent seemed utterly terrified of the black crystal, even temporarily abandoning its assault on Lu Ming. Its massive form writhed uneasily, attempting to use its own strength to mend the fissure and reinforce the trembling chains. It must be sealed away immediately. Otherwise, should it awaken completely, the leaked aura would attract the Overseer, and all would be lost. The serpent's voice brimmed with anxiety. The Eye of the Abyss. The Overseer? Lu Ming keenly grasped these two terms. This dangerously potent crystal was, astonishingly, connected to the Overseer. Great risks often accompany great opportunities. The power embedded within this crystal was unfathomably immense. Even merely deciphering a fraction of its essence might yield unimaginable benefits. Moreover, It appeared to share an origin with the heart of origins. Fortune favors the bold. A daring, almost suicidal thought swiftly seized his mind. Take advantage of its weakness to claim its life. No, rather, seize the chance while the warden is distracted to secretly observe the prisoner. He suppressed the excruciating pain in his spirit and body, a glint of madness flashing in his eyes as he covertly issued a directive to the heart of origins. System. Maximum concealment. Conduct a remote scan of the outermost energy structure of that black crystal. Depth is unnecessary. Merely obtain the fundamental energy frequency and fragments of the laws. Hurry. Command received. Initiating superdistance microscopic scan. Consuming spirit power, 5. Warning, current spirit power, 16. Approaching critical point of unconsciousness. Scanning encountering unknown barrier. Interference complicating the process. A faint probing wave, nearly imperceptible, silently evaded the serpent's senses, extending towards the black crystal nestled deep within the fissure. Just as the probing wave was about to make contact with the surface of the crystal, that long-dormant black gem trembled slightly. Buzz. An intangible yet profound wave, capable of bringing all things to silence, rippled outward like the gentle undulations of water. Crack. The sealing chains, already loosened by the tremors, shattered in an instant. Breaking numerous links. The fissure widened once more. No. The dragon, in a state of sheer terror, let out a fearful roar, desperately exhaling its breath in an attempt to reinforce the seal. Yet, Lu Ming's probing wave, under the onslaught of this terrifying wave of returning silence, extinguished like a candle in a tempest. Scan failed. Encountered unknown force backlash. Soul power backlash. Consumption intensifies. Current soul power, 11. Warning. Host consciousness is about to blur. Lu Ming let out a muffled groan, blood seeping from all 7 orifices, his body teetering on the brink of collapse. However, in the fleeting moment before the probing wave was extinguished, the heart of primordial source still captured and transmitted a fragment of information, highly incomplete, yet imbued with the mysteries of the supreme laws. Acquired, fragment of the law of annihilation, incomplete. X1, essence of termination, surface, X1. Information stored in database, insufficient realm. Unable to analyze. Simultaneously, the black crystal, after a slight tremor, suddenly rippled like water across its mirror-like surface. Gradually, the outline of an eye began to emerge on the crystal's surface. It was a gaze, ancient and indifferent, devoid of any emotional hue. It seemed to transcend the eons, slowly opening and coldly sweeping over the struggling dragon, the terrified Su Shaoan, and the shattered city. Finally, its gaze settled upon Lu Ming, who, due to the forced probing, was suffering backlash, drenched in blood, with consciousness on the verge of blurring. When the gaze fell upon Lu Ming, that utterly indifferent expression seemed to quiver ever so slightly, as if it had detected something intriguing. In the next moment, a cold, deathly whisper, penetrating deep into the soul, akin to the frost of eons, precisely infiltrated Lu Ming's sea of consciousness. The intriguing soul of the outsider carries the breath of the primordial source, yet is tainted by the mark of returning to the void. Collaborate with me to escape this cage, and I shall bestow upon you the true path of the stars. This whisper was filled with endless temptation, directly targeting the practitioner's most coveted source of power. Yet, amidst the haze of his consciousness, Lu Ming, with the last vestige of clarity, sensed the chilling and lifeless essence behind this whisper, capable of annihilating all. This was not collaboration. It was a pact with a tiger for its skin. No, it was an entity far more terrifying than a devil. Chapter 52, Shadow of the Throne, or the Whisper of the Prisoner. The Path of the Stars. A new realm that transcends mountains and seas, greatly extending one's lifespan, commanding divine abilities. It is the shore that countless cultivators yearn for. For Lu Ming, who was gravely injured and on the brink of death, surrounded by formidable foes, the allure was magnified to its utmost. With just a thought, it seemed he could obtain the power to break free from all predicaments. Yet, deep within Lu Ming's consciousness, shrouded by excruciating pain and haziness, a flicker of stubborn vigilance ignited. The pride derived from the heart of primordial source, along with his intrinsic aversion to relinquishing his fate to others, compelled Lu Ming to come to an abrupt halt before this lethal temptation. Collaboration? In the depths of his consciousness, Lu Ming emitted a chilling mockery. Despite his weakened state, there was an undeniable resolve within him. How could something that was sealed away, devoid of any physical form and reliant solely on whispers to deceive, dare to speak of collaboration? What you refer to as a gift is nothing more than a bait laced with poison. Would a true stronghold ever entrust the path of greatness to the charity of others? The spectral eye upon the black crystal flickered slightly, evidently astonished that this diminutive, frail human, on the brink of death, could maintain such clarity and arrogance in such dire circumstances. The whisper resounded once more, imbued with deeper seduction and a subtle urgency. Is it not foolish for a life form to bind me, the incarnation of the void, who governs the realm of celestial endings? This is merely the beginning. I can grant you the privilege to behold the throne. The mention of throne caused Lu Ming's heart to tremble. He immediately recalled the overseer, with its cold gaze surveying all existence. Was there a connection between these two entities? Yet he maintained an impassive facade, following the other's lead and transmitting waves of greed and urgency through his consciousness. Throne? Are you speaking of power that transcends the stars? How can you prove it? Your words are but empty claims. Lu Ming feigned temptation while skillfully engaging with the whisper, all the while desperately squeezing the last remnants of his soul power, issuing commands to the source of origin. Ignore the backlash. Analyze the soul wave characteristics of this whisper. Reverse trace its connection to the crystal, and calculate the possibilities of interference or theft. Focus on deciphering information related to the stars. Command received. Overload analysis initiated. Soul power consumption, 6. Warning. Current soul power, 5. Consciousness is about to be interrupted. Analysis detected fluctuations of high-level soul contract runes, extremely dangerous. Information flow transmission channel detected attempting to steal information. Acquired. Basic law structure of the celestial realm, fragmented, X1, energy transition principle fragment X1. Information has been forcibly entered into the database. At the very moment the source of origin forcibly seized that fragment of law information, a profound hum resonated. The black crystal began to tremble violently. The spectral eye on its surface abruptly contracted, revealing an intense fury akin to that of an ant being toyed with. Thief! You dare to mock me, steal my knowledge. The icy whisper transformed into a furious soul shock, akin to millions of icy needles piercing Lu Ming's consciousness. With a gasp, Lu Ming could no longer endure. His consciousness plunged into darkness, blood gushing from his mouth as his body crumpled to the ground. Lu Ming! Su Shaoan cried out in despair, rushing forward to embrace him without hesitation. Meanwhile, the dragon, seizing the moment of chaos caused by the crystal's agitation and Lu Ming's distraction, managed to temporarily seal the rift, countless new runic chains swirling around it. Though the light was dim, it succeeded in halting the escape of energy. With a roar, the dragon, weary yet enraged, turned its massive head toward the unconscious Lu Ming, its murderous intent reigniting. The root of calamity must be eradicated. Yet, just as it prepared to strike again, an unexpected change unfolded. Lu Ming, still in a state of unconsciousness, began to undergo a remarkable transformation. Within him, the recently acquired fragment of the foundational laws of the celestial realm resembled a solitary spark, cascading into a parched sea of oil. The vast energy from the primordial points he had previously devoured, though reduced to a mere 18,983, had mostly settled within his being. The scattered records concerning the stars from the Heart of Origins database, the profound essence of the civilization's ember, and the overwhelming terror and pressure of life and death, all converged at this moment, ignited by that single spark of law. Boom! A force far more magnificent and profound than his prior breakthrough into the Mountain Sea realm erupted violently from the unconscious body of Lu Ming, soaring upwards, suffused with strands of starlight. This aura transcended the barriers of the underwater city and the immense pressure of the ocean depths, establishing an enigmatic connection with the starry powers that exist across the myriad realms. Crack! The waters above the city spun wildly, forming a colossal vortex, while dark clouds gathered from thin air, enveloping an area of 100 miles. Within these clouds were not ordinary lightning bolts, but countless terrifying serpents of lightning, flickering with the brilliance of the stars, embodying the destructive power of the laws, coalescing ominously. A celestial phenomenon, the starry thunder tribulation. This was the inevitable trial brought forth by the heavens when a cultivator defied fate, communing with the stars, and stepping into the celestial realm. To pass through it meant boundless expanses, an increase in lifespan, the ability for the soul to leave the body, and the emergence of unique abilities. To fail, however, meant obliteration, death, and the cessation of the path. The starry thunder tribulation. How could this be possible? The colossal dragon raised its massive head, sensing the terrifying might from above, filled with incredulous astonishment. He had only just broken through to the Mountain Sea realm. His aura felt so tenuous. How could it possibly trigger the starry tribulation so swiftly? What had he truly stolen? Having lived for countless ages, it had never witnessed such an illogical occurrence. from a severely injured, near-death initial stage of the Mountain Sea realm to directly invoking the starry tribulation. The chasm between these states was immense. How could one simply bridge it with a mere fragment of knowledge? This human was utterly bizarre. Su Shaowan and the two sea demons trembled in fear from the sudden manifestation of heavenly might, huddling close to Lu Ming, utterly at a loss. What sent further chills down the dragon's spine was the presence of another, more familiar yet far more terrifying sensation, a cold, indifferent, and supremely authoritative gaze that seemed to pierce through layers of space, quietly descending. Though extremely faint, it appeared to be disrupted by the tribulation, unable to lock on precisely. Yet that feeling could not be mistaken. The observer. It had indeed been drawn by this abnormal ascension and the recent turmoil of the Eye of the Void. Despair flooded the colossal dragon as it trembled slightly. Before it loomed the impending starry thunder tribulation, behind it the scrutinizing gaze of the observer. And beneath it lay the oppressive Eye of the Void, which could erupt at any moment. And the instigator of it all, that accursed human, was still in a state of unconsciousness. Chapter 53, Conspiring with Demons? Allow me to dismantle the stage first. A dead end. The celestial thunderstorm gathers its magnificent might above the vast ocean, with destructive lightning rolling through dark clouds, poised to rend the sea and crash into this underwater city at any moment. More terrifying is the cold, indifferent gaze of the overseer, which, though disturbed by the fluctuations of the thunderstorm and unable to lock onto its target with precision, looms like a sword suspended overhead, lingering and subtly probing. Below lies the ominous fissure of the Eye of the Abyss, recently sealed, yet still exuding a sinister aura. At the center is the enraged and terrified celestial dragon. In the eye of the storm, Lu Ming lies in a deep coma, his breath teetering on the brink of death from severe injuries, yet on the verge of a breakthrough into the realm of celestial forces. His body unconsciously absorbs the scant vitality of the surroundings and the faint traces of the celestial calamity's power. It is all over. The colossal form of the dragon trembles slightly, despairing as it senses the gaze from above and the ominous scrutiny. Having guarded this place for millennia, its greatest fear is the exposure of its aura, attracting the overseer. Today, it has been thoroughly disrupted by an inexplicable young intruder from the realm of mountains and seas. To slay Lu Ming? It would be futile, as the thunderstorm and the gaze have already been established. To spare him? The resentment within remains unquenched. And this child is far too enigmatic, leaving endless future troubles. Just as the dragon finds itself in this dilemma, torn between murderous intent and fear. Its long-closed eyes suddenly manage to open a barely perceptible slit with great difficulty. Driven to the brink, it is compelled to utilize some primordial power, paying a heavy price to observe this bizarre variable with its own eyes. Through that narrow gap, it glimpses the unconscious Lu Ming, witnessing the chaotic conflict between the forcibly seized celestial laws and his own unstable powers within. It also perceives a faint yet profoundly resonant breath of a civilization's spark entwined deep within his true spirit, along with energy fluctuations originating from the heart of primordial source. What is this? A tempest brews within the dragon's heart. Could this be a favored one of the primordial source? No, there is a hint of the remnants of civilization. What exactly is he? As it grapples with shock, the heart of primordial source, even while Lu Ming remains in a stupor, instinctively propels the crucial process of forcibly merging the stolen fragments of celestial laws with Lu Ming's innate essence to the pivotal stage. The sucking force emanating from Lu Ming's body suddenly intensifies, even beginning to draw upon the celestial dragon's dragon essence dispersed around it. The dragon jolts, a bold and audacious thought racing through its mind. This human is a variable, a monumental trouble, yet perhaps he could also become a glimmer of hope. The fact that he can seize the power of the Eye of the Abyss without immediate collapse and attract the thunderstorm to summon the overseer is already unfathomable. Taking a gamble, the dragon abruptly sheathes all murderous intent, lowering its massive head and speaking in a hurried, constrained tone to the one below. That woman. And those two sea demons. If you wish to live, heed my words. Su Shaowan clings tightly to Lu Ming, her eyes filled with both vigilance and despair as she gazes up at the dragon. This child is forcibly breaking through the celestial realm, yet his foundation is unstable, and his spirit is gravely injured. Death is inevitable. As the thunderbolt descends, you shall all turn to ashes. The overseer has arrived, condemning you to eternal oblivion. I can temporarily lend my strength to stabilize his breath, even shroud him from scrutiny for a brief moment. However, you must immediately transport him to the dragon transformation pool over yonder. The great dragon pointed with its claw towards an ancient pool at the edge of the square, long dried up and cracked. yet seemingly still holding remnants of a dark golden viscous substance at its bottom. This was the essence of dragon energy left from my past shedding, which could aid him in solidifying his corporeal form, allowing him to withstand a fragment of the thunderbolt. Hurry, there is no time to lose. The urgency in the dragon's voice was palpable, imbued with a hint of sincerity. Its calculation was astute. The dragon transformation pool was indeed real, and the residual dragon energy was genuine, capable of aiding Lu Ming in stabilizing his body. Yet more crucially, that pool was connected to its very essence. Once Lu Ming entered, it could subtly exert influence, even attempt to implant a slave seal, bringing this unpredictable variable under its control to confront the impending crisis. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaowan's eyes flickered with hesitation. She found it hard to believe that the dragon would act out of kindness, yet Lu Ming's condition was dire, and the thunderbolt was imminent, leaving her seemingly without options. Trust it? Not a chance. A feeble, yet coldly clear voice suddenly emerged from Su Xiaowan's embrace. Startled, she looked down to find Lu Ming against all odds. Forcing open a slit of his eye, though dim, his gaze was strikingly lucid, imbued with a chilling mockery. Does the old mudfish intend to take advantage of my plight to control me? Lu Ming's voice was intermittent, yet each word cut deeply. Once I enter that pool, I fear I shall be at your mercy. The colossal dragon's massive form stiffened abruptly, disbelief flashing in the narrow crevices of its eyelids. How could he still be conscious? How could he see through it? Lu Ming had not anticipated a response from the dragon. Moments ago, he had managed to wrest a sliver of consciousness from the depths of his stupor, aided by the last faint instinct of the heart of primordial source and his formidable willpower. The system ignited all remaining source points to disrupt and shield the connection between the pool and the old mudfish, fortifying the pool's bottom to deceive it. He poured his final reserves of mental energy into issuing commands. Executing command. Burning all source points. 18,983. Current source points. 0. Generating energy disruption barrier. One-time use. Generating temporary earth vein reinforcement rune. Disruption successful. The dragon's perception of the dragon transformation pool is temporarily shielded. The pool's bottom structure has been temporarily reinforced to withstand greater energy impacts. After accomplishing this, Lu Ming's head drooped, plunging him back into deep unconsciousness, his body instinctively struggling towards the direction of the dragon transformation pool. Quickly assist him in, the dragon urged, perplexed by Lu Ming's earlier words. Yet reassured by his ultimate choice to enter the pool, it immediately began to channel its demonic power, preparing to manipulate the dark hands within the pool. With a determined grit of her teeth, Su Xiaowan, along with Tietchi and others, exerted all their strength to drag Lu Ming into the parched dragon transformation pool. The moment Lu Ming's body made contact with the remnants of dragon energy at the pool's bottom, boom, the first starry tribulation thunder, having fully amassed its power, tore through the vast expanse of the ocean, transforming into a fearsome starry thunder dragon. With the force to annihilate all, it struck fiercely into the underwater city, directly targeting the dragon transformation pool where Lu Ming resided. Now was the moment. A fierce glint flashed in the dragon's eyes as it prepared to covertly manipulate the formations within the pool, aiming to alleviate part of the tribulation's wrath on Lu Ming to prevent his immediate demise, while simultaneously planting control measures. However, a faint yet extremely peculiar energy barrier suddenly flickered across the surface of the dragon transformation pool, effectively obstructing the dragon's manipulative power. At the same time, the structure at the bottom of the pool, temporarily reinforced by the heart of primordial source, along with the residual dragon essence, did not succumb to the terrifying destructive energy of the starry tribulation thunder. Instead, driven by instinct, it surged madly into Lu Ming's body, forcibly shielding him from the devastation of the thunder's wrath. What? The dragon was taken aback, astonished that its efforts were inexplicably thwarted. It could only watch helplessly as its dragon essence was frantically absorbed by Lu Ming, with no effective means of control. Crackle. Boom. The thunder erupted, causing Lu Ming's body to violently convulse, his skin torn and charred, yet he ultimately withstood the first wave of the most perilous tribulation baptism. Moreover, vast amounts of pure dragon essence and the life-infused power contained within the thunder surged into his being, rapidly mending his injuries and solidifying his previously tenuous realm. Damn it! The dragon, furious to the point of nearly spitting blood, felt itself outmaneuvered, losing both the lady and the troops. But there was no time to dwell on this. For the second and third, even thicker bolts of tribulation thunder were descending in succession. The entire underwater city transformed into a terrifying thunder pool. What haunted the dragon even more was that, as the tribulation thunder continued to erupt, The presence of the unseen overseer seemed to grow increasingly distinct, penetrating through the interference of the thunder and progressively locking onto this location. There was no time to wait. A resolute and frenzied glint flashed in the dragon's enormous eyes. It suddenly raised its head towards the center of the thunder vortex, opening its jaws to expel a swirling, illusory dragon pearl that radiated its innate stellar power. It intended to forcibly interfere with and even absorb part of the tribulation thunder using its own starry strength. However, this was not an act of assistance, but rather a diversion of disaster. It aimed to redirect some of the tribulation's power towards the recently sealed fissure of the Eye of the Abyss. It sought to create greater chaos, utilizing the aura of the Eye of the Abyss to obscure and overwhelm the anomalous fluctuations of Lu Ming's breakthrough, thereby misleading and even deterring the imminent overseer. This was a reckless gamble. Come to me, the dragon roared, as the illusory dragon pearl erupted with brilliant light, crashing forcefully into the descending tribulation thunder. Chapter 54, The Path of the Stars? The tribulation clouds are quite formidable. The dragon's actions were both reckless and resolute. Its illusory dragon pearl did not confront the tribulation thunder directly, but instead, with a subtle trajectory, it cut into the thunderous light, functioning like a lightning rod, forcibly redirecting nearly 30% of the destructive energy of the third bolt of tribulation thunder toward the recently sealed fissure below. Roar! The dragon let out a pained howl as the illusory pearl dimmed and became riddled with cracks. It suffered a backlash, its scales rupturing, and its aura diminished significantly. Yet, its objective had been achieved. The terrifying power of the guided calamity thunder struck fiercely upon the fissure of the seal. Boom! The barely mended crack was blown open once more, even more extensively than before. The newly formed illusory chains of runes shattered instantaneously. The black crystal of the Eye of the Void was once again exposed, unleashing a horrific aura of utter desolation that erupted like a geyser. The destructive energy of the calamity thunder clashed violently with the annihilating essence of the Eye of the Void, two extreme and opposing forces colliding. Rather than resulting in the anticipated explosion, they instead birthed a bizarre vortex of chaotic energy, characterized by mutual annihilation and consumption, emitting waves of confusion that distorted perception and disrupted the celestial mechanism. Now was the moment. The dragon desperately concealed all its auras, even going so far as to burn a portion of its own life essence, disguising itself as an innocent victim caught in this disaster. Its colossal body trembling as it huddled in a corner. It staked its hope on the notion that the observer's gaze would be obscured and disrupted by this sudden eruption of chaotic energy infused with the essence of the Eye of the Void and the power of calamity thunder, thereby preventing an accurate assessment of the true source of anomaly in this location. Lu Ming's breakthrough. Indeed, in the depths of fate, that icy and indifferent gaze attempted to penetrate the observer's focus on the thunder calamity's target. Under the onslaught of this unexpected chaotic energy, it evidently paused, hesitating. It was as though a lens, once clearly focused, had been doused with a bucket of murky water, becoming indistinct. Warning, observer's gaze is experiencing severe interference. Locking interrupted. Recalibrating. Effective. A flicker of wild joy surged within the dragon. Yet in the next moment, an aberration re-emerged. The Eye of the Void, which was annihilating alongside the power of calamity thunder, manifested its illusory eye once more. However, this time, the expression was no longer one of indifference or anger, but rather exuded a chillingly human-like mockery. It seemed utterly unconcerned with the dragon's machinations, instead choosing to act in accordance with the situation. Buzz. The crystal trembled slightly, and a purer yet restrained essence of annihilation seeped forth, not to attack the calamity thunder, but to cunningly merge with the chaotic vortex of energy, amplifying its disarray and obscuring the celestial mechanism by several-fold. Simultaneously, a whisper, colder yet imbued with strange allure, precisely reached the dragon and Lu Ming in the transformation pool below. You foolish mudfish, do you believe you are utilizing me? Little do you know. I too require this thunder calamity's power to refine the seal, necessitating this blind spot of observation, and even more so, a special vessel capable of bearing my mark. No sooner had the words fallen than the Eye of the Void emitted two exceedingly subtle threads of annihilation essence, one directed toward the dragon, the other toward Lu Ming in the transformation pool. The thread aimed at the dragon, akin to the most venomous curse, instantly coiled around its dragon soul, beginning to crazily erode its essence, exacerbating its previously suppressed injuries and causing its aura to plummet. No, the dragon was horrified and desperate, struggling wildly. Yet it could not dispel the annihilating essence that clung to it like a malignant curse. Yet the beam directed towards Lu Ming was not destructive. Rather, it peculiarly merged with the celestial tribulations and the essence of Dragon Yuan that were cleansing Lu Ming's body. This aura of annihilation not only failed to harm Lu Ming, but, in a remarkably domineering manner, facilitated his rapid digestion and absorption of the powers of the tribulation lightning and dragon essence, forcibly extracting every ounce of his potential and propelling his breakthrough process. However, this was far from a benevolent act. It represented a coercive maturation, imposing the mark of the abyss upon the nascent foundation of Lu Ming's celestial path, intent on transforming him into the vessel spoken of in the whispers. In the dragon transformation pool, the unconscious Lu Ming emitted involuntary cries of anguish. His body underwent an extraordinarily violent transformation under the combined forces of the tribulation lightning, dragon essence, and the annihilating aura. Flesh and blood were repeatedly destroyed, only to be reborn once more under the overwhelming energy, growing increasingly resilient, with a faint luminescence of starlight coursing through him. His meridians were forcibly widened, capable of accommodating the surging celestial essence. Within his sea of consciousness, although the totality of his spiritual power remained depleted, currently around 5, it became remarkably refined under the tempering of the tribulation lightning and the pressure of the annihilating aura, beginning to tentatively attempt to break free from the confines of his body and perceive the surrounding laws with greater clarity. The body is undergoing the tempering of celestial tribulation lightning. Absorbing the essence of the dragon, the physical strength is rapidly enhancing, encountering the forced catalysis of the eye of the abyss's annihilating source. Breakthrough process accelerated by 300. Unknown risks present. The bottleneck of the celestial realm has shattered completely. Realm is stabilizing. Boom. As the final and most robust bolt of tribulation lightning descended, colliding and merging with all the energy in the dragon transformation pool and that strand of annihilating aura, the towering thunderclouds above the sea began to slowly dissipate. In the underwater city, the terrifying sea of lightning gradually calmed. Within the dragon transformation pool, the charred and broken Lu Ming floated silently. In the next moment, an immense, profound aura, imbued with twinkling starlight, erupted from Lu Ming's body like a slumbering primordial star beast awakening, sweeping outwards. The charred exterior of Lu Ming instantly shed, revealing beneath a newly born skin, as pure and white as jade, yet containing terrifying power. His entire being seemed to transform into miniature stars, autonomously breathing and absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. Suddenly, a pair of eyes sprang open, and within them, an illusion of starry annihilation and flashes of electric void danced momentarily. The celestial realm was attained. Breakthrough successful. Current realm. Initial stage of the celestial realm. Physical body has undergone preliminary celestial tempering. Essence transformed into a higher form of celestial essence. Total amount increased by 800. Spiritual soul has completed initial lightning tribulation tempering, capable of detaching from the body by 100 zhong, with significantly enhanced perception. Lifespan greatly increased. Current state. Severe injuries healed, realm stabilized, vital energy abundant. Spiritual power restored to 100 due to realm breakthrough and lightning tribulation tempering. Total amount and recovery portion. Warning. Foundation has been forcibly catalyzed, posing unknown risks. Weak remnants of abyssal law imprint detected. Lu Ming felt within him a tumultuous surge of power, far exceeding his previous strength. Yet, there was no joy in his eyes, only a chilling gravity. He distinctly sensed a subtle disharmony emanating from the depths of his Tao foundation, a lingering aura of oblivion that seemed to originate from a higher dimension. Still observing despite the interference, Lu Ming abruptly lifted his gaze, his eyes flashing like lightning, instantly discerning the situation before him, a languid dragon. Ensnared and tormented by the oppressive aura of extinction, the elusive eye of the abyss, radiating mockery and temptation, and beside him, both terrified and slightly elated, were Su Shaowan and the sea demon minion. At that very moment, the long-interfered overseer's gaze seemed to have partially pierced through the veil of chaotic energy. On the verge of relocking onto this area, a cold, emotionless will descended slowly, akin to an inescapable net. Chapter 55, The Eye of Surveillance. Witness my golden cicada's shedding of its shell. That frigid, emotionless gaze, like an invisible spider's web, penetrated the still roiling currents of energy, gradually enveloping the surroundings once more. Although still hindered and less clear than before, the intent to lock onto a target was unmistakably evident. The primary target was none other than Lu Ming, who had just achieved a breakthrough, his aura radiating with the brilliance of midday. In this realm, the stellar realm was among the strongest. and its emergence would inevitably create ripples in the laws of nature. Lu Ming's breakthrough was particularly peculiar, forcefully catalyzed, fraught with dangers to his Tao foundation, and tainted by the aura of the abyss. To the overseer's perception, it likely stood out like a torch in the night. This is bad, having just broken through. Lu Ming's spiritual sense was exceptionally keen, and he felt a shiver run down his spine as the shadow of death loomed once more. He harbored no doubt that once this gaze completely locked onto him, the next moment would herald a cataclysmic obliteration. Escape? In this enclosed seabed, there was nowhere to flee. Resist? To oppose the overseer with just the stellar realm? That would be akin to a mantis trying to stop a chariot. The only recourse was to embrace death, to seek rebirth. In a flash of inspiration, a daring and nearly mad plan crystallized in his mind. System: hyperfrequency calculation. Utilize my newly awakened stellar yuan power to simulate the fluctuations of the abyssal mark, creating the illusion of a collapsing Tao foundation and obliterated soul. The calculation would require the consumption of essence points and soul power. He roared within his sea of consciousness, while simultaneously, the brilliance of stars radiated from his body. Feigning the appearance of having just broken through and being unable to fully control his newfound power, deliberately allowing the unstable, deathly aura to spread. Hyperfrequency calculation initiated. Consuming soul power, 10. Current soul power, 25. Calculation complete. Requires burning all remaining dragon essence from the dragon transformation pool and consuming essence points, 8,000. Can simulate a 3-second illusion of Tao foundation collapse with a success rate of 673. Current essence points, 0. Warning: the simulation process will be extremely painful and will cause real, albeit minor, damage to the newly formed Tao foundation. Execute. Lu Ming did not hesitate for a moment. Essence points could be earned again. Tao foundation damage could be gradually repaired, but if life was lost, nothing would remain. He forcefully ignited a portion of the power from the Dragon Pearl, previously acquired from the dragon, yet not fully absorbed. This contains the inherent power of the Celestial Realm's dragon, potent enough to substitute for the consumption of the origin point, even proving to be more effective. Capable of simulating the illusion of uncontrolled energy collapse. However, the cost is that the utility of this treasure will be significantly diminished. Command confirmed. Burning a portion of the dragon's life essence energy. Simulation initiated. With a sudden jolt, Lu Ming's body trembled violently. His complexion instantly turned ashen and lifeless. The once vibrant starlight surrounding him became chaotic and dim, as if something within him had violently detonated. He emitted a piercing scream, a blend of reality and pretense. Blood spraying from his mouth, infused with a sense of desolation. His body fell backward like a marionette with severed strings, his breath flickering like a candle in the wind, rapidly waning and fading into oblivion. The simulated collapse wave, imbued with the characteristics of the void, surged outward with ferocity. Almost simultaneously, that frigid gaze finally pierced through the interference, precisely landing upon Lu Ming. The gaze lingered momentarily upon his crumbling essence, seemingly confirming its findings. The dormant eye of the void quivered slightly, as if surprised by Lu Ming's abrupt deterioration. Yet the aura of annihilation emanating from it subtly validated the authenticity of his collapse. 3 seconds, an eternity akin to 3 centuries. Just as Lu Ming felt on the verge of true collapse, his consciousness about to disperse, that icy gaze appeared to reach a conclusion. The target had forced a breakthrough. Unstable in its foundation, and was being backlashed by the power of the void, leading to its self-destruction. Though the process was somewhat irregular, the outcome met the cleansing criteria. Thus, the gaze, almost tangible, slowly withdrew from him. Yet it did not depart entirely at once. Instead, it swept across the other presences in the vicinity. It passed over the languishing dragon, shrouded in the aura of annihilation, appearing even more wretched than Lu Ming, posing no threat whatsoever. Target: ancient dragon, weakened state. Status: severely injured, suffering from void erosion, life essence steadily depleting. Threat level: low. Meets observation criteria, immediate cleansing unnecessary. It then scanned the terrified Su Shaowan and the 2 lowly sea demons, both exhibiting signs of profound fear, devoid of any abnormal energy fluctuations. Target: human female, spirit stream realm, low-level sea demon, spirit stream realm. Status: fearful, no anomalous energy fluctuations. Threat level: none. Ignored. Finally, the gaze refocused on the eye of the void, still radiating an aura of annihilation. Target: eye of the void, sealed state. Status: seal loosening, energy activity increasing. Threat level: extremely high, requires continuous monitoring. Action plan: report and await instructions. having seemingly confirmed that the primary anomaly had been eradicated, with secondary targets proving inconsequential. And the core threat under surveillance, the icy gaze gradually began to recede, ebbing away like the tide, ultimately vanishing from perception. Warning lifted. Observer's gaze has dissipated. Success. A great weight lifted from Lu Ming's heart, yet he maintained his lifeless state, suppressing even the slightest fluctuation of his spirit, wary of any potential oversight. He could even sense that the eye of the abyss seemed to cast a fleeting glance in his direction, imbued with an ineffable amusement. Yet, ultimately, it did not make any further movements and gradually fell silent, the ethereal visage of the eye dissipating into nothingness. After a considerable interval, measured by the burning of incense, and confirming that no anomalies remained, Lu Ming's lifeless body stirred slightly. He slowly opened his eyes, their sharpness undiminished but now tinged with an unmistakable weariness and trepidation. He swiftly turned inward, discovering subtle cracks had indeed emerged on his nascent Tao foundation, a testament to the cost of simulated collapse. Current status: early stage of the star realm, slight damage to Tao foundation. Vital energy abundant, spiritual power restored to 100, naturally replenished after breakthrough and crisis averted. Origin points: 0. Lu Ming. Are you alright? Su Xiaowan had been staring intently at him, and upon witnessing his revival, she was overwhelmed with joy and rushed towards him. I'm fine. Lu Ming's voice was somewhat hoarse as he gently patted her hand and swiftly rose to his feet. His gaze swept over the still struggling Jiaolong, which was wrestling against the suffocating aura of extinction within. His expression was cold as ice. The Jiaolong sensed Lu Ming's revival and the departure of the overseer. Its enormous eyes were filled with a tumult of emotions: shock, fear, and a flicker of gratitude for having survived. It opened its mouth as if to speak, but Lu Ming did not grant it the opportunity. In a flash, he appeared before the colossal head of the Jiaolong, the oppressive aura of the star realm mingled with a sharp, killing intent descending upon it. Old Mud Eel. Lu Ming's voice was devoid of any warmth. Just now, you intended to use me as a shield. How shall we settle the account for the slave seal? The Jiaolong's massive form stiffened as it sensed the potent, yet recently acquired, star yuan energy radiating from Lu Ming, coupled with the unrestrained killing intent. It had no doubt that in its current weakened state, should it dare to strike, this peculiar human could very well end its life right here. Human. You are not a Taoist, friend, the Jiaolong struggled to articulate, its tone stripped of its previous arrogance. Just now, it was this king. No, it was I, the old dragon, who was bewitched. I implore you, kind Taoist, to show mercy. The old dragon is willing to pay the price. Price? Lu Ming narrowed his eyes. Your life is in my grasp. What do you think could possibly exchange for your life? The Jiaolong fell silent for a moment, a flicker of anguish crossing its eyes. Ultimately, the instinct for survival prevailed. It suddenly opened its vast mouth, expelling a fist-sized orb, its radiance somewhat dimmed, yet brimming with immense dragon essence and star power. It was indeed its damaged dragon pearl. This is the old dragon's dragon pearl, containing the star yuan I have cultivated over a millennium, along with a fragment of my insights into the star realm. I wish to offer it to you to compensate for the damage to your Tao foundation. Seeking only to exchange it for a chance at survival, the Jiaolong's voice was laced with humility and pleading. By relinquishing the dragon pearl, it was tantamount to handing over half of its life to another. Lu Ming gazed at the orb, feeling the vast power and invaluable insights contained within. This was precisely what he urgently needed, not only to mend the damage to his Tao foundation, but also to solidify his cultivation in the star realm. Without hesitation, he seized the dragon pearl and stowed it away in the system's space. Not enough. Lu Ming's voice remained frigid as he inquired. You have guarded this place for countless ages. What do you know of this realm, the Eye of the Abyss, and the Overseers? Condense all your knowledge regarding the primordial civilization, the Overseers, and the Eye of the Abyss into a spiritual imprint for me. Should you conceal even the slightest detail? His fingertips pulsated with stellar energy, the threat unmistakable. The dragon's massive form trembled, despair flashing in its eyes, yet it ultimately acquiesced. With great difficulty, it gathered its spiritual essence, forming a chaotic yet ancient sphere of knowledge, and presented it to Lu Ming. Upon receiving the luminous orb, Lu Ming's murderous intent lessened somewhat. Return to your passage and mend the seal. If you dare to reveal even a fraction of today's events, I can locate you through the dragon pearl and extinguish your life at any moment. Lu Ming spoke coldly. The dragon, seemingly granted a reprieve, nodded vigorously. Laboriously retreating into the depths of the passage leading to the undersea palace, commencing the arduous task of repairing the seal, no longer daring to show itself. Once the dragon was dealt with, Lu Ming exhaled a sigh of relief, feeling a wave of exhaustion wash over him. The peril had been extreme. He turned to Su Xiaowan and the two terrified sea demon subordinates, hastily stating, "This place is no longer safe. Although the overseer has departed, the commotion we caused was too great. They will soon be drawn here." Before he could finish, a warning blared. Warning, multiple high-intensity energy signatures detected approaching from various directions of the sea. Energy signatures, human cultivators, stellar realm. Demon entities, stellar realm. Prediction, attracted by the prior stellar thunder tribulation and the eruption of the Eye of the Abyss. Lu Ming's expression hardened. Indeed, they have come. Let us depart. Without hesitation, he seized Su Xiaowan, commanding Tai Fin and Crab Dolly to follow suit. Simultaneously, his gaze swept over the remnants of the utterly destroyed large railgun cannon. System, decompose the wreckage and acquire advanced materials. Decomposing large railgun cannon remains, stellar realm, X1. Acquired, stellar core fragments X1, superconductive stellar gold X50 units. Damaged rule runes X3. Acquired source points, 58,000, stellar realm item, severely damaged, value below 100. 000 points standard, calculation accurate. Current source points, 058, 00058, 000. In the next moment, the stellar energy around him surged, enveloping the group and transforming them into a dim stream of starlight, silently evading the approaching formidable auras as they fled towards the depths of the city, away from the entrance to the Dragon Palace ruins, vanishing without a trace. Shortly after their disappearance, powerful spiritual and demonic presences swept over the ravaged battlefield like searchlights. Several figures broke through the ocean's surface, appearing above the square, clad in the vestments of various sects. The venerable elders of the human race from the starry realm exuded profound auras. Alongside them loomed the colossal sea demon king, radiating an overwhelming malevolence. There were even a few enigmatic figures hailing from other races, their presence unsettling. They surveyed the shattered city, the lingering terror of the thunderous tribulation, the unfathomable rifts pulsating with disquieting energies, and the remnants left by a being that had been torn asunder. Each countenance reflected uncertainty, a mixture of avarice and wariness glimmering in their eyes. Who had dared to transcend to the starry realm amidst such chaos? The atmosphere was thick with a dreadful sense of annihilation and an unsettling stillness. What lay beneath those fissures? Was there a great treasure awaiting discovery? A faint dragons might seem to linger in the air. Various factions remained on high alert, their consciousnesses clashing, as the ambience shifted into one of tense strangeness. The tumult had undeniably descended. Chapter 56. The Mantid seizes the cicada? The yellow bird lies in wait. Never had the fragmented silent city been so lively. Forces from all corners, akin to sharks scenting blood, surged forth from the depths of the demon sea. Human cultivators, formidable demon lords, and the peculiar aquatic tribes intertwined their formidable thoughts and powers amidst the ruins, each vigilant, yet greedily seeking any treasures and the truths behind the recent phenomena. Amidst the city's periphery, in a concealed crevice partially obscured by the remnants of colossal fallen structures, Lu Ming had established a simple concealment barrier. Seated in a meditative posture, he cradled the somewhat dimly glowing dragon pearl of the Jiao. Gradually, he infused his starry realm essence into it, drawing forth the purest dragon energy and invaluable insights for cultivation, meticulously mending the subtle cracks left upon his foundation from deceiving the overseer. Progress of absorbing the Jiao Dragon Pearl for foundation repair. 17. Early stage of the starry realm steadily solidified, despite the cacophony and perilous surroundings. The most lethal overseer's gaze had receded. For Lu Ming, who had weathered greater storms, this locale became an unconventional sanctuary. His mind remained tranquil. Most of his awareness was devoted to healing and fortifying his realm, while a fraction of his consciousness extended like invisible tendrils, maintaining contact with the outside world. Ironfin, report the situation. Lu Ming's voice traversed a highly clandestine spiritual connection, reaching the mind of the cautious Sharkman leader navigating the ruins. Boss. Ironfin's voice quivered with suppressed excitement and anxiety. It's chaos. Complete pandemonium. That group of venom stingers has clashed with a band of human cultivators in blue robes over the Energy Tower ruins. It's a wild brawl. What of Crab Power? That fool brought a few little ones and snuck to the outskirts of the battlefield. It seems he has pilfered a few fragments of damaged human artifacts and is hauling them back. Ironfin's tone carried a hint of exasperation, clearly embarrassed by Crab Power's opportunistic antics, though he seemed to have forgotten who had taught him such behavior. Lu Ming's lips curled ever so slightly in a faint smile. Excellent. Chaos serves as the finest cover. Ensure they remain cautious and avoid exposure. Focus on eavesdropping on those cultivators' conversations. Seek any information regarding Luyan Academy, the Lin family, and the Huangfu family. Understood, boss. After arranging matters concerning the sea demon minions, Lu Ming's consciousness reconnected with Su Xiaowan, who was cautiously navigating the fringes of the human cultivator's active territory. Utilizing her skills honed in the Lingxi realm and her relatively petite stature, she deftly employed the simple concealment techniques taught by Lu Ming to gather intelligence. Lu Ming. Su Xiaowan's voice resonated through a simple communication talisman, laced with a hint of gravity. Numerous factions are converging, not only from the nearby waters, but also from the distant Baibo Cave and Xiangui Island. They are discussing the recent lightning tribulation and the ominous aura, speculating about the emergence of rare treasures or the opening of powerful relics. As of now, there is no specific news regarding us. Continue to observe, prioritize your safety. Lu Ming concluded the communication, slowly reopening his eyes, the starlight within them flickering momentarily. The situation was unfolding as he had anticipated. Murky waters were indeed conducive to fishing. As time flowed steadily, Tai Chi and Crab Dali relayed fragmented bits of information. Two factions had clashed violently over a seemingly unique metallic plate. A demon king had attempted to force his way into a fissure recently sealed by a flood dragon, only to be harmed by residual restrictions. These tidbits bore little significance, and Lu Ming silently noted them. Suddenly, a hidden warning rune he had set on the perimeter was triggered. It was not a powerful being that had discovered it, but rather a frail, panicked life form saturated with a strong sea demon essence, frantically fleeing toward his concealed location. In the next moment, Tai Chi's anxious voice echoed in Lu Ming's mind. Boss, this is bad. It's a small seahorse demon that was previously with the poisonous jellyfish. It seems to be fleeing from pursuers. Could it lead our enemies here? Should we? A murderous intent seeped through Tai Chi's words. Lu Ming's consciousness swept forth instantaneously. Indeed, a small seahorse demon, only at the Qi Yuan realm and battered all over, was fleeing in terror, with no pursuers in sight. Yet it clearly was in a state of desperate panic. Capture it and bring it here. Be discreet, Lu Ming commanded. In no time, Tai Chi appeared like a specter, swiftly seizing the terrified seahorse demon and bringing it into their hiding spot. Spare me. Please, spare me. I know nothing. The small seahorse demon trembled on the ground. Lu Ming sent a thread of pure elemental energy to temporarily stabilize its injuries, his voice calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Who is pursuing you? Why are you fleeing? The seahorse demon, sensing Lu Ming's unfathomable presence, became even more incoherent. There are many human ships, enormous ships. They kill demons on sight. The jellyfish lady and the others are barely holding on. I sneaked out. Many ships? Killing demons on sight? Lu Ming's gaze sharpened. Clarify. What kind of humans? What markings do the ships bear? The flags. The flags have symbols. The seahorse demon struggled to recall, trembling as it drew two distorted patterns in the dirt with its quivering appendages. One resembled a burning cloud, while the other depicted a tree twisted by a fierce wind. Though the drawings were crude, Lu Ming and Su Xiaowan recognized them almost instantaneously. The Lu family's flowing cloud flag. The Lin family's gale wood emblem. The Lin family. The Huangfu family. Su Xiaowan gasped in shock, her complexion instantly paling. Lu Ming's gaze turned icy, as if the temperature around them had dropped several degrees. Truly, the lingering shadows of the past. How many ships had they sent? What was their strength? Lu Ming's voice was as frigid as ice. The number is countless, stammered the little seahorse demon, fear evident in its eyes. The largest of those ships exude a presence far more terrifying than that of the jellyfish queen, even more dreadful than the poisonous spiked jellyfish empress approaching the Mountain Sea realm. They must be at least mid to late Mountain Sea realm, or perhaps even have a presence of the Starry realm among them. The Lin and Huangfu families had actually dispatched a joint fleet into the eastern extreme, Qingming Demon Sea. Their intentions were clearly not limited to merely searching for him, Lu Ming. This display was evidently a scheme. Had they discovered clues regarding the Dragon Palace ruins? Or did they plan to seize this opportunity to expand their influence in the Demon Sea? At that moment, Krabby Dolly scuttled back in a panic, clutching several fragments of human artifacts in its massive claws, its tone imbued with unprecedented alarm. Boss, this is bad. Outside, there are countless iron ships attacking indiscriminately all non-human races. Many demon tribes are being slaughtered. They seem to be capturing survivors as well. The news was confirmed. Lu Ming slowly rose to his feet, his eyes reflecting a starry void, the intent to kill coalescing into a palpable force. He had intended only to conceal himself and recuperate, to seize some advantage amidst the chaos. But now it appeared that someone was determined to disrupt his peace. The Lin and Huangfu families would pay dearly for this. He turned his gaze toward the terrified little seahorse demon and the equally flustered Tai Fin and Krabby Dolly, suddenly posing an apparently unrelated question. You mentioned earlier that there were energy liquids seeping from the territory occupied by the poisonous spiked jellyfish? Tai Fin was taken aback, but quickly nodded. Yes, boss. It's deep within the cultivation base to the east of the city. That place is easy to defend yet difficult to attack. The jellyfish queen has long held dominion over it, relying on her venom and the terrain. A cold, calculating smile crept across Lu Ming's lips, laced with a hint of madness. Excellent. Relay a message to all the demon tribes that can still be contacted outside. Those under attack. Inform them that if they wish to survive, seek vengeance, or reclaim their stolen territories, they should gather near the cultivation base in the Eastern District. Tell them that I, Lu Ming, might have a way to assist them in resisting those human iron fleets. Chapter 57, The 100 Demon Isles? My new stronghold. The news of the Lin and Huangfu fleets invading the Demon Sea, stirring up a tempest of bloodshed, loomed over everyone's hearts like a dark cloud. Su Shaowan displayed a look of concern, while Tai Fin and Krabby Dolly appeared increasingly restless. The large-scale human invasion signified an impending disaster for them, the lower-tier sea demons. Why the panic? Lu Ming's voice was calm, yet carried a reassuring strength. He slowly rose. His early-stage starry realm aura, though restrained, emanated a profound authority. They have come. It is time to settle both old and new scores. But for now, we require a stronghold, a place from which we can advance and retreat. His gaze swept toward the distant islands, shrouded in mist, their jagged rocks jutting out ominously. There lay a mingling of demonic energy and chaotic energy fluctuations, precisely the 100 Demon Isles that Tai Fin had mentioned earlier. Iron Fin, lead the way to the 100 Demon Isles. Boss, that place is quite chaotic. Iron Fin quickly responded. There are dozens of demon tribes, large and small, constantly fighting over resources and territory. The strongest leaders barely reach the pinnacle of the Spirit Stream realm or have just touched the threshold of the mountain and sea realm. Yet they are stubborn and refuse to yield to one another. That is of no concern, Lu Ming replied indifferently. It conveniently spares me the trouble of searching for them one by one. Moments later, Lu Ming and his companions set foot on the largest island of the 100 Demon Isles. The air was thick with a faint scent of blood and demonic energy. With remnants of battles scattered throughout, alongside rough stone houses and totems that exuded a primitive charm. Their arrival immediately drew the attention of the island's demon inhabitants. Stop. Where do you come from? Do you understand the rules? Pay the protection fee before entering the island. A group of demon soldiers, wearing wolf heads and wielding bone knives, early Spirit Stream realm, clamored and surrounded Lu Ming and Su Shaowan, their eyes filled with hostility towards the obviously human figures. Just as Iron Fin was about to reprimand them, Lu Ming raised a hand. He did not even glance at the small demons. His gaze directed deep into the island towards several stronger presences. His voice, though not loud, resonated clearly across the entire island. From this day forth, this island and the surrounding archipelago shall fall under my dominion. Who is in favor? Who is against? His tone was calm, yet carried an undeniable authority. The island fell silent for an instant, only to erupt into a cacophony of laughter and curses. Ha! What a conceited human pretty boy. Has he lost his mind? Such arrogance. I oppose. Tear him apart. Just in time for a feast. With a whoosh, several powerful demonic energies surged from various corners of the island. A towering black bear demon, wielding a massive club, pinnacle of Spirit Stream realm. A snake demon, flicking its crimson tongue with a cold gaze, late Spirit Stream realm. And an eagle demon, soaring through the air with razor-sharp wings, pinnacle of Spirit Stream realm, emerged as the three strongest leaders of the island. Human, you seek death. Roared the black bear demon, its temper flaring. It swung its massive club down towards Lu Ming with tremendous force, accompanied by a howling demonic wind. The other two demons also launched their assaults, with venom and wind blades converging from either side. Su Shaowan and Iron Fin tensed instantly. However, Lu Ming merely raised his hand lightly. Without invoking any supernatural powers, he simply pressed forward. Boom. An invisible, overwhelming pressure akin to the vastness of the starry realm suddenly descended like a collapsing sky. The charging black bear demon felt as if it had collided with a mountain. Its massive club shattered into splinters, and its enormous body was flung backward at a speed faster than it had approached, crashing through 7 or 8 stone houses before coming to a halt, blood gushing forth as it lay motionless on the ground. Decomposed the black bear demon's massive club. Common item, X1. Acquired, hardwood X5 units. Acquired origin points, 0, 5. Common item. Very low value. Current origin points, 58,000, 5. Meanwhile, The snake demon's venom and the eagle demon's wind blades, upon nearing a radius of 3 meters around Lu Ming, dissipated quietly as if they had struck an invisible wall. The serpent demon and the eagle demon hovered in midair, their fierce expressions swiftly replaced by an overwhelming sense of dread, their bodies trembling uncontrollably, even their demonic powers failing to manifest. A starry realm demon. The serpent demon's voice rang out, sharp and quaking. The entire island plunged into an eerie silence. All the demons who had recently been clamoring now seemed as if their throats were grasped, gazing in terror at the young man in white, who remained unfazed. A starry realm. In this chaotic sea, he was undoubtedly a dominant force. Crushing them would be akin to child's play. Now, who dares to voice dissent? Lu Ming's gaze swept across the crowd. Thud, thud, including the serpent and eagle demons. All the demons knelt in unison, their heads striking the ground with a resounding thud. We pay our respects, great king. Spare us. We were blind to your greatness. We wholeheartedly agree. 100-fold agreement. The principle of strength prevailed, vividly portrayed among the demon kin. Lu Ming was not surprised by this spectacle. Tai Fin, crab power, you shall temporarily govern this archipelago. Integrate all demon tribes, inventory resources, and establish sentry posts. Yes, boss. Tai Fin and crab power straightened their backs, pride evident in their demeanor. Lu Ming's consciousness had already enveloped the entire island, swiftly identifying a stone mountain that exuded the richest essence of vitality and occupied the most advantageous position. This shall be my dwelling henceforth. He led Su Shaoan towards the stone mountain, under the awed gazes of the gathered demons, who all knelt to make way. The indigenous demon tribes were soon cleared from the vicinity of the stone mountain. With a wave of his hand, Lu Ming summoned starry energy, effortlessly transforming several crude caves into neat and sturdy shelters, while also setting up simple concealment and defense formations. Standing at the entrance of his cave, he could overlook a vast expanse of the archipelago and the surrounding sea, the view exceptionally splendid. At last, a proper stronghold, Su Shaoan exhaled in relief. Lu Ming nodded, about to speak when his brow furrowed slightly. As his consciousness scanned the depths of the cave, he detected a faint and unusual energy fluctuation. This fluctuation was exceedingly subtle. Had he not attained the starry realm and possessed an exceptionally keen perception, he would have scarcely noticed it. Following the fluctuation, he ventured toward the innermost stone wall of the cave. The wall appeared unremarkable, indistinguishable from its surroundings. System, scan this stone wall. Scanning consumes soul force. 1. Weak spatial distortion and residual life energy detected within. The wall is a disguise, revealing a small, enclosed space behind it. Oh. Lu Ming's interest was piqued as he flicked a finger, directing a strand of starry energy to strike several nodes on the stone wall with precision. Crack, crack. The wall emitted a soft sound, then vanished like an illusion, revealing a narrow passage that could accommodate only one person. A more potent essence, imbued with an ancient and weathered aura, surged forth. At the end of the passage lay a small stone chamber. In the center of the chamber, a complete human skeleton sat cross-legged, having meditated here for an untold number of years. Strikingly, this skeleton was not pure white, but instead emanated a faint, warm golden glow, as if forged from gold. Even in death, it radiated an immortal and indomitable aura. Discovery, remains of an ancient body cultivator, golden body state of the stellar realm. Detected residual intent of the technique. Indestructible golden body formula, fragmented. Warning, the remains contain an exceedingly strong obsession and blood pressure, and careless contact may provoke a backlash. Chapter 58, The Legacy of the Golden Body? The refinement begins. Within the stone chamber, the faintly golden skeletal remains emanated a heart-stirring, majestic aura infused with an immortal essence. Merely approaching it, Lu Ming felt his own vitality simmering, as if drawn and restrained by an invisible force. Warning, the obsession and blood pressure contained within the remains are being activated by the host's aura. It is advised to retreat first and slowly connect with the residual intent of the technique using spiritual power. The system's alert resonated in his mind. Lu Ming's gaze sharpened, yet he did not immediately withdraw. His spiritual power from the stellar realm gradually extended, akin to gentle tendrils, cautiously reaching out to the golden skeleton in an attempt to capture the lingering intent of the indestructible golden body formula. At the very moment his spiritual power made contact with the remains, buzz, the golden skeleton trembled violently. An exceedingly intense, lingering will filled with reluctance, fury, and unparalleled fighting spirit surged forth, blending with an overwhelming pressure, akin to a torrent breaching a dam, crashing into Lu Ming's consciousness. In a daze, Lu Ming envisioned a scene, a towering golden giant roaring amidst the starry sky, battling against countless terrifying figures shrouded in gray mist. Ultimately exhausted and struck down by a colossal claw that rent the stars, its icy breath reminiscent of the Overseer. Fight! 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 Indestructible! 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 The frenzied battle intent and unwilling roars nearly tore Lu Ming's consciousness asunder, enduring a fierce impact of obsession. Consuming spiritual power, 8 to resist. Current spiritual power, 92. Had it been an ordinary cultivator at the early stage of the stellar realm, encountering such remnants of an ancient powerhouse would likely result in immediate spiritual injury, or even assimilation by this battle intent, transforming them into a mindless warrior. But Lu Ming was different. His spirit had been tempered through tribulations and safeguarded by the heart of origin, remaining unfazed. A mere remnant dares to assert its might? Be subdued. Within Lu Ming's consciousness, his stellar awareness transformed into countless resplendent star chains, weaving into a net, combining with the stabilizing power of the heart of origin, forcibly enveloping, compressing, and deconstructing the rampant obsession, decomposing the residual obsession of the ancient body cultivator, stellar level, X1. Acquired, pure battle intent fragment X1. Fragmented memory images, X3. Acquired origin points, 85,000. Current origin points, 580,005, 85,143, 0005. As the obsession was dismantled, the oppressive sensation abruptly vanished. The golden skeleton regained its tranquility. Although it continued to exude pressure, it no longer possessed any aggressive intent. Simultaneously, the fragmented indestructible golden body formula, deeply concealed within the remains, was unveiled before Lu Ming's eyes without reservation. The martial arts technique is profoundly intricate, emphasizing the extreme invocation of the utmost yang and unyielding energies of the cosmos, including the malevolent essence of metal and the power of celestial bodies. It continuously refines and hones the physical body and its acupoints, aspiring toward an indestructible form and the ultimate path of breaking through myriad laws. However, the method of cultivation is exceedingly tyrannical and perilous, often resulting in the injury of meridians, or even the potential for one's life force to be consumed in flames of vitality. Furthermore, nearly 1/3 of the content is missing. The system records the martial arts technique and optimizes it based on the database, deducing the most suitable cultivation plan for my current state. Indestructible golden body technique, incomplete, has been recorded. Optimization and deduction consume 5 spirit power. Deduction complete. Generated indestructible golden body technique, optimized. Filling in the missing portions, reducing cultivation risk by 17, and enhancing energy utilization by 22. Based on the host's current early-stage stellar realm cultivation, the characteristics of the mysterious spring primordial energy, and available resources, the optimal body tempering plan is generated. It requires the primary invocation of stellar power, supplemented with malevolent metal essence, which can be extracted from oceanic eyes or metallic ores, consuming a significant amount of vitality energy, which can be simulated using the blood of magical beasts or primordial points. Preliminary tempering, initial formation of the golden body, is expected to consume 10 portions of stellar realm magical beast blood, or an equivalent of 50,000 primordial points. 50,000 points. Just received, and already a substantial portion must be relinquished. Yet, Lu Ming hesitates not for a moment. Strength is paramount. System, directly consume 50,000 primordial points to simulate vitality energy, and commence the first tempering immediately. Command confirmed. Consuming primordial points, 50,000. Current primordial points, 1, 430, 005, 50. 000 930 005. Simulating vitality energy to guide stellar power and invoke malevolent metal essence, consuming stockpiled metallic materials. Boom. Lu Ming sat cross-legged, instantly entering a state of cultivation. His pores expanded, and above him, even through the seawater and rock layers, the intangible stellar power was drawn in, coalescing into nearly invisible silver beams that cascaded down and infused into his being. Simultaneously, some discarded metallic materials stored within the system space were swiftly decomposed to extract malevolent metal essence, mingling with the simulated formidable vitality energy, merging with the stellar power, and commencing a ferocious tempering of every cell in his body. Crackle. Lu Ming's body emitted sounds akin to metal grinding or thunderous tempering. His skin turned crimson instantly, resembling a heated branding iron, soon shimmering with a faint metallic luster, while the bones beneath the surface creaked under immense strain, as if subjected to relentless hammering. Intense agony surged like tidal waves, far exceeding the sensations experienced during previous breakthroughs. This was a transformation of the very essence of the flesh. Yet, Lu Ming did not furrow his brow even once. His will was as unyielding as steel, fully operating the optimized indestructible golden body technique. Guiding the tumultuous energy along a specific path, Lu Ming's body was undergoing a remarkable metamorphosis. Impurities were forcibly expelled and annihilated under the stellar power. His flesh became more refined, and the density of his bones skyrocketed, shimmering with faint golden stars. Beside him, Su Shaoan watched in alarm. Sensing the terrifying energy fluctuations within Lu Ming that could easily tear apart a practitioner of the Lingxi realm. The refining process lasted an entire day and night. When Lu Ming opened his eyes once more, the extraordinary phenomena surrounding him gradually subsided. A faint golden gleam flickered in his gaze. Clenching his fist gently, he did not utilize any elemental power. Merely the sheer strength of his physical form caused the air around him to erupt with a sound akin to an explosion. The sensation of power in his fingers felt capable of crushing mountains. Initial refinement of the indestructible golden body technique completed. Physical strength increased by 150. Purely physical strength can now rival early-stage practitioners of the Shanhai realm. Acquired passive effects: low-level physical damage reduction, low-level energy resistance. Current status: early-stage starry realm, significant enhancement of physical body. The results were commendable. Lu Ming, feeling the surging power within him, nodded in satisfaction. The expenditure of 50,000 origin points was indeed worthwhile. His gaze once again fell upon the golden skeleton. At this moment, the skeleton posed no threat to him. Rather, it resembled a treasure trove awaiting excavation. System: decompose the remains. Decomposing ancient body cultivator remains. Starry realm golden body state. X1. Acquired: undying golden body bone powder X108 units. Undying battle intent crystal, weak, X1. Origin points gained: 95,000. Current origin points: 930, 00595, 0001, 025. 005. A vast amount of origin points flowed into his account once more. Additionally, he obtained the precious golden body bone powder and battle intent crystals, which were exceptional materials for future refinements. However, just as Lu Ming was digesting this newfound bounty and preparing for a second round of refinement, a sharp alarm echoed from the patrolling eagle demon stationed at the island's perimeter. Immediately, the anxious voice of Iron Fin reached him through their spiritual connection. "Boss, this is bad. The commotion from your cultivation seems too great. It has attracted the attention of that ancestor from the northern Xiangui ditch. It is coming our way." The aura is terrifying. Lu Ming's consciousness swiftly expanded outward. Indeed, he sensed a profound, oceanic presence, heavy as a mountain, steadily approaching the 100-demon archipelago from the northern sea. Its strength unmistakably reached the early stages of the starry realm. With a foundation far more solid than Lu Ming's recent breakthrough could compare. The ancestor of the Xiangui ditch? Lu Ming's eyes flickered as he recalled what Iron Fin had previously mentioned. One of the true rulers of this sea region was an ancient Xiangui that had lived for countless years, possessing unfathomable power and rarely involving itself in worldly affairs. He never anticipated that a single refinement would draw forth such an existence. Is it a blessing or a curse? If it is a curse, there is no escaping it. Lu Ming stood tall and addressed Su Shaoan. "Wait for me here." With a decisive step, Lu Ming appeared above the island, standing with his hands clasped behind him, gazing toward the northern horizon where the sea met the sky, patiently awaiting the arrival of their formidable neighbor. Chapter 59. Turtle Prime Minister? I see it as a mobile treasure trove. On the northern sea, waves silently parted, revealing a massive shadow that resembled a small island slowly emerging. It was, in fact, an enormous Xiangui of unimaginable size. The tortoiseshell bore a deep brown hue, etched with the ravages of time and ancient runes, as if it carried the weight of millennia from the ocean's depths. The edges of the shell were as sharp as blades, radiating a chilling brilliance that sent shivers down one's spine. A massive head gradually emerged from the water's surface, its eyes murky yet profound, resembling two unfathomable ancient wells, quietly gazing towards the sky above the island. The formidable demonic energy of the initial star realm enveloped the surroundings like tangible seawater, dense and steady, yet imbued with an unparalleled sense of oppression. The presence of this ancient turtle was far more concentrated and enduring than that of the surrounding land. It was evident that it had accumulated countless years within this realm. All the demon clans on the 100 Demon Isles were already cowering beneath this immense pressure, too terrified to raise their heads. The Iron Fin and Crab Demon shook uncontrollably. These sea demons of the spirit stream realm felt no different from mere ants in the face of such an entity. Suspended in the air, Lu Ming's figure was softly illuminated by the celestial radiance, subtly dissipating the weighty oppression. With a calm demeanor, he met the gaze of the enormous turtle eyes. Human race. The ancient turtle's voice was slow and gravelly, akin to two colossal stones grinding against one another beneath the sea, yet it resonated clearly in Lu Ming's ears. Was it you refining your physical form earlier? Disturbing the celestial bodies and stirring the ocean's spiritual veins, such a considerable uproar. I am Lu Ming, a junior who has just arrived in this place, establishing a dwelling. I apologize for not fully concealing my aura during my cultivation, which may have disturbed you, esteemed elder. Lu Ming bowed respectfully, his tone composed, giving due regard to the ancient being while demonstrating a notable absence of fear. The ancient turtle's murky eye seemed to shift slightly, registering a hint of astonishment at Lu Ming's ability to withstand its oppressive force with such poise. It is rare for human cultivators to refine their bodies to the extent of invoking celestial phenomena. Your cultivation method is indeed peculiar, the ancient turtle responded slowly, its tone inscrutable. This maritime expanse has not seen a newcomer to the star realm in quite some time. According to custom, you must demonstrate your worth to me or pay a price. Though the words were measured, their implications were clear. Either prove your worthiness to be a neighbor or pay a protection fee, or engage in combat. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming not only felt no trepidation, but instead allowed a barely perceptible smile to grace his lips. His formidable spiritual sense and the acute perception granted by the source heart had already discerned vital information from the ancient turtle's vast, yet faintly waning demonic energy. This ancient turtle was nearing the end of its lifespan. Beneath its steady, weighty aura lay a frailty akin to a candle flame on the verge of extinguishment. The so-called customs and costs it mentioned were likely more a test than anything else. Its true intentions perhaps lay elsewhere. Worth? Price? Lu Ming chuckled lightly, his gaze seemingly penetrating the turtle's formidable shell. I may not be able to offer a price that would satisfy you, esteemed elder. However, Lu Ming's tone took on a hint of amusement. I can't help but notice that while your vitality is as immense as the sea, your yang fire is waning, and a shadow of decline appears to loom, suggesting a deeper concern regarding your lifespan than this maritime realm itself. At these words, the ancient turtle's calm well of eyes abruptly narrowed. The steady demonic energy surrounding it exhibited a sudden and violent fluctuation, revealing the shock that lurked within its heart. The matter of its impending demise is shrouded in profound secrecy, to the extent that even its closest offspring remain oblivious. How is it that this young man, whom I have just met, perceives it at a single glance? What do you mean by that? The voice of the old Xian turtle deepened slightly, tinged with an imperceptible urgency and wariness. I am but a humble junior, possessing a modicum of knowledge regarding the art of alchemy. Lu Ming's tone remained unperturbed, as if discussing a trivial matter, perhaps capable of concocting a few elixirs to extend the elder's flickering flame of life. With a subtle gesture, Lu Ming revealed a fleeting image of the Millennium Sea Soul Grass, exuding a rich aura of vitality. Sourced from the abyssal depths of the ocean, the actual item resided in the system space. Simultaneously, the heart of primordial source simulated an exquisitely pure wave of medicinal energy, specifically attuned to nourish demonic souls and the essence of life. This fluctuation was exceedingly subtle, yet it precisely resonated with the most pressing needs of the old Xian turtle. The immense body of the old turtle trembled violently, its head instinctively leaning forward, as unprecedented brilliance erupted from its murky eyes. Longevity. This was the opportunity it yearned for most, yet found the most elusive, having been trapped in the early stages of the stellar realm for far too long. Its potential was exhausted. Without external aid, it would succumb to complete extinction within a century at most. Can you truly concoct the elixir of longevity? The old turtle's voice quivered, the earlier composure and authority utterly dissipated. A 70% chance. Lu Ming replied with a conservative yet sufficiently provocative figure. However, the required materials were rather rare. While I possessed the primary ingredient, I still lacked several crucial auxiliary herbs: stellar moss, millennium blood coral essence, and azure sea tidal flower. These names, uttered by Lu Ming, were derived from the system's calculations of the optimal formula based on the old turtle's condition, and all were exceedingly rare treasures, nearly exclusive to the perilous depths of the ocean. Upon hearing this, the old Xian turtle's eyes sparkled even more brightly, hastily responding, "Stellar moss may be found on the walls of my cave, where the power of the stars is refined. As for millennium blood coral essence, it seems I possess a small fragment within my collection. However, the azure sea tidal flower elicited a look of difficulty. This flower only grows near the stormy cape, adjacent to the western San continent, rendering it extremely rare. No matter. Lu Ming felt a surge of joy within, though his expression remained impassive. If the elder could provide the first two items, along with an additional 5,000 pounds of deep-sea silver and 300 spirit stream realm above water attribute demon cores as alchemical remuneration, then I shall find a way to procure the azure sea tidal flower myself. After the elixir is completed, I will grant the elder 30% of it. Lu Ming's offer was audacious, indeed. Each of those materials was of immense value, and he was requesting a substantial amount of resources in addition. Yet, the old Xian turtle merely pondered momentarily before unhesitatingly acquiescing. Agreed. As long as the elixir is successful, the compensation is of little consequence. In comparison to longevity, these external items are trivial. Furthermore, Lu Ming added, revealing his true intentions, as a newcomer, I am unfamiliar with the dynamics of this demonic sea, the distribution of powers, and even the safe routes to the central divine continent. I would greatly appreciate the elder's guidance and sharing of maps and pertinent knowledge. This, indeed, was one of the things Lu Ming valued most. It is but a minor request. At this moment, the old turtle was in high spirits. It opened its mouth and released a luminous jade slip, a meticulous sea chart that had taken it millennia to create. This chart marked perilous locations, territories of various powers, and several clandestine routes, including the safest underwater current leading to the Middle Earth. Relevant information had also been inscribed within. Lu Ming accepted the jade slip, and upon scanning it with his consciousness, his heart soared with joy. The detail of this sea chart exceeded all expectations and was of immeasurable value. With the transaction concluded, the atmosphere relaxed considerably. The old turtle gazed at Lu Ming, finding him increasingly agreeable. Suddenly, as if recalling something, it slightly moved its enormous head and spoke softly. Young friend Lu, there seems to be an exceedingly faint, yet highly significant trace of observation upon you. Although you have cleverly masked and diminished it, it remains uneradicated. Over time, it may become a grave concern. Lu Ming felt a sudden chill. How perceptive was this old turtle? It could even detect the lingering traces of the observer? Your insight is remarkable, Lu Ming conceded, not denying the observation. A glimmer of reminiscence and caution flickered in the old turtle's murky eyes. I have lived far too long and witnessed some incredible entities. This trace upon you reminds me of some ominous legends. If you wish to completely rid yourself of it. Pausing, the old turtle lowered its voice. As if divulging a great secret, perhaps you should venture to the deepest part of the Dragon Palace ruins and seek the legendary Dragon Transformation Pool. The Dragon Transformation Pool? Lu Ming's gaze sharpened. Was that not the place where a flood dragon transcended to become a true dragon? He recalled the flood dragon from earlier. However, the old turtle shook its head. Not at all. That was merely a subpar version occupied by that little flood dragon. The true Dragon Transformation Pool is a creation of heaven and earth, encompassing the purest life, purification power, and fragments of fundamental laws. It is said to cleanse all foreign energies and soul imprints, even obscuring the heavenly mechanisms. The genuine Dragon Transformation Pool lies at the core of the Dragon Palace, guarded by formidable restrictions, and that little flood dragon could never gain access. Perhaps it can resolve your troubles. The true Dragon Transformation Pool, capable of cleansing the traces of the observer? This information was worth far more than the sum of all previous materials combined. Chapter 60, Alchemy? Even the Demon Emperor demands that the transaction with the old turtle had yielded Lu Ming substantial rewards. Not only did he acquire the coveted detailed sea chart and knowledge, pointing him towards a potential solution for the observer's threat, but he also received a promise of rare materials. The old turtle, preoccupied with the longevity elixir, was highly efficient. Within half a day, it dispatched its descendants to deliver the promised starry moss, millennia blood coral essence, and 5,000 pounds of deep-sea silver, along with 300 water attribute demon cores of the spirit stream realm, or higher, to the 100 demon islands. The starry moss grew at the core of the Xian turtle's spiritual vein, harboring pure stellar energy, the blood coral essence. Though only the size of a pigeon's egg, was crimson as blood, exuding formidable vitality. The deep-sea silver was piled high, shimmering like silver, making it prime material for crafting magical treasures and array foundations. Gazing at these resources, which could incite envy in any who had attained the starry realm, Lu Ming maintained a calm demeanor while rapidly calculating their worth in his mind. System, scan these materials, estimate their total value, and calculate the cost needed to concoct the longevity elixir based on the optimized formula from the old turtle's conditions. Scan complete. Estimated total value of materials, approximately 225,000 origin points. To refine the optimized Guiling pill, which extends life by approximately 300 years. The following is required. Main ingredient, 1,000-year sea soul grass, X1, valued at approximately 12,000 points. One-third of the auxiliary ingredient, stellar moss. The entirety of 10,000-year blood coral pulp and other supplementary materials, which can be replenished from inventory. Additionally, 15,000 origin points are needed for energy guidance and pill formation assistance. Expected yield, 3 pills. The cost of materials is just over 100,000 origin points, with the main ingredient being from Lu Ming himself, yielding 3 pills and a plethora of materials worth over 200,000 points. A lucrative trade indeed. More importantly, it establishes a connection with the venerable old Xian turtle. Commencing the pill refinement, Lu Ming chose not to utilize a pill furnace, but instead settled into a meditative posture. His hands held aloft. The Yuan force of the stellar realm surged forth, sketching countless arcane runes in the air, manifesting an ethereal energy pill furnace. Heart of the primordial source meticulously regulated every ounce of heat, while the system aided in decomposing and purifying the materials, guiding the medicinal properties into harmonious fusion. This nearly ethereal method of pill formation, if witnessed by a typical alchemist, would surely be regarded as miraculous. Yet for Lu Ming, equipped with a system and a high-dimensional knowledge repository, it was merely a fundamental operation. Various materials, enveloped in the stellar Yuan force, were cast into the void pill furnace, undergoing refinement to extract their essence while impurities were discarded, merging in a profound sequence. The entire process flowed seamlessly, imbued with the aesthetic beauty of natural law. A rich fragrance of medicine began to permeate the air, even drawing upon the vitality of heaven and earth, forming a small vortex of spiritual energy above the cave. Such commotion could not escape the notice of the island's demon race, nor that of the nearby old Xian turtle. Though it did not approach directly, a subtle yet expectant consciousness remained attuned to the happenings here. Several hours later, the pills were complete. 3 pills, the size of dragon eyes, gleamed with a golden hue and were adorned with 3 cloud patterns, swirling enticingly in Lu Ming's palm, exuding a captivating luster and immense life energy. Success in refining the Guiling pill, lower-grade stellar realm. Quality, superior. Lu Ming retained 2 pills, placing one into a jade vial and instructing Tai Chi to deliver it to Xian Turtle Hollow. Shortly thereafter, a jubilant and ecstatic howl resonated from the northern seas, the previously waning aura of the old Xian turtle visibly revitalizing. A wave of grateful consciousness reached Lu Ming. Thank you, young friend Lu. The pill indeed possesses miraculous effects. I owe you a tremendous favor. The ecstatic energy fluctuations of the Xian turtle ancestor served as the finest advertisement, swiftly sweeping across the surrounding seas. A pill capable of extending life, and one with such remarkable efficacy. For many demon lords nearing the end of their lifespan, or those who have suffered hidden injuries affecting their essence, it was akin to a beacon of light in the darkness. In the days that followed, the 100 demon isles were utterly transformed, shattering their former tranquility and becoming bustling with visitors. First to arrive were the demon kings of the stellar realm, who had established friendly relations with the old Xian turtle or were well informed, courteously presenting their requests for pills. The rewards they offered were diverse yet all exquisite treasures from the deep sea. There was the ancient soul wood, a precious gem nurturing the spirit, the thunderstruck Yinyang wood core, imbued with the essence of celestial thunder, an exceptional material for crafting and formations, and even a fist-sized, incredibly heavy piece of primordial magnetic iron, emanating a subtle gravitational pull. Lu Ming welcomed all visitors. He tailored the alchemical formulas slightly according to each demon king's circumstances, primarily regulating efficacy and cost, quoted the corresponding fees, and then, before their very eyes, performed the miraculous art of void condensation, swiftly producing elixirs. Composite of the pulse refining pill, exceptional spirit stream realm, material consumption, several, origin points, 3,000. Reward, soul wood, valued approximately at 40,000 points. Composite of the blood inflaming pill, upper mountain sea realm, material consumption, several, origin points, 8,000. Reward, thunderstruck wood core, valued approximately at 60,000 points. Composite of the form transforming foundation pill, lower starry realm, material consumption, several, origin points, 12,000. Reward, primordial magnetic iron, valued approximately at 150,000 points. With each transaction, Lu Ming profited immensely. His spatial system and cave repository filled at an astonishing rate, with rare materials accumulating like mountains. And his origin points surged once again. Current origin points, 1,880,005. Net profit from multiple transactions, 435,000 points. More importantly, through these exchanges, He established initial connections with the powerful demon clans in the surrounding sea, garnering a degree of goodwill and kinship. Simultaneously, during conversations with these ancient demons, he subtly acquired additional scattered information about the Demon Sea, the Dragon Palace, and various factions, greatly broadening his horizons. Su Shaowan and the Ironfin demons transitioned from initial shock to subsequent numbness, ultimately becoming composed enough to assist in receiving those who sought elixirs. Their demeanor increasingly courteous towards the grand demons. Their leader was akin to a mobile treasury and an alchemical furnace. On this day, Lu Ming had just bid farewell to a ghost-faced jellyfish demon king who exchanged 3 pieces of ghostly coral for a tranquil heart pill, preparing to tally his gains. Suddenly, the sky above the 100 demon Isle darkened without warning. A terrifying, more formidable presence than the ancient black tortoise, exuding an overwhelming, majestic demonic aura, descended like a tangible canopy, enveloping the sea. The demons on the isle were instantly paralyzed by this indescribable pressure, finding it difficult even to breathe. The ghost-faced jellyfish demon king, who had just departed a short distance, shrank in terror, trembling uncontrollably. Even the ancient black tortoise, whose vitality had just begun to flourish, suddenly grew cautious and restrained. A colossal golden avian phantom, resembling clouds descending from the heavens, swept across the sky, its target unmistakably the 100 demon Isle. The pressure emanating from this illusion had already reached the mid-stage of the Starry Realm, or even higher. A mid-stage Starry Realm demon emperor? Lu Ming's pupils constricted, his expression turning grave. This aura far exceeded that of all previous visitors. The golden silhouette retracted, transforming into a middle-aged man clad in resplendent golden robes, his handsome visage radiating an air of condescension. He descended slowly before Lu Ming's cave dwelling, his eyes like bolts of lightning, sweeping over Lu Ming with a hint of scrutiny and curiosity. Is it you who sells the elixir capable of prolonging life and strengthening the foundation? The golden-robed demon emperor spoke, his voice resonating with a metallic timbre, exuding an inherent authority. I am Lu Ming, a junior in your presence. Honored to meet the demon emperor. Lu Ming clasped his hands, maintaining a balance of respect and assertiveness. I possess some knowledge of alchemy, merely facilitating mutual needs among fellow practitioners. Excellent. The golden-robed demon emperor nodded, seemingly satisfied with Lu Ming's demeanor. I am Jin Peng, hailing from Feather Emperor Island. I have come today with a request. He paused, directly stating his intent. I require the concoction of a 9 turns rebirth pill to save a dear relative. All materials are prepared except for one crucial herb, the 7-colored rebirth flower. This flower is said to grow only in a perilous location. And the gaze of the Jin Peng demon emperor shifted towards the southern region, a fearsome sea perpetually ravaged by thunderstorms, as he slowly uttered 4 words, Sea Abyss. Chapter 61, Sea Abyss. A storm of energy awaits. The conditions laid forth by the Jin Peng demon emperor were simple, yet of monumental weight. The Sea Abyss is recognized as one of the forbidden zones of the Demon Sea. Inside, the energy is chaotically violent, rife with destructive void rifts, distorted force fields, and energy storms potent enough to rend the flesh of those in the stellar realm. It is rumored to harbor terrifying ancient beasts adapted to such extreme environments. For an ordinary practitioner in the stellar realm, entry is akin to courting death. However, the rewards offered by the Jin Peng demon emperor were equally compelling, comprising 3 feathers imbued with his essence, capable of being refined into treasures for flight or the comprehension of the laws of wind and thunder. A substantial collection of top-tier materials necessary for Lu Ming's cultivation, and most importantly, the friendship and promise of a mid-stage stellar realm demon emperor, assistance when Lu Ming finds himself in need. The balance of risk and reward was palpable, with the 7-colored rebirth flower holding immense value for his future alchemical endeavors. Very well, I shall undertake this task. Lu Ming, without excessive hesitation, acquiesced. The path of cultivation is one of defiance against fate. How could he afford to be timid? A glimmer of appreciation flickered in the Jin Peng demon emperor's eyes. After leaving behind a golden feather imbued with his essence as a token of trust and connection, he transformed into a beam of golden light and departed, awaiting favorable news. Once the Jin Peng was sent off, Lu Ming immediately began his preparations. He first expended tens of thousands of source points, integrating the rare materials he had recently acquired, such as Yuan magnetic divine iron and deep sea sinking silver, to synthesize a specialized magical artifact tailored for the CEI environment, the stabilizing shuttle, a low-grade stellar realm artifact. This shuttle, resembling a spindle and shimmering in silver gray, was inscribed with countless runes designed to withstand spatial distortions and energy impacts, significantly enhancing survival and mobility within chaotic energies. Synthesized stabilizing shuttle, low-grade stellar realm. Materials consumed. Yuan magnetic divine iron X1. Main material. Deep sea sinking silver X1000 gene. Stellar gold essence X50 units. Source points consumed. 35,000 points. With preparations complete, Lu Ming entrusted the island's affairs to Su Shaowan and Tiechi, embarking alone on the Dingyu shuttle. He transformed into an unremarkable streak of light, heading towards the southern sea, eternally shrouded in terrifying energies. Long before drawing near, the apocalyptic sight was enough to instill dread. Ahead, a colossal whirlpool spun languidly, devouring countless hectares of seawater. Above the whirlpool, the sky was not a sky at all, but a twisted, shattered void, where numerous black and purple thunderbolts danced like frenzied dragons, rending everything asunder. The deafening roar was unceasing, and the violent energy currents formed visible hurricanes that swept everything in their path. This place seemed like the world's wound, rife with chaos and destruction. Warning: entering a high-energy turbulence zone. Detected high-intensity spatial rifts, energy storms, and fragments of law impact. Energy consumption of the Dingyu shuttle shield is escalating. Lu Ming's expression turned grave as he exerted all his strength to propel the Dingyu shuttle and his own stellar essence, cautiously avoiding the most perilous spatial rifts. Like a fragile boat in a raging sea, laboriously steering towards the depths of the whirlpool, the area where the seven-colored resurrection flower, described by the Golden Rock Demon Emperor, might grow. The deeper he ventured, the more hostile the environment became. The intensity of the energy storm surged, even beginning to mix with strange energies capable of eroding both essence and soul. Suddenly, a dark energy storm, exceeding 10 zhang in diameter, surged forth like a massive python. Lu Ming's pupils constricted. Evasion was no longer an option. Dingyu shuttle, maximum power. Guardian of the Ming Spring, he shouted, as the Dingyu shuttle radiated silver light, while the profound, frigid essence of the Ming Spring burst forth, forming a second layer of protection around the shuttle. Boom. The terrifying impact caused the Dingyu shuttle to tremble violently, the surface runes dimming significantly in an instant. Damage to Dingyu shuttle, 15. Essence consumption, 20. What a fearsome storm. Lu Ming's heart raced. This was merely the periphery. Yet, rather than fear, a glimmer of excitement flashed in his eyes. System. Analyze the energy components of the recent storm. Attempt to guide some of the dissipated energy for decomposition and absorption. Analyzing consumes soul power, 3. Components complex. Includes chaotic stellar power, void energy, and destructive energy. Attempt to separate and absorb the relatively stable stellar power and some attribute-less essence. Guiding decomposition. Decomposing energy storm at the CI, partial dissipated energy. Acquired, pure stellar energy units X5, attribute-less essence crystals X20. Acquired source points, 8,800, energy immense but chaotic, conversion rate relatively low. Current source points, 400, 000, 8800, 400, 8,800 points. Could it actually replenish consumption? Lu Ming's spirit soared. For others, this CI was a perilous abyss, but for him, possessing the heart of primordial source and the system, it was, in a sense, a supercharged battery and a source point ATM. As he continued on his journey, he no longer merely evaded danger. Instead, under the condition of ensuring safety, he actively approached the edges of storms with moderate energy intensity that would not instantaneously annihilate the Dingyu shuttle, seeking to absorb some energy. Decomposed energy storm to obtain source point, 7,200. Decomposed void energy ripple to obtain source point, 6,500. Current source points, 400, 8,800, 7,200, 6,500, totaling 422,500 points. Such reckless behavior, if witnessed by other cultivators, would undoubtedly lead them to believe he had lost his sanity. After enduring several perilous situations, when the damage to the Dingyu shuttle reached 40, Lu Ming finally arrived at his target area, a bizarre expanse of floating giant rocks located near the core region of the CI. These colossal rocks, of unknown material, managed to remain relatively stable amidst such a tumultuous environment, with sporadic growth of peculiar plants that emitted a faint glow. Target energy response detected. Tricolor Resurrection Flower X3. Status, mature. Warning, high-intensity life response detected nearby. Energy level, initial stage of starry realm. Attributes, icy cold, highly toxic. Lu Ming suppressed his presence and stealthily approached. There, beside a flower radiating with vibrant colors, a serpent, pitch black in color and adorned with a single horn on its head, coiled ominously, measuring merely a foot in length. Its body nearly melded with the surrounding darkness, yet the aura of danger it exuded sent chills down his spine. The Shadow Serpent. Lu Ming recognized this ancient creature known for its speed and deadly poison. It evidently regarded this flower as its prized possession. A surprise attack would be the optimal choice. Lu Ming held his breath and focused, concentrating the essence of his mysterious spring energy at his fingertips, transforming it into an almost invisible dark needle infused with the ultimate forces of frost and annihilation, silently shooting toward the serpent's vulnerable spot. However, just as the needle was about to strike, the Shadow Serpent seemed to possess a foreknowledge. It twisted its body in an uncanny manner, narrowly evading the critical hit, merely sustaining a superficial scratch. Hiss! Startled, the serpent emitted a sharp hiss, transforming into a bolt of black lightning, lunging directly at Lu Ming's face, its speed unfathomably swift. Such incredible speed. Lu Ming was taken aback, instantly unleashing the domain of the Starry Realm. Though only in its nascent form, it momentarily halted the serpent's velocity. Die! Seizing the opportunity, Lu Ming pointed his finger like a sword, channeling the power of the starry essence mixed with the recently mastered indestructible golden body technique. He thrust his finger forward. With a piercing sound, his fingertip struck the serpent's head with precision. A tremendous force erupted instantly. Decomposed Shadow Serpent. Initial stage of Starry Realm, X1. Gained, Shadow Serpent Poison Sac, Starry Realm, X1. Serpent Essence Dan, Starry Realm, X1. Exotic Serpent Scale Material, X72. Acquired Source Points, 98,000. Current Source Points, 422,500, 98,000, totaling 520,500 points. Swiftly collecting the 3 tricolor resurrection flowers and storing them carefully, Lu Ming exhaled in relief, preparing to withdraw. Suddenly, the heart of Primordial Source emitted an unusually urgent alert. Warning! A detection has revealed the presence of an ultra-high intensity, highly ordered energy source deep within the colossal rock, starkly contrasting with the chaotic energy surrounding it. Analysis of the energy signature indicates an impressive compatibility with artifacts from the primordial civilization, rated at 897. Intrigued, Lu Ming followed the guidance and breached the immense boulder. As the rock crumbled, it unveiled an object of considerable size, approximately the dimensions of a house, constructed entirely from an unknown silvery metal adorned with intricate patterns. It appeared to have sustained severe damage, featuring a substantial breach on its surface, exposing its internal structure which flickered with faint electrical arcs. Despite its dilapidated state, a crystalline component at its core pulsated tenaciously, radiating stable and pure energy fluctuations, seemingly struggling against the encroachment of the surrounding environment. Discovery: a large environmental energy regulator, severely damaged, of primordial civilization design. Core: operating inefficiently, 12 power. Preliminary repair or dismantling for salvage is possible. Chapter 62. Repairing the remnants of a civilization? Let us give it a try. Before this deeply buried energy regulator from the primordial civilization, still persistently functioning, Lu Ming's eyes sparkled with immense excitement. This was no ordinary relic. It was a precious specimen still in operation. Its value far exceeded that of lifeless artifacts. Should he dare to attempt a repair and seek to harness a fraction of the power from this abyssal eye? Or would it be wiser to dismantle it directly, acquiring its core technology and materials? Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Ming chose the former. Fortune favors the bold, especially considering his profound curiosity about the technology of the primordial civilization and the trump card he held, the heart of the primordial system. Conduct a comprehensive scan of the wreckage structure and evaluate the feasibility of repairs along with the required resources. Consumption of spiritual power for comprehensive scan, 8. Scan complete. Damage level of the wreckage, 87. Core energy conversion matrix damaged by 53. All external interfaces non-functional. Stability rune group annihilated by 72. Feasibility of preliminary repair, 114. Repair objective: restore basic operation of the core matrix, increase power to 5, achieve stable energy output, and partial environmental control permissions. Requirements: 500 units of similar alloy materials, can substitute with deep-sea silver and primordial magnetic iron, though efficiency will be reduced. 3 stellar realm monster cores or equivalent energy sources, and 80,000 origin points for energy guidance and rune reconstruction. Warning: the repair process may trigger energy fluctuations, attracting nearby dangerous creatures or inciting a larger-scale energy storm. The author has a note. The materials Lu Ming possesses were acquired through trials in the deep sea and previous transactions of alchemical concoctions. Due to an abundance of items obtained through trade, they have not been individually specified. The risks are considerable, yet worth the attempt. He has recently acquired great wealth and can bear the costs. Initiate repairs. Prioritize stabilizing the core matrix, Lu Ming commanded, while simultaneously remaining on high alert for any threats in the vicinity. Command confirmed. Consumption: 500 pounds of deep-sea silver, 100 pounds of primordial magnetic iron fragments. 30 monster cores of Spirit Stream Realm or equivalent. Conversion. Origin points: 80,000. At the current source point, 520,500, 80,000, 40,500, the repair is underway. Lu Ming placed his hands upon the frigid wreckage, as both the astral energy and the analytical force of the heart of primordial origin surged forth. Akin to the most delicate surgical scalpel and welding torch, meticulously guiding the materials and energies to gradually mend the intricate circuits and runes. This process demanded an extraordinary amount of mental fortitude. Even with the system's assistance, Lu Ming had to concentrate all his focus. Beads of sweat beginning to form on his forehead. The tumultuous energy environment surrounding him served as a significant distraction. Time ticked away. Within the wreckage, those dim patterns began to illuminate with faint glimmers, reminiscent of a dying patient being rejuvenated with vitality. The crystalline component at the core pulsated with an accelerating frequency, growing increasingly robust. As the repair progress reached a critical juncture, poised to touch the power target of 5, an unexpected anomaly arose. Perhaps the act of repair disturbed the energy equilibrium he had established, or the amplified energy output attracted something. Boom. A tempest of energy, thicker than any before and exhibiting a bizarre dark red hue, materialized without warning from close proximity, like a raging dragon, lunging toward Lu Ming, who was exerting all his efforts to repair the energy regulator wreckage. Its might far surpassed previous encounters, posing a grave threat even to those at the mid-level of the astral realm. Damn! Lu Ming's expression shifted. At this moment, he found himself at a crucial repair point. If he withdrew to evade, all his prior efforts would be in vain. If he braced himself against it, the already damaged Dingyu shuttle would suffer further harm, and he would likely be gravely injured. In a split second, Lu Ming made an audacious decision. Instead of retreating, he surged forward, instantly pushing the power of the recently partially repaired energy regulator to its limit, 49. His goal was not defense, but guidance. Turn it around, he bellowed. As the regulator's core erupted with blinding light, an invisible force field suddenly acted upon the periphery of that dark red energy tempest, not resisting, but skillfully applying a lateral thrust. Like the principle of yielding with minimal effort, that destructive storm was indeed deflected slightly off its course, whizzing past Lu Ming and the wreckage, grinding several distant floating boulders to dust. Successfully guided the high-intensity energy storm, consumed 85 of the energy regulator's reserve power. The Dingyu shuttle was impacted by the residual waves, damage level, 65. What a close call. Lu Ming exhaled in relief, a cold sweat trickling down his back. Yet, his gaze sparkled with renewed intensity. This regulator was indeed effective. He dared not linger, immediately seizing the moment to finalize the last repairs. Repair completed. Current status of the energy regulator: severely damaged, partially repaired. Output power: 51. Gained permissions: slightly stabilize the surrounding energy environment, radius of 300 meters. Slightly absorb and convert chaotic energy. Though merely a preliminary repair, and far from restoring its full capabilities, the significance was monumental. Lu Ming immediately endeavored to test its functionality. With a mere thought, he centered his focus on the regulator, and astonishingly, the tumultuous energy within a radius of 300 meters began to subside, transforming into a relatively gentle and orderly state. A portion of the chaotic energy was absorbed by the regulator, transmuted into a pure, stable, and easily absorbable special energy crystal, which settled at the core. Acquired. Orderly energy crystal, star realm quality, X10, can be slowly generated through continuous operation. Success. Although the range was limited, within this perilous CI, it was akin to possessing a secure haven and a sustainable energy source. More importantly, through the hands-on repair process, Heart of the Source recorded and analyzed a wealth of invaluable information regarding the energy manipulation technology of the primordial civilization. Acquired. Fragments of knowledge on advanced energy matrix of the primordial civilization, incomplete, X1. Design blueprint for environmental stabilization rune set, partial, X1. Technology database completeness improved. Related synthesis and analysis capabilities enhanced. However, while Lu Ming reveled in the joy of his achievements, he remained oblivious to the fact that during the brief moment when the power of the energy regulator surged to 49, forcibly guiding the dark red storm, a peculiar wave frequency emanated from its core. Due to the instability and overload of the repaired device, a minute distortion occurred, exceeding its design parameters. This distortion wave, although exceedingly faint, bore unique primordial characteristics, penetrating through the tumultuous energy currents of the sea and transcending conventional means to instantaneously transmit to a remarkably distant location. In the faraway Middle-earth, within a secretive, dimly lit hall filled with intricate instruments and ancient scrolls, a compass-like artifact responsible for monitoring energy anomalies flickered momentarily. The rune upon it, dormant for countless years, suddenly emitted an almost imperceptible glimmer. The cloaked figure operating the artifact was momentarily taken aback, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. Before hastening to the device, fingers deftly performing calculations. Moments later, he abruptly raised his head, his eyes brimming with shock and elation. His voice sharp and hoarse with excitement as he burst from the hall. Report. Direction of the endless demon sea to the southeast. Detecting an exceedingly faint, suspected arc energy fluctuation signal. Repeat. The arc signal has re-emerged in the world. Chapter 63. The Demon Emperor's Reward? A thunder egg. The brief tranquility deep within the sea, I was proactively interrupted by Lu Ming. He was acutely aware of the unknown risks that the distortion wave could entail. Deeming it unwise to linger, carefully, he detached the core of the regulator, which was still slowly operating and condensing the orderly energy crystals from the remnants. The remaining debris was not wasted either. System, decompose the remaining debris. Decomposing large environmental energy regulator remnants. Severely damaged, X1. Acquired, 200 units of primordial special alloy ingots. 45 damaged energy conduits, 12 fragments of control rune plates. Having accomplished all of this, he no longer lingered. He deftly maneuvered the significantly damaged Dingyu shuttle, cautiously avoiding the increasingly turbulent energy currents, and surged towards the periphery of the Eye of the Sea. The return journey remained perilous. Yet armed with the experience from his initial passage and occasionally harnessing storm energy to replenish his expenditures, he ultimately emerged from that treacherous maritime expanse relatively unscathed. Once back within the relatively tranquil waters of the Demon Sea, he savored the calming sea and spiritual energy, letting out a long sigh of relief. This expedition into the Eye of the Sea, despite its considerable risks, yielded rewards beyond imagination. He did not immediately return to the 100-demon archipelago. Instead, he sought a concealed coral reef to recuperate and performed a simple repair on the Dingyu shuttle, consuming some materials and 5,000 source points, reducing the damage level to 30. Subsequently, he retrieved the golden feather left by the golden Peng Demon Emperor and infused it with spiritual energy. In but a moment, a beam of golden light appeared from the distant horizon, and the figure of the golden Peng Demon Emperor materialized, his face bearing a subtle urgency and anticipation. Lu Xiaoyu, he addressed, his gaze settling upon Lu Ming, sensing the lingering aura of the Eye of the Sea and a faint trace of blood, that of the Qixia. His expression sharpening slightly, Lu Ming, choosing not to elaborate, directly presented the jade box containing the sealed, colorful resurrection flower. The moment the lid was lifted, a swirl of multicolored light radiated forth, a powerful essence of life mingled with a peculiar fragrance that soothed the soul, enveloping the golden Peng Demon Emperor and causing him to shudder with overwhelming joy. Indeed, it was a matured, colorful resurrection flower, and its quality was exceptional. He carefully accepted the jade box, examining it closely, and a relieved smile spread across his face. Excellent, excellent. Lu Xiaoyu truly keeps his word. This favor shall be etched in the heart of the golden Peng. His gaze towards Lu Ming brimmed with admiration and gratitude, the previous air of superiority dissipating entirely. Regarding Lu Ming as an equal and a worthy companion, your generosity is appreciated. We merely seek mutual benefit, Lu Ming replied calmly. The golden Peng Demon Emperor nodded, promptly handing over a pre-prepared storage ring. This is the promised reward, please take a look. As Lu Ming scanned the contents with his divine sense, he couldn't help but marvel at the Emperor's generosity. Inside were 3 radiant golden feathers, imbued with the essence of wind and thunder, labeled True Feather of the Golden Peng. A plethora of top-tier body refining materials, including dragon blood treasure iron and millennia cold jade marrow, all substantial in quantity. In addition, there were numerous rare elixirs and spiritual fruits for replenishing spiritual energy and nurturing the soul, evidently as an extra offering. The total value far exceeded their initial agreement. Such generous gifts from the Demon Emperor, I cannot refuse. Lu Ming accepted the ring, thoroughly satisfied with the reward. With the transaction complete, the atmosphere was amicable. The golden Peng Demon Emperor appeared to be in high spirits as he regarded Lu Ming with keen interest. Suddenly, he remarked, it seems that you, young friend, have just emerged from a fierce battle. Besides the aura of the sea, there lingers a faint chill of death intertwined with a trace of thunderous power. Have you encountered some peculiar fortune within that sea? Lu Ming felt a stir within his heart. The perceptiveness of this demon emperor was indeed remarkable, as he could detect the subtle remnants of the shadow serpent and the residual energy of the thunder tribulation. Maintaining a composed demeanor, Lu Ming replied nonchalantly, "Indeed. I chanced upon a small serpent guardian and had to exert some effort to prevail." A glimmer of understanding flashed in the eyes of the golden Peng demon emperor, who chuckled, "To survive in such a perilous domain is no feat of a mere serpent. Your abilities are truly extraordinary." After a moment of contemplation, as if he had reached a decision, he continued, "You are a forthright individual. Thus, I shall not hide anything from you. In this transaction, I owe you a debt of gratitude. In addition to the rewards already mentioned, I have another item to present to you, which may prove beneficial." With that, he turned his palm and produced an object. It was not a material or a medicinal pill, but rather an egg, a colossal egg the size of a human head, with a deep violet shell adorned with intricate, lightning-like golden patterns. Upon its emergence, the surrounding elemental energies stirred restlessly, and faint sparks of electricity danced across the surface, emitting a powerful yet restrained life force, as well as an exceptionally pure, thunderous energy. Lu Ming's gaze sharpened as he sensed a faint resonance between the remnant, thunderous power within him and the egg before him. "This is a Thunder Nai egg," explained the golden Peng demon emperor. "The Thunder Nai is an ancient beast, born to wield thunder and thrives on devouring thunderous essence, with immense potential for growth. I acquired this egg many years ago in an ancient secret realm, but alas, my golden Peng clan's attributes are incompatible with it, rendering us unable to hatch it. It has remained with me, a pearl gathering dust. Observing your aura, young friend, it seems you have also refined thunderous power, making you quite compatible with this egg. Perhaps you possess the means to hatch it, gaining a formidable ally in the future." The golden Peng demon emperor sincerely handed the thunder egg to Lu Ming. As Lu Ming accepted the egg, he felt its weight, distinctly aware of the vibrant life force and yearning for thunder pulsating within. This was undoubtedly a grand gift. "Thank you, Demon Emperor." Lu Ming's gratitude was genuine this time. The Thunder Nai egg was indeed more alluring to him than any material reward. "Haha, no need for formalities. I hope that when your Thunder Nai commands respect in the Demon Sea one day, you will remember it was I who bestowed it upon you." The golden Peng demon emperor laughed heartily. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he hurriedly departed with the seven-colored rejuvenation flower, clearly intent on tending to a cherished relative. Lu Ming, cherishing the warm yet potent thunder egg in his hands, felt elated. This transaction had been a resounding success. He harnessed the light of his escape and returned to the 100 Demon Isle. Upon arriving at his cave dwelling and briefly organizing his gains, he had not yet begun to study the Thunder Nai egg when a slightly anxious voice from outside interrupted him. "Boss, a few human cultivators have arrived at the island, explicitly requesting to see you. It appears their intentions are not benevolent." Lu Ming furrowed his brow, his consciousness swiftly extending outward to assess the situation. In the half-gong above the island's periphery, 3 human cultivators, clad in uniform starry blue robes, hovered with an aura of profound depth. The leader, with a stern visage and piercing gaze akin to that of a hawk, emanated energy fluctuations that unmistakably marked him as a cultivator at the initial stage of the star realm. The cuffs of their robes were intricately embroidered with silver thread, depicting a unique emblem resembling a pavilion constructed from stars. The Star Pavilion. They had come knocking so swiftly. Chapter 64. The Thunder Beast acknowledges its master? No, it is a brother. Outside the cave, the 3 envoys of the Star Pavilion stood suspended in midair, their presence imposing, especially that of the stern man, whose pressure from the initial stage of the star realm enveloped 100 Demon Island, rendering its inhabitants silent with trepidation. Lu Ming stepped out of the cave, his expression calm as he met the cold man's gaze. "Esteemed friends from the Star Pavilion, what brings you here from afar?" The stern man's eyes glinted like lightning as he scrutinized Lu Ming from head to toe, seemingly attempting to see through him. His tone was flat, yet carried an undeniable weight. "You are Lu Ming, are you not? I am Qin Feng, an attendant of the Star Pavilion. Recently, we detected anomalous energy fluctuations in the southeastern sea region, reminiscent of the ancient source of primordial remnants. In our investigation, it was noted that you were active in that area." He paused for effect, applying pressure. "Are you aware that matters concerning the primordial source are of utmost importance and not to be trifled with by ordinary cultivators? The Star Pavilion is responsible for monitoring such anomalies. We require your cooperation in the investigation, an explanation of the circumstances, and the surrender of any relevant items you may possess." Indeed, it was the fluctuations from that regulator that drew them here. Lu Ming smirked inwardly, though his face displayed just the right amount of confusion and displeasure. "What do you mean by that, Attendant Qin?" I'd adventure into the abyssal sea, I'd seek spirit herbs, enduring harrowing trials before narrowly escaping. Amidst the chaos of energy, what sort of fluctuations did not occur? As for the primordial source, forgive my ignorance, but I am unacquainted with such a term and have never encountered it. His tone turned frosty. Is it the practice of the Star Pavilion to invade the caves of others based solely on a few elusive energy fluctuations, seeking to rummage through and seize treasures? This demon sea, it seems, is not solely governed by the Star Pavilion. As his words fell, Lu Ming's aura at the initial stage of the Star Realm began to rise steadily. Though not as refined as his opponents, it exuded a profound and majestic presence, subtly contesting Qin Feng's imposing might. Simultaneously, from the direction of the northern mystic Turtle Hollow, a heavy aura of a demon sovereign ascended, providing a silent warning despite the absence of words. The Golden Rock Demon Sovereign, having recently owed Lu Ming a significant favor, would not remain indifferent. Qin Feng's brow furrowed slightly, seemingly taken aback by Lu Ming's resolute stance and the unexpected backing of a demon sovereign. The two accompanying attendants of the Spirit Stream realm, now fully matured, exchanged glances, their expressions shifting with tension. Friend Lu has misunderstood. Qin Feng softened his tone, though his gaze remained sharp. The Star Pavilion is not unreasonable. However, matters concerning the primordial source are of great significance and cannot be overlooked. Since you claim to have obtained nothing, we shall temporarily accept that. However, he shifted his approach. Given that you returned safely from the abyssal sea, you must possess remarkable abilities. The Star Pavilion is currently in need of capable individuals and is eager to recruit talent. Considering your profound cultivation, would you have any interest in joining the Star Pavilion? At that time, resources, techniques, and intelligence could all be shared, far surpassing the solitary exploration of friends amidst the Demon Sea. A blend of both soft and hard tactics. First through military means, and then through diplomacy. Was this their true objective? Recruitment? Lu Ming's thoughts whirled. The Star Pavilion was enigmatic and powerful, and joining it would indeed offer numerous advantages, yet it would inevitably impose many restrictions. Moreover, he harbored too many secrets, making it difficult to ensure they would remain undiscovered. He was about to engage in a facade of compliance to bide his time when suddenly, the Thunder Beast egg in his hand began to tremble violently, without warning. The golden lightning patterns on the eggshell erupted in a blinding glow. With a crack, a slender yet exceedingly pure purple thunderbolt burst forth from the egg, striking towards Lu Ming. It was not an attack. Rather, it resembled an urgent, yearning call. The refined power of tribulation thunder within Lu Ming was instantly stirred, surging forth to merge with the purple lightning. Crackle! The lightning radiated, enveloping Lu Ming entirely. Qin Feng's gaze sharpened, fixating intently on the thunder egg and the strange phenomenon surrounding Lu Ming. Lu Ming was caught off guard but immediately sensed a warm, dependent consciousness emanating from the egg, as if they were connected by blood. It urgently required thunderous energy to complete its final hatching. An opportunity. Lu Ming seized the moment, not resisting but instead fully channeling his own tribulation thunder-infused stellar essence into the egg without reservation. A roar, reminiscent of the primordial world, youthful yet authoritative, echoed from within the egg. The shell was instantly covered in cracks, and the next moment, it shattered explosively. Blinding lightning filled the air. From within the lightning, a small beast leapt forth. It resembled a lion or tiger but was more agile and graceful, its body adorned with fine, purple golden scales. A single, jade-like horn sprouted from its forehead, and its forepaws crackled with threads of electricity, while its tail, akin to condensed lightning, danced with a crackling sound. Its eyes, pure yet shimmering with the wisdom of lightning, immediately locked onto Lu Ming, affectionately emitting a low growl as it transformed into a bolt of electricity. Leaping onto his shoulder and nuzzling against his cheek, radiating boundless dependence and joy. The aura it exuded distinctly reached the pinnacle of the Spirit Stream realm. Moreover, its thunderous power was extraordinarily pure, naturally restraining any malevolent or lifeless energies. The ancient beast Thunder Beast has successfully hatched. Current state, juvenile phase, Spirit Stream realm pinnacle. Bonding degree with host, extremely high, as if blood-related. It was a success. Furthermore, this bond exceeded mere ownership. It felt more like that of partners or brothers. Qin Feng observed the extraordinary little beast affectionately perched on Lu Ming's shoulder, an expression of undeniable shock and greed flickering in his eyes. The ancient Thunder Beast? You actually managed to hatch this egg. His two attendants stood behind him, equally dumbfounded. Lu Ming felt a wave of exhilaration as he gently stroked the Thunder Beast cub's head, sensing its vibrant vitality and immense potential. He then casually addressed Qin Feng. It was merely a fortuitous encounter, allowing me to amuse Elder Qin. As for the Star Pavilion, I have grown accustomed to a leisurely life and have no intention of joining any faction. If there is nothing further, please take your leave. He issued a direct eviction order. Qin Feng's expression fluctuated as he fixated on the Thunder Beast resting on Lu Ming's shoulder, feeling the faint aura of the Demon Emperor from the north. Ultimately suppressing the greed flickering in his eyes, he coldly remarked, "If that is the case, I shall not impose further. However, regarding the matter of the primordial source, the Star Pavilion will not cease its investigation. I hope you will take heed." With that, he lingered no longer, departing with his two attendants like a fleeting light. Yet, that lingering glance before his departure suggested that matters would not be so simple henceforth. With the Star Pavilion's representatives driven away, Lu Ming exhaled in relief, his spirits lifted as he playfully interacted with the little creature on his shoulder. "From now on, I shall call you Zixiao." The small thunder beast seemed to take a liking to this name, joyfully releasing tiny sparks of electricity from its horn. While Lu Ming and Zixiao frolicked, the little one, still fresh from its hatching, emitted waves of vibrant energy that unconsciously transmitted a series of fragmented, indistinct memories into Lu Ming's mind through their profound bond. What appeared before him was a shattered sky, with enormous, flaming fragments of stars cascading down. Countless powerful figures roared and battled amidst the chaos. At the highest point of the heavens, an incomprehensibly vast claw, glistening with a chilling metallic sheen, slowly tore through the firmament, reaching downward. The frigid, indifferent, and supremely imposing presence emanating from that claw mirrored that of the overseer. The vision flickered away, leaving behind an overwhelming sense of desolation, terror, and dread. Lu Ming abruptly froze, his hand that had been caressing Zixiao, suspended in midair, his countenance shifting to one of profound gravity. Was this a memory from the bloodline of the Thunder Beast? Had the overseers existed since ancient times? Had they even initiated some form of harvest? Chapter 65, City of Storms? A human outpost. The fragments of ancient memories brought forth by the Thunder Beast Zixiao etched a deeper urgency into Lu Ming's heart like a cold chisel. The shadow of the overseers was far more ancient and colossal than he had imagined. The sudden visit and recruitment, or rather, probing, by the Star Pavilion made him acutely aware that the unexpected fluctuations from the depths of the sea had indeed attracted the attention of some mysterious forces. Though the 100 Demon Islands were delightful, they were not a place for prolonged stays, nor a hub for information exchange. He required a broader platform and needed to ascertain the latest developments regarding the Central Land, especially the extent to which the Lin family, the Huangfu family, and the Luoyuan Academy were pursuing him. To the City of Storms, Lu Ming resolved. According to the ancient tortoise's sea chart, it was the largest gathering place for humans in the depths of the Demon Sea, a melting pot of various beings, rich in information. He entrusted the island affairs once more to Su Xiaowan and Tiechi, instructing them to keep a close watch on the movements of the Star Pavilion and the Lin family fleet. Lu Ming then altered his attire, concealing his overly conspicuous Star Realm aura, simulating the late stage of the Mountain Sea realm, and shrank Zixiao down to the size of a cat, suppressing its lightning. He departed the 100 Demon Islands alone. Following the guidance of the sea chart, after several days of navigation, an extraordinary sight emerged before him. It was not a natural island, but a colossal maritime city seemingly constructed from countless massive ships, sea platforms, and even the skeletal remains of enormous sea beasts forcibly bound together. On the outskirts of the city, colossal iron walls undulate like a mountain range, adorned with fierce crossbows and defensive mechanisms aglow with runic light. A perpetual mist envelopes the city, mingling with chaotic fluctuations of vital energy, as storms seem poised to descend at any moment, thus earning the moniker of the Storm City. Countless vessels swarm in and out of the bustling port like a colony of ants, comprising human cultivators, half-demons, and even some disguised demons, creating an atmosphere of clamor and restlessness. After paying a considerable entry fee, 10 low-grade elemental stones, which Lu Ming skillfully converted into source points, he stepped into this chaotic yet vibrant metropolis. The streets were wide yet teeming with congestion. Shops lined either side, peddling an array of rare treasures from the depths of the ocean and distant lands, alongside weapons, medicinal pills, and manuals of cultivation. The cacophony of hawkers, bargaining voices, and sailors' shouts melded together, while the air was infused with the scents of salt water, herbal remedies, liquor, and a faint hint of blood, creating a unique ambience. Lu Ming quietly extended his consciousness, capturing snippets of gossip. It was said that the Black Flood pirate crew had recently met their demise, being double-crossed, their heads displayed at the docks as a warning. The Bai Bo Cave was recruiting exploration teams to the newly discovered shipwreck, offering generous rewards. with requirements for those at the Mountain Sea realm or above. The latest batch of water-warding talismans had just arrived, boasting lasting effects, urging swift purchases. The information was abundant, yet none aligned with his desires. He entered the most popular tavern, the Song of the Sea Demon. Inside, the noise intensified as various tidings collided and fermented. Ordering a glass of local specialty, storm ale, Lu Ming settled in a corner, listening attentively. After several cups of murky wine, conversations around him gradually loosened. Damn it! Are the Lin and Li families still clashing outside? How many lives have been lost over that wreck? Shoo! Keep your voice down. We don't want trouble. But I heard they're looking for someone. Who else could it be? That traitor from the Luyan Academy, something Lu. Yes, Lu Ming. I've heard he betrayed the academy, killed important heirs from the Lin and Li families, and stole their treasured relics. Now both families have combined forces to issue a bounty. The reward is terrifying. 1,000,000 elemental stones for credible information, and a volume of Earth-grade cultivation technique. If they can capture or kill him, even more. Before the speaker could finish, another nearby interjected with a scoff. Come on, that news is old. The latest bounty has already been posted. Lu Ming is a ruthless fiend. His power has surged, and he may have even ascended to the Mountain Sea realm. The reward has doubled, and reportedly, the Star Pavilion has taken a keen interest as well, offering even higher stakes. The Star Pavilion? What business do they have in this? Who knows? Regardless, the undercurrents in Storm City are turbulent, and many desperate souls are eyeing that bounty. Lu Ming's grip on his cup remained steady as a mountain, though his eyes narrowed slightly. The bounty had doubled? The Star Pavilion was involved? This was unexpected, yet not entirely surprising. It seemed his notoriety was growing. He placed his cup down, left the payment for his drink, and rose to exit the tavern. Next, he needed to venture to another locale, the black market of Storm City, the true hub for intelligence and illicit transactions. With his formidable spiritual awareness and the perception granted by the heart of primordial origin, Lu Ming effortlessly located the entrance to the black market, a concealed chamber behind an unassuming grocery store. After paying a substantial entry fee, he stepped into the genuine underground world. The ambience here was dimly lit, with individuals donning masks or cloaks to shield themselves from spiritual probing. Transactions occurred silently, enveloped in an atmosphere of enigma. Lu Ming halted before a stall specializing in intelligence, tossing a small pouch of elemental stones. I seek the latest developments regarding the Central Land Flowing Cloud Academy, the Lin family, the Li family, and the Star Pavilion, particularly concerning the wanted criminal Lu Ming. The more detailed, the better. The stall owner silently accepted the elemental stones and handed him a jade slip. A quick scan of the information revealed far greater detail than that overheard in taverns, including the general scale and expert configurations of the two fleets, as well as recent activities of the Star Pavilion's envoy in Storm City. Yet, the reasons behind the Star Pavilion's interest in him remained obscure. Just as he prepared to depart, his gaze inadvertently drifted to a neighboring stall, causing him to halt abruptly. There lay several rusted, seemingly inconspicuous ancient artifacts, a battered metal plate, a severed statue's arm, and a few peculiar components. A sign beside the vendor boldly proclaimed, "High prices paid for all ancient and damaged relics, especially those bearing unusual markings or of indeterminate origin. Prices negotiable, guaranteed satisfaction." A sudden jolt of realization struck Lu Ming as he noticed a tiny, inconspicuous mark in the corner of the sign, a pattern resembling a pavilion formed from stars. The Star Pavilion. They were covertly acquiring remnants of the primordial civilization at high prices. What were their intentions? Merely for research, or was there a deeper motive? While Lu Ming's mind reeled with shock and speculation, the vendor, who had previously appeared to be in deep contemplation, seemed to sense something, abruptly lifting his head. His sharp gaze from beneath the cloak swept towards the golden feather hanging at Lu Ming's waist, a token bestowed by the Golden Rock Demon Emperor. The vendor's gaze lingered momentarily on the golden feather before slowly shifting away, returning to his earlier indifference. However, Lu Ming's heart of primordial origin keenly detected a fleeting, albeit extremely faint, energy fluctuation emanating from the vendor, one that resonated with the Star Pavilion's envoy. This vendor was affiliated with the Star Pavilion. Had he recognized the token of the Golden Rock Demon Emperor? Chapter 66. Envoy of the Star Pavilion? An examination or a test? Before the stall at the black market. Though the Star Pavilion's dark scout's gaze merely brushed past the golden feather before reverting to apathy, alarm bells rang fiercely in Lu Ming's mind. Had he been recognized? Or was it merely curiosity toward the Demon Emperor's token? Maintaining an impassive facade, Lu Ming feigned casual interest, his eyes scanning the so-called ancient relics on display. The heart of primordial origin quietly activated, swiftly conducting a scan. Scan complete. a total of 17 items at the stall. Among them, 14 are ordinary antiquities, mortal origin realm. 2 are fragments of low-tier magical artifacts, spirit stream realm, and 1 emanates a faint, anomalous energy fluctuation, suspected to be a fragment of a creation from the periphery of primordial civilization, severely damaged. In his heart, Lu Ming scoffed coldly. Indeed, how could truly exceptional treasures be openly displayed for trade at the Star Pavilion? This felt more like bait for a trap. He casually picked up the only piece of metal that held some value, a palm-sized fragment that felt icy to the touch, its surface etched with indistinct patterns. How much for this? He rasped, altering his tone slightly. The stall owner, an undercover agent of the Star Pavilion, did not even lift his eyelids. 3,000 high-grade elemental stones or equivalent treasures. The price was exorbitant, clearly an attempt to swindle. Lu Ming tossed the fragment back onto the stall and turned to leave, displaying no trace of regret. He acted like an ordinary customer, merely curious but deterred by the cost. He sensed the stall owner's gaze linger on his back for a moment before retracting it. For now, he was safe. Yet, Lu Ming was acutely aware that he could not linger in Storm City any longer. The reach of the Star Pavilion was deeper than he had anticipated, and he needed to depart swiftly. However, just as Lu Ming was about to exit the Black Market Passage, the light ahead dimmed as 3 figures silently blocked his path. It was none other than Qin Feng, along with 2 of his subordinates, who had previously visited the 100 Demons Island. Qin Feng's gaze remained as icy as ever. Yet a faint, enigmatic smile played at the corners of his mouth. Lu Daoyu, what a coincidence. It seems our fates are intertwined. Lu Ming's heart sank. It was evident that they were prepared and might have been watching him all along. He halted, maintaining a calm demeanor. Qin Steward, what is the meaning of this? Is it possible that once one enters Storm City, they cannot leave? You exaggerate, my friend, Qin Feng replied coolly. It was just that our last visit was rather hasty, and we did not have the pleasure of a proper exchange. The Star Pavilion values talent, especially someone like you, who possesses extraordinary skills, capable of hatching thunder beasts and returning unscathed from the abyssal sea. To miss such an opportunity would indeed be a pity. He shifted his tone, applying subtle pressure. Thus, we awaited your arrival to extend another opportunity. The Star Pavilion is sincere. Should you choose to join us, all previous misunderstandings can be forgiven, and you would have access to our resources. If gentle persuasion failed, he would resort to coercion. Though his tone remained courteous, the posture blocking the passage conveyed a clear stance. Lu Ming's mind raced with options. Should he force his way through? One of them was at the early stage of the Star Realm, and the other 2 had reached full mastery in the Spirit Stream Realm. Engaging in this narrow passage might allow him to prevail, but it would undoubtedly expose more of his cards and invite greater trouble. Not to mention completely antagonizing the Star Pavilion. Feigning compliance? It was evident they would not be easily convinced. He needed to exhibit sufficient value without being completely cornered. Suddenly, Lu Ming smiled, a smirk tinged with just the right amount of pride and detachment. Qin Steward, I appreciate the goodwill of the Star Pavilion, but I am accustomed to my freedom and cannot abide by constraints. Moreover, promises made without substance are hard to trust. If the Star Pavilion truly offers me resources at my disposal. He cast a challenging glance at Qin Feng and his companions, his tone slightly provocative. I must first see if the Star Pavilion possesses the qualifications to instruct someone like me. Upon hearing this, the 2 subordinates behind Qin Feng instantly displayed their ire. A flicker of sharpness flashed in Qin Feng's eyes, but he quickly suppressed it, revealing a hint of curiosity instead. Oh, how does my esteemed friend wish to demonstrate his prowess? It is simple, Lu Ming replied, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. I have long heard that the Star Pavilion is well versed in the arts of the ancients, particularly in formations, alchemy, and astrological techniques. I invite you, esteemed steward, to propose any challenge, be it regarding formations, alchemy, or even a friendly sparring match. Should I, by some stroke of fortune, manage to satisfy your expectations, we may discuss the subsequent matters. Conversely, if my knowledge proves insufficient, I shall submit to your judgment. Lu Ming's approach was one of retreating to advance, transforming a mere recruitment into a form of competition. This not only showcased his confidence, but also avoided an immediate confrontation, reclaiming the initiative for himself. Qin Feng scrutinized Lu Ming with great intensity, as if attempting to discern the source of his confidence. After a brief moment of contemplation, he abruptly raised his hand and executed a spell. With a resonating hum, a complex, 3-dimensional formation composed of starlight unfurled within the narrow corridor, enveloping the 4 of them. The formation shimmered with radiant light, emanating a force that ensnared and suppressed the very souls of those within. This is the foundational Lesser Zhou Tian Forbidden Soul formation of our Star Pavilion, Qin Feng stated nonchalantly. If you can break free within the duration of an incense stick, you shall have passed the first challenge. He had directly engaged in a test of formations. This was both a competition and a show of authority. The two attendants watched with disdain, although the formation was merely basic. It was crafted by the Star Pavilion and was not something an ordinary practitioner of the mountain and sea realm could breach. Moreover, the formation exerted significant pressure on the soul. Lu Ming felt an immediate constriction, as if his soul were shackled, causing his thoughts to become sluggish. Yet, he remained unfazed. System, scan the formation structure, analyze the energy nodes, and calculate the optimal solution. Scanning consumes soul power. 2. Analysis complete. Lesser Zhou Tian Forbidden Soul Formation, simplified version for Starlight Realm. There are a total of 108 energy nodes, 3 of which are dynamic cores. Solution, must simultaneously strike the 3 nodes, Bing Yin, Gung Wu, and Gui Hai, with specific frequencies. Precise soul control is essential. Had this been before, Lu Ming might have needed to exert considerable effort. However, with his soul refined through the tribulations of thunder and having recently received feedback from the Thunder Beast, his soul power was now far superior to that of his peers. He could see the starlight glimmering faintly in his eyes, and 3 meticulously condensed threads of soul power shot forth like invisible needles, striking simultaneously at the dynamically shifting core nodes. Pop, pop, pop. The sound was akin to bubbles bursting. The smoothly operating starlight formation quivered violently, its brilliance dimming and dissipating in an instant. The entire process took less than 3 breaths. Qin Feng's composed demeanor suddenly solidified, his pupils contracting ever so slightly. The scornful expressions of his 2 attendants froze, transforming into incredulous shock. They had scarcely perceived how Lu Ming had executed his strike. Steward Qin, while this formation is adequate, it does exhibit a few more vulnerabilities than expected, Lu Ming remarked in a tone of casual indifference, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. Qin Feng inhaled deeply, suppressing the tumult within him, his gaze turning exceptionally serious. Excellent. What remarkable control over the soul. It seems I have underestimated you, my friend. In that case, let us proceed to the second challenge. He no longer boasted. Instead, he directly retrieved a battered ancient alchemical furnace of Lingxi quality and produced 3 identical batches of spiritual herbs. However, each batch bore its own imperfections. Some were of insufficient age, others had lost their spiritual essence due to improper harvesting, and some had been tainted with impurities. All 3 batches could be used to concoct the Ningbi pill, a potion of Lingxi quality. My fellow cultivator, please select 1 batch to refine within this ruined furnace. The quality of the resulting pill will determine your performance in this second challenge. Qin Feng's gaze was intense. This task assessed the foundational knowledge of alchemy, the ability to purify materials, and the capacity to adapt under adverse conditions. The challenge was exceptionally difficult. The dilapidated furnace and subpar materials significantly heightened the complexity of the refinement process. However, Lu Ming merely cast a casual glance and pointed to the middle batch, declaring, "I'll take that one." Without even cleaning the furnace, he sat cross-legged, summoning the celestial force within his palms, and once again demonstrated the astounding technique of void pill refinement. The spiritual energy coalesced into an invisible furnace, enveloping the flawed materials within. The entire process of purification, tempering, and integration flowed seamlessly, astonishingly swift. The shattered furnace was utterly inconsequential. In less than the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, the pills were complete. 3 resplendent, translucent Ningbi pills, radiant with a halo of medicinal fragrance, floated in the air, emanating an alluring aroma. Successfully refined Ningbi pill, Supreme, X3, consumed 1 batch of materials. Origin points, 500, used for optimal purification and energy balancing. Current origin points, 489, 000, 500, 488, 500 points. Note: this section corrects the previous oversight regarding unaccounted origin points consumption. The current value reflects the latest deduction, assuming prior consumptions were accurately subtracted. Silence. A deathly stillness enveloped the space. Qin Feng and his 2 attendants were utterly at a loss for words. Void pill refinement. Supreme quality pill creation. Is this even human? This level of alchemical mastery would likely rival that of some elders within the Star Pavilion. Qin Feng's gaze towards Lu Ming transformed from initial scrutiny and recruitment to sheer astonishment and fervent respect. This individual is undoubtedly a rare talent, a once-in-a-millennium prodigy. He must be inducted into the Star Pavilion. Taking a deep breath to suppress his excitement, a genuine smile finally graced his face as he clasped his hands in respect, saying, "Friend Lu, your talent is truly remarkable. I, Qin Eminal, I apologize for any previous offenses. I hope for your understanding." With a wave of his hand, he lifted the blockade, shifting his demeanor from arrogance to humility. "You are entirely deserving of equal discourse with our Star Pavilion. We sincerely invite you, not as a subordinate, but as a guest elder. The treatment will be generous, with minimal constraints, requiring only your assistance when needed by the pavilion." Furthermore, lowering his voice, he presented a grand temptation. "Our pavilion is currently organizing a large-scale excavation of an otherworldly relic. According to ancient texts, this relic may be linked to the lost primordial civilization. While the risks are substantial, the potential rewards are immeasurable. With your capabilities, you are precisely the one who should partake in such a grand event." Otherworldly relic? Primordial civilization? Lu Ming's heart stirred violently. This was precisely what he yearned to explore. Yet, a contemplative expression surfaced on his face, and he did not immediately acquiesce. A guest from the stars? An artifact from beyond the heavens? It seems rather intriguing. However, this matter is of great significance, and I, Lu, must deliberate further. "Quite so," Qin Feng replied, his demeanor amiable, as he produced a token engraved with the image of a celestial pavilion and presented it to Lu Ming. "This is the guest token of our Star Pavilion. Should you come to a decision, you may use this token to seek me at the star viewing tower within the city. The expedition will commence in half a month. I hope you will make your choice soon." With that, he ceased to press further, turning away with two still stunned attendants in tow. Lu Ming toyed with the cool, starry token, his gaze profound. The examination by the Star Pavilion had concluded, yet the true trial may have only just begun. Was this celestial artifact a fortuitous opportunity, or another meticulously laid trap? Chapter 67. The Artifact from Beyond the Heavens? The Void's soul-devouring beast. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming did not hasten to the star viewing tower, but rather seized the opportunity to stealthily return to the 100 Demon Isle. He entrusted a portion of his acquired resources to Su Shaoan for cultivation and the island's defense, while advising Tiechi to closely monitor various developments, particularly any unusual movements from the Star Pavilion and the Lin family's fleet. He devoted most of his focus to solidifying his cultivation at the Stellar Realm and crafting items for self-preservation. Despite the allure of the guest identity and the celestial artifact, he had never placed full trust in the other party. It was prudent to prepare extensively. Utilizing the vast materials obtained from the old Xian turtle, the Golden Peng Demon Emperor, and various traits, he synthesized several practical items suitable for the Stellar Realm. Several minor teleportation talismans, low-tier Stellar Realm, capable of transporting one across 1,000 miles in critical moments, a vial of Stellar Restoration Pill, which could swiftly replenish stellar energy, and a Xian Turtle Heartshield Mirror, mid-tier Stellar Realm, crafted primarily from the shell materials gifted by the old Xian Turtle, boasting formidable defensive capabilities. The synthesis consumed a vast amount of materials and origin points, 78,000 points. Current origin points, 488, 500 to 78,000, 410. 500 points, continuously depleting. As the half-month deadline approached, Lu Ming left Zishao on the island. It still required growth, and its lightning might provoke unforeseen reactions within the artifact, and ventured alone to the Star Viewing Tower in Storm City. The Star Viewing Tower loomed majestically into the clouds, a hallmark of Storm City and the branch of the Star Pavilion in this locale. Upon presenting his guest token, he was promptly ushered inside by a respectful attendant. Inside, over a dozen individuals awaited, each exuding a formidable aura, the weakest among them being late-stage Mountain Sea Realm, with 3 or 4 resembling the depths of an abyss. Clearly powerful figures of the Stellar Realm. Their gazes swept over Lu Ming, some indifferent, others curious, and a few scrutinizing with barely perceptible intensity. Qin Feng was among them, and upon spotting Lu Ming, a smile graced his face. Indeed, Lu, our esteemed guest, has honored his promise. Allow me to introduce you all. This is the newly joined Lu Ming, an adept in alchemy and formations. The crowd nodded slightly in acknowledgement, but the atmosphere remained subdued. With the expedition imminent, their primary concerns lay with their own interests and the strength of their team. Soon, an elder named Mo Yuan, distinct from Lu Ming's mentor despite sharing the same name, emerged as the leader of this expedition. Without unnecessary preamble, he directly led the group onto a peculiar flying vessel moored at the exclusive dock behind the Star Observation Tower. This vessel, streamlined in form and composed of neither metal nor wood, was adorned with intricate celestial runes that emanated spatial fluctuations, revealing it to be a starship capable of short-distance void traversal. "Set sail," commanded Mo Yuan, and with his words, the runes of the starship ignited, shaking violently as it tore through the fabric of space and plunged into the chaotic currents of the void. The sensation of traversing the void was far from pleasant. Vibrant, Surreal colors and tumultuous energy storms surrounded them. After approximately half a day, the starship jolted violently, breaking free from the void. What lay before them was breathtaking. They were not beneath the sea, but rather suspended in the profound darkness of space, confronting a colossal, severely damaged metallic construct. Its irregular shape resembled the remnants of some vast machinery, its design starkly contrasting with all civilizations known to Lu Ming. The surface bore the scars of impacts and ruptures, with some areas still flickering with faint arcs of electricity. This was the fabled extraterrestrial relic. Mo Yuan's expression turned grave. Based on ancient texts and the residual energy, he surmised that it had crashed at least 100,000 years ago. The group heightened their vigilance, for the interior of the relic was not a vacuum and could harbor unknown dangers or lingering prohibitions. The starship cautiously approached a massive breach in the structure, and the group streamed forth, wielding their primordial energy as they stepped into this desolate metallic realm. Inside, the passages were labyrinthine and severely damaged, with bizarre, solidified liquids and indistinguishable remnants of machinery scattered throughout. The air was thin, permeated by the scent of metallic rust and dust. Clearly, the Star Pavilion's members had a predetermined objective. Mo Yuan held a compass-like artifact to guide their way deeper into the relic. Along the journey, they indeed encountered some challenges. Residual energy traps were easily dismantled. Rogue guardian puppets from the Spirit Stream and Mountain Sea realms were collectively destroyed, with Lu Ming discreetly obtaining some materials valued at approximately 15,000 primordial points. Even, there were peculiar mosses capable of parasitizing spiritual entities, which were incinerated by a practitioner well-versed in fire-based techniques. Current primordial points: 410, 515, 000, 425, 500 points. Although they had made some gains, they had yet to discover truly valuable primal items, and the group's mood began to wane. Just as they traversed an unusually wide corridor, resembling a main passage, an unexpected event transpired. A silent yet soul-piercing shriek suddenly assailed them. Everyone felt a sharp pain in their heads, their spirits swaying, and the weaker Mountain Sea realm practitioners turned pale, nearly collapsing. Be cautious. It is the void-devouring beast. Elder Mo Yuan's face changed dramatically as he shouted a warning. From the dark fissures and breaches on either side of the corridor, dozens of semi-transparent creatures resembling jellyfish, yet adorned with countless twisted tentacles, drifted forth. They are devoid of physical form, seemingly composed of pure negative spirit and void energy. Those hollow eyes fixate intensely upon the crowd, radiating an insatiable greed for souls. Discovery: Void Soul Devourer, Lingxi Realm, Shanghai Realm. Characteristics: physical immunity, mostly, mental attack, soul devouring. These creatures move with astonishing speed, instantly closing the distance, their intangible mental assaults surging forth like a tidal wave. Form a formation: protect the souls. Elder Mayuan bellowed, taking the lead in raising a protective barrier of spiritual consciousness. The other cultivators hastily employed their own methods, their magical artifacts glowing brightly as they struggled to withstand the mental onslaught. However, the sheer number of these soul devourers was overwhelming. Their attacks penetrated every defense, and they exhibited a remarkable resilience against elemental assaults. A late-stage Shanghai cultivator, caught off guard, was pounced upon by one of the soul devourers, emitting a piercing scream as their eyes dimmed instantaneously, their soul brutally wrenched from their body and consumed by the beast. The crowd was struck with horror. Lu Ming also felt immense pressure. His stellar elemental energy was significantly diminished against these ethereal entities, relying predominantly on the strength of his spiritual awareness to endure. Although the chilling nature of his Mingquan elemental energy could slightly freeze and slow them down, its efficacy was limited. Just as he pondered a strategy and contemplated whether to employ his trump card, suddenly, deep within his sea of consciousness, the obsidian crystal, ancient will, sealed by layers of restraint, began to stir violently without warning. An unprecedented, remarkably clear and intense feeling of desire and hunger erupted from the cracks of the seal, akin to a volcanic eruption. The object of this emotion was unmistakably directed toward the rampaging void soul devourers outside. A whisper filled with ultimate temptation and urgency resonated once more within Lu Ming's soul, clearer than ever before. The delectable essence of souls. Unseal me, so I may devour and regain my strength. Now? Lu Ming's heart trembled. This sealed ancient will had reacted so violently to the essence of these void soul devourers. It regarded them as sustenance. Chapter 68. Bargaining with a Tiger? Take another bite. The ancient will's whispers, filled with insatiable greed and urgency, reverberated like a haunting melody in Lu Ming's sea of consciousness. Simultaneously, The mental onslaught from the external void soul devourers intensified, as yet another cultivator screamed in despair, their soul drained, the situation perilous. Bargaining with a tiger. This sealed existence was exceedingly dangerous, its cravings so profound that once the seal was broken, the consequences would be unpredictable. It could very well consume the soul devourers, but the next target might be himself. Yet, given the current predicament, without effective means to combat these ethereal monsters, the entire team could perish here. The death of the Star Pavilion members would serve him no benefit and would expose more of his secrets. In a flash, Lu Ming made a decisive resolution, a limited cooperation, bound by the strictest constraints. Thinking of emerging? You may, but only a fraction of your power shall be released. I will guide you to your targets, and you are permitted to consume only the specified soul devourers. Should you exhibit the slightest deviation, I shall immediately exert the full force of the seal and summon the power of the Thunder Beast and the celestial cataclysmic fire, and we shall part ways. He struggled to withstand the mental onslaught while his hands danced swiftly, merging the stellar essence with the recently comprehended knowledge of sealing techniques gleaned from the dragon's jade tablet. He forcefully tore open a fissure finer than a strand of hair upon the existing seal. Simultaneously, a thread of his innate thunder essence, left within him by the Thunder Beast, was subtly activated, poised for an imminent explosion. A roar erupted, seemingly originating from the depths of the abyss. A long-repressed greed reverberating through the ages, surging through the narrow gap with ferocity. Though it was but a wisp, it contained a supreme sense of annihilation and devouring, causing all present beings, even the mindless soul-eating beasts, to instinctively shudder in terror from the depths of their souls. In the next moment, a scene etched in the memories of all Star Pavilion cultivators unfolded. A delicate, almost ethereal black mist enveloped Lu Ming, as if it possessed life and will, precisely targeting the nearest few soul-eating beasts from the Mountain Sea realm that were lunging forward. Those fierce beasts encountered this black mist and, like snow under a blazing sun, were unable to emit even a cry before their translucent forms twisted and collapsed, mercilessly consumed and absorbed by the mist, leaving not a trace behind. After the consumption, the black mist seemed to swell with vitality, transmitting a sense of satisfaction and an insatiable desire to continue, yet Lu Ming forcefully suppressed it, confining it near the narrow ceiling fissure. Effective, and astonishingly so. Lu Ming was resolute in his intent, immediately replicating the method, skillfully manipulating that terrifying devouring power as the most efficient cleaner, specifically targeting those Mountain Sea realm soul-eating beasts that posed the greatest threat to the assembly. Ancient will devours void soul-eating beasts, Mountain Sea realm, X7. Feedback, acquired pure soul power essence, filtered, X7 units. Obtained a fragment of the faint understanding of the void laws, X1. Warning, ceiling pressure increased by 13. The pure soul power essence returned from the devouring was cautiously absorbed by Lu Ming, instantly replenishing and even enhancing his spiritual energy. The unexpected gain of understanding regarding the void laws was an added delight. The pressure on the other cultivators abruptly lessened, although they did not comprehend the reasons. Witnessing Lu Ming seemingly employing some secret technique to restrain the most formidable soul-eating beasts immediately invigorated their spirits, prompting them to exert their full strength to eliminate the remaining soul-eating beasts from the spirit stream realm. Elder Mo Yuan, while sweeping away 2 soul-eating beasts with a wave of his sleeve, cast a gaze of astonishment and scrutiny towards the elusive black mist surrounding Lu Ming, his eyes brimming with shock and curiosity. This youth's methods were exceedingly enigmatic. Soon, dozens of soul-eating beasts were eradicated, restoring a temporary silence within the passage. Lu Ming immediately channeled all his focus, bolstered by the power of Thunder Essence, to firmly seal the fissure shut, thoroughly pushing that lingering ancient will back into the depths. The whispers of a satisfying appetizer, laced with mockery, gradually dissipated. Lu Ming's back was drenched in cold sweat. Every transaction with this ancient existence felt like walking a tightrope over an unfathomable abyss. The crisis has been averted, and the surviving monks collectively exhaled in relief, their gazes towards Lu Ming imbued with a complex mix of gratitude, reverence, and an undeniable hint of fear. The essence of the black smoke they had just encountered was indeed unsettling. What was that earlier? Elder Mo Yuan approached, his tone gravely serious. Merely a secret technique that inflicts damage upon oneself while harming the enemy, Lu Ming replied with a measure of pale fatigue that perfectly balanced sincerity and performance. It overdraws the power of the soul, mimicking the devouring characteristics of some ancient demonic entity, which may pose considerable future risks. Elder Mo Yuan's eyes were deep and discerning. Clearly not fully convinced, yet he deemed it unwise to press further, given that Lu Ming had just salvaged their lives. He nodded. Thanks to your efforts, Lu Keqing, we have emerged from peril. Upon our return, I shall certainly commend your contributions to the council. You flatter me, Elder, it was merely my duty. Lu Ming replied with a courteous gesture, then shifted the conversation. Now that the danger has passed, let us hasten to explore the depths of the ruins to preclude any unforeseen complications. The group gathered their composure and proceeded onward. Following this incident, Lu Ming's status within the team had risen significantly, as no one dared to underestimate him based on his outward cultivation level. After traversing several winding passages, they finally arrived at their destination, a relatively intact, immense chamber. The room was adorned with various intricate instruments and devices, most of which lay in disrepair. Yet at the center, protected by multiple layers of energy barriers, hovered an object of great intrigue. It was an irregular, multifaceted crystal, approximately the size of a baby's fist, exuding a profound, deep blue hue that seemed to harbor countless stars within, slowly rotating and emanating a pure, magnificent wave of stellar energy. Discovery, fragment of the stellar core, exquisite material of the stellar realm. It contains a highly concentrated source of stellar primordial power, usable for cultivation, forging, or powering large magical artifacts. Estimated value, extremely high. The breaths of all present became heavy with anticipation, their eyes gleaming with avarice. This was the paramount objective of their expedition. However, the layers of energy barriers, though weakened by the passage of time, still radiated a disconcerting aura. Altogether, break the barriers. Elder Mo Yuan subdued his excitement and commanded in a low voice. The group unleashed their abilities, various beams of attack striking the barrier, creating violent ripples. Lu Ming also made a token effort, though his mind raced with calculations. This fragment of the stellar core would greatly benefit his cultivation of the undying golden body technique and elevate his realm. He could not allow the Star Pavilion to seize it so easily. Just as the barrier was on the verge of shattering, a warning blared. Warning. Detected extremely high-intensity spatial fluctuations rapidly approaching. Source, external to the ruins. Energy signature match. Overseer intervention power, weak projection. Lu Ming's scalp went numb. How had it been drawn here? Was it due to the earlier leak of ancient will, or was it the fragment of the stellar core itself? This is dire. Something is coming. Elder Mo Yuan had sensed it too, shouting urgently. Before he could finish his words, a chilling, indifferent, and purely rule-bound silver beam descended from the heavens, effortlessly disregarding the layers of barriers surrounding the ruins, and precisely targeted the shattered core of the star. Its intent appeared to be the destruction of this extraordinary source of energy. No, the members of the Star Pavilion were filled with a mix of anger and fear. At this critical juncture, a fierce glint flashed in Lu Ming's eyes as he executed an audacious maneuver. Instead of retreating, he lunged forward with fervor, secretly channeling the heart of primordial source and the energy regulator core obtained from the CI system. Maximum power interference for 1/10,000th of a second. Calculate the trajectory for fragment retrieval. Soul power consumption, 20. Source point consumption, 10,000. Executing interference. Current soul power, 65. Current source points, 425, 500 to 10. 000, 415, 500. Adjusting previous consumption. This is the reference point. At the moment before the devastating silver beam struck the shattered core of the star, it distorted minutely, momentarily delayed. In that fleeting instant, Lu Ming's hand, as if foreseeing the future, deftly penetrated the most vulnerable point of the barrier weakened by the collective attacks, and precariously grasped the star core fragment just before the silver beam descended, pulling it back with fervor. Boom. The silver beam collided with the empty platform, instantly vaporizing both the platform and the apparatus behind it. Meanwhile, Lu Ming staggered back, clutching the searing, energy-infused star core fragment, his face pale and seemingly shaken by the residual force of the beam. The fragment. Elder Mo Yuan was both astonished and delighted. The other members of the Star Pavilion exhaled in relief, their gazes toward Lu Ming now tinged with complexity. This young man not only possessed extraordinary methods, but also displayed remarkable fortune and courage. However, no one noticed that at the instant he grasped the fragment, the heart of primordial source within his consciousness stirred with unprecedented intensity and yearning. Simultaneously, that chilling silver beam, having missed its target, did not vanish immediately but, as if animated, swept over Lu Ming, who held the fragment. Warning. Observer's focus wave briefly intensified. Host's energy characteristics and anomalous behavior recorded. Danger level elevated. Chapter 69. The secret treasure of the Star Pavilion? Shattered core of the star, the cold silver beam gradually dissipated. leaving behind a startling molten crater on the platform and an unsettling aura of lingering rules in the air, causing the souls of those present to tremble. A profound silence enveloped the chamber. All members of the Star Pavilion, including Elder Mo Yuan, gazed with lingering trepidation at the marks left by the attack, then turned their eyes toward Lu Ming, who stood unsteadily, tightly clutching the star core fragment, his complexion ashen. The events of that moment transpired with terrifying speed and peril. The sudden assault, imbued with an overwhelming cold will, instilled in everyone a sense of insignificance and dread, akin to ants facing divine wrath. Had Lu Ming not fortuitously seized the fragment, this precious treasure would surely have been lost to oblivion. What was that? A cultivator of the mountain and sea realm asked hoarsely, fear still evident on his face. No one could provide an answer. The level of power displayed transcended their comprehension. Elder Mo Yuan took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the shock and confusion within him, his gaze complex as it fell upon Lu Ming. Lu Keqing, are you unhurt? His eyes lingered momentarily on Lu Ming's right hand, which clutched the fragment, and his pale face. It is of no consequence. I was merely shaken by the residual waves of that beam, causing some turbulence in my vital energy, Lu Ming replied, struggling to catch his breath, and then extended the fragment of the stellar core towards Mo Yuan. Elder, here is the fragment. This gesture rendered him devoid of any greed, presenting an entirely selfless demeanor. Elder Mo Yuan gazed at the stellar core fragment offered to him, the overwhelming and pure power of the stars stirring his heart. After a deep and scrutinizing glance at Lu Ming, he reached out to accept it. The fragment felt heavy in his hand, its power surging. Mo Yuan examined it thoroughly, confirming its authenticity, and finally, a glimmer of joy appeared in his eyes. He carefully placed it into a specially crafted jade box, sealing it with layers of restrictions. The successful acquisition of this treasure is primarily due to Lu Keqing's efforts. I shall report truthfully to the pavilion and ensure you are richly rewarded. Elder Mo Yuan spoke earnestly, yet Lu Ming sensed that a trace of doubt still lingered deep within his gaze. Both the prior secret technique of devouring the soul-devouring beast and the fortuitous timing of seizing the fragment appeared too coincidental and enigmatic. The elder speaks too highly. It was merely luck, Lu Ming humbly replied, swiftly shifting the subject, his brow furrowing. However, that attack seemed deliberately aimed at this fragment, and its aura is quite unsettling. We should not linger here. It may provoke unforeseen consequences. This sentiment resonated deeply within the hearts of all present. The unknown and fearsome attack left everyone feeling as though they were pricked by thorns. Elder Mo Yuan's expression grew stern as he nodded decisively. Indeed, we must evacuate immediately. The group swiftly retraced their steps, moving at a pace significantly quicker than their arrival. Perhaps due to the removal of the stellar core or the residual power of that mysterious attack, their return journey was unexpectedly smooth, devoid of any further dangers. Soon, they burst forth from the ruins, returning to the starship floating in the void. It was not until the starship reactivated, traversing through the void and leaving that expanse, that the tense atmosphere within the cabin began to ease. Many cultivators sat cross-legged to replenish their expended vital energy and spirit. Others quietly organized some fragments of materials collected from the expedition. Lu Ming also found a corner to sit down, closing his eyes to recuperate, seemingly healing his wounds. In truth, his consciousness had fully immersed itself within his sea of consciousness. At the moment he grasped the stellar core fragment, which was intensely sensed by the Heart of Origin. He covertly commanded the system to conduct an ultra-fast microscopic scan and collection of the fragment within an exceedingly brief time frame before the transfer. Executing ultra-fast scanning and micromaterial collection consumes spirit power. 5. Acquired. Complete energy structure blueprint of the stellar core fragment. Acquired. Sample of stellar origin material, trace, X1 unit. Information has been entered into the database. Deep analysis in progress. Heart of Origin fusion degree increased by 0.7. Significantly enhances the speed of stellar law analysis. Though the physical object was entrusted to the Star Pavilion, the most crucial technical data and a precious sample were already firmly in hand. This holds far greater long-term value than merely obtaining fragments, and it is accomplished with utmost stealth. As Lu Ming quietly rejoiced, preparing to further analyze the strand of the primordial essence of the stars, an unexpected transformation occurred. Deep within his sea of consciousness, the dark crystal, fragment of the Eye of the Abyss, that had only recently settled down began to stir violently once more. This time, however, it was not due to external stimuli, but rather because it sensed the strand of primordial essence of the stars that Lu Ming had just acquired. A peculiar emotion emanated from the seal, no longer characterized by the previous greed and hunger, but rather a blend of overwhelming desire, an indescribable sense of familiarity, and even a hint of grievance and attachment. It was as if a ferocious beast, starved for eons, had suddenly caught a whiff of its mother's milk. The ancient whispers of will once again echoed, yet this time they were devoid of temptation and command, taking on a tone of urgency, even somewhat endearing. Give me that comfort. Lu Ming was taken aback. What was this sudden change in tone? Could this entity actually display a semblance of affection? Was the primordial essence of the stars something that brought it comfort? Shouldn't they be in direct conflict? Suddenly, he recalled that the eye of the abyss emanated an aura of utter annihilation and finality, while the core of the stars symbolized birth and vitality, representing two extremes. Yet, could it be that through the interplay of yin and yang, the extremes might indeed attract one another? Was it possible that this profound stillness craved that ultimate vitality? Or perhaps, on some higher level, these two forces were intrinsically linked? A bold, almost mad thought raced through Lu Ming's mind. He cautiously separated an almost negligible strand of the primordial essence of the stars, finer than a hair by a factor of 1,000, and, with utmost care, sent it through the crevice of the seal. He was eager to observe what might transpire. As that minuscule strand of primordial essence entered the sealed space and made contact with the dark crystal, the anticipated violent conflict did not ensue. The dark crystal, as if quenched by a long-awaited rain, greedily yet gently enveloped the strand of primordial essence, slowly and cautiously absorbing it. In the next moment, the lifeless black sheen of the crystal seemed to soften ever so slightly. Though still dark, it no longer exuded a sense of despair and suffocation. Simultaneously, an exceedingly faint yet remarkably pure and tranquil energy flowed back into Lu Ming's sea of consciousness, nurturing his spirit and even sharpening his comprehension of the power of the stars. The ancient will absorbs a trace of primordial essence of the stars, state slightly stabilized. Feedback, pure spirit nurturing energy X1. Warning, seal pressure decreased 001. Connection with the sealed object deepening, risks unknown. Lu Ming was utterly stunned. This object, which he had deemed a grave threat and extremely dangerous, could actually respond to such an approach. The primordial essence of the stars could soothe it? Could it even provide nourishment? What on earth was this entity? As Lu Ming was deeply shaken by this unexpected revelation, the starship jolted violently. Breaking free from the void, the familiar chaotic light of Storm City flooded his vision. Yet, before anyone could exhale in relief, an overwhelming and terrifying aura, surpassing even that of Elder Mo Yuan, and even the golden Peng Demon Emperor, descended upon the entire vessel like an invisible mountain. A cold, emotionless voice resonated directly within the minds of the crowd. Surrender the shards of the star core, or face death. Chapter 70. Breaking through desperation? The star core aids the path. That icy, unyielding voice froze all actions and thoughts of those aboard the starship, akin to millennia of glacial ice. The terrifying pressure manifested as a tangible force, causing the weaker cultivators to collapse to the ground, while even Elder Mo Yuan, a mid-stage star realm powerhouse, turned pale. Cold sweat beating on his forehead. The strength of the intruder far exceeded his own, at least a late-stage star realm, possibly even fully realized. Lu Ming's heart plummeted. Having just escaped one peril, he now found himself ensnared in another, with danger looming ever closer. The starship's defensive barrier groaned under the strain of this pressure. Through the porthole, 3 figures could be seen floating outside. At the forefront stood a gaunt elder clad in a dark blue star robe, the very voice that had spoken earlier. Behind him were 2 indifferent middle-aged cultivators, their auras unmistakably that of early-stage star realm. This lineup was formidable enough to sweep through Storm City. Who might you be, esteemed senior? Elder Mo Yuan of the Star Pavilion managed to stammer, attempting to invoke the name of the Star Pavilion. The Star Pavilion? The withered elder scoffed, interrupting him with a flick of his sleeve. Boom. The starship's defensive barrier shattered under the force. A torrent of violent energy surged into the cabin, sending all but a few, including Mo Yuan and Lu Ming, reeling and spitting blood. I seek the Star Pavilion. The gaunt elder's gaze, sharp as an eagle's, locked onto Mo Yuan. Surrender the star core shards, or I shall annihilate your vessel and take them myself. A blatant threat, with murderous intent laid bare. Elder Mo Yuan's face turned ashen, his hand clutching the box containing the shards trembling slightly. Surrender the shards? Failure to complete the task would lead to dire consequences upon return. Refusing? It was a path leading to certain death. As he wrestled internally, the withered elder appeared to grow impatient, flicking his fingers. A condensed dark blue finger wind shot silently towards Mo Yuan's arm, aiming to seize the shards directly. Quick, faster than the eye could see. Mo Yuan's pupils constricted as he summoned all his strength to resist, only to find that the space around him seemed to be shackled, his movements hindered. Just as the finger wind was about to strike, a deep, dark sword aura surged forth from an unexpected angle, precisely severing the finger wind. Bang! The sword aura dissipated. But the finger wind was deflected slightly, grazing Mo Yuan's arm and tearing his sleeve to reveal the protective armor beneath, which crackled ominously and dimmed. The assailant was none other than Lu Ming. He could not allow the shards to be snatched away. Should the fragments fall into the hands of this unknown and formidable foe, reclaiming them would be as arduous as ascending to the heavens. Moreover, he requires time. A mere initial stage of the stellar realm dares to interfere? A flicker of surprise and malevolence flashed in the eyes of the withered elder. As his gaze swept towards Lu Ming, seeking death, he refrained from striking again. Yet a middle-aged cultivator at the initial stage of the stellar realm behind him had already understood the intent. With a disdainful snort, he stepped forward, delivering a palm strike through the air directly at Lu Ming. The force of the palm was fierce, imbued with the power to shatter stars. This strike was no mere test. It was a full-force lethal attack. "Lu Keqing, be cautious," Mo Yuan exclaimed in alarm, yet he was unable to protect himself, firmly ensnared by the elder's oppressive aura. In the face of this fatal blow, a glimmer of sheer madness ignited in Lu Ming's eyes. Now is the moment. Instead of defending or evading, he performed an astonishing act that left all onlookers stunned. He abruptly slapped a seemingly inconspicuous storage bag at his waist. In truth,